Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, A Buné Awakening. Chapter 1, A Buné Awakening. Death is boring. I'm not in anguish, burning amidst the blazing expanse of a fiery pit while imps dance over my scalding figure. Now while that's undoubtedly a relief since I didn't live my life as a saint per se, the faint comfort it brought alone wasn't enough to cure me of my perpetual ennui. I still have my body, and my senses are mostly intact, at least the ones that still have a use. Taste is one of the exceptions since there isn't even a morsel of food where I am, nor does the sensation of hunger exist for me anymore. My hearing barely has any use anymore, save for the occasional splashing of the jet-black lake I'm standing on when I shuffle my feet around. My sense of smell has been rendered entirely useless. I don't know what this lake is made of, but I can say with certainty that it isn't salt water since my nostrils can't detect the usual odor that it gives off. I can touch the water below me, even dip my hand into it as far down as the reach of my arm will allow, but even that feeling is flawed. My brain is somehow completely incapable of deciphering whether or not the water is cool or warm. All I can feel is the wetness between my fingers and toes, nothing more. As for my vision, well, there is a giant moon hovering in the distance, one that never moves or nears no matter what direction I choose to move in or how long I choose to proceed in said direction. I am thankful for its presence, though, it's the only thing illuminating the area around me. If it weren't for the moonlight, I'd be entrapped in total darkness for the rest of my afterlife, however long this is going to last for. Come to think of it, how long has it been since I arrived here? My brain doesn't appear to process the flow of time here. Hell, it could have been eons since I got here, and I still wouldn't know. I mean, if this place was going to do that for me, then would it have killed it to have removed my ability to feel boredom as well? The only thing I have for entertainment is the recollection of my memories, and if I'm being honest, recounting my life experience doesn't serve as very good amusement. There's not really anything noteworthy that went on in my 20-ish years of living. Middle-class home. Decent education. Admittance into an alright engineering course. Although, now that I look back on it, there's no way I was making it through. I'm not even sure how I managed to be admitted in the first place. My mathematics certainly wasn't anything worth bragging about. I did have a gardening hobby, so at least that's something. Even my death wasn't anything special. I just went a little bit too heavy on the caffeine throughout my life. Probably should have listened to the doctors on that one, but as they say, with youth comes arrogance. And boy was I arrogant. Probably should have lived a more fulfilling life, even if I did die at the same age. At least I would have had some more interesting memories to gloss over while I'm here, whatever, or wherever here even is. This place doesn't feel like hell, purgatory, or heaven to me. I'm not in pain, I'm not being purified, and I'm definitely not experiencing pleasure. Limbo would be the most felicitous title I could give this forlorn expanse. No company, save for the moon, watching over me for all eternity. Maybe this is what true death is. All the debating back on Earth on how one should live one's life virtuously ultimately just leads us to this, an abyssal lake to keep us company. Honestly, sometimes I find it relatively peaceful here when I'm not brooding over the heart-wrenching monotony I'm eternally forced to face. When I look back on it all, I often find my train of thought frequently returning to my family. My folks were good people. They did their best for me. Or at least the best they could. Sigh, it's a real shame that I couldn't do more for them. I wonder how they're faring. The obvious aside, of course. Losing a child is bound to be traumatic for any parent, at least for those who care. I'm sorry, guys. If I ever get another chance, I'll make sure to stay away from caffeine. Consider it my tribute to the good parenting and support you graciously gave me throughout my life. Swish. Swish. All of a sudden, my body grew still. A sharp, looming chill crawled down my spine as I felt a ripple reverberate through the lake's surface to the soles of my bare feet. Did I just hear something? Swish. Swish. Yeah. I definitely just heard something. My mind's not playing tricks on me, is it? No, that can't be possible. If it were possible to go insane here and start hallucinating, it would have happened to me long ago. Or maybe it wouldn't. I can't perceive the flow of time here, so maybe it's only been a second since I arrived, or perhaps enough time has passed for the sun itself to finally implode. I don't know, and honestly, I don't particularly care. The fact that something has finally broken the deafening silence here is more than enough to put a wide, ear-to-ear grin on my face. It's like Christmas Day has just come for me. Hello. I looked down, peering into the watery void beneath me without so much as blinking. My head shifted from side to side as I desperately tried to catch a glimpse of whatever had caused the ripple. Strangely enough, I couldn't help but turn to the moon, as if something in my gut was compelling me to face the ominous, ever-present backdrop. Did you do something? You've been watching me for however long I've been here. So if you think I haven't been suspicious of you, you're dead wrong, bucko. Clasp. Whoa. I jolted in place, a shadowy tendril reaching up from the oceanic depths like a creature of myth and wrapping itself around my ankle. The tightness of the hold was akin to that of a trefoil knot. Ah. I believe it was a little brazen of me to assume whatever was happening was a good thing. Splash. The tendril pulled me downwards into whatever awaited me below, the air escaping my lungs as water infiltrated my respiratory system, allowing me to feel an immensely unpleasant, but new sensation. I was drowning. And soon enough, the darkness enveloped me whole. The rest of my fading senses were entirely ripped from my being this time, maybe even for good. At least, that's what I presumed. After the passage of another unknown stint of time, I began to feel once more. Only this time, the sensations I experienced weren't nearly as pleasant as they were in the moonlit lake. My mind was burning. It felt as if someone had taken a scalpel to my head and drilled a hole into my skull, injecting a seemingly endless slew of new information, of new memories into my gray matter without my consent. The life I lived on Earth, and the life of someone completely different overlapping with one another, throwing me headfirst into a foggy haze of perplexity. A torrent of words, terms, and concepts I couldn't make heads or tails of were rammed into my brain like a full-speed bullet train. The pain was unbearable. The Underworld. Devils. 72 pillars. House Buné. A brother plagued with sickness. Dragonification. The power of a Dryad. A father as strong as an ox. A mother blessed with sage-like wisdom. A tutor watching over me as a strict yet benevolent guiding force. Blood famed as being a double-edged sword. An inevitable ceremony awaiting my participation as it did my ancestors. And most prevalent of all, a name. My name. My new name. Alduin Buné. My vision returned, and I was able to get a good look at myself in the mirror, within the confines of a room so lavish that most people could only ever dream about being its resident. A big, beautiful king-sized bed planted in the middle with only the finest silks one could procure in the Underworld, which is apparently where I am. Draped with light purple, semi-translucent curtains that offered an added layer of privacy and comfort. A large balcony with a peerless view of the luster of House Buné's territory on full display, an area which bordered another esteemed territory we apparently had a strong connection to called Dragon Mountain. Just from the name alone, I feel like it inspires a sense of reverence. I've got my own broad, intricate study desk, which I seldom use according to my memories. Apparently, while I'm quite diligent when it comes to training my clan trait and sparring with my father, Sebastian Buné, I absolutely hate anything and everything academic. Like with a seething passion. I returned my attention to my appearance, examining the ash-gray wild hair that resembled a lion's mane in the mirror, akin to that of my father, and my deep verdant irises that resembled my mother, Martha Buné. My skin also seems to come from her with its pale pigmentation. It's a little eerie, I'll admit, but I don't hate it. Truthfully, I'd be an idiot to complain about anything at all given my current circumstances. In a way, it has its own contradictory appeal between bleakness and intensity. Put simply, I think my new look has its own charm. It's much better than my first body. I'll give it that. I guess that comes with the territory of being a devil. If my assumption is correct, I've been given a second chance, which was coincidentally the last thing I thought about before being dragged down to God knows where by that bizarre tendril. Don't tell me that's all I had to do to escape the lake this whole time. No, it's probably better not to think about it lest I end up falling into a depression moments after being granted a new life. That certainly wouldn't be a fitting start to wherever this journey is going to lead me. Now that I pay closer attention, I've got quite a few bruises and blemishes on my skin. All of which was a result of my hand-to-hand combat training under my father, the only Buné to master the Dragonification trait other than our ancestor, Selvero Buné. It looks like I'm in the land of fantasy now. Or maybe it would be more applicable to refer to it as my new reality. It doesn't seem all that apt to describe what's now real as fiction. I'm a devil with an awfully long lifespan and powers that belong to my knock. 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 Young lord, a mild, yet imposing familiar feminine voice called out to me from the other side of my bedroom door. Belonging to that of a woman my memories recall as Thora, House Buné's head maid as well as my personal tutor for elemental magic, and academics regarding the Underworld's history, namely that of the 72 pillars, and the affairs of my family's territorial responsibilities and obligations. However, there seems to be something I'm studying that my mother, in particular, values very highly. A pact, with a figure, nay, a dragon, that goes by the name of Tannin. How intriguing. I did complain about boredom back at the lake, didn't I? All things considered, I think this makes up for it, Mr. or Mrs. Moon, whatever you are. Yes. I replied, my memories telling me that keeping Thora, or anyone in my family, waiting for that matter, would only lead to disaster befalling me, no matter how placid their voice made them seem. Lord and Lady Buné await your presence at the dining table. That sentence supposedly translates to get the fuck over here before we beat you within an inch of your life. Fun. Very well, I'll be there shortly. I affirmed, adjusting the sportswear I had adorned and doing what I could to tidy up my very unruly hair. For your sake, young lord, I'd change that from shortly to immediately. She left me with those words of justified caution before my ears twitched, catching on to the sound of her footsteps shuffling elsewhere. Well then, I guess there's nothing else for me to do other than face the music that is my newfound family. Here's to hoping I survive this encounter in one piece. The more I trace back the memories, the more I realize how overbearing this household's strictness is, especially towards me, its heir. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 2, State of Affairs. Chapter 2, State of Affairs. A wide, elongated, plush dining table was in the middle of House Buné's dining room, illuminated by a palatial, ornate chandelier hovering above it. The table itself was constructed of a gleaming, drab stony material that delightfully reflected the overhead light. It created a shimmering, obsidian-like surface to complement the royal purple, silk-woven tablecloth set over the exquisite piece of furniture. The table was laden with profuse silverware, all etched with the symbol of a horned dragon skull into its framework to represent the Buné emblem. Rows of throne-esque chairs paralleled the sides of the table, each cushioned with the finest of fabrics a pillar holding the rank of marquis could procure, imported directly from the Citri clan's silkworm farm, who were famed in the underworld for all things nature-related, overshadowed only by their even greater feat of producing the current Satan Leviathan. At the farthest end of the table lay a chair that was slightly more elevated than the others. It had a wider armrest and a top section carved out with House Buné's emblem, also carved onto its surface. A chair with the privilege of belonging to a man whose presence stretched the farthest in the Buné domain, someone who could command undying respect even if their status was that of a mere commoner. He was a middle-aged man, or at least that's what his appearance suggested, with wild, ash-gray-colored hair cascading down his shoulders all the way to his upper abdomen. His eyes were a striking, silvery ice blue with slit pupils that were reptilian in nature, ones which instilled an overbearing sense of dread into anyone unfortunate enough to peer into them. And atop his head, rested the part of his image he took the most pride in. A pair of dark, backward-facing curved draconic horns, something a Buné only obtained upon performing a successful awakening ceremony. A crucial event for any Buné with enough innate talent to properly awaken their clan trait, Dragonification. He was the current Buné patriarch, Marquis Sebastian Buné. The only Buné to have fully tamed their Dragonification other than the clan's founding ancestor, Selvero Buné, who was one amongst many devils of noble blood to fall during the Great War. A good chunk of his reputation could be attributed to that most impressive accolade, that all the Buné clan members before him had failed to achieve by succumbing to draconic deviation. There was a reason the house lacked a grandpa or grandma Buné like most other pillars. It was because of his Dragonification mastery that his strength reigned supreme by far among everyone in his generation, be it Duke Zeodicus Gremory, Marquis Rival Phoenix, Prince Sigurd Citri, even the Blaze Meteor Devil Dragon himself Tannen. His might eclipsed them all, in a world where might meant everything. He was also the man responsible for training the current raiding game emperor, Dihauser Belial. A fact which he initially wished to keep under wraps, but one that had been disclosed by Dihauser himself out of his good intent to praise his master, even if said master only trained him because of the once youthful Dihauser's insistent pestering. "How's the search going?" Sebastian questioned the woman sitting perpendicular to him while they awaited the arrival of their youngest son, Alduin, whom they had sent the head maid to go and promptly fetch. "Do we have any promising prospects for Alduin yet?" "The options are there, but I'm of the opinion that pursuing the ones that are currently available won't end well," she replied vaguely, running her fingers through the side of her grassy-colored locks. Her radiant, leafy eyes conveyed a sense of discontent. She was Sebastian's second wife, Martha Buné, a woman originally hailing from the near-extinct Sallos bloodline. Known for their Dryad Clan Trait which enabled them to seamlessly connect with flora and fauna, including that of carnivorous plant life and portentous demonic beasts that dwelled in the underworld. Consequently, they had a knack for resonating with natural energy, granting them access to a unique source of power called ki. Making them practitioners of senjutsu, an art form that involved learning to control the ebb and flow of one's life force. Furthermore, they could also tap into a rare form of elemental magic, known as wood manipulation. After Sebastian's first wife, Gilda, fell into a coma from being afflicted by one of the underworld's most feared ailments, sleep disease, he had remarried Martha because of the believed compatibility of their bloodlines. Nothing more. The belief being that the positives of her Dryad blood would even the negatives of his dragon blood. Draconic deviation was a condition where a Buné's psyche fell under the weight of the inherent, berserker-like wrath that came with the Dragonification ability. It could afflict one both during the initial awakening ceremony, where a Buné consumes dragon blood to stimulate the trait once they're deemed ready, and it could happen afterwards while they're using/training their power. It was said that once you gave life to your Dragonification, you also birthed a separate entity in your mind, with one mission, and one mission only. To make you lose control, and burn your own life force until there was nothing left of you. Until you manage to crush the entity in your mind and make it submit, you could not claim to have mastered your dragonification. Among the living, that honor belonged solely to Sebastian Buné. Oh. And why's that? Sebastian continued, idly sipping from a glass of exotic, throat-burning wine that he had been gifted by the Phoenix clan. Thanks to his tight-knit relationship with its patriarch. Taking Alduin's disinterest in academic matters into consideration. She paused, choosing her words carefully. It's unlikely that pairing him with the Citri, Agars, or Astaroth girls will end fruitfully for us. We both know how impulsive he can be, especially accounting for his constant brawling with Riser. If anything, trying to push an arrangement between them would only result in conflict kindling with those houses and the hampering of our family's reputation. Much of House Buné's current prosperity could be attributed to Martha's efforts. For example, she was the sole reason they had secured a pact with the revered former Dragon King, the Blaze Meteor Dragon Tannin, who currently ruled over an exclusive territory in the Underworld known as Dragon Mountain. Tannin was responsible for supplying them with dragon blood, which was not only essential for their awakening ceremony, but played a huge part in Buné's progressive strengthening of their dragonification. Prior to Tannin's involvement, Sebastian had been required to fork over an exuberant sum of money to obtain dragon's blood through market means. In exchange, Martha frequently visited Dragon Mountain, using her Dryad abilities to greatly bolster the growth of dragon apples in the territory. A resource Tannin valued more than anything, since a great deal of dragons under his care required them to survive. Furthermore, having a close relationship with Tannin was a great boon in general for a bloodline that used dragonification. Sebastian had received a great deal of insight on his own powers from the former Dragon King, using his wisdom to bolster his own, already freakish strength, even further. The amount of money House Buné had saved by not needing to buy the already limited supply of dragon blood available on the Underworld's market could not be exaggerated enough. It was like a boulder had been lifted off the clan's finances, allowing them to actually invest more into their territory and commercial ventures without having to penny pinch every step of the way. I see your point. Sebastian replied calmly, warranting Martha's immediate suspicion. I wouldn't want to stir up any of those families either, especially not when two of them are tied to a Satan. He was the one who had been exceptionally adamant about ensuring that Alduin had a marriage partner awaiting him, especially since he was turning 17 soon, which by the Underworld standards, was apparently the time to put a ring on. And now out of the blue, he was perfectly content with hearing that Martha had no partner in store for their heir. Clearly, something was awry. How's Ladora's treatment going? Before Martha could question him further, Sebastian shamelessly decided to change the subject of the conversation. Before having Alduin with Martha, Sebastian had a son with Gilda, named Ladora, who was originally the clan's heir, but had almost failed his awakening ceremony, partially succumbing to draconic deviation during the process, and only narrowly bringing himself back to reason thanks to the extensive preparation Sebastian had given him. Unfortunately, the Buné bloodline had no concept of leniency. Even though he hadn't burned enough life force during the time he spent in deviation to perish, he had still lost a substantial chunk of it. His body now looked frail and thin, almost skeletal to an extent, and he had little more than a decade of his lifespan remaining, from a base that should have at minimum reached 10,000 years. After being reduced to such a state, expecting him to be capable of leading House Buné was naught but a pipe dream. Nowadays, he served as the rook to the highest-ranking pillars, the Baal clan's heir, Serord Baal. As much as Sebastian wasn't a fan of the Great King faction, he firmly believed that Serord wasn't going to turn out like his father, and especially not like his ancestor, Zikram Baal. Moreover, being in the Baal clan's company meant Ladora had access to high-quality medical services at all times. Martha was also using her senjutsu to treat the damage done to his life force, but at the end of the day, that's all it was, treatment, not a cure. The Buné lineage had searched for one since its founding, but to this day remained unsuccessful. Hence why Sebastian had switched his goal from curing to prevention, mixing his blood with Martha's in hopes that hers would naturally allow Alduin to fight off the deviation. Currently, Ladora's capable of using dragonification for a little under a minute. She narrowed her eyes, uninterested in letting go of the previous topic. Judging by how composed you are, I can only infer that you've already found someone for him. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Sebastian's mouth. No matter how stone-faced I remain, you're always capable of seeing right through me. He praised while reaching for a letter that had a red seal on it, adorning a crest Martha wasn't expecting to see. Have a look. Slowly, Martha carefully began to examine the contents of the letter, her expression growing increasingly more aghast with each word she read. This doesn't make any sense. She bellowed, her fingers tightly clenching the sheet of paper. Are you sure this is even real? I talked to the woman myself, I assure you it's real. He chuckled dryly. While it may not appear plausible on the surface level, it makes significantly more sense once you take her intentions into consideration. And besides, you said it yourself, the more orthodox options won't work for him. Sebastian contentedly rested his cheek against his fist, clearly satisfied with whatever was written in the letter. Don't tell me. Is she looking for a merger? Martha's eyes expanded in realization. Almost, but not quite. She's more interested in a status change. For some reason, he couldn't help but grin. Thanks to her performance in the rating games, she's garnered enough influence to overpower the stubborn old guard in her family. Now, she wishes to use our Alduin to take her long-awaited leap forward. And you're fine with this? She asked in disbelief. Why wouldn't I be? Isn't that how all marriages start for us? We all want to use one another for something. As long as the balance is right, there's no reason to refuse other than needless pride. He confidently folded one leg over the other. She needs a foundation for her ambitions, and our son needs a suitable wife. We're both getting what we want this way. Still, this doesn't. Sebastian put a finger over his lip, gesturing for her to remain silent. I can hear his footsteps. I'd rather keep this from him for the time being. I don't want them to meet before he's completed his awakening ceremony. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 3, A Headmaid's Wisdom. Chapter 3, A Headmaid's Wisdom. Right then. I haphazardly attempted to adjust my disheveled hair while looking at myself in the mirror. Only to realize that this ashen mane clearly has a mind of its own, and is entirely uninterested in listening to me. Ultimately forcing me just to let it do as it wished. Thora just left my doorstep, and she's made it clear that I don't have a whole lot of time on my hands before I need to greet my family. Notwithstanding, I think it'd be good to take a minute or so to get my thoughts in order. I'm going to have to act the part of Alduin Buné from now on, and I'd rather not elicit any suspicion on my first day. First of all, my character. I'm a roughhouser who loves to butt heads as much as possible, much like my father, Sebastian, which has led me to develop a strong martial foundation under his relentless tutelage. Second of all, I'm terrible at academics and politicking despite my position as clan heir. Not because I'm incapable of basic intelligence, but because I seem to have some strange complex about my father's strength, urging me to prioritize physical training over the former. Quite the personality, aren't we, Alduin? It's a little disadvantageous, but I don't hate it. It proves that despite being a devil, I'm still perfectly capable of expressing human-like characteristics. Although I should probably work to change that from this point onward, there's too much riding on my competence, especially considering that my older half-brother, Ladora Buné, is suffering from the after-effects of draconic deviation. From my interpretation, that's no different than fighting against death itself. Poor guy, I wonder if there's anything I can do to help him. Lastly, and most surprisingly of all, I'm involved in a deep-rooted rivalry, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as a petty grudge, with a figure called Riser Phoenix, who is an immortal phoenix. That explains why I have so many memories of piercing his chest with a set of roots, which should have killed him. Isn't immortality a little bit overpowered though? Lucky bastard. We appear to have a habit of viciously attacking one another on sight, something we've been doing ever since I was 5, and he was about 8 or 9. And the root of all this? I broke one of his action figures when my father brought me over to the Phoenix estate. Granted, it was a figure of his older brother who supposedly has quite the reputation in the Underworld, but still, is that really a sound reason for us to continuously mutilate each other for over a decade? Funnily enough, this caused the relationship between my father and Lord Phoenix to improve. His son, like most pure-blooded high-class devils in the Underworld, lacked any interest in training whatsoever, until we started fighting. We don't even treat it as sparring when we have a go at each other. It's basically a full-on life-or-death battle stopped only by either Lord Phoenix or my father when it gets to a certain level of viciousness, who are forced to be present at all times when we're within 100 meters of one another. The number of birthday parties ruined by both of us being invited to them cannot be exaggerated enough. Honestly, I think Alduin's thoughts are influencing me a little. Just thinking about that rooster makes my face redden. Wait. That came out wrong. I meant red as in anger. But that's besides the point. Right now, I need to think about what I'm going to do from this point onwards. All things considered, I think the answer's obvious. I promised myself in the lake that if I ever got a second chance, I'd live a life that'd make my parents proud. So that's precisely what I'll do. My family needs an exemplary heir for the sake of for our future. And it's an exemplary heir they'll have. Besides, I seem to have a pretty good foundation to work with thanks to the gene mixing my parents did. It'd be quite wasteful of me not to let this innate potential flourish, wouldn't it? Although, right now I only have access to my Dryad Clan Trait. Not that I have anything against it, it's an exceptional ability that comes with an almost exhaustive, versatile list of powers for me to utilize. However, I won't get my Dragonification Clan Trait until I undergo something called an awakening ceremony. Our ancestor, Selvero Buné, made a rule stating that every Buné must undergo the ceremony when they're exactly 18 years of age, not a year before or a year later. Do I know why? Nope. Clearly, this is one of many topics I failed to pay attention to. Good work, Alduin. Good work. If I were to make a guess, there's probably something about a Buné's composition that makes that age the prime time for them to undertake the ceremony in terms of success rate, but I could be wrong. I'm turning 18 in a month's time, so I'd better hope that my body's adequately prepared. Otherwise, my family will need to deal with another failed heir, and I can only imagine how devastating that'd be. Alright, time to go meet the fam, WOAH. I flinched, nearly falling on my behind upon opening my bedroom door. Greeted with the immediate sight of a dark-haired, crimson-eyed woman wearing a maid's dress standing there with her hands clasped in front of her apron. Thora. I thought you left. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I clutched my chest, calming my breathing. I'm just making sure you actually heed Lord and Lady Buné's call. There's no need for you to be alarmed, young lord. She replied, her demeanor tranquil as a still river, unfazed by my abrupt yelp of panic. Shall we? She motioned for me to walk down the hallway. Thora. I wasn't planning on ghosting them, I said with a sigh. I can already tell that she doesn't have a great deal of confidence in me. I can't bring myself to blame her either, she's the one responsible for handling my academics, after all. If I were in her position, I wouldn't have much faith in me either. If that's the case, then you should have no trouble walking to the dining room. Or shall I hold your hand along the way? Young lord. She spoke as if she were talking to an unruly toddler. Your ability to talk like that without batting an eye never ceases to amaze me. I dipped my head and breathed a dry chuckle. It looks like I'm not the only interesting character in this family. Perhaps if you were a little more attentive during your studies, my manner of speaking would sound different to you, since there's most certainly nothing wrong with it in the first place, you're simply imagining that I speak with ulterior meaning. Young lord. She narrowed her eyes, the gleaming reflection of her sanguine irises sending a sharp chill down my spine. I don't think attempting to verbally best this woman is the wisest course of action. You know, you don't have to refer to me as young lord all the time. Doesn't it get a little tiring at a certain point? I was never anything special in my first life, nor have I truly proved myself in this one, at least not yet. It feels wrong to be referred to with a title. Especially by Thora of all people, since I haven't exactly been a model student to her. Young lord. She blinked repeatedly, her eyes marginally widening, clearly taken by surprise. Might I ask, where exactly is this coming from? It's just that. I'm always calling you Thora. So it should be fine for you to call me Alduin, shouldn't it? At least within the confines of the Buné estate, since father doesn't particularly care for pleasantries until they're necessary. She paused momentarily before firmly shaking her head. No, that would be improper. I'm House Buné's maid, and you are the heir. Referring to you by name would be a blatant violation of boundaries. Even if it doesn't earn Lord Sebastian's displeasure, Lady Martha will take issue with it. I should have guessed that it wouldn't be that easy. I see. I suppose you're right. I'd like to amend my relationship with Thora if possible, since she's the one I'll rely on from now on to teach me everything I need to know. However, it's evident that words alone aren't going to be enough. Let's go, I'd best not keep them waiting any longer. I'll have to prove my betterment through my actions. Indeed. She started to lead me down the intricate, almost excessively decorated dark red hallways of the Buné Manor. Portraits of all the past clan members spanning across the walls, all of them now deceased save for myself, my father, and my half-brother. Gazing upon their Renaissance-era-esque paintings, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety plague me. All of them, except Silvero, died because of draconic deviation. Their own clan trait had been the one to lead to their demise. Even if I had an awakening ceremony just as successful as my father's, I'll still have to fight my own blood for a long time until I fully tame it like he has, if I'm even capable of such a thing. Frankly, it's a pretty scary notion. To know that something living inside you, at all times, is always out to get you. Lurking. Stalking. Waiting for the prime opportunity to devour you whole and end your story. Young lord, Thora began. While I admit your academic progress leaves much to be desired, I believe you're the most committed devil of your generation when it comes to your physical training. That's a feat you should hold your head high for, one that should fill you with confidence rather than self-doubt. I came to an abrupt halt, stunned silence befalling me temporarily. Haha, it appears you've completely seen through me. I'm astonished that she could decipher what I was thinking without even facing me. Maybe you're a little overqualified for a maid. Head maid. She clarified. Even though I couldn't see her face, I was confident that a smirk was tugging at her lips. More importantly, the young lord that I have watched train himself tirelessly day in and day out, couldn't possibly lose to some imaginative dragon, of this I am certain. I smiled, even if it was an apparent attempt just to make me feel better, I could still appreciate the thought behind her words. Moreover, it felt nice to know that warranted another aspect of me that did warrant her approval. Thank you, Thora. You're right. I shouldn't let myself get mentally put down by a hypothetical. That should have been obvious to you. She stopped in front of an open door frame shaped like an arch. Lord and Lady Buné await you inside. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 4, Sebastian and Martha. Chapter 4, Sebastian and Martha. How nice of you to finally join us, Alduin. My father's bleak yet intimidating voice rang through my ears when I entered the dining room. My eyes hesitated to meet the soul-piercing, frosty gaze of his draconic pupils as if I were in the presence of a genuine beast in human skin, or in this instance, devil's skin. His fist was perched against his cheek, and his posture tilted slightly to the right as he slowly unveiled his palm, gesturing to the vacant chair beside him, and opposite my mother. Aren't you going to sit down? Or will Thora need to guide you to your seat as well? I couldn't emphasize how eerie the contradiction of how tranquil demeanor in comparison to the ghastly presence of his voice was. However, I couldn't afford to simply dawdle in place while twiddling my thumbs, lest I wanted to appear like a complete buffoon. I apologize for the delay, mother, father. Despite the knot-like feeling in my throat, I mustered up the gallantry to speak up. Making my way over to the dining table, pulling the chair backwards, and promptly taking my seat. Hopeful that I hadn't taken too long to make my arrival. The intensely aromatic scent of freshly cooked steak wafted through my nostrils, the seasoning of which appeared to be beautifully done, even though I couldn't recognize its origin. It must be cuisine unique to the Underworld, or maybe House Buné in particular, and surprisingly enough, I had been poured a glass of wine to go with it. A result of the Underworld's different take on the minimum drinking age, I suppose. Speaking of food, I noticed that my father's plate contained nothing but meat, while my mother's was filled solely with vegetables. I was the only one at the dinner table who was on a balanced diet. How fascinating. Normally, I'd scold you for your tardiness. Sebastian stroked his stubble, his pupils dilating in a horrifying fashion. My memory's telling me precisely what his interpretation of the word scolding was. However, I can tell that this instance isn't a product of mere disorderly conduct. Wouldn't you agree? Dear. He turned to Martha. You know full well that I have little patience for beating around the bush. She drummed her fingers against the table, clearly uninterested in humoring whatever angle he was attempting to pursue. Alduin. As you're aware, your awakening ceremony will take place a month from now, on the morning of your 18th birthday. I'm aware. I nodded firmly, Thora's words from earlier supplying me with a much-needed morale boost. You've prepared your body well, I'm sure you'll do just fine. She waved off the topic haphazardly, gracefully plunging her fork into the bowl of greens beneath her and digging in until she was interrupted by the sound of my father scoffing. Is something amusing? Sebastian. I'm getting the feeling that these two don't exactly have the model husband and wife relationship. Maybe that's just to be expected when you marry for blood instead of heart. If physical strength was all it took, then Ladora would have passed his ceremony with flying colors. I trained him just as hard as I'm training Alduin after all. He wiped the humor off his face, his expression growing stern. The dragon we create is more than just a parasite trying to take us down every step of the way. Despite my teachings, Ladora failed to comprehend that. That's why he succumbed to deviation. His eyes darted over towards me, causing me to recoil while I was sitting down. Our clan trait is different from the others. Ours is sentient, and not just because it wants to consume us. It's because it needs proof that its wielder is worthy of its strength, and should they pass their ceremony, it'll continue to verify if they're worthy until its user has fought off every challenge it can throw at them. Only then will it acknowledge you as a true Buné. Martha expressed little emotion, clearly having heard all these words before. Ladora understood that fact perfectly, yet he still ended up succumbing to deviation. A flash of spiteful glamour appeared across her face, albeit briefly. Maybe it isn't the student that's flawed, but rather the master that lacks the insight to tutor them properly. He snickered ominously. Don't pretend as if you aren't glad he. Sebastian, the pitch of her voice dropped to a low, threatening growl. Even though I wasn't her target, I could still feel my heart begin to beat out of my chest as my palms grew clammy. Sweat was building up on the surface of my skin. I have a strong feeling I know what his following words would be, and I can't be more relieved that she intervened before he could say them. Whatever, he rolled his eyes at her before returning his attention to me. Ceremony aside, there's been a new initiative put forward by House Gremory regarding sending their heirs to Earth to accumulate experience by having them rule over a human town for some unfathomable reason. Maybe it's an opportunity to give her experience commanding a territory beforehand. Learning to walk before she runs and all. I shrugged, offering what little input I could to show that I wasn't a complete dunce. Had it been any other family, I'd agree with you. He replied, letting out a thoughtful hum. However, discipline isn't exactly what I'd call one of Dryadic's strong suits. Nor is his daughter's disdain for her marriage arrangement with Riser Phoenix much of a secret. Anyone with half a brain can put two and two together. You think he's trying to delay the wedding for his daughter's sake? But isn't he the one who called for that arrangement in the first place? I tilted my head, my curiosity piqued by the affairs of Rias. I think her name is, as well as that of my routine target of aggression, Riser Phoenix. Oh. For you of all people to be aware of something outside these walls for once, consider me thoroughly snowed. He and Martha exchanged a glance, clearly equally surprised by my sudden show of acumen. What can I say? I do pay attention every now and then. Whenever Riser's involved in something, I suddenly turn into a walking encyclopedia. I guess knowing your opponent is an important variable when it comes to attacking them the nanosecond they breathe in the same vicinity as you. Efficient hating demands dedication, and I plan on being more dedicated than anyone else. If only every now and then could be all the time. He reclined back into his seat, expressing a faint glimmer of hopefulness that I wouldn't remain a mere musclehead for all eternity. I've kept you away from the political limelight of our family for quite some time now, however, that's going to change once you've completed your awakening ceremony. I hope you understand that you'll need to utilize more than just your fists going forward. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Martha offer him a knowing glare, suggesting that they had already discussed something prior. Which definitely didn't worry me in the slightest. Cough cough. Sarcasm. Once I've successfully completed my ceremony, you mean? The path to Dragonification mastery is long and treacherous, but my only choices are to either sink or swim. If this is what I have to confront to prove worthy of the second chance I've been given, then so be it. Nothing that comes easily is worth having anyways. Indeed. I might be imagining it, but I think I detect a note of approval coming from the old men. The Citri clan also seems to be considering the prospect of sending their heiress up above alongside the Gremory heiress. Why? Sona Citri already has a reputation for being quite intelligent, and unlike Rias Gremory, she isn't involved in any marriage issues or binding arrangements for that matter. At least not to my knowledge. I'm not entirely sure as to why he's even bringing this up. It's not like this affects us in any way, albeit, knowing that Riser's arrangement is going to have a wrench thrown in it brings me an instinctual sense of satisfaction. Unless the Phoenix clan is thinking about trying to force our involvement in this matter, which I doubt Sebastian would adhere to. Even if he's on amicable terms with Lord Phoenix, he doesn't seem the type to roll over and clean up another man's mess. Sometimes things have layers, and sometimes they don't. He continued. The Citri clan and Gremory clan have been awfully close with one another, especially since Seraphal and Surzex ascended to the position of Satan. This could simply be an attempt to develop their bond even further. Or it could be an insurance effort, Martha brought up. The Phoenix clan obviously isn't going to give up on wedding someone with as much political value as Rias Gremory to their son. By having both families present in a territory, Lord Phoenix will be even more constrictive, when he inevitably tries something. Sigh. If only that fool had chosen Ruvel to wed Rias instead, he just had to choose the least appealing child, didn't he? It was clear by his tone of voice that he didn't feel so much as a hint of empathy for his friend, however that relationship works. Not that he doesn't have a point, Riser does have a fair bit of notoriety for his criteria when it comes to choosing his peerage members. One whom most level-headed people look down upon, and most pubescent male devils with raging hormones worship him for. Maybe unlike some people, Lord Phoenix knew that trying to marry people with such a staggering age difference, even by our society's standards, would only lead to disaster. She glared at him with noticeably fierce intensity. Why do I feel like I'm involved in this somehow? Sebastian merely closed his eyes and shrugged, offering her no verbal response. I don't mean to be boorish, but why exactly are we so invested in Riser and Rias' arrangement? General relationship with the Phoenix clan aside, I fail to see how this affects us personally. Your manner of thinking is still far too rigid, Martha advised me. Not everything in the underworld is black and white. Noble society is like a pond, it only takes one small splash to upset everything with a torrent of ripples. What your mother's trying to say, Sebastian picked up, is if the Phoenix clan end up looking like complete idiots, we become the people who are associated with said idiots. That's the way things work, if you touch something in high-class society even with a 10-foot pole. Your name is glued onto it in bright neon letters, and if you don't take it off before everything crashes and burns, you crash and burn as well. So, we're considering cutting ties with the Phoenix clan because of this. No, nothing that drastic. It's just that the Phoenix clan has been receiving quite some support from us in recent years, and maybe it's time to reevaluate how much support they're actually worth giving. Won't they interpret that as severing ties anyway? Alduin, I think I'm starting to understand why you didn't bother with any of this. Noble society just seems like one giant migraine. I have nothing else to discuss for the time being. Finish your dinner, and get some rest. You'll continue training as per usual tomorrow. Sebastian tossed a whole steak up into the air, and swallowed it in one swift motion without batting an eye. Oh, and I do hope you'll actually start paying attention to Thora's lessons from now on. Unless you'd rather I offer you some more direct motivation. He shot one last cautionary, icy glare at me before departing. I've been reincarnated into quite the family, haven't I? WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 5, A Contemplative Breakfast. Chapter 5, A Contemplative Breakfast. Faint traces of sunlight pierce through the exuberant drapes attached to my bedroom windows. A deep yawn escaped my windpipe as I stretched my arms and legs as far as they could go, a relieving, satisfactory crunch echoing from them in perfect unison. I wish I had been reincarnated as a devil sooner. Not having to worry about the dreaded calf cramp while doing my morning stretches is a liberating luxury I can't help but relish. I sat upright on my feathery mattress, peering out the window in rumination. Surveying the mix of modern technology and medieval architecture and artistry that made up the bustling streets of the Buné territory. How should I put this? I was expecting the Underworld's image to be more hellish. Landscape-wise, it doesn't seem all that different from what I'd expect to see up above. A bright blue sky with clouds of varying shapes and sizes calmly drifting across the aerial canvas, grass, flowers, and all sorts of forestry and all sorts of flora, some recognize, some not, spanning across terrain, and a long, narrow river running through the border between our area and Tannen's Dragon Mountain. Supposedly, the sheer area of Dragon Mountain is so great that it not only borders us, but spans all the way to the Gremry territory. A fact I uncovered after doing some light reading in our library before going to bed, to hopefully give me a slight edge in my lessons with Thora going forward. I also learned that our sky is supposed to be permanently purple, but to help reincarnated devils settle into the underworld, the four great Satans, our ruling body, created an artificial moon using demonic power and adjusted the entire time flow of the realm to match the human world. An awe-inspiring feat, one that was spearheaded by the greatest mind among devilkind, Ajuka Beelzebub. Oh, and we also share the land with a completely different species called fallen angels. But that's a headache for another day. I've already got enough of them on my plate as things stand. I'd rather not overwhelm myself lest I want to crash and burn, as Sebastian likes to say. At any rate, I can save my reverie for another day. There's work to be done. I walked over to my bedroom mirror to switch out of my nightwear into something more suited for physical activity, only to be temporarily distracted by the fact that my hair was in the exact same state as it was yesterday, despite my disruptive habit of constantly shuffling around in my bed sheets while I'm sleeping. It's like I've got an uncontrollable form of hair magic that serves no other purpose but to keep my mane as spiky as physically possible. I don't especially loathe it. I'll just think of it as my iconic image from now on. Phew, hello handsome. I couldn't help but whistle at my own physique upon discarding my pajamas. Devils were already naturally muscular thanks to the passive effect of having demonic power coursing through our veins, and I had undergone the excessive training of the Buné family on top of that. Not bad, Alduin. Not bad at all. You can't be a musclehead without the appropriate amount of muscle. But soon, that'll all change. I'll have both brains and brawn. It's the only way I'll be able to climb towards the soul-crushing target that is my father's level of excellence and renown, a goal befitting of a foolish second lifer such as myself who is aspiring to become his perfect self. Also, the old man said it himself. Physical strength is all well and good, but it won't be enough to pass the awakening ceremony. I won't fail. No. I can't fail. Otherwise I'll be naught but a hypocrite who lied to himself about putting his second chance to good use. That absolutely cannot happen. I don't think my soul would be able to bear such a deplorable fate. Moreover, I don't think I'm going to get a second chance. As they say, lightning never strikes the same place twice. I opened my awfully expansive wardrobe, my eyes drifting over rows upon rows of sumptuous regal clothing that I never bothered to wear, let alone even try on even though they had all been ideally suited to my measurements. My attention gravitated towards a dark gray tracksuit that complemented my hair, with dark red stripes a similar shade to Thora's fierce irises running down the sides, finished by House Buné's draconic insignia pressed into both sleeves in a blood-red coloration. That'll do. I admired my family's tailoring while turning from side to side to examine how the clothing looked on me. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a familiar, rhythmic knocking tap against my door that I had memorized the day prior. Young lord, breakfast has been prepared. Would you like to eat at the dining table? Or in your room? I know which answer the old me would have gone for, but the old me has no place in this lifetime. I'll eat at the table. I opened the door, facing Thora who was donning her maid uniform as per usual, and appeared to have woken up much earlier than I. Fortunately, she doesn't have to cook my breakfast herself. We have chefs here who cater to my family's peculiar diets. As it would seem, our clan traits affect what food we're capable of digesting without our stomachs attempting to regulate them like a cat coughing up a hairball. The Dragonification Clan Trait restricts one to a purely meat-based diet, and the Dryad Clan Trait to that of explicitly vegetables. Which explains Sebastian and Martha's dinner plates, as well as my own, since I possess both. Albeit, I am a little surprised that the meat part is already affecting me prior to my ceremony. Sniff. I guess this means I have to part with my beloved donuts, pizza, toast, and a wide list of foodstuffs that I thrived on, including my most treasured of all, instant ramen, the lifeblood of any college student. Farewell, my beloved. You will be deeply missed. Young lord, I'd advise against standing there with a bird-brained look on your face. The food will get cold if you dawdle too long, and then you'll end up throwing another tantrum. Thora's sharp tone snapped me out of my stupor. Also, I can't believe Alduin really had a habit of code switching from a musclehead to a bratty child whenever he didn't like his food. As someone who lived on the cheapest grub one could procure for his entire college life, I'm appalled at his lack of appreciation for this house's succulent cuisine. How shameful. Sorry. I just got lost in thought for a second. While we were walking down the hallway, something came to mind. Hey, have you eaten yet? She side-eyed me. Young lord, I fail to see how that's relevant. I will eat breakfast alongside the staff once the time arrives. I know, but I'd like you to eat with me for a change. As I said, words alone won't be enough to improve my relationship with her. At the same time, trying to do something drastic out of the gate is not only bound to result in failure, but will also raise suspicion about my sudden shift in demeanor. Her lips dropped into a slight frown, not that I wasn't expecting her to be a little put off by the suggestion. It's not like I could make myself more appealing without changing anything, the point is just to begin with minor changes and work my way up to something more major. Young lord. This is the second day in a row you've suggested something that would be improper in terms of etiquette. She chided me, unaware that I wasn't planning on letting up so easily. Is there something you'd like to tell me? If this is all just a part of you acting whimsically, I'd highly suggest you cease immediately. A mischievous sneer befell me. I was prepared for some resistance, but I'm not letting you go that easily. Oh. If we're going to bring up proper etiquette, then wouldn't neglecting father's orders for you to always keep an eye on me be an even bigger breach of conduct? I mean, just think of all the problems that could arise while I'm eating alone. I could accidentally stab myself with a fork, or my chair could topple over and result in me hitting my head or... Young lord, I think that's enough. She tried to intervene, but I still wasn't done. Or worse. I could end up being late for my mother's morning daily training session, all because the head maid sent to watch over me wasn't there to ensure I was punctual. Could you imagine how furious she'd be? Maybe she'd even... I said that's enough. She yelled in irritation, her face reddening ever so slightly. I don't understand why you wish for me to eat with you so badly, but if that'll make you stop acting like a quarrelsome toddler, then I suppose I have no choice. The corners of my mouth stretched upwards as I looked at her knowingly. Thora, I didn't hear you call me young lord then. Her eyes widened in horror, as if Sebastian himself was staring her down. It's fine. Actually, I'm happy that you didn't refer to me by title for once. I smiled warmly, feeling my expression soften. Even though I'd much rather you call me by my name instead, I suppose this will have to do for a start. I continued to stroll down the hallway without saying another word. She silently followed me, but I didn't need her to say anything to know that she was seriously considering my suggestion. Probably taking a hint that I was being genuine, and not just bringing it up on a whim. It smells good, doesn't it? I remarked as the smell of what I initially believed to be bacon, but quickly dismissed upon recalling last night's reading session. As it turns out, meat consumed by most high-class devils in the underworld comes from creatures called demonic beasts. They're basically just animals capable of harnessing demonic power. Lord Citri published a whole encyclopedia on them, but I'll give it a gander at another time. Maybe when it's my turn on the familiar forest rotation. House Buné's chefs are renowned for a reason. I took my seat, picking up a strip of whatever the meat was with my fork and holding it towards Thora. Here, say ah. She looked at me blankly. You can't be serious. I narrowed my eyes. Either you take it from my fork, or you'll have to take it from my tongue. If there's one thing I've learned from Sebastian and Martha, it's that threatening people is a very efficient way to get what you want. I'll take the fork, she said in resignation after swallowing a nervous gulp. That's what I thought. Hey, Thora. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. I said with an analytical disposition. Yes. Are mother and father planning anything for our house? Considering me in particular. My mind returned to last night's conversation, particularly a subtle jab Martha had given Sebastian, which he refused to acknowledge. She paused momentarily before answering, heightening my suspicion. No. Even if they were, I don't see why someone in my position would be privy to such a thing. She answered calmly while taking a sip from a cup of coffee. You should be focused on preparing for your morning session with Lady Buné. She's just as particular about punctuality as Lord Buné. Someone in your position, huh? Thora's been watching over me since I left the womb. Even if her title is that of head maid, I know for a fact that father trusts her more than he does any servant in this estate. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't be a stretch to say he trusts her more than he does mother. I smell something awry. I see, I suppose you're right. I continued to eat my breakfast, sure that I wasn't going to get any answers out of Thora anytime soon. But that's fine, I'll just find them elsewhere. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 6, Morning Routine. Chapter 6, Morning Routine. The Buné Manor consisted of 4 floors. The ground level housing the general lobby, as well as the quarters of all the staff under Sebastian's employment, save for Thora who, thanks to her appointment as head maid, had a special room for herself on the second floor near Sebastian's office so he could conveniently call on her whenever he needed to. He also utilized the floor for important meetings with colleagues, guests, and fellow nobles among the 72 pillars. The third floor was dedicated to the personal residence of members of the Buné clan, including the living room, dining room, kitchen, Martha and Sebastian's bedroom, Alduin's room, and a few other facilities dedicated to research and leisure, such as the estate's library, which Alduin had visited a short while ago. Then there was the fourth floor. The part of the manor that nobody was allowed to enter without Sebastian's say-so. Throughout his life, even Alduin had visited it only a handful of times, and only done so under Sebastian's supervision. As for Martha, not once had Sebastian let his own wife up there, and the chances of him ever changing his mind were practically null even though Thora, a maid, had been allowed to visit the floor, and was actually standing at attention in front of one of the rooms there at the moment after making sure that Alduin attended his mother's morning session on time. But Martha knew what he was keeping from her. She had always known. She also knew exactly why it was being kept from her. "You can leave," Sebastian's austere voice instructed Thora. The head maid offered no verbal reply, simply nodding and making her swift departure. Sebastian entered the room, his posture and demeanor undergoing a significant change upon doing so. A room that was so thoroughly cleansed it could rival one of Serafal Memorial Hospital's clean rooms. The sound of cutting-edge medical machinery beeped every so often as he made his way over to the only pieces of furniture that lay within, a cushioned stool, and a bed. A bed that he had meticulously supervised the creation of, watching as each blueprint, frame, an inch of silk went into it with hawk-like surveillance. "It's been a while since my last visit, hasn't it? I'm sorry, things have gotten quite busy around here lately." His voice softened to a degree that would make Alduin and Martha believe someone had possessed him as he pulled the cushioned stool forward and sat down. "If it were you, you'd probably get this all squared away within a day, wouldn't you? Even after all these years, I can't even begin to compare to you in that regard. Or any regard, to be frank." He breathed a self-deprecating chuckle while rubbing his chin. On the bed lay a woman, her hair a shimmering light brown, her features simple, and her eyes closed, as they had been for quite some time now. A bright green wreath was crowned on her head, one that emanated a calm, soothing glow that seemed to be protecting her in one way or another. He reached out, gently stroking the woman's hair. "Don't worry, even though I've taken on that woman and sired another child, I haven't forgotten one second of it." His face twisted into a warped, eerie, lovesick smile. "I'll bring you back, and cure Ladora soon enough. It doesn't matter what I have to sacrifice, I won't give up on my true family." He raised his head, peering out the window. "After all, none of this matters if I'm not doing it with you. We started this journey together, didn't we? What use is it if I can't end it with you as well?" His eyes hardened to a frightening degree, his hand tightly clasping the woman's. "You may disapprove of my methods. But even if you end up resenting me, I won't care. As long as you're well again, I'd gladly endure a lifetime of spite from you." She was none other than Gilda, Sebastian's first, or to him, his only wife, who was currently afflicted by sleep disease. As a man who once pursued gardening, I couldn't be more giddy at the fact that our house had a literal greenhouse. Filled with flora that doesn't even exist on Earth, capable of producing wondrous medical concoctions and elixirs. Most of which we sell to the Citri clan for profit. Even though their nature reserve is the largest in the Underworld by far, there are some herbs that are quite demanding nutrient-wise, ones which our Dryad trait is much better at cultivating, both quality and quantity-wise. Of course, I'm nowhere near my mother's level of horticulture prowess. She's been doing this for centuries, after all. Even though I was fortunate enough to awaken her clan trait at birth, which doesn't require any special ceremony, unlike my Buné blood, I still have a long way to go. At the very least, I'd like to reach a point where I can help her nurture the dragon apples in Tannen's territory so she doesn't have to do everything alone. Maintaining the pact, or the Blaze Meteor Covenant as I believe it's formally coined, is essential to our family after all. Progressing dragonification on its own, regardless of how talented you are, is a Sisyphean feat. Having Tannen's blood makes the journey 10 times easier. Of course, the road will still be as rocky as it can be, but it'll be nothing in comparison to what Sebastian had to conquer with the very limited supply of dragon blood he had back then. Naturally, thanks to my maternal bloodline, I am a new breed of Buné. According to Sebastian, every trial differs for everyone who undergoes it since it is created from our unique minds. So who knows what I'll end up facing? Alright, here goes nothing. I muttered in a self-inspiring attempt, my memories telling me precisely what I was about to experience. The greenhouse is located in the middle of our backyard, which is really just a private forest Martha painstakingly constructed on her own. Every morning, before I'm allowed to enter the facility, I have to go through an exercise of sorts to help me train. Rumble. Rumble. Fierce vibrations started to quake through the grassy terrain beneath me, resonating with the soles of my feet as I took a deep, preparatory breath. Yep. Here we go. A body of roots burst out of the soil, snaking up towards me like sentient tendrils. I leaped backwards out of muscle memory. My eyes darted to each of the roots to note their trajectory, quickly noticing that they were each coming at me from different heights in an attempt to create an opening in my guard. This was my mother's routine. Assaulting me with all sorts of attacks from the confines of the greenhouse until I successfully reached the structure. It was honestly terrifying that the level of damage she could do without even being in her opponent's line of sight. Sigh. Both of my parents are bona fide monsters. I imagine it'll be a while before I catch up with them. Oh well, best focus on the present before the future. I honed my demonic power, the sound of wood creaking growing progressively louder as the bark of the surrounding trees started to morph towards me. This was my wood manipulation. If this were an actual battle, Martha would just overpower my currently inferior Dryadic abilities and prohibit me from interacting with any of the flora around me. However, this is just training, so she allows me to experiment as much as I want so I can familiarize myself with my powers to the fullest degree. The timber altered itself into the shape of a sword. Despite its meager appearance, it was tougher than most metals available in the Underworld, especially when I reinforced it further with a handy earth enhancement. Besides wood manipulation, we Dryads have a natural affinity for all four basic elements: fire, water, earth, and wind. Speaking of that last one. Whoosh. Whoosh. I brushed my sword against the air, sending out a cross-section of wind slashes towards the roots to cover as much area as possible and watching as they were torn to shreds. Wait. I swear I counted one more of them. My eyes lit up in panic upon noticing that one of them had crawled back underground before I sent my wind slashes out, creeping up behind me and shooting towards my abdomen in a piercing motion. Not good. I planted both palms into the dirt, erecting a mud wall to force the roots to redirect themselves and give me an opportunity to create some distance. Smash. Ah, the roots appeared to have effortlessly broken through my wall. I may or may not be fucked here. I dropped my sword, a soft, white light enveloping my body. I decided to fall back on a technique called Tuki, in which you manifest your ki as an aura that strengthens all your physical attributes, including strength, speed, and dexterity. Veins started to bulge through the skin on my arms, and my muscles tensed as I clutched the darting roots as tightly as I could. My feet skidded through the dirt as I experienced the insane force the roots were capable of producing. Why can't I help but feel that Mom's a little more temperamental than usual? My mind flashed to the short scuffle they had at dinner yesterday. Yeah, that would do it. Gah. I yelped in pain as the roots dug into the flesh of my midsection, threatening to pierce my intestine. I forced myself to stabilize my breathing. Senjutsu in general requires its user to be in a calm state of mind to draw out its true strength. If I let my mind falter, so will my Tuki. Slash. Slash. I fired off a round of point-blank wind carves, quickly noticing that the stray root was decidedly tougher than the initial ones that had been launched at me. My slashes were able to break off some of the root's exterior, but not dismantle it outright. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Usually, I'm supposed to be extra careful with using fire magic here. I'm allowed to use it against any attack she throws at me. However, if I so much as graze anything else in the field, I'll have basically signed my own death warrant. There's a memory of the one instance I made that mistake, and let's just say, there's a reason I only have one memory of it. Crackle. An ember surged out from my fingertips, a wave of fire washing over the root as I redirected my attention towards its base. If I let the flames spread too long, they'll hop from the base of the root onto the grassy field. Slash. Boldly, I chose to release one hand from the root, using it to send another crescent of wind at the brunt of the now weakened root. Finally, I managed to cut through it, disabling Martha's ability to control it now that it was no longer connected to the ground. At least I hope that's the condition to disable it, otherwise I'm flat out screwed. All that struggle just from a few roots. I couldn't help but laugh at my own weakness, putting a hand over the open wound on my abdomen as it began to emit a bright green, soothing hue. While our ability to command plants, connect with natural energy, and utilize wood manipulation are all excellent abilities to have, none of them are valued as highly as our Dryadic blessing, a healing factor that works both on ourselves and others. Underworld aside, recovery-type abilities are scarce throughout the entire supernatural world. There's no limit to high-class devils looking to recruit people with them into their peerages. Of course, I'm going to become a king since it's my responsibility as heir. But Sebastian won't put me into the process of getting my evil pieces approved by Lord Beelzebub until I've passed my awakening ceremony. Now then, it's time to meet an angry Martha. Rustle. Slowly, I turned around. A pang struck my chest as I watched the blades of grass around start to swish and sway in an unnatural manner. Gradually, they started to elongate and group up with one another, forming 5 individual grassy humanoids that circled around me. Each of them held pointed roots in their hands, presumably to act as spears. Great. Maybe I should just disown myself and live as a farmer. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 7, Mother Nature. Chapter 7, Mother Nature. Traces of sunlight made their way through the glassy exterior of House Buné's greenhouse, scattered by the dense leafy conglomerate that composed the canopy layer of the thicket surrounding the structure. The shining rays illuminated the enticing sight of an alluring, verdant-haired woman peacefully standing in front of a row of potted plants. Well, at least she looked peaceful. Martha Buné's inner thoughts couldn't be more irate, her eyes narrowed with spiteful contempt as she carved out some of the bushier plants with wind magic, making complete use of her laser-like focus and precision to shape them to her specific image. All the while, she was controlling an army of grass puppets a few meters away from the greenhouse, using them to mercilessly barrage her son until he painstakingly made his way towards her, fighting for every millimeter of ground he covered. This is ridiculous. Martha looked down, clutching the unanticipated letter Sebastian had given her at the dinner table. It's just inviting trouble, nothing more. So what if she's able to become a pillar? Her clan's a mess. Not to mention that she's only just become the number 10 ranker, she hasn't even stabilized her position among those monsters for crying out loud. Who's to say she won't just drop back down in a couple months' time? Her clasp tightened, a harrowing expression befalling her as the sheet of paper was promptly incinerated by a wisp of her fire magic, crumbling into a pile of ashes on the ground. We don't need that clan trait. Alduin is enough, but because you won't let go of that inevitably deceased woman and her child, who'll undoubtedly face the same fate. You're willing to jeopardize all the hard work and dedication I've put into this family. She could feel her son's presence getting increasingly closer to the greenhouse's entrance as she contemplated. You're pathetic, Sebastian. Or at least this version of you is. If you can't be the spouse I need, then I suppose I'll be left with no other choice but to discard of you. Her gaze steeled with steadfast resolve. I know you can't bring yourself to care about Alduin, but he carries your blood. Your absence is a recoverable loss as long as I have him. While observing the ashes, the corner of her mouth twitched into a sly grin. I mean, that's what you wanted, isn't it? A new breed of Buné. Of course, what you really want is a tool to get your oh-so-beloved Gilda back. The only woman you have eyes for in spite of my best efforts to fulfill the role. Her smile widened, an obsessive glint shimmering within her leafy irises. I wonder. If I turn him into my tool first, would you finally look at me then? Husband. As the saying went, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Finally. I've finally made it to the greenhouse. That woman's completely lost her cool. What I just experienced out there made all the previous experiences in my memories look like mere child's play. For crying out loud, she literally created a miniature kaiju-looking golem for me to battle against. It's a technique called Biollante. It's one of my mother's signature techniques, even though she only used a tenth or less of its full might in this instance. It was still enough to force me to pull out all the stops while narrowly avoiding death. I'm not sure how she actually performs the technique since I'm not at that level yet, however I do know it has something to do with her Dryadic blessing, because that creature just wouldn't stop regenerating. I had to constantly chip away at it using my fire and wind manipulation to deal damage, and my earth and wood manipulation to bind and limit its movement as much as possible. Which, as one can imagine, is much easier said than done against a raging mass of sentient biomass. Oh well, I've made it past everything she wanted to throw at me and I'm still in one piece. I might as well just count my blessings and get a move on. You took longer than I anticipated, Martha spoke upon my entrance. Your form's lacking. If you had used your wood manipulation more efficiently you wouldn't have struggled as much as you did. Oh splendid, that's how we're starting this conversation. Maybe if you hadn't increased the difficulty level tenfold all of a sudden, I would have gotten here faster. I gestured to the myriad of open wounds and fresh blood stains riddled all over my body and clothing. Complaining is a crutch only the weak rely on. She was quick to retort, side-eyeing me with a glare that indicated I was not more than a whining child from her perspective. Seriously, even among the underworld this family of mine has to be an oddity. Perhaps. But if there's anyone who should be complaining, it's you. I declared boldly. Excuse me. That comment finally seemed to get her full attention. You don't think I can tell that something's been off with you lately? We might not get together as a family as often as I'd like us to, but after last night's dinner, I can tell that you've been pissy. And I know it's because of something he told you. I looked down, noticing a pile of ashes on the ground beside her. I wonder what that's about. She stopped, the atmosphere around her growing tense as the sinking sensation that I had overstepped a boundary settled in. Not that I can go back at this point, the words have already been said after all. I'd highly suggest you watch your tone, Alduin. Her voice dropped to a low, warning pitch. What goes on between him and I is none of your concern, all you need to do is focus on the training we've laid out for you. That's it. Even if your psyche is affecting said training. Swish. A root shot out from where she was standing, one that eclipsed the speed of all the ones I had fought outside by far. Coo. It grabbed me by the torso, pulling me towards her eye level as her eyelids dropped to the point where they were hauntingly cutting the top of her pupils. We are not having this discussion. she declared before constructing a chair beneath me with her wood manipulation and setting me down atop it. Umph. If you say so, I rolled my eyes, still using Dryadic blessing to heal my remaining wounds. I don't have the necessary information to piece together what exactly is going on between them, but I'm determined to find out. You can't fix something if you don't know the root of the problem after all. Whatever's happening, it's enough to warrant a change in attitude from someone as remarkably composed as Martha, and I feel like that's a pretty good reason for me to be concerned as well. I'm not keen on letting this life crash and burn before it even has a chance to flourish. Granted, I'm in no position to confront Martha. So I'd best give up on trying to extract any answers out of her directly before I end up being turned into plant fertilizer. So, what's next on the agenda? Mother. I rested my cheek against my fist. Usually, these morning sessions consist simply of her advising me on how to use my Dryad abilities more effectively. They're quite helpful, it's just that the old Alduin wasn't that great at putting theory into practice. He was more of a physical learner, hence why Martha had adopted the routine of having me fight my way here with my Dryad abilities before I'm actually allowed to enter. Your ability to keep track of what's going on around you is lacking as ever, she sighed in disappointment. Sona Citri's 18th birthday is next week. Naturally, you have an obligation to attend. She looked at me with a judgmental stare. And more importantly, you have an obligation to behave when you're there. If I find out that you caused so much as a brief scuffle in the Citri estate, I'll leave you buried underground for a week. Yikes. She's being serious. Not that I've ever seen her joke before. I offhandedly folded my arms behind my neck. Relax, it's not like I have any bad history with Sona in the first place. What's the worst that could happen? Your relationship with her isn't what concerns me. She paused, breathing an exasperated sigh. It's the fact that in the same way you're expected to attend, so will Riser Phoenix. Your best friend. I felt my face immediately stiffen in response to the mention of the rooster. That, she circled her finger around my face, is precisely why I'm worried. I can't help it. It's Riser. I have an obligation to pummel him whenever he's in my line of sight. I really couldn't care less about the ongoing petty little grudge between the two of you. While in the presence of the Citri clan and the rest of the attendants, you will remain civil. Or you won't come back home at all. So strict. What if the rooster attacks me first? Surely you don't expect me just to stand there and take it. Naturally, Thora will be there with you since I don't trust you to behave on your lonesome. If any complications arise, she'll handle them. Wait, is she trying to say that Thora's actually capable of dealing with the rooster? Come to think of it, how strong is she? She trains the 4 basic forms of elemental magic with me, but according to my memory she's never actually gone all out against me in our mock battles. Furthermore, I don't believe she has a clan trait either. Is it possible to deal with someone who has literal immortality without one? Perhaps I should try to coax out a little more of her strength during our training today, assuming I'm capable of doing so. Now then, back to your wood manipulation. She stood up, strolling towards the greenhouse's front entrance. There's still much you clearly don't understand, so I'll do my best to cram the information you're lacking through that thick skull of yours. This is sure to be eventful. Yes, ma'am. I gave her a sarcastic salute before following along. With the mere wave of her hand, the surrounding forestry started to bend outwards in a circular motion, creating an open clearing around me and her as she clasped her hands behind her back. Show off. Remind me, which 2 elements allow us to utilize wood manipulation? She began, her gaze expectant. Earth and water, I answered promptly. The reason why we're able to use wood manipulation while other people possessing affinities for earth and water can't, is because they lack the transformative power to mesh the two with one another. That ability is unique to my maternal bloodline. Other people may have the ingredients to create the wood smoothie, but we're the only ones with the blender. She nodded approvingly. Good, and what are the characteristics of those elements? Earth is tough and rigid, making it specialized for defense. Whereas water is smooth and flexible, allowing to provide the user with more utility and versatility. Oh. Maybe Sebastian's hopes that you finally decided to start paying attention weren't in vain after all. She wore a faint, condescending smirk. If you're aware of that, then would you mind explaining to me why you're only making use of one aspect of wood manipulation? What? I didn't catch on to what she was implying immediately. In your battle against one of my summons, you were only making use of wood manipulation's sturdiness. Every time you failed to bind it, you wasted time and gave it a window of opportunity by dismantling and creating an entirely new spell instead of modifying the one you had already cast. Her eyes narrowed. It's like I said, you weren't using it efficiently. Is such a thing even possible? When your spell is dismantled, then shouldn't that be it? I don't quite understand what she's trying to teach me here. And all of a sudden, I had a sinking feeling that I shouldn't have asked that question. Of course it is. She flicked her fingers upward. Observe. Reumable. Tremors started to surge through the ground beneath me, the vibrations fierce enough to make my entire skeletal structure tremble. Uh-oh. Thick, imposing trunks of bark shot out of the dirt and started to encircle me, snaking around my position like prowling serpents, threatening to bind me in place. Swish. Swish. Reflexively, I sent out a sequence of wind slashes in all directions, successfully cutting through the dense timber. Well, that wasn't so bad. A battle's never over until it's over. It'd do you good to remember that. The trunks quickly started to grow back, shooting towards me even faster and entangling each of my limbs. Even as I struggled, the constructs would continue to twist and turn in tandem with me, as if they were sentient grapplers maintaining their hold. That one's called tree-bound burial. The wood can regenerate itself with my application of Dryadic blessing, and it's still able to remain immensely flexible despite its mass thanks to the balanced ratio I've struck between the amount of earth and water I imbued it with. Now you're just bragging. Yeah, it's all very impressive. I groaned, not a fan of being trapped in a dome of regenerative wood. You can let me go now. She raised her eyebrows. What would be the use of that? It's important for you to understand both sides of the coin, binding, and what it takes to escape the binds you create. Only then will you be able to increase your comprehension of the art. Whoosh. She flickered out of sight with some kind of movement technique, leaving me in place. That damned woman. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 8, Shower Time. Chapter 8, Shower Time. After experiencing a memorable morning with Martha, I returned to the manor in order to look for Thora so I could begin studying with her. The one aspect about myself that I'm most eager to reform. Young lord. Gah. I flinched, leaping backwards like a cat that had just been sprayed with water. Thora's sudden appearance nearly caused my heart to nearly burst out of my chest. Thora. You really need to stop doing that. I latched onto a nearby piece of furniture to steady my breath. Doing what? Young lord. Thora innocently tilted her head. As adorable as it was, the gesture couldn't masquerade the mischievous shine I could see brimming within her pupils. I narrowed my eyes at her with a judgmental gaze. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I haven't the faintest clue as to what you're implying, young lord. Could this be another one of your frantic imaginative observations regarding me? If so, I'd be happy to brew a blend of soothing herbal tea to help calm your nerves. Her response was immediate, and her demeanor was haughty as ever. This woman might have a career as a competitive gaslighter. However, I'd be lying if I said her attitude didn't have its own bizarre charm to it. Speaking of observations, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. My expression tightened as I adopted a more somber demeanor. Have you noticed anything off with my mother lately? She widened her eyes, conveying a sense of surprise. Or perhaps, feigning one. Young lord. A disappointed sigh escaped my breath. I stepped forward somewhat stiffly, my eyes perfectly level with hers. Allow me to rephrase. Thora, what's going on with my mother? I can tell that something's up between her and father, and while I may not be capable of reading him like an open book. This morning, it became evident to me that whatever's going on is affecting her mentally. I lifted up my shirt halfway, revealing a small portion of the legion of deep, ghastly wounds that had been inflicted on me courtesy of Lady Buné. The amount and severity of which were all more than usual, much more. Of course, I was currently attempting to heal them all with my Dryadic blessing, but since my proficiency with the skill was lacking in contrast to Martha's, it was taking a bit longer than I'd like it to. Young lord, I noticed a flicker of hesitation, my hopes that I'd get a helpful answer rising. What are you two loitering around for? A gruff voice looming around the corner interrupted us, the origin of which was immediately recognizable to me. I could ask you the same question, father. I replied unenthusiastically, inwardly wondering how he managed to appear out of thin air much like Thora. Shouldn't my senjutsu be able to detect them beforehand? Or do these two just have some hidden technique they're keeping from me? You're supposed to be studying. His eyes drifted over to Thora as he crossed his arms. Not loitering around making idle chit-chat. From his tone alone, I could tell that he had heard everything. Not that I care, if the issue already exists, then putting it out in the open won't change anything. As a matter of fact, I'm hoping it'll make them pay more attention to what's going on. Even if I have to chip at them little by little, that's fine with me. I won't be able to figure out what's really happening between them if I'm not willing to do a bit of risk-taking. Forgive me, my lord. She performed an apologetic bow, one which caused my hands to reflexively tense. We'll get to work immediately. Why are you apologizing on my behalf? Almost instinctively, I raised my voice and stepped in front of Thora. Formalities be damned, this whole interaction feels wrong to me. Young lord. Don't worry, Sebastian's voice intervened before she could voice her concern. His ice-cold slit pupils staring me down and causing my posture to falter under his overbearing intimidation factor. Still, I found the strength to remain firm. Martha already seems to have done enough scolding for the both of us. Wouldn't you agree? Alduin. I couldn't help but snicker. Yeah, but I bet you'll be on the receiving end of her scolding soon enough. Sebastian. My memories made me believe that he was by far the strongest in this family, and speaking in terms of raw destructive power, that's probably true. However, after witnessing her insane technical ability courtesy of her altered temper, I can't help but wonder who'd actually emerge the victor in a fight between them. Excuse me. He seemed taken aback by my gall. Oh please. Don't pretend like you don't know how she's been feeling as of late. My smile widened as I turned my back to him, motioning for Thora to follow me to the library so we could begin our study session. I don't know what you did, but I suggest you hurry up and apologize to her before this all blows up in your face. I didn't hear another word from him as I walked away, but I could tell that my words had an effect on him thanks to Senjutsu's ability to read other people's auras, and consequently, their emotions. Whether those emotions will lead to any meaningful development for this new family of mine, well, that remains to be seen. That was most unwise, young lord. Thora sighed in disquietude, glancing at me as if I had just poked a bear. Which for all intents and purposes, wasn't too far off from the truth. You should know better than to provoke Lord Buné. You say that as if I'm going to limit myself to mere provocations. I shot her a knowing grin, which only seemed to heighten her concern. He made my mom sad, isn't that a good enough reason to have a go at him? Again, I could feel Thora beginning to hesitate. Only this time, Sebastian wasn't here to interrupt her. Young lord, I'm afraid the situation isn't that black and white. I came to an immediate halt, leaning down and planting my face only a few millimeters away from hers. So you do know something after all. My hypothesis about Thora's position in the family being more than just that of the head maid is starting to prove true. There's no way a normal servant would be more informed about the ongoing relationship between House Buné's lady and lord than its own heir. Once again, I'm highly advising you to refrain from getting in between the personal dealings of the lord and lady. I say this solely for your own sake, young lord. I watched her lips quiver before she continued. However, if you truly are insistent on pursuing the matter, then I will not be able to assist you, you'll have to continue on your own, and at your own risk. Sigh. How am I supposed to interrogate you when you look at me like that? Very well. I reeled back, softening my posture. Young lord. The haste with which I agreed seemed to catch her by surprise. If it's something you can't do, then that's it. There's nothing more to be said. I sheepishly scratched the back of my neck. I am eager to get to the bottom of what's going on with my family, but I'd rather not do so at your expense. You've been with me since I was born anyway, so you're practically a part of this family as well. PFFFFFT. To my bewilderment, Thora started to giggle out of nowhere, her palm covering her mouth like a proper noblewoman. Oh my, I had no idea House Buné's ever-poised and stern headmaid was capable of making such an expression. I couldn't help but feel something warm well up within me as I watched her. Was there something funny about what I said? My tone made it clear that I wasn't bothered in the slightest, merely intrigued. No, believe me young lord, it's nothing. She took a breath to recompose herself. It's just, I wasn't expecting to hear words like that from you of all people, young lord. You've changed. In a good way. I tilted my head. No, in a way that's only bound to get you in more trouble. She said plainly. Fair enough, I shrugged and sighed. Now then, I best get studying before the old man throws another temper tantrum. I wouldn't want his blood pressure to get too high after all. Before that, I think you may wish to take a shower first. She pointed at the assortment of dirt, soil, and bits of pieces of outdoor debris scattered all over me. Good idea. I nodded while pressing my lips together. As peculiar as this family is, I can't help but relish in its extravagance. Our bathroom literally has an entire hot spring installed in it for crying out loud. One that Martha modified with her botanical knowledge to achieve the same effect as a medicinal bath. Which should help my body recover from all the damage and exhaustion she just inflicted upon me a little better. It's strange. I can't really grasp my own emotions when I look at my father and mother. I always feel conflicted between pity and spite when I'm in their presence. It's an ever-fluctuating sensation, and I don't have a concrete explanation as to why I feel that way. Oh well, the investigation I've committed myself to should reveal the answer in due time. One by one, I started to undo my attire, noticing that most of my wounds had almost entirely closed up. Sheesh, if I had a human body I'd need to let them sit for at least a month before they sealed. Actually, scratch that, if I were human I probably wouldn't have survived even a minute against Martha. Knock. 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 As per usual, I immediately recognized Thora's rhythmic knocking. Yes. Young lord, I've brought a fresh change of clothes for you. Ah, I suppose changing back into my dirted tracksuit wouldn't be very mannerly of me. You can come and leave it in the shower area. I'm going to take a dip in the spring for a little while. Understood. I felt a noticeably devilish grin overcome me as the door opened and the sound of Thora's footsteps drew closer and closer. Man, I've really changed in the short amount of time since I possessed this body, haven't I? Enjoying the view? I teased while running my fingers through my soggy hair. She huffed. Young lord, I wish you'd refrain from such nonsense, it's unbecoming of someone in your position. Her demeanor grew increasingly confident. Besides, it's nothing I haven't seen before. Oh my, then I imagine you wouldn't have an issue coming over here and helping me wash. I'm having a little trouble reaching my back. That's a blatant lie. I have more than enough muscle flexibility to do so. Humph. You act as if I haven't done so before. True, but I was only about half your height back then. My current appearance definitely makes a difference, whether you want to admit that or not. She crouched behind me and abruptly stopped and stared, probably because there's still a few open wounds on my back. Fret not, I don't mind a little roughness. I reassured her, my tone purposefully suggestive. I think a little bit of pain here and there is more than worth the reward in this instance. You should save such language for your fiancé, young lord. My eyebrows lifted in surprise. My fiancé? I wasn't aware I had one. Is there something you'd like to tell me? You may not have one now, but you will in the future. Probably in the near future, taking your age into consideration, as ere you know perfectly well that you have a responsibility to sire children of your own. She continued, my mind unable to tell whether she was being disingenuous or not because of her ironclad composure. Even if done in jest, making such comments towards a servant will undoubtedly be frowned upon. Upon hearing her remark, a frown befell me. One part of her statement stirred a deep sense of displeasure within me. Young lord. She flinched as I grabbed onto her wrist completely out of the blue. Is that what you think this all is? A jest. I felt my upper eyelids drop in dissatisfaction, my hand gently sliding down from her wrist towards her hand. Do you truly believe that I don't feel anything in this situation? Or that I'd be acting the same way as I am now if someone other than you were standing in your place? Stunned silence befell her momentarily. Young lord, that's not what I meant. That's exactly what you meant, Thora. I bit down on my lower lip, internally forcing myself not to do anything drastic. But I am willing to forgive the wound you've inflicted on my maidenly heart on one condition. Yes. Come soak in the hot spring with me. My grip on her hand tightened ever so slightly. It'd be problematic if someone wasn't there to stop me from taking too long, wouldn't it? I could end up costing us valuable studying time after all. Phew. I just about managed to stop myself from doing something even bolder. Granted, what I just asked her to do is still fairly audacious. On the bright side, she'll definitely have to take me a little more seriously from now on. Very well, she swallowed a nervous gulp. However, I hope you aren't expecting anything scandalous to occur, for your sake. I'm hurt that you think I'd ever try to force you to do something of the sort. I proceeded to bring my mouth right up to her ear, my voice lowering to a low, lascivious whisper. Unless you wanted something like that to happen, in that case, I wouldn't hesitate to give myself to you. Thora. Young lord. It looks like I finally managed to make her blush. Progress is progress. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 9, A Hot Spring Session. Chapter 9, A Hot Spring Session. Ah, now this is what I call relaxation. I exhaled in deep satisfaction, slouching into the warm, lilac-scented spring water, the sensation of the built-up lactic acid and tension within my muscles leaving my body kicking in within seconds. The sedating and stress-relieving effect of Mother's medical concoction easily puts the collective might of every masseuse in existence to shame. I can even feel my regenerative prowess kicking up a notch while I'm doused in the alleviating watery substance. You should take some time to loosen up as well, overworking isn't good for your skin. I turned to Thora, who was positioned only a foot or two away from me, the sight of her ravishing, nude figure sending a rush of heat through my head. I seriously ought to calm down. I said I wasn't going to do anything rash, didn't I? The fact that I could see the upper half of her smooth, supple bosom floating like inflated balloons above the steam really wasn't helping my situation. Honestly, devil proportions are something else. I assure you, young lord, I'm more than capable of looking after myself. She gave me a judgmental side eye. Maybe if you ameliorated your academic diligence, I wouldn't have to spend so much time micromanaging your study routine. Coo. You got me right in the heartstrings. I clutched my chest, exaggerating a pained expression and slouching further into the water. An idea popped into my mind like a light bulb as I did so. I suppose it's only proper that I start making up for all the stress I caused you. Young lord. She raised an eyebrow as I scooted closer, cracking the built-up air out of my fingers in preparation. Might I ask, what it is you think you're about to do? She narrowed her eyes, clearly assuming that I had something lustful in mind. Calm down, I just want to give you a senjutsu massage. Consider it the starting point of the long list of reparations I owe you. My expression softened as a warm smile overtook me, a white blanket of ki enveloping both of my hands. Young lord, there's absolutely no need for you to, Anne. I slid my fingers across her glossy back, my heart beating faster than usual as I applied pressure to the acupoints on her shoulders. Ki flowing out of my core and into her pores through my appendages. Goodness, that was quite the noise you just made. I'd be lying if I said it didn't make a dent in the mental wall I had just put up to keep my composure. Thora, I have a feeling you're blissfully unaware of your own frighteningly powerful appeal. It sounds like I'm doing a good job. Should I interpret that as a sign to continue? Even though Mother clearly has her issues, it'd be crass of me not to thank her for giving me the ability to do this. Senjutsu's usefulness can't be emphasized enough. Young lord. I'm being serious. You don't have to, MMPPPH. This time, she planted her palm against her mouth to silence herself, which, unfortunately for her, only motivated me to keep going. Who said I was doing it because I have to? I'm simply doing this because I want to. My tone shifted as I tightened my expression. Thora, it's tough, isn't it? Dealing with all the pressure within these walls. Young lord. She stammered to a degree, a noticeable flush appearing across her face as I poured more effort into my massaging. I'm not oblivious, Thora. I know that even by the Underworld standards, the behavior of my mother and father could be considered unorthodox, and that's putting it lightly. I offered her a bleak, dry smile. My palms glided down to her alluring, broad hips. They pushed all the actual parenting responsibilities onto you, solely focusing on my physical training and nothing more. She shook her head. No, Lord Buné handed me the privilege of looking after you, and it's a responsibility I take great pride and pleasure in. You needn't harbor any resentment towards him or Lady Buné because of that. Her words managed to evoke a classic, warm, and fuzzy feeling within me. Believe me, I'm happy to hear that you feel that way. I really am. My thumbs began to circle her lower back as I rhythmically adjusted the amount of force I was exerting. However, that doesn't make it any fairer. When Ladora was born, did father assign a maid to take care of him? Or did he do so himself? I felt her breathing hasten a little, her silence proving to be a sufficient answer. Just to be clear, I'm not mad that you're the one who raised me. I'm mad that they didn't. Although in hindsight, I'm probably better off being under your care. I don't know enough about Sebastian to decipher what's up with him accurately, but whatever this current version is, I'm glad that I'm not a replica. Clench. To my astonishment, she abruptly turned around and grabbed me by the shoulders with an evidently shaken expression, her nails digging into my skin, which I imagine was unintentional. And for better or for worse, it was kind of a turn-on. Young lord. You mustn't say such a thing. Her grip tightened while I contemplated my response. The lord and lady are. Thora. We already went over this. You don't need to divulge anything. I promptly hushed her, unsure if my family had some kind of listening device or surveillance installed. I couldn't care less if my discontent becomes known to them, but putting Thora in their line of fire is counterproductive to what I'm trying to accomplish here. They've no choice but to allow me a certain level of rebelliousness due to my position and the hopes they've placed in me. However, I doubt they'd extend such leniency to a servant of the house. Even if they do happen to be the head maid. I still plan on prying into their situation, but I have no wish for you to get caught in the crossfire. I felt my heart spike again, the pace of my breath starting to match hers. The front-side view of her yielding breasts bobbing above the water, with her pinkish nipples appearing in and out of sight, caused my blood to rush. I know she wasn't doing it on purpose, especially since I'm the one responsible for this whole situation, but right now it is becoming exceptionally challenging to concentrate. Part of me desperately wanted to throw my arms around her waist and pull her close, but this definitely wasn't the time for it. Damn. I told myself I just wanted to have a more amiable master-servant relationship, but is that seriously what I'm doing at the moment? Or am I instinctively trying to push for something else? I meant every word I said before we got in the spring. I wouldn't mind that kind of a relationship with her, actually I'd welcome it, but I also need to carefully think over both our positions before I do anything hasty, especially in this family. However, I'm starting to think that I won't be able to hold myself back for long. Young lord, are you all right? Her tone shifted from anxiety to concern. I appear to have let my thoughts wander for a bit too long. I can only hope her sharp perception hasn't reached the mind-reading level. I'm fine, I exhaled calmly. We should probably hop out now, shouldn't we? I'm not in the mood for another surprise appearance by my father. Yes, I think that would be for the best. She nodded affirmatively. After drying myself off with a handy fire magic application, I put on the fresh set of attire that Thora had prepared for me beforehand. It consisted of a freshly ironed white dress shirt with a black blazer over it, accompanied by House Buné's emblem in the form of a gilded pin attached to the breast pocket, a set of black slacks, and a pair of dark brown loafers. Giving me an overall appearance most would expect from an heir belonging to the Underworld's 72 pillars. Wait a minute. Isn't this the same thing that Rooster wears? No, I'd best not think about it. It'll only end up worsening my already faltering ability to focus. Oh, Thora, there's something I've been meaning to get your advice on. I recalled the conversation I shared with Martha earlier today. I'm always at your assistance, young lord. She nodded affirmatively, changing into a mint set of maid attire. Mother mentioned that Sona Citri's birthday will be occurring in about a week's time, which means I'll need to pick out a present for her, won't I? That will be expected of you. She affirmed. I sucked my teeth. The thing is, I don't really have much of a history or relationship with the Citri heiress. I'm not entirely sure what I should get her. Looking back, if there's one thing Sebastian and Martha agreed on, it's that they have a particular disdain for letting me socialize with people outside the Buné territory. Exceptions are only made for instances like these, where rejecting the Citri clan's invitation would be seen as a blank letter of sorts, basically an open declaration of hostility for refusing them. Considering that we already have a relationship with them by virtue of Martha's trade arrangements, the fact that they're ranked at prince, and that they're the house responsible for birthing the current Satan Leviathan, it's unsurprising that they're reluctant to let me miss out on this one. You wish for me to help you pick out a gift? Yeah, it'd be a big help. She hummed inquisitively. I certainly don't mind offering a hand. However, I also think this is something you should handle on your own. As mundane as it may seem, gift-giving is an essential skill to have in your class of society. Birthdays aside, celebratory events in general, visits from fellow high-ranking nobles, and wedding ceremonies are all situations you'll encounter throughout your life that will require you to procure an appropriate tribute. She certainly has a point. I could also use this as an opportunity to stretch my legs outside of the Buné territory in the name of finding a good place to buy a present. Maybe a trip to Lilith would be nice. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to visit the Underworld's capital. Strangely enough, I do actually have a pretty generous allowance even though I'm rarely ever given the opportunity to use it anywhere. I believe some splurging might be in order, and I know for a fact that buying Thora a present is long overdue. Of course, I wouldn't want you to show up at the Citri clan empty-handed. If finding a suitable present ends up proving too troublesome, I'll naturally chime in. Sounds like a plan. I nodded my agreement. Afterwards, we retired to the estate's library upon which Thora began handling my academics. The hopefulness of her approach became clear to me, proving that she hadn't simply shrugged off all the firm declarations I made to her. Of course, at the end of the day, words are just words. Actions are the only way I can meaningfully develop anything between us. She began with the history of our own house, specifically focusing on Selvero Buné himself, our founding ancestor whose level only Sebastian was able to reach throughout our lineage. Apparently, even though he perished in the Great War, it wasn't at the hands of Heaven or Grigori. His death was a result of one of the most monumental events, surpassed only by that of the war's actual conclusion. An event so grand that it managed to force all three sides that had been mercilessly butchering one another to form a temporary truce. The rivalry of the heavenly dragons, who stood at the pinnacle of their kind, the Welsh dragon Dryadic, and the vanishing dragon Alduin. One with the ability to continuously multiply his own already godly strength, and the other to continuously halve the strength of his opponents. The plan was to seal both of them into items called sacred gears, which I'm sure Thora will make me study at another time, a plan that required the heavenly dragons first to be weakened enough so that their souls could be forcibly transferred elsewhere. Selvero perished during the subjugation effort against Albion, and was recorded to be among the few people daring enough to be the frontrunners of the battle. Honestly, that's a pretty legendary way to go for a Buné. I don't know as much about dragons as I probably should, but having your last moments be fighting an existence so powerful it forces enemies as old as time to band together sounds like a solid final chapter for someone's life story. I wonder if Sebastian's actually as strong as Selvero. Sure, they both mastered Dragonification, but I don't have the experience to comprehend what that means properly. Does having mastered Dragonification mean you no longer have any room to grow? Or does it simply allow you to use the clan trait without having to worry about burning your own life force? Also, who's to say that two boons mastering their trait will lead to the same level of strength? What if your blood and innate talent make a difference to the end result? I mean, Selvero was the de facto progenitor of our bloodline. Maybe he had the added advantage of being simply better. Sigh. So many questions already, yet so few answers. Answers I won't get unless I pay proper attention. It's time to dial it in Alduin. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 10, Thora's Tutoring. Chapter 10, Thora's Tutoring. Ready? Thora asked me. As I'll ever be, I replied with clear confidence. Name House Buné's largest export product. High-quality demonic beast produced like meat and pelts is the largest, however, the most profitable export product is medicinal herbs by virtue of Mother's trade agreement with Lord Citri. She nodded approvingly. Good. Next, which city was the Underworld's original capital before Lilith? And when was it decommissioned so our current capital could replace it? I suppose she never explicitly stated that everything she quizzed me on would be directly linked. Heh. It's a good thing I was paying close attention. Lusifad, and it was replaced by Lilith 500 years ago at the conclusion of the Civil War, where the original Satan descendants were replaced by the current 4 great Satans. And the reason for the Civil War's initiation? Disagreement over a motion to reinstate the Great War pushed forward by the original descendants at the time. Which houses were responsible for the initial opposition to the agenda of the original descendants? House Agars and House Baal. I've heard some pretty frightening things about the sheer amount of influence House Baal wields, mainly thanks to the fact that their progenitor is still alive, but honestly, after learning about the state the Underworld was in at the time, I can only thank them for preventing another great war. I have no doubt that we would have suffered losses that were beyond any form of recovery whatsoever. Who were the figureheads of the pro-war faction? First, middle, and last names. TCH, thought I was getting a freebie. Bidliad Bashalin Beelzebub, Safame Tariku Leviathan, Demedosa Zerikal Asmodeus. The Lucifer descendant, Rizavim Levon Lucifer was also recorded to be alive at the time, but there's no instance of him partaking in the Civil War in any official capacity. Must have just been a chill dude. And she looked at me expectantly. What? I want you to name all the figureheads of the Satan faction, not just the descendants. But weren't they the only ones who? I stopped myself, realizing that I had almost forgotten a crucial part of history. House Lucifuge. Though they were considered an extra demon clan and not a part of the 72 pillars, they were still highly honored amongst both sides because of their position as the right hand of House Lucifer. As a matter of fact, the political influence and prestige they wielded in their heyday were said to be above the pillars. Although, I find it quite strange that they participated on the side of the Satan faction when the Lucifer descendant himself chose not to. I wonder what the story behind that was. I didn't ask you for a house name, I asked you for individual names. The patriarch at the time, Gaydon Lucifuge as well as his children, Euclid Lucifuge and Graphia Lucifuge. The former two perished in the war, but Graphia is still alive and kicking, and her name carries quite a bit of reputation throughout the Underworld. Not only because of her reputation as the strongest queen, but because she was involved in the most widespread enemies-to-lovers romance story between herself and Sirzex Lucifer. The fact that I, an existence who hates reading more than any life form, have read a few books among the endless catalogue of adaptations the tale has, speaks absolute volumes to its fame. Now do the same for the anti-Satan faction. Hopefully, I can pull off a perfect score here, it'd go a long way in my effort to impress her with my once-in-a-generation academic comeback. Zekrom Baal, Alvaeran Agars, Seraphal Citri, Sirzex Gremory, Ajuka Astaroth, and Falbium Glacialabulas. The current 4 Satans were all required to cast aside the name of their house upon ascending to the position of Satan, inheriting that of the original 4. Consider me thoroughly appalled, young lord, it seems you were genuinely paying attention for once. She tried to bury it under her stone-faced demeanor, but I could tell there was a glimmer of pride laced within her words. Progress. Now then. She pulled out a book with a maroon-colored hardcover and an unfamiliar insignia embedded on its surface. Lord Buné has instructed me to ensure that you're properly informed in all relevant matters regarding House Belphegor. She explained and slid the work towards me. Why would I need to know about them? House Belphegor is an extra demon clan, isn't it? I doubt I'll be running into them anytime soon. Extra demons are families who possess the same level of bloodline nobility as the 72 pillars, but have chosen to distance themselves from the current government under the 4 great Satans for various reasons. Of course, that doesn't mean they're exempt from our legislature. Some of their abilities are genuinely frightening, letting them simply run wild is bound to end in disaster. Come to think of it, I remember hearing an announcement that one of them made it into the rating game's esteemed top 10 recently. Wasn't their last name Belphegor? I can't seem to recall their first name since I clearly wasn't paying enough attention back then. Perhaps that's why Sebastian wants me to study them. It isn't my place to question the Lord's instructions, merely to enact them. She insisted in her usual hard-nosed tone. Suspicious. Young lord this, lord that, lady there. Seriously, I haven't the faintest clue as to how you don't get tired of it all. I exhaled deeply, resting my cheek against my fist. Hold on. Aren't I posing like Sebastian right now? Quick. Change pose. I do hope you don't plan on acting this flippant at the Citri clan's residence, young lord. As per her routine, she managed to flip my behavior into a lecture. Don't worry about it, if they have a problem with my behavior, I can just blame my parents for refusing me any semblance of a social life. I chuckled dryly, Thora's lack of response making me realize that I had made the atmosphere fairly awkward. Perhaps I should think a little more before speaking from now on. Not that what I said is fanciful, this manor is basically a gilded cage for me. Except I'm caged in with 2 birds of prey in the form of my mother and father. Ironically enough, the only person in my generation I can claim to actually know is the rooster. If it weren't for the fact that our relationship was hostile, I don't doubt they'd try to snuff out my connection to him as well. Especially now that Sebastian is considering retracting the support we've been giving to the Phoenix clan. Speaking of which, what exactly is the support we're giving to them? I imagine Sebastian's interested in them for their Phoenix tears, much like every other family in the Underworld. I mean, who wouldn't be? A potion capable of instantly healing any injury would be sought after by anyone with the means to obtain it. I could just be overthinking it. As expensive as Phoenix tears are, I know for a fact it didn't cost as much as the dragon blood Sebastian was purchasing before Martha stepped up for the family. There's no need to look so glum, Thora. I offered her a reassuring smile, noticing the distant sense of guilt emanating from her. I still have you here with me, and that's more than enough. Thora's face softened. Young lord, you should save such words for someone else. They're wasted on an attendant. Oh please, I chuckled lightly. You know just as well as I do that you're much more than just an attendant here, especially to me. If you aren't deserving of such words, then I might as well remain a hermit my whole life. Sigh. You're incorrigible, young lord. Hee, I take pride in my character. I beamed before returning my attention to the book in front of me. Anywho, I suppose it's time to get to work. Rejoice, House Belphegor, you're about to be studied by the future greatest mind in the Underworld. By the end of this study session, I vow to know you better than the back of my own hand. After spending a good chunk of the day in the library, I descended to the estate's basement level to work on the 4 basic forms of elemental manipulation with Thora. The area was a dedicated training ground, taking the form of an incredibly spacious room, the area rivaling that of Martha's personal forest, with a white, tiled marble floor and roof of similar design. The walls were just as plain, giving the room a considerably bleak atmosphere. It's inscribed with a special application of earth magic done by Martha's handiwork to give it a potent self-repairing function, primarily because she doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone with the exception of when she's training my Dryad Clan Trait. If someone, even me, were to try entering the forest outside of that time frame, they'd be swarmed by a legion of carnivorous plants until their innards were turned into fertilizer for the soil beneath them. Ideally, we would have had someone who specializes in spatial manipulation enhance the place, but Sebastian is paranoid that they might install some kind of spyware while doing so. Begin, Thora instructed me while standing a few paces away. I nodded firmly, stretching out my arm and spreading my fingers. My demonic power started to resonate with me, adhering to the visualization I had created in my mind. 2 magic circles flared to life, a cardinal one in front of my palm, and a bright verdant one circled around my wrist. I've already mastered casting the 4 base forms on their lonesome at this point, which is why I've moved on to learning how to master dual casting. A task that requires me to basically maintain 2 different trains of imagination at the same time, which is much easier said than done. We may be devils, but we still only have one brain. Putting aside the fact that Thora possesses the 4 forms of elemental manipulation like me and Martha, she's already mastered quadcasting, a task that demands much more innate talent and skill than simply possessing wind, water, earth, and fire. There are plenty of people who don't even end up progressing past dual casting, assuming they make it to that stage at all. Hopefully, Martha's genetics end up coming in clutch for me, a bit of that insane technical prowess would really come in handy. Tempest. A fierce gale kicked up, our clothes and hair fluttering in the wake of a vicious whirlwind that had spawned between us. The wind gradually formed into a circular motion, creating a tornado. Now it's time for step 2. Ignite. It took no less than a split second for my flames to mesh with the wind, the oxygenating effect increasing their potency at least 10-fold. Voila. 1 flame tornado has been successfully delivered straight to your doorstep. I grinned, expecting a handful of praise from Thora for the marvel I had constructed. But instead, all I got was an unimpressed squint. Send it towards me, she ordered. I blinked repeatedly, hesitating before answering. Pardon. You heard what I said. Awkward silence followed. I've been caught red-handed. Young lord, you can't control it anymore, can you? She continued with a knowing glare, unfazed by the immense heat radiating off the magical construct. That's a possibility. I sheepishly scratched the back of my neck. But it's still impressive, isn't it? She shook her head, probably withholding the urge to facepalm. What use is there in being able to produce more destructive power without the means to control it as you please? Young lord, imagining the creation of a spell that involves dual casting is only half the battle. Making it work to your specifications is just as important. Thora flicked her hand, encasing the burning gale in a bubble of water that quickly compressed itself and extinguished the flame. Try again, this time we'll focus more on. That's enough for now, thank you very much. A groan immediately escaped my breath. I didn't need to turn around or use senjutsu to figure out who that growl-like voice belonged to. Father, I said, dissatisfaction written all over my face. If you haven't noticed, we're not finished here. You are now. I'm not sure what's worse, his attitude or the fact that he maintains it in an irritably calm tone. Thora, you can leave. I'll be taking over from here. Understood, Lord Buné. She didn't hesitate to oblige and make her departure. It looks like I'm moving into the final part of my daily routine a bit ahead of schedule. Hand-to-hand combat. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 11, Sebastian's Fist. Chapter 11, Sebastian's Fist. Well. I spoke, meeting the canny, almost knowing look in Sebastian's eyes with an unimpressed one of my own. And much to my irritation, he had the gall to simply lift his eyebrows as if he hadn't the faintest clue as to what I was talking about. Don't give me that, there's clearly something you want to say to me. Otherwise, you would have waited before making your convenient intrusion on me and Thora's training session. I folded my arms, awaiting whatever aggravating reply he had in store. It's technically my training session, since I'm the one who ordered it. He hummed, taking a sip from the bottle of high-quality imported beer he was holding. Therefore, I have the right to end as I see fit. Don't even start. I groaned, running my palm down my face in exasperation. I'm not in the mood for your classic mental gymnastics. He hummed again, his lackadaisical demeanor making it abundantly clear that he wasn't taking me seriously. I can already feel the urge to slug him in the face tugging at me, the same one that I usually only feel around the rooster. Hold it in, Alduin. Your parents are kaijus pretending to be devils, remember? Deep breaths, slow and steady. Someone's particularly irritable today, or should I say, pissy. He snickered. Excellent, he somehow knows about my failed attempt to converse with Martha earlier today. Granted, you've always been a hot-blooded one. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say you're more irritable than usual. I wonder whose fault that is. I clenched my fist, lamenting Sebastian's expertise at annoying the living daylight out of people with his words alone. Seriously though, why is everyone in this family so adept at verbal warfare except for me? If it weren't for the fact that Thora, the person I'm around for the majority of my time, wasn't the only one who radiated any sense of normalcy in this house, I would have needed a trip to a mental asylum by now. It's definitely not my fault, that's for certain. He insisted plainly, taking another sip. I always talk to you in the same manner, it's only as of recent that you've been acting different, to say the least. And let me guess. The great detective Lord Sebastian Buné has it all figured out. I scoffed, thoroughly appalled that he could say the first part of that sentence with such unwavering confidence. He's easily the cause for at least 90% of the headaches I get around here. I had a few theories, he remarked idly. It's only now that I've got my confirmation. Yeah. Enlighten me. I gestured. It's simple, you're at that age. It was only a matter of time before his signature, wicked grin found its way back onto his face. I saw how you looked at Thora while she was leaving, and I remember how you reacted when she apologized to me. My nails started to dig into my palm, tension building up within me. You really are one rotten bastard. You mean when you were being a petty little child? Confronting her instead of me because it was more convenient. I sneered at him. Yes, that didn't sit well with me, and I believe I did a good job of making that sentiment known to you. At that moment, I felt a chill crawl down my spine. Sentiment. His ice blue eyes were locked onto me, peering deep inside me as if they could reach the depths of my soul itself. For a second, I even found myself met with the same eerie sensation as when I looked upon the moon back at the lake. How many times will I have to drill that lesson into you? I never had, and never will need any sentiment from you. The one and only purpose I've assigned you is to be strong, that's all. I don't have the time nor patience to humor whatever distractions you end up immersing yourself in. He started to pace towards me. A bead of sweat dripped down the side of my head, the sinking realization that our spar was about to begin setting in. That said, it's not like I particularly care if you want to frolic with Thora. I hated how easily he was able to pry into my thoughts. However, just saying yes would be too easy, wouldn't it? I'd hate to see you end up as another pampered young upstart after all. You'll have to earn the permission to do so beforehand. What? Is he asking me to beat him in a fight first or something? No, he might as well just outright refuse if that were the case. In all my years of living, I've never even managed to scratch the old man. Let alone draw out a fraction of his full strength. Oh, and I'm not talking about my permission. Then whose? Mother's. I don't understand, Martha doesn't bother with any of the servants in the manor. I doubt she even knows any of their names except for Thora's. No. Scratch that. There's a high possibility she doesn't know that either. That's her whole modus operandi. She'll only show herself when something warrants her personal attention. Until then, it was best to just leave her alone unless you wanted to be reduced to plant food. Honestly, I think Sebastian's pretty much in the same ballpark character-wise. It's just that he's a whole lot less reserved than she. Nope. He said with a pop. You'll meet them once you've completed your awakening ceremony. Until then, I'd suggest you remain hands-off. They're capable of making your life a whole lot more difficult than both me and your mother can combined. Great, he's decided to be cryptic for the one thing I'd rather he be crystal clear for. Sigh. What else should I have expected? Well, even if you do something with her before that time, you'd best not let them find out. Alright, just who exactly is he talking about? Is it Thora's family? Not that I've ever seen them around, let alone heard of them. Although, knowing this household, they might as well be a group of monsters as well. You truly adore hearing yourself talk, don't you? I retorted spitefully. No, it's just that you're still too incompetent to live without my words. With his beer still tightly clasped in one hand, he reeled back the other. But we've shared enough chatter, it's time to work. At least let go of it while we're fighting you insufferable old fart. From past experience, I knew better than to hesitate to enshroud myself in Tukey. Sebastian's never used Dragonification against me, and honestly, I think it's best left that way. The thing about our clan trait is, once it's been awakened our strength isn't limited to an active draconic form. There's also a passive strengthening effect. And Sebastian's unlocked the absolute epitome of that variable. Even as he's standing before me in his standard form, all his physical attributes are on par with someone at the peak of ultimate class, which is probably why I've never managed to even contest him throughout the countless spars we've done. Which would more accurately be described as one-sided beatdowns. I'm confident in the senjutsu I've developed. Still, I won't blind myself to the truth that is the need for me to awaken my Dragonification before I can start seriously challenging Sebastian or Martha. To defeat a monster, you must become one. I raised my arms and adjusted my stance in preparation to guard myself, Sebastian's fist streaming through the air faster than one of Thora's wind blades. Crack! My hips buckled as I fell to one knee, the ground beneath me trembling under the impact his hammering attack had just generated, the sensation akin to having my bones thrown at the mercy of a hydraulic press. What strength? As far as I'm aware, he isn't even using any specialized technique to enhance the force he can exert. What's the matter? Aren't you going to fight back? Or will you simply sit there and let me squash you into a fine paste? He mocked while finishing off his beer. It's pathetic really, the fact that you believe you're capable of courting Thora with such lackluster prowess. He rammed his foot into my abdomen, the wind escaping my lungs as my body ragdolled across the floor. Cough. Cough. Fuck. Just what is it with you two today? Did you both wake up on the wrong side of the bed? I gasped for air, harnessing my Dryadic blessing to try to repair as much of the damage dealt to my midsection as possible. Martha clearly isn't the only one who decided to start holding back a lot less. Did I really get on their nerves that much? No, they're much too composed for a few snide comments here and there to get to them. If I were you, I'd be more concerned as to why you're being overwhelmed so effortlessly. I could hear the thud of his footsteps inching closer and closer, forcing me to haul myself to my feet unless I wanted another blow to my stomach. You're distracted. Your guard's wide open. And your reflexes are all off rhythm. This whole day's been off rhythm. I scoffed, scowling at him as my hostility rose tenfold. There's your issue. He pointed at my face. That's always been your issue. What is? I raised an eyebrow. I'm talking about your temper, you moron. When you're using your demonic power, it serves you well, but when you're using senjutsu, it does the complete opposite. He replicated my expression of animosity. Senjutsu is all about emotional restriction, control, and poise. Martha's crammed that lesson into you a countless number of times, yet you remain stagnant. I reeled back, realizing that the old bastard was genuinely trying to be useful for once. You're probably wondering why I'm provoking you in that thick skull of yours if I want to enforce the concept of control, aren't you? He crossed his arms, halting his advance momentarily. Lucky guess. The whole point of emotional control is to control them when they lose restraint. If you honestly think an opponent will do you the courtesy of keeping their words respectful in the heat of battle, his ever-piercing gaze grew harsher than before. Then maybe I should start over with a third child. As the words left his mouth, I could feel the memories of Alduin's life itching at my brain like a vengeful spirit. Shit. I really loathe this guy, don't I? Fine. My voice sounded draconic even though I had yet to awaken the trait. If you want control, then I'll show you control. I may not be able to entirely suppress my rage, but perhaps I can lower its temperature to a point where it becomes more calculated in nature. Wrath is supposed to be the best fuel for a dragon, isn't it? I may not be one now, but I know there's one somewhere inside me. Atta, boy. He growled while wearing an ear-to-ear grin. Ha. Only someone like you would get a sick sense of pleasure out of seeing their own child approach them with such rancor. At least I won't have to feel any guilt once I pummel your face in. I could feel the blanket of ki around me sharpen the more I tried to keep my emotions in check, which was basically like trying to turn a chunk of coal into a diamond with my bare hands. More than 17 years of memories living under this roof have assimilated with me after all. The amount of coal stored in this mind of mine can't be overstated. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 12, A Positive Outlook. Chapter 12, A Positive Outlook. Ouch. That stings. I hissed in pain while Thora was treating my Sebastian-induced injuries with a cotton swab and some regeneration-enhancing ointment. Since I had exhausted my demonic power reserves during my torture session disguised as a spar, I could no longer call upon my Dryadic blessing. Young lord, after all you've endured throughout the day, a little bit of medication should hardly be capable of phasing you. She sighed and rolled her eyes, continuing to tend to the myriad of bruises, blemishes, and cuts that Sebastian had somehow inflicted upon me with just his knuckles alone. Apparently, if your swing speed is fast enough, they turn into convenient little daggers. Humph, it felt like cheating to me though. The fact that I had to constantly seal the open wounds to prevent myself from succumbing to blood loss caused me to drain my demonic power much faster than I would have liked. I can't help it, if something hurts it hurts. My body's gotten used to the level of pain it goes through during Martha and Sebastian's remorseless training. I'm obviously not completely numb to it, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't get easier to manage with time. Although, I'd be remiss not to notice that today was an evident peculiarity. The level of intensity they put me through was unequivocally unlike anything I've gone through before. With the knowledge I currently have at my disposal, the best assumption I can make is that it's because my ceremony is coming up soon. However, I'd be a short-sighted fool to believe that's the whole picture. I'm already aware that there's a personal dispute going on between them, the only problem is finding a way to pry out the details from them, as I've already decided not to let Thora get caught in the crossfire of my curiosity. Admittedly, I'd be foolish not to acknowledge that the Lord and Lady were significantly more intense than usual. She said with profound reluctance, proceeding to wrap my limbs in a set of tightly fitted bandages. I'm glad you share my perspective on the matter. I sighed in relief, happy to have someone on my side. However, I'd rather not keep the mood this murky between us. On the bright side, I did manage to extract something useful out of the old man for once. How do you mean? Young lord. She furrowed her brow. I got his permission to let us go to Lilith tomorrow to do some shopping, all in the name of finding a present for Sona Citri's upcoming birthday of course. I beamed, happy to finally have a use for the bountiful allowance I had built up throughout the course of my life. I don't know when the next chance I'll have to use it will come, so I might as well make this one count for what it's worth. If anywhere is a good place to burn it, it would be the Underworld's capital. Us. She repeated with an accusatory glare. Oh. Could it be that you don't wish to spend a day outside these walls with your young lord? Ah, how you wound me, Thora. I put my hand on my forehead, pretending to faint. Of course not. She shook her head, clearly unamused. I simply happened to recall an agreement between us stating you'd first attempt to procure a present on your own before requesting my aid. Oh, I'm well aware. Really? Did we make such a deal? I scratched my head, making a half-assed attempt to seem lost. How strange, the old fart must have knocked it out of my head while we were sparring. You wouldn't hold a case of amnesia against me, would you? That would be terribly cruel of you. Sorry, Thora, but I'm not about to miss a chance to spend some quality time with you away from Sebastian's prying ears. Besides, finding a present for Sona isn't the only thing I have planned, but you don't need to know that until you do. Heh. Sebastian's warning can kiss my ass for all I care, it's not my fault he chose to be all cryptic and vague. I have no interest whatsoever in letting that get in the way of my much-needed Thora time. The great Alduin shall not be restrained. Especially not by a grumpy dinosaur of all people. Young lord, you truly are peerlessly insufferable when you want to be. Thora dipped her head and breathed an exhale of lassitude. Maybe if you learnt to restrain your antics from time to time, the lord and lady would feel inclined to show you more mercy. Nah, we'll find a cure for sleep disease long before we figure out how to cure their grumpiness. I puffed insistently. And don't pretend you don't find my antics endearing, there's no need for you to act Sundra around me all the, She conveniently applied another swab while I was talking. I'm surprised she even knows what the word Sundra means. Could she be watching some miracle Leviathan in her free time? What a scandal that'd be. Although, I may have dabbled in a few episodes myself. Not that I like that stuff. It was just morbid curiosity, nothing more. Cough cough. I do wonder how far you plan on taking this young lord. The lord and lady may be able to tolerate a certain degree of buffoonery from you. But eventually you may end up crossing a line without even knowing how close you are to doing so, you're well aware of how strict they are already. Do you truly believe provoking them is a wise course of action? She looked up at me in a way that forced me to drop all my previous flippancy, returning an expression that conveyed my understanding of her concern. Something which I appreciate more than anything in this household. This is why I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you. I extended my hand, startling her a little as I gently cupped the side of her face. Tell me honestly, in your experience working under them, do you believe whatever's going on between them will be resolved if it's simply left as is? I watched her struggle to find the right words to respond with. You don't need to tell me any details, a simple yes or no will suffice. She fidgeted a little, biting her lower lip before answering. No. Young lord. That's exactly why I can't afford to back off. Letting things remain stagnant is bound to result in things only worsening. Which will also make life harder for you, and that's the complete opposite of what I'm trying to achieve. What kind of heir would I be if I merely sat back and watched as my family went to shit? I wasn't able to prove much to my parents in my last life, and I said I'd remedy that in this one. Yes, I know Martha and Sebastian clearly have their problems, and I do not plan on simply forgiving and forgetting everything they've done up till this point. Once I'm strong enough, they're in for one hell of a well-deserved whooping. At the same time, I know better than to assume they act the way they do just because they feel like it. They don't exude a presence of pure, needless evil. But who knows? Maybe I'm just guilt-tripping myself into caring for them more than I should. Or I could even be overdoing my new lease on life as a result of my second chance. Moreover, it's not as if I'm going to tunnel vision myself into focusing solely on their problems. I've still got a life to live, and I'm not going to let all the opportunities that come my way slip out of my grasp. Like I'm doing with Thora. Parents aside, I am still a high-class devil with a powerful mixed heritage at my disposal. You'd have to be a bona fide idiot not to make the most of such bountiful potential. She swallowed nervously. I don't understand, young lord, you didn't express any interest in the matter before. Why is it suddenly your responsibility to handle their personal relationship? You've already got a substantial enough workload as things stand, you shouldn't burden yourself with more. That's enough, Thora. I cut her off, my voice firmer than ever. I understand that you're concerned for me, but there's no point in trying to dissuade me anymore. You know better than anyone just how hard-headed I can be. I stood up, preparing to retire to my bedroom. Oh, and make sure you change up your wardrobe for tomorrow. It'd be quite silly to have you in uniform while we're roaming the capital if you ask me. Not that she doesn't look absolutely stunning in a maid's dress, I just think it's time for some variety. Young lord. Wait. She stopped me in my tracks, firmly wrapping her fingers around my wrist. What's wrong? I asked, taken aback. Surprised to see the degree of apprehension that had appeared on her face, completely out of the blue. I didn't overstep by inviting her alongside me, did I? I need you to promise me something. She stuttered a little, clearly second-guessing whatever it was she was about to do. Well. I'll need to hear what it is you want me to promise you first. I anxiously awaited her response. No. When you do decide to actively act on your desire to remedy the lord and lady's relationship. Promise me that you'll tell me beforehand. I don't want you to march into a dangerous situation if there's something I could do to help. We've already established that you can't get involved, numerous times. I know. I can't tell you anything directly. However, I can still warn you if you've made a misstep without directly divulging any information. Oh my. Using a loophole are we? How very devious of you. I grinned mischievously, both stunned and impressed by her daring, and most importantly, grateful that she had decided to assist me. Aren't you worried father will choose to take issue with your involvement anyway? No matter how minimal. I tilted my head, genuinely curious. While I'm obligated to keep certain things private under Lord Buné's orders, his orders also state I have a responsibility to look after you. She spoke with steadfast resolve. If he ends up dissatisfied, he only has his own words to blame. I assumed that Thora wasn't ever going to budge when it came to working against Sebastian, but it seems I've been proven wrong. Hey, she really is one hell of a woman. Still, the worry about her finding herself in the crossfire hasn't dissipated. Realistically speaking, I'd be powerless to do anything against him should he choose to punish Thora unless I had some kind of backing. And that's not a scenario I'm willing to entertain. Which is why I'm going to have to lie to her, since refusing would just leave her with a truckload of anxiety to deal with. Albeit, a temporary lie. Should I find myself in a situation where I can disclose everything to her safely, then I'd be more than happy to spill all the details. If anyone is deserving of my trust in this life, it'd be her. Very well. I put my hand on my chest with a solemn expression. I promise I'll tell you before I try anything. Thank you, young lord. She sighed in relief, proceeding to bow. Good night. Good night to you too. I've only been here for a few days, and I've already managed to secure myself a date. Not too shabby if you'd ask me. WNZT 9A says. Chapter 13, The Central Tower. Chapter 13, The Central Tower. The bleak blanket of nightfall had descended over the Underworld's eminent capital, Lilith. Most of the shops spanning across the city streets had closed a few hours ago, their once bustling interiors now quiet as mice, save for a few that preferred to keep their doors open longer than usual. The expenses of the big city weren't cheap after all. In the center of all of Lilith's radiant glamour, stood a dark-colored fortress that looked as if it reached all the way up to the very heavens themselves, or in the Underworld's case, to Earth. 4 different sigils representing Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus were encrusted into the central spire of the Acropolis. All 4 of which were curated from a bright blue crystalline material that shimmered under the sky, known as Agar's crystals. A resource found only on a floating island known as Agrias, currently being under the management of none other than the Satan Beelzebub himself, which he had used in order to create the renowned evil peace system. The castle was none other than Lilith's central tower, the base of operations for the 4 great Satans. Granted, the Satan Beelzebub and Satan Asmodeus rarely ever made use of the facilities within the structure. One had taken a page out of the World Serpent's book, and would rather not exit the confines of his laboratory unless the world itself were at stake. And the other much preferred the comfort of a soft mattress over the responsibilities handed to him as the head of the Underworld's military affairs department. At the moment, only 2 of the Central Tower's residents were in office. Sirs Exchan. Come take a look at this. A girl who looked to be in her late teens, appearance-wise, performed a theatrical twirl, her twin tails swaying as she skipped over to the main desk within the office, clutching a file in her hands with someone's name labeled on it. Have you found a suitable candidate? The older-looking, crimson-haired man sat at the desk inquired, seemingly used to the girl's showy behavior. He had known her for more than 5 centuries after all. MHM. I found the perfect candidate to act as a guardian for my Whittle Sotan. She nodded fervently, planting the dossier firmly on the mahogany-laden desk. You mean a guardian for Sona and Rias, right? He raised an eyebrow, opening the document's cover. That's what I said. She proclaimed shamelessly, her demeanor proceeding to shift from one of flamboyance to sincerity. Besides, you want someone who can help Rias deal with Riser, don't you? Unless you want to change our approach and bring in a ranker instead, I can't think of a better option. No, bringing in a ranker would be a colossal abuse of authority even for us. It has to be someone from her generation, there's no getting around that. He shook his head in firm rejection. Originally, I was thinking of conscripting Sarord Bale for this, but you don't want to rope the Bale clan into this, and frankly, neither do I. She nodded, their thoughts aligning on the same wavelength. That said, this one's family isn't that much easier to deal with. Most of the other nobles save for those in the Phoenix clan aren't sure he even exists because of how rarely his parents let him leave their territory. It's almost like they're raising a weapon rather than an heir. This time he was the one to finish her sentence. Do you think that'll make it harder to convince him? Sigh, that depends. She propped herself up on the desk. If they've already indoctrinated him to be content with things as they are, then it'll be virtually impossible to get him to come on board. He drummed his fingers across the surface of the wooden structure, contemplating as he flipped through each page one by one. I hear that he's got the reputation for being quite combative, shall we say. That's precisely what I'm counting on, she continued. If he's even a little bit displeased with his family's treatment, convincing him will only be a matter of time. Moreover, his combative nature is directed solely to Riser Phoenix. She glanced at him knowingly. He chuckled lightly, aware that his thoughts had been read like an open book. Yes, I'd be lying if I said that didn't raise my approval of him. He closed the document, confident that he had read everything he wanted to know on paper. However, I think it'd be best if I'm the one who approaches him. Oh. She lowered her eyelids, a cold, threatening atmosphere building up around her. Are you suggesting that I'm too weak to handle his family? How mean? Seraphal. Sirs lowered his voice, emphasizing his severity. You know just as well as I do that Sebastian Buné's rank doesn't match his strength, and he's not the same person from before. He hesitated, ultimately deciding not to finish his sentence. Well, you know what I'm referring to. Yeah, I know. She said with a deep exhale. I also know that dealing with him would be as easy as a flick of the wrist for you, but I'm no weakling either, Sirs. Trust me, I can handle Seb. Sirs appeared reluctant to agree, but deep down, he knew there was no dissuading Seraphal when she had that look on her face. And Martha. He pressed further. Ah, the vindictive bitch. She quickly covered her mouth. Whoops. Slip of the tongue. Seraphal, please take this seriously. Sirs breathed a groan. Granted, I am aware of her reputation as the Underworld's Black Widow. Before marrying Sebastian Bune, Martha Saulos wed herself to 3 previous suitors, all of whom were fairly notable noble families, though none of them exceeded the rank of Earl. Not only had none of those suitors managed to procure an heir or heiress from her, they had all been left in financial ruin once she decided to divorce them, no longer holding the wealth to qualify even for the rank of Baron. Effectively crippling 3 of the already dwindling 72 pillars, and doing so without getting prosecuted herself. After that, none dared to wield enough arrogance to believe that they could successfully pursue a marriage with her. The greed that surrounded the acquisition of her clan trait into their bloodline completely faded from existence. Of course, until Sebastian decided to take her hand. His peers believed him to be borderline suicidal at the time. Why would anyone willingly throw themselves into a spiderweb? especially when countless warning signs had already been put up beforehand. Yet, for better or for worse, the fourth time ended up being the charm. Sebastian, much to everyone's shock, managed to espouse her successfully, and keep his head attached after they had done the deed. But those who knew him personally understood that he had changed at that moment. After all, the Sebastian they knew would never pursue someone like Martha. Martha won't be an issue, she has a vital agreement with my family she has to maintain, Serafall said with unwavering confidence. Although, if she hadn't forfeited her Citri name upon ascending to the position of Satan, she'd have refused Martha's proposal from the get-go. And if she chooses to take issue anyway, what then? Unlike Sebastian, Martha has no other offspring. You can't say for certain you know what her reaction will be, especially when it's someone as unpredictable as she. Martha was no weakling either, but Surzex wasn't convinced she could pose a physical threat to Serafall like Sebastian could. Mao. You're such a worrywart, Surzex-chan. She ruffled his hair vigorously. I assure you, Martha won't be an issue. She narrowed her eyes. I just hope the little one hasn't inherited too much of her venom, preferably none of it at all. One can never be too careful, he admitted reluctantly. If he does end up adopting his mother's likeness to a certain degree, then by no means can we allow such a person to remain by Sona and Ria side, much less protect them. You understand that, don't you? I've had the displeasure of conversing with her multiple times, trust me, I know how problematic she is better than you do. Just thinking about her proved sufficient to put the Satan Leviathan in a foul mood. Her eyes drifted over to the holographic map in front of Surzex, inwardly determined to change the topic. Have you found a suitable residence for our babies yet? Serafall inquired. I have. He nodded, zooming in on a specific area near the Pacific region. I'm thinking of giving them Cleria's old territory. Both their moods grew mournful upon hearing that name. It really is a shame, Surzex began. Sebastian knew her as well, didn't he? I imagine they met when he trained Diehauser all those years ago. Yes, Serafall confirmed solemnly. Seb was both like an uncle and a mentor to her. Hey, it's a good thing she didn't replicate his spending habits though. They managed to share a light, yet brief chuckle, reminiscing over memories that had long since passed. Do you think there's any chance he'll? Surzex. She cut him off. This Seb is not our Seb anymore, you know that. You also know exactly why he's the way he is now. He paused, reclining into his chair with a sense of exasperation. Yeah, I suppose that was wishful thinking on my behalf. He closed his eyes momentarily. It's ironic, isn't it? In a lamentable way. The little one and Serord Bale, the strongest of their generation, both had to come from families chock full of venom. They're like two sides of the same coin. Struggle breeds greatness. Serafall nodded her agreement. It was the same for us, wasn't it? The only difference was that our struggle came from the outside, theirs comes from within. Struggle, huh? Do we really have the right to say that? We who were born at the apex. As unfair as it is, it doesn't make it any less accurate. Sebastian's firstborn is a part of Serorg's peerage, isn't he? Surzex steered the topic. Ladora, yes. She confirmed. Have they ever let the two of them meet? I highly doubt that. She almost found the question laughable. Why the interest? No reason in particular. He insisted. How do you plan on bringing him into the fold? I already made sure he was invited to Sotan's birthday so I'd be able to talk with him privately first. She beamed with conviction. I'll offer him a position in my Department of Foreign Affairs as an envoy, so he'll have a reasonable cover to work with if we choose to send him to the human world. Sounds reasonable. He folded his hands under his chin. And if he doesn't prove suitable? If the Dragon Prince doesn't fit, then I'll approach the Lion King. She shrugged. We know Serorg's character checks out for a fact, but we don't want Zekram's presence to be even remotely attached to their territory now, do we? Surzex flicked his eyebrows, finding the question rhetorical. If all goes accordingly, we'll need to come up with a reward for his service. Of course. Levitan treats all her employees properly. She puffed her chest. How about a free trip to the familiar forest as a down payment? No need to partake in the traditional rotation. I'll speak with the familiar master. Surzex started to dial something into a holographic keypad. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 14, The Capital. Chapter 14, The Capital. Today's the day. I had a noticeable look of delight on my face as I waited at the front gate of our manor, having ensured that my blazer was freshly ironed and my appearance was as neatly groomed as possible before exiting the bedroom. My looks needed to be sharp as a needle for my date with Thora after all. Of course, being presentable is a natural expectation for anyone walking the streets of Lilith, especially noblemen. Fortunately for me, I don't need to worry about being recognized while I'm on the streets like most other heirs and heiresses need to be. Unlike them, I've spent very little time in public thanks to my parents' insistence on keeping me within our territory. Therefore, the chances of anyone matching my face to my name are nearly non-existent. In fact, I think most people don't even believe House Buné has a child other than Ladora. I'm like an urban myth. It also eliminates Thora's concerns about a maid and a noble walking side by side in public. As much as I'd love to just flat out tear down the walls of formality between us, but she's not someone I can get closer to with such a brutish approach. The Underworld's paparazzi can be pretty relentless when they want to be, and Lucifer knows that's the last thing I need at present. I don't wish to be disturbed while I'm frolicking, which is why I also put my house's pin back into my breast pocket. Cough. I mean conducting critical present acquiring business in the capital. Young lord, I apologize for the delay. The voice I had been patiently waiting for finally reached my ears like music. I turned around, ecstatic to be met with the eye candy that was Thora's casual wear. Her luscious raven locks freely cascaded down her shoulders instead of restricting themselves to a tight bun, and her freshly applied crimson lipstick complemented the hue of her irises to utter and complete perfection. In place of her traditional maid attire, she wore a white shirt with horizontal red stripes spanning its surface, the tightness of which pronounced the shape of her graced bosom. A view that made it challenging not to gawk at. Composure, Alduin. Composure. You don't want her thinking you're a degenerate. The fact that I had seen her bare figure when we were in the hot spring made it a little easier. She wore a dark gray jacket over it, with a drawn bat pattern on all sides. The lower part of her ensemble consisted of a maroon checkered skirt, an incredibly alluring pair of stockings clung to her graceful thighs, and dark loafers. Thick thighs really do save lives. Praise Lilith for devil bodily proportions. Don't even mention it, as it would appear, the delay was well worth it. I said with an assured smirk. Thora, you look positively stunning in that outfit. I continued, not that I have anything against the esteemed maid's get-up. She'd see through any attempt to masquerade my attraction, so I might as well wear my heart on my sleeve in front of her. Why, young lord. Much to my surprise, she blushed a little in response to my earnest compliment. I think this means our relationship has progressed a little further. Nice. Maybe now would be a good time to try to make somewhat of a move. Yeah, I smell an opportunity here. Do you really plan on calling me that while we're among the general public? You'll end up arousing a lot of attention if you do. I sniffled, a fake tear rolling down my cheek. Or do you truly not wish to say my name that badly? Humph. How hurtful. But. Ah. It's precisely as I thought, you hate me so much that just uttering my name alone is enough to make you reel back in unparalleled repulsion. Goodness, how will my fragile heart ever recover from such a wound? The anguish. The agony. The torment. At this point, it should be evident that I'm not letting her use any excuses as an escape route. All right. All right. I get it already. Her blush intensified, probably out of second-hand embarrassment this time. Not that I blame her, I am yelling in the presence of all the servants who tend to our front courtyard to be fair. Hey Alduin. There? Are you happy now? She pouted, planting her hands on her hips in frustration. How cute. One more time. I couldn't hear you very well. I cupped my hand over my ear. Ha. Now you're just being plain childish. She stormed past me, flicking her hair and letting it sway in the gentle breeze while walking towards the cab with tinted windows that awaited us at the roadside. Can you blame me? It seemed worth a try. I followed her, giving the aged driver standing beside the vehicle a subtle nod of acknowledgement that we were ready to leave. Ladies first. I held the passenger side door open. What a pleasant surprise, you're actually capable of performing proper etiquette. She lifted her eyebrows, elegantly cupping her palm over her mouth before getting inside. Well, it can't be helped when you're the only person I know worth displaying them for. I closed the door beside us, the car taking off and beginning our trip to Lilith. Damn, this is one smooth-ass ride. Kudos to the manufacturer. I should probably get something myself in the future. I'm curious as to what kind of car brands they have down here in the Underworld. Grown, I suppose that means I'll have to do a driver's test all over again. I hope whoever facilitates that isn't as insufferable as the companies on Earth. You don't mean that. Why not? I folded my arms. My social circle consists of 4 people, mother, father, the rooster, and you. If you were in my position, I'm fairly certain you'd feel the same way. That's not a healthy mindset to have, Alduin. Especially not when you're about to attend Sona Citri's birthday. She sighed in relief. Speaking of which, have you decided on what you're going to get her yet? But we're not going to Lilith to pick up a direct present. Rather, we're going to pick up inspiration for a handmade project of mine. Thora leaned back, crossing her arms in evident surprise. Handmade? That's quite thoughtful of you. Actually, that's really thoughtful of you. What? You don't think I can be thoughtful if I want to? I narrowed my eyes in an accusatory fashion. No, not at all. I just wasn't expecting you to put as much care into preparing Sona Citri's gift as you are, nothing more. Aren't you the one who stressed how important gift-giving was in the first place? Me telling you things is one aspect, you actually listening to them is another. She smiled wittingly. Touché, Thora. Touché. Time continued to trickle by as our journey persisted, though I hardly noticed how long it took, thanks to the back-and-forth small talk I was making with her. Actually, on the subject of time, I hardly notice it passing at all. I think I might be afflicted by some kind of aftereffect from the lake that's numbing me to anything that takes an extended amount of time, or at least an amount most would find burdensome. Either that, or it's just a passive effect of a devil's long lifespan. I believe Sebastian's been alive for nearly a millennium now, and I highly doubt he remembers each and every second of his life. I'm not sure how long Martha's been around for, and it's probably best left that way. I haven't the faintest clue as to how someone such as herself would react to someone violating the sacred rule of never asking a woman her age, and frankly, I don't want to know. Young lord, we have arrived. The chauffeur spoke, parking the car on a street adjacent to Lilith's commercial center, before exiting and holding the door open for us. Thank you. I hopped out and offered Thora my hand. I'm scoring some serious gentleman points today. So, do you plan on telling me where we're going yet? I should probably be asking myself that. I scratched my head, whipping out my phone and pulling out the Underworld's version of Google Maps. I may or may not have forgotten exactly where the store I was planning to visit is situated. Learning navigation skills isn't all that easy when you've parents like mine. Ah, there we are. I opened my palm, looking at Thora in expectation. What? We wouldn't want to get separated, would we? I reached forward, brazenly interlocking our fingers before pulling her along. Alduin. She yelped, her face reddening. You can think of this as another extension of your supervision duties if it helps. I slowed my pace on purpose, taking my time to stroll through the extravagant streets of the Underworld's capital. Countless advertisements lined the avenue in the form of bright, lit-up billboards hanging over the roads, posters attached to the walls of shops for movies, products, and even rating games that were soon to occur. They've got some good promotional work going on for them. I know the Roosters competed in a few, but even setting my wholehearted spite for him aside, they weren't all that impressive. The high-class devils he fought against were quite mediocre. He's also lost a few games, but word is that he did so on purpose to help his family establish better relationships with other families. He's strong, but he chooses to waste that strength combating half-assed existences to keep a good record. That's why his potential will forever remain just that, potential, never actualization. Forever incapable of standing on the same stage as his elder brother, Ruvel. Had he had any clan trait other than immortality, I'm not sure how he'd fare. However, that's a concern for him and his family to tackle. I've already got enough on my plate as is, and I'm not in a position where I can afford to waste time furthering this petty rivalry of ours. That said, I do understand why I decided to pursue it in the first place. It was the first time I had an opportunity to build a relationship with anyone outside of the Buné territory, even if it was a hostile one. This life really has been nothing but layers upon layers of drama as of late. Here we are. I stopped, finding myself at the doorstep of a shop that had a profound antique, rustic aesthetic. The design of which was far more simplistic in comparison to most within Lilith, but in an orderly way rather than a bleak one. A chess shop. Thora peered through the windows of the store, observing the rows of chess sets on display, all of varying qualities and compositions. It's like I said, I'm here for inspiration. I stepped inside, the bell attached to the top of the doorframe chiming upon entry. I see, she remarked in realization. Do you plan on using your wood manipulation to create something of your own? I've got some features I have in mind for the finished product, but I'd still like a reference to base the general design of the pieces and board upon. I felt like just flat out buying a chess set for Sona Citri would be too bland of a gift, so putting my personal touch on it should help amplify its reception. We don't have any sort of a personal relationship, so this should be thoughtful enough to be appreciated, but not deemed as creepy. The fact that she enjoys chess is common knowledge after all. Welcome to my humble outlet. Esteemed customers. A welcoming voice greeted us as we were approached by a middle-aged man with a strikingly groomed mustache, the likes of which resembled an infinity loop. Is that a typical fashion statement in Lilith? How bizarre, in a fun way though. My name is Reginald, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He placed his hand upon his chest, performing a courteous bow. How might I be of assistance to a lovely young couple such as yourselves? We're not a... Thora attempted to interject, but I quickly cupped her mouth with my palm. Our children recently started playing, we were just hoping you'd have something with a more unique design that we could buy for them as a birthday present. I said shamelessly. Thora's expression immediately contorted, as if it were asking me if I had completely lost my mind. Sorry, but I'm having way too much fun right now to let up. I'll probably get hooped after this, but I think this is a fair trade, all things considered. Unique. I'm not sure if I have what you're picturing in stock, but I'll gladly lead you around so you can observe the full depth of my inventory. He motioned for us to follow along. Your help is deeply appreciated. I returned the formality. Ding. Surprisingly enough, the bell chimed again only moments after we had entered. How strange, this shop doesn't seem to get a whole lot of traffic since Thora and I are the only ones here at present. Syra. Are you sure about this? What if Sona finds a chess set a bit too basic for her taste? Most of the other attendants are probably thinking of getting her the same thing. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 15, The Dragon Prince and Lion King. Chapter 15, The Dragon Prince and Lion King. With exceptional curiosity looming over me, I turned around to face the customer, or as it turned out, customers that had entered the store. 1. A photogenic blonde woman with a pair of striking blue irises, sporting a finely done bun that had a considerably more easygoing atmosphere to it compared to the one Thora usually wore. Her figure was without a doubt exquisite, but even curves of such magnitude couldn't sway me while I had Thora beside me. Moreover, I couldn't sense my preferred air of an older woman wafting around her. Bringing together the memories of both my lives would nearly make me a 40-year-old man, after all. On second thought, scratch that, I'm not ready to become an old fogey like Sebastian. I've still got a lifetime's worth of youth to burn. She wore a dark purple costume that was alarmingly revealing around her bust area, and somewhat open around her abdomen. Sheesh, talking about a daring choice of ensemble. I can't imagine Thora ever wearing something so adventurous, although now that I've started to visualize such a sight, I doubt I'd be displeased to see such a thing, poor SE. Although suggesting such a thing to her would probably result in an immediate trip to the emergency room. I'll have to progress Thora's route a lot more before I can unlock that option. Yo, I hope we're not bothering you. My eyes drifted to the man she had referred to as Syra beside her, my eyes widening considerably upon viewing his physique that stuck out like a sore thumb. Put simply, I thought I was looking at the Underworld's very own Hercules for a moment. If Sebastian's behemoths strength actually matched his muscular structure, I imagine he'd look something like this dude. He had wild, jet-black hair shaped like a lion's mane, violet irises that radiated a very noticeable sense of intensity, and wore a black sports shirt with bright pink stripes running down its fabric. No, not at all, I replied calmly in a dull, indifferent tone of voice. My ability to read the auras of other people, courtesy of Senjutsu, has made one thing crystal clear to me: these two are strong. Especially the lion-looking guy, I'd actually go a step further to call his aura eerie. I can hardly sense so much as a trickle of demonic power emanating off him, even so, there's still this overbearing expression of ferocity brimming within him. Senjutsu practitioners ought to trust their gut, and my gut is telling me that he's formidable. However, I don't sense any hostility. So there's no need for me to display any in turn. The name's Serorg, he offered me a handshake. I just came here to do some shopping, since an acquaintance of mine's got a birthday on the horizon. Haha, I'm not all that good at picking out gifts though. Don't I know it? The woman at his side exhaled wearily. What a coincidence, I happen to be doing something similar. I responded to the gesture. Clench. Oh. To my shock, he decided to tighten his grip, a knowing look in his eyes as he blatantly chose to test me entirely out of the blue. I'm not a fan of these kinds of things, but I don't particularly seem to have a choice in the matter. Since that's the case, I might as well reply in kind. Does something seem to be the matter? I raised an eyebrow, choosing not to acknowledge the action. His emotions are constantly changing, it's making it hard for me to get a good read on him. No, not at all. He returned my words right back at me, earning him a faint chuckle as he released his clasp. Sorry, you just reminded me of someone I knew for a second, I wasn't trying to start anything. He scratched the back of his neck, my senses confident that he was being genuinely apologetic. Phew, I'm seriously not in the mood to get into any trouble on an occasion as rare as this. Who knows how long it'll be before I'm let out of our territory after this. Well, I suppose it'd be more accurate to say after Sona Citri's birthday is over. Thud. Abruptly, we all heard the sound of a hard cover hitting the store's wooden flooring. Reginald had dropped one of the books he was carrying, his eyes so wide they looked like they were about to pop right out of their sockets, and his face smitten as if he had just seen a ghost. Why, your highness. He performed a perfect 90-degree bow, treating Serord with immense reverence. I'm honored that someone of your caliber would take an interest in my meager shop. Don't sweat it, buddy, there's no need for such formalities around me. He gave the shopkeeper a light, reassuring pat on the shoulder. This situation certainly took an unexpected turn. I glanced at Thora, hoping she could offer me an explanation. Young lord, that's Serord Bale. The family's current heir. Oh, the Bale clan's the one everyone's supposed to tread lightly around, isn't it? I believe Sebastian even had a saying for them: if there's a Bale then it's time to bail. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't met this guy before at the few social gatherings I was allowed to attend. Especially considering how attention-grabbing his appearance is. Although, I could have sworn the Bale clan's heir had a different name not too long ago. Of course, I'm not 100% certain since I wasn't the most attentive learner back then. Young lord. Serorg lifted an eyebrow, noticing how she just referred to me. Damn it, Thora, couldn't you just have let the professionalism drop for a while? This guy clearly doesn't seem to carry the usual haughtiness most nobles do. That's just her pet name for me, I said with a stone face. Aha. He crossed his arms, evidently unamused. TCH, I was hoping he was just a plain musclehead like I used to be. As a matter of fact, it's my middle name as well. Sure. She calls me that in the bedroom actually. Thwack. Young lord. Behave yourself. She chopped me on the head, staring me down with fierce, spine-tingling levels of indignation. Wait a minute, I think that chop may have just jolted my memory. Serorg. Now I remember. You're Ladora's king. I pointed at him, a sigh of relief escaping Thora's breath as I finally realized who I was talking to. The Bale clan used to have a different heir whose name I can't seem to remember, but he was defeated in an official duel by the living incarnation of Muscle standing in front of me, allowing him to take the previous heir's position for himself. He's also apparently the strongest devil of the current generation, and he's certainly got the presence to match that moniker. Ladora's the rook of his peerage, which is a pretty good fit for someone with Dragonification if you ask me. Well, there are a few issues with Ladora's Dragonification, but Serorg clearly doesn't plan on giving up on him. Therefore, there's no excuse for me not to do so either. That I am, he affirmed proudly. And it seems my hunch about you was right, Alduin Buné. He knows who I am. That's surprising, especially since Ladora and I have never been permitted to physically meet one another. Granted, he is a member of the highest-ranking noble family, their intelligence network is probably a lot stronger than ours. Isn't House Buné's second child just a tall tale they made up to cover for Ladora's situation? I noticed her hesitate, despite her words, she doesn't seem to have any malicious intent regarding Ladora. Good, I'm not interested in starting an incident here. I thought that too, he nodded. However, Magdaran told me that he met him during his 15th birthday. Magdaran. That's the name I was looking for. He was the heir before Serorg. It's a real shame, that guy apparently has quite the reputation as a successful botanist. If it were the current me, I'd have loved to develop a closer relationship with him so we could exchange gardening tips with one another. Maybe that'll still be a possibility if I play my cards correctly. It's all much easier said than done though. Despite common belief, I assure you I am most certainly real. I chuckled lightly, quickly realizing an opportunity to take a jab at my parents had been laid right before me. Thora was even looking at me with "Don't you dare" written all over her face, as if she knew exactly what I was about to do. Mutta mutta. Nothing can stop me once I've made up my mind. My mother and father are just extremely clingy. It wouldn't even be a stretch to say that they have abandonment issues, so much so to the point where they get panic attacks when I'm out of their line of sight even within our own estate. I wiped a fake tear from my eye, feigning a distraught expression. They had to muster up all their strength simply to let me come here to Lilith, hugging me for hours before my departure to lessen the toll on their mind because it helped them remember my scent. My word. I wasn't aware that Lord and Lady Buné were undergoing such emotional hardship. He covered his mouth, clearly pitying Sebastian and Martha's lamentable situation. Indeed, as their child, my heart weeps for them day in and day out. I sighed, clutching my chest tightly. Since I'm not able to leave the territory as much as I'd like to, I'd deeply appreciate it if you could spread the word to the other nobles. I think it'd be nice for them to know that they have the support of their peers. He put his hand on my shoulder, his eyes sparkling with determination. You can count on me. I'll ensure that your parents know that they aren't alone in their plight. And just like that, Serorg Bale had unknowingly become my partner in crime in helping me give my parents a little taste of their own medicine. They gave me the reputation of an urban myth among the other nobles, so it's only fair that I give them a fun reputation of their own. All according to Kikaku. Thank you, Serorg, it's reassuring to know that Ladora's in the care of someone as empathetic as yourself. I performed a truly appreciative bow of respect. Don't mention it, it's the least I could do. He said contentedly. Thora, on the other hand, had been left wholly and utterly speechless in the wake of my actions, her mouth agape in sheer disbelief. Is this going to bite me in the ass later down the road? Yeah, probably. Do I regret it? Not even a little. It's not my fault if they can't handle a bit of backlash. Anyhow, I'm presuming you're here to pick up a present for Sona Citri's birthday, just like we are. Yeah, but I'm a little uncertain about buying her a chess set if you're going to be doing the same thing. It'd be a little awkward if she received two of the same present, wouldn't it? He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. That it would. I agreed, another plan seeping through the cracks of my mind as I glanced at his blonde companion. Although I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a little guilty for pulling a fast one on you here. How about Thora and I help you find another gift as recompense? Lilith's bound to have something else that'll make the cut. Oh please, there's no need for you to go so far. He waved his hands. No. I insist. I pumped my fist, catching him off guard. You decided to graciously help me out with my family situation, so it's only fair that I offer you some help in return. Of course, my true goal is to enact Operation Double Date. Kakik. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 16, Contemplation and Development. Chapter 16, Contemplation and Development. Ultimately, I ended up purchasing a chess set that featured an interesting humanoid design for the pieces, rather than the standard version. It should make for a compelling finished product once I've added my own Dryadic flair into the equation. As for my offer to help Serord pick out a present of his own, we decided to head towards Lilith's Central Mall. The sight of the capital's central tower coming into view as we strolled down the streets was a sight I simply couldn't help but marvel at. So that's where the four great Satans reside. Part of me wondered if some of them were standing at the windows of the fortress, looking down on the bustling crowd below while we all remained none the wiser. Impressive, isn't it? Serord remarked while walking beside me. Thora and Kushia, his queen, were doing the same a few paces in front of us. Probably gossiping about our habits to one another. Come to think of it, Thora's also had to live a relatively secluded life because of her position, hasn't she? I'm glad she's able to do some bonding of her own outside of our territory. Impressive is an understatement if you ask me. The structure's presence alone was almost inspiring in a way, maybe that was the motive behind its design in the first place. Haha, I won't argue with you there. A glint of determination burned through his fiery gaze as he opened his fist, pointing towards the uppermost compartment of the bastion. One day, I'm going to make that place my residence. My eyebrows were quick to lift, shocked to hear such a statement from the Baal clan's heir of all people. You wish to become a Satan? Wouldn't that mean you'd have to cast away your family name? Man, if I had a penny for every time I got a reaction like that. He dipped his head, sighing to himself. The thing is, that name isn't nearly as glamorous as people seem to think. Not where it really counts, at least. Besides, there are some things in the underworld I'd like to change, and I don't think becoming the Baal clan's patriarch is the right path to changing them. Only through becoming a Satan can I make my wishes come true. I felt something stirred within me as I looked at his expression of apparent conflict, my gut telling me that I didn't need to use senjutsu to read what he was feeling at present. This guy. I recognized that look on his face better than anyone when he talked about his family. A soft smile crept up the corners of my mouth. Serord Baal. The defect born without his family's esteemed clan trait, the power of destruction, the same clan trait wielded by the current Satan Lucifer. Yet, he's still chosen to walk down such a demanding path that only four amongst a countless ocean of hopefuls can reach the end of. I'm not sure whether to call him courageous or foolish. Then again, even without the blessing of demonic power, he's still got a presence like that. I can also detect flickers of ki coursing through him. I doubt he's got the same level of senjutsu prowess as I and Martha, however, it's highly possible for him to have achieved Tuki through a near-suicidal amount of training. My father told me a lot about the Baal clan. None of it good, I imagine. He said regretfully. I'll admit. He had a rather colorful description of your family. I nodded stiffly, doing my best to sound as respectful as possible. However, I know for a fact that you don't match the things he said about them. You're a determined fool, that's for sure, but maybe that's exactly the kind of person the underworld needs at the forefront. I'm honestly not sure how to respond to that. He blinked repeatedly, making it clear to me that he hadn't heard those words before. It's the type of compliment someone who struggles with compliments would give you if you're confused. I learnt that from her. I gestured towards Thora. Granted, I am interested to hear you elaborate on those changes you believe the underworld needs. It's simple, well, at least it is on paper. I want to create an underworld where every devil can work towards their dreams regardless of their background. He spread his arms wide. Take a look around you, the bare minimum prerequisite to even step foot into Lilith is to be a considerably well-off middle-class devil. Someone unfortunate enough to be born with the title of low-class would never be able to view the central tower the same way we can. That's only partially true though, isn't it? Promotional exams exist for a reason after all. I said, despite knowing full well that the exams were absurdly flawed. I just wanted to hear him talk more, for one reason or another. Even so, the exams are unequal because of the underworld's education standards. People born into better families will always have access to higher quality tutoring than those in lower wealth brackets, giving them a clear-cut advantage in the exams, especially the written section, forever maintaining the current status quo. I shot him a toothy grin. I see, you wish to break that status quo. However, you should know that becoming a Satan would only be the first step in that ambitious dream of yours. There's a reason the current 4 great Satans haven't been able to create such a society already, despite their pro-equality stance. Yeah, I'll have to oppose the traditionalist values my family has enforced for centuries upon centuries. He spoke with firm, kindling resolve. It's nothing new, I've been clashing with them from the moment I was conceived in my mother's womb. If continuing that battle is what's necessary for me to accomplish my goals, then so be it. It seems you've made up your mind then, if walking a path that'll lead you to clash with that political behemoth is what you wish for, then I have no right to dissuade your determination. I'm not much better either, I'm also a fool who chose to pursue a slim chance that could easily put me 6 feet under. But that's why the two of us have decided to keep going, isn't it? Because we know for a fact that there is a chance we'll get what we yearn for, and that's motivation enough. What about you? Alduin. What's your goal? He folded his arms, patiently awaiting my answer. I have quite a number of short-term ones, but I know that's not what you're interested in. I scratched my chin, attempting to come up with an appropriate response. I guess wanting to live a life I wouldn't regret would be the most apt way I could put it. Isn't that what everyone wants? Sarord tilted his head. I found his confusion understandable, but it was still hard for me to provide him with a proper explanation. After all, I'm probably the only one who's actually lost a life before. Maybe I just desire it more than anyone else in the Underworld, much more. I added, my gaze gravitating towards the central tower for some reason unbeknownst to even me. Is someone watching me? You're a strange guy, Alduin. You know that. I beamed, the atmosphere between us lit up after a hearty conversation. As if you're any different. Ha. You got me there. I'm glad I chose to make this trip to Lilith. When I'm in the Buné Manor, it feels like anvils are pressing down on my shoulders at all times. Out here, the pressures lightened considerably. After a pleasant cruise through the capital city's scenic route, we finally arrived at the heavily acclaimed Center Mall. The size of which was grandiose enough to make our residence seem like a cottage in comparison. The parking lot bustled with hundreds of vehicles searching for an open spot, and there were definitely not enough staff to manage the traffic. You'd think a king's coronation was happening with how many people were trying to find a place. Sheesh, I'm seriously glad we chose to walk. Syra. Kushia ran up to him, pointing at one of the nearby billboards. Look. They've opened a new ice cream place. And they've got a special Leviathan promotion flavor. Aren't we supposed to be looking for Sona's gift though? He scratched his cheek, unsure whether to go along with his queen's sudden whim. Sigh. You dense bastard, she's trying to hang out with you for fuck's sake. Take a hint. I don't see a problem with a little interim break. I chimed in. It's still bright and early, the shops won't close for quite some time. There's plenty of room for some ice cream in between. Of course, I can't actually eat any of it because of my meddlesome clan traits. Kushia and I exchanged a knowing wink, it seemed that we both shared difficulties in getting our target to drop their businesslike attitudes. If you say so. He shrugged, ultimately deciding to go with the flow. Thora smoldered. Young lord, should we really be wasting time like this? You're outnumbered 3-1, Thora. I wouldn't bother trying to fight back if I were you. I put my hand on my shoulder, a devilish smile encroaching upon my face shortly after. Young lord. She flinched as I slowly slid my hand down her arm, purposefully making the process of our fingers interlocking as drawn out as possible. What? It's a crowded place, I'm just making sure we don't get lost. I turned around while pulling Thora's dazed expression along to the mall's entrance, sticking my tongue out halfway at Kushia who was observing us with unparalleled shock written all over her face. Heh, this is how a professional gets it done. It didn't take long for the bickering to begin. Syra. You nincompoop. Eh? What did I do? Dunderhead. I don't even know what that means. Exactly. You don't understand a thing. Useless Syra. Young lord, you did that on purpose, didn't you? She squinted at me, her face judgmental as an unamused capybara. That's only half true, regardless of whether they were here, I wouldn't pass up on a chance to make such a move on you. I'm surprised I haven't thought about it until now, but I think being away from home is making me a lot less restrictive with my demeanor. Granted, I'm not really all that reserved at home, considering how openly I like to take jabs at Martha and Sebastian. Still, that effect feels intensified out here. Young lord. Yes. Whoa. All of a sudden, she grabbed me by the wrist, effortlessly stopping me in place and bringing her mouth up to my ear. The sensation of her warm breath hitching against my skin caused a rush of adrenaline to surge through me. You should save such words for a more private setting. Rumors spread like wildfire, no matter how small the ember. She reeled back, a playful smile plastered on her face. She caught me by complete surprise. Oh my. She cupped her mouth, giggling to herself. I do happen to find that expression on your face simply adorable. Who knew the young lord had it in him to appear so flustered from such a small provocation? I'd be lying if I said my face didn't feel hotter than usual. Humph, laugh while you can. I hope you know that my provocations are going to increase tenfold thanks to this. I huffed, closing my eyes and averting my gaze. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything less from you. She clenched her fingers, tightening her clasp. But don't start complaining once it becomes a two-way street. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 17, The Citry Estate. Chapter 17, The Citry Estate. Upon returning home after a refreshing outing at Lilith, I was met with a somewhat worrisome sight awaiting me at the front entrance of the Buné Manor. Both Sebastian and Martha are standing a few feet away from me, clearly anticipating my return. Alright, let's observe the facts here. Sebastian has his hands clasped behind his back and is attempting to display a warm smile, which for all intents and purposes, is the creepiest thing I have ever seen in all my combined years of living. Martha has voluntarily left her personal forest when there isn't a matter requiring her immediate concern at stake. I see, the only reasonable conclusion here is that the Second Great War is about to begin. There's no other explanation for a situation of such anomalous magnitude to occur. Alduin, Sebastian spoke, the weight of his voice felt akin to that of a mountain crashing down on my spine. Yes. Father, I swallowed a nervous gulp, and looked up at the sky, wondering if it was about to fall at a moment's notice. Please wipe that psychotic smile off your face. I can already feel bile building up in my throat, my stomach practically begging me to let it regurgitate. Not that I can bring myself to blame it, some things in this world just aren't meant to be, and Sebastian smiling properly is at the top of that list. Did you manage to find a gift for Sona Citry? He lifted an eyebrow, my brain warning me that her present clearly wasn't his primary concern. Are your eyes mere accessories, dear husband of mine? Martha added, pointing at the shopping bag I was holding. Clearly, he succeeded in that endeavor, therefore, we should proceed on to addressing a certain matter that has come to our attention. Oh fuck, she's talking even more robotically than usual. I see, then that's precisely what we'll do. He gestured at me, pointing at the spot in front of them. Alduin. Come here. Yeah, that's a death trap if I've ever seen one. Thanks, but no thanks. Ah. I think I forgot something in the car seat. Just give me a second while I felt my heart freeze up mid-sentence, an unbearable pressure, more so than any that I had felt while training with either Sebastian or Martha crashing down on me like a tidal wave. I can barely breathe. It's suffocating. It was because they were both exerting their pressure at the same time. Alduin, Martha began. That was an order. Welp, it's been a good second life. Hopefully, I'll have better luck in the next one, if I even get another redo. With each footstep feeling heavier than the last, I made my way over to them as a bead of sweat trailed down the side of my face. And then, the unthinkable happened. Her arms slid around my torso, pulling me into a hug that Sebastian joined in on moments later. Eh? A group hug. That certainly wasn't on my list of expectations, but I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Actually, have I ever been hugged by these two before? I can't seem to recall an instance of this happening before. We received quite a number of letters earlier today. She continued, her grip tightening a little further. They were all from our acquaintances, expressing their concern over a condition myself and your father and I are apparently afflicted with. As those words left her mouth, a flash of immediate realization hit me. Impossible. There's no way Sarord managed to get the word out that quickly. Indeed, it contained a message spread by the Bale clan of all people. Quite surprising, isn't it? Alduin. I felt his muscles tense, the pressure around my torso increasing to an alarming degree. A message concerning the topic of abandonment issues. Supposedly, we're not capable of letting you leave the territory without hugging you for hours. Shit. 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 Thurea. Help me. Your young lord's life is at risk. I reached my arm out, pleading for assistance. No matter how hard I struggled, trying to escape their scornful embrace proved to be a futile effort. Either of them on their lonesome was already too much for me to handle. What hope did I have against them both simultaneously? What's wrong? You know we need this to cope with our issues. You should be a filial child and let us do as we please. Sebastian grinned while attempting to crush my bones into a fine powder. Oh, you have issues, ALRI, gah. I give. Mercy, you'll seriously end up killing me at this rate. I pleaded while frantically flailing my arms. Young lord, you brought this on yourself. Thora groaned, leaving me to this agonizing fate like the cruel villainess she was. My lord, my lady, I'll have the chef start preparing dinner. Traitor. Take your time, Thora, Martha insisted. We'll certainly be doing as much. Snap. My back. Eventually, the morning of Sona Citry's birthday struck. Getting out of bed had proven to be quite a challenge due to my built-up exhaustion. I had been tirelessly working on her present, which ended up being significantly harder to complete than I presumed by virtue of my own lack of foresight, and been slowly recovering from spinal injury Sebastian and Martha had inflicted upon me when I returned home from Lilith, putting aside the already torturous training I was going through as per usual. Just another Tuesday at the Buné household. Nonetheless, I have a responsibility to push on. Maybe if I'm crafty enough, I'll be able to sneak in a nap or two at the Citri clan's residence. Lucifer knows I could use one. Young lord, I'd appreciate it if you at least made an effort to stand still. I must ensure your outfit is up to the lord and lady's standards before we depart. Thora said while applying the finishing touches to my uniform, which consisted of a maroon-colored long coat, encrusted with gilded accents and House Buné's emblem stitched into my right sleeve in lieu of the usual gold pin. The quality of the fabric seemed to be a step up from what I usually wore, even by our class of society's standards, and for once, I actually felt like a prim and proper noble upon looking at my own reflection. I'm not sure if this image suits me though, especially since my highly uncooperative hair gives me a much wilder presence. Granted, I doubt trying to convince anyone in this house to let me go to such an event in my usual sportswear would bode well for me. I can't help it. They're the snowflakes who decided to up the ante all because I played a little prank on them. That said, their damage only affects me in the short term, whereas the message I had Sarorg spread will have a lasting impact in the long term. I see that as a win. Young lord, since when have you known the lord and lady to be the type to humor pranks? She queried with a judgmental look on her face, clearly stating, you got what you deserved. And even though she does have a point, I'm going to insist on being too stubborn to listen. I'm just trying to lighten up the mood in this dull abode, can't blame a guy for trying. I spread my arms, filled with self-assurance. If I were to continue keeping my head down like Alduin had been doing throughout his whole life, going along with each of Sebastian and Martha's desires without complaint, nothing would change. And change is what this house needs more than anything, of this I am certain. Is that really all you desire? A change in atmosphere. Her tone was laced with suspicion. You're perceptive as ever, Thora. A hearty chuckle escaped my lips. However, I'd advise you to keep whatever conclusions you've come up with to yourself for the time being. Oh. The young lord is giving out advice. What a momentous occasion this is. Perhaps I should go grab a camera to commemorate it. She scoffed sarcastically. I'm serious, my pitch dropped abruptly, startling her a little. I know for a fact that they're only going to get more disquieted with my behavior as time goes on, and at the same time, I also know there's no way around that. I adjusted my collar and stepped out of my bedroom door, making my way towards our estate's front gate with Thora in tow. Instead of the inconspicuous cab we had boarded for the trip to Lilith, a jet-black, profuse limousine was awaiting our arrival, House Buné's emblem etched into the passenger door in bright white. How needlessly flashy, I'd rather we use a teleportation circle to get there, but events like these in noble society always demand a certain amount of showboating. It can't be helped. Off we go, here's to hoping my present is received as well as I'm hoping it'll be. The drive from House Buné's territory to the Citri clans took us a little over 2 hours, the sight through the windows that had previously consisted of industrial, residential, and commercial charm being replaced by that of a more rural scene. One that consisted of rows upon rows of bright, multicolored trees and varying types of foliage, as well as shimmering, meandering rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. I could even sense the odd demonic beast nearing our vehicle when we passed through the more mountainous parts of the Citri clan's nature reserves. Fortunately, I could deter them simply by releasing a bit of my demonic power. Even though most of them don't have complete sentience, they all have the basic instincts to recognize when they're trying to approach a creature above their weight class. We're here, young lord, Thora stated as our car came to a halt, earning a subtle nod of acknowledgement from me. I could already see a myriad of other vehicles parked outside through the window, each with the sigils of different noble houses embedded onto them. And one of the cars managed to warrant my particular attention, my placid expression quickly contorting to a sharp glare. You promised the lady you wouldn't start anything with him. Thora cautioned me. I'm aware. I breathed a deep groan, shifting my attention to the bright blue, 3-story residence that was the Citri Manor, which was covered in all sorts of greenery that had nestled into its exterior. Talk about taking an aesthetic to an extreme. We walked up to the front entrance, where a maid and butler were stationed presumably to handle all the reception. Lord Alduin Buné. The maid sought confirmation, taking one look at the crest stitched into my sleeve. That's me. She flipped through a file in her hands, exchanging a knowing glance with the butler and nodding. After you have paid your dues to the young lady on the 2nd floor, Lord Citri has specifically requested your presence on the 3rd. She gestured at Thora, indicating that I wasn't supposed to bring her along. Which definitely didn't arouse my suspicion whatsoever. The Lord wishes to emphasize that it's a matter of utmost importance. Right, then I suppose I'll do my best to oblige. I continued forward, shooting a look of complete confusion at Thora. Young lord, I'm afraid I don't have answers for you there. She shook her head. It's possible it has something to do with the Citri clan's trade agreement with the lady. That's what I thought at first, but since when has mother been the type to allow someone else to handle business on her behalf? Much less me of all people. I tried to come up with a probable theory, but my mind went blank. Oh well, we'll handle this one thing at a time. Firstly, I need to hand over my present to Sona Citri, which was currently being held in the cushioned briefcase I was carrying. Haltingly, I made my way up the spiraling staircase. The harmony of classical music, conversation, laughter, and delicate glasses clinking against one another grew louder and louder. My senjutsu picked up on at least 100 presences occupying the second floor, which had been renovated into a temporary ballroom of sorts, the smell of freshly baked treats wafting through my nostrils as I arrived at the entrance. It's a true shame that these bloodlines of mine won't let me have any, at least I'll be able to help myself to the drink section. Gotta look on the bright side. Thora, I noticed to my surprise, that most people in my generation had their parents accompanying them. Why do I have a feeling that mother and father are supposed to be here with me? She cleared her throat, clearly sharing the same sentiment as I. The lord and lady are preoccupied with other matters, which is why they're unable to attend. I lifted an eyebrow, wondering if she seriously expected me to believe that, or if she merely felt obligated to come up with an excuse on their behalf. My lord, a waiter holding a tray of champagne glasses approached me. Thank you. I decided that I might as well indulge a little. I have a feeling that I'm going to need a bit of alcohol in my system today. Alduin. Yeah, made it. A familiar, commanding voice caught my attention, effectively turning my frown upside down. Hello again, Serorg. Did Sona end up liking the gift? While we were in Lilith's Prime shopping center, we came across an antique shop that had a large-scale model structure of a leviathan. It was pretty fucking pricey, but nothing the Bale clan's heir couldn't handle. I think she did. He scratched his temple. It kinda felt like the gift was a little overwhelming. Then again, I saw someone give her a full-scale model of her older sister as a present. So, comparatively speaking, I think I'm in the clear. Seriously. Isn't such a present a little bit creepy? I shuddered at the thought of receiving a full-on statue of Sebastian or Martha. More importantly, I think there's someone you want to meet. He reached out into the crowd, latching onto a sickly hand that had attempted to flee and pulling a figure closer. Hey. Cut that out. Nope, you're not getting away from this. And once they came into view, I felt a fierce pang strike my chest, the glass of champagne nearly falling out of my hand. Ledora. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 18, Sona Citri's Present. Chapter 18, Sona Citri's Present. To say that the atmosphere between my older half-brother and me, whom I was meeting in person for the first time, was awkward would be a grave understatement. We decided to head to the secluded balcony for the sake of privacy, but we were both clearly struggling to break the ice. The air of discomfort was ever present over our heads. Every time the words started to rise through my esophagus, they'd get caught before they could make it out of my mouth. There was so much I wanted to say to him, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to organize my racing thoughts. Whenever I looked at his scrawny appearance, I couldn't help but bite down on my lower lip. Unsure whether expressing my condolences would be appreciated or interpreted as me looking down on him. I could sense it with my senjutsu as clear as day, how broken his life force had become. Even with Martha's help, it still shows no signs of a full recovery. Is this why Sebastian kept me away from him? Because he thought I'd be discouraged or lose confidence in completing the awakening ceremony? No, the old man would never be that mindful. However, I wouldn't exclude the possibility that Ledora's the one he's caring for, through not letting him be plagued by the lament of what could have been my own existence. One that possessed both Buné and Saulos solely for the sake of combating the deviation that was afflicting him as we speak. Come to think of it, if Sebastian had me only after Ledora failed his awakening ceremony, doesn't that mean he's almost twice my age? I'm shocked Serorg still brought him into his peerage considering that. The one and only time I've ever seen Sebastian put away his pride is when he pleads with Martha to have her administer treatment to Ledora. It's almost ironic, in a way, that you failed your awakening ceremony. Yet you're the only one who can invoke any emotion in him. Somehow, I feel as if that won't change even if I pass mine. As for Ledora himself, I had an endless number of thoughts regarding his perspective of me. Did he resent me? Had he wanted to meet me just as badly as I did? Or did he not care altogether? All of those possibilities frightened me to my very core. Damn it Alduin, get it together. Standing around like a deer caught in headlights isn't going to get anything done. I felt my eyes start to gravitate towards the glass of foam-laden champagne I was holding as if it were a solution of some sort. My eyes narrowed as I pressed my lips together in deliberation. Fuck it, I muttered under my breath. In one swift motion, I lifted the rim of the glass to my lips, slurping it down with abandon. Whoa, Ledora's lusterless eyes expanded in response. A bit of judgment was evident within them, which I didn't mind in the least. You all right there? No, I'm not, I replied reflexively, unintentionally frightening him. Do you know who I am? He paused for a moment, probably wondering how this conversation was going to progress, much like I was. I do, he performed a slow, stiff nod that was chock full of unease. He proceeded to eye me up and down, paying particular attention to my mane of ash-gray hair. Although this is the first time I'm seeing you in person, I can see without a shadow of a doubt that you bear father's likeness. There was noticeable remorse in his voice when he uttered that word, father. Speaking of him, he gulped nervously. I've heard that he's changed as of late. Cutting straight to the chase, are we? I suppose that's fine with me. If you want any answers out of me, you'll have to tell me about how he used to be first. I won't be able to spot the difference for you otherwise. I insisted, part of me wondering if I was being a little bit too forthcoming with him. What's wrong with me? Why can't I flush this needless spite out of my voice? Well, father was always a man who loved to masquerade his compassion and support for me and the people around him under layers upon layers of firm austerity. He wore a faint, longing smile that shook me to my core. A small fragment of my mind convinced me he was talking about some disillusioned version of Sebastian's character. Mother would always point that out, regardless of how much it embarrassed him. I couldn't help but feel my interest surge tenfold once he mentioned his mother, the sleeping woman on the 4th floor that Sebastian keeps guarded like a dragon's treasure pile. A woman I had only come face to face with a handful of times when I was no taller than Sebastian's calf. I don't know much, as it's been a hot minute since I last visited home, but is it really true that he's different? Yeah, definitely. I finished the sentence for him. Honestly. I'm not sure how to best word this, but I'll say this much. The version of father you just described and the version I've been living with all my life aren't the same person. His lips quivered momentarily before he made a shoddy attempt to recompose himself. I see. Shit, this isn't what I'm supposed to be doing, I shouldn't be trying to make him pity me. I'm here to have a genuine discussion with a blood relative. However, I wouldn't say that I find it impossible for him to be such a person again. He looked up at me, a glimmer of hope sparkling in his eyes. I do believe that the Sebastian you just described to me could still be in there, somewhere. I said those words despite knowing that I was lying through my teeth. I can read the emotions of other people thanks to my senjutsu, and not once have I picked up on so much as a morsel of warmth within him. As things stand, his heart is ice cold, just like his pupils, and I'm starting to understand why. Could you tell me more about your mother? She's been, well, you know how she's been. I regret not having an opportunity to ever get to know her. It was only now that I was starting to realize just how difficult it was to lighten the mood when discussing the clusterfuck of a family that was House Buné. I'm not sure the words to describe her have been invented yet. He exhaled while reminiscing. She was the light of our family, that much I can say with full certainty. Regardless of what situation we found ourselves in, financial or political, she'd voluntarily put herself right in the epicenter of it all. No matter how desperately father would insist she let him handle things. She sounds like quite the remarkable woman. That's because she was, just talking about her caused his mood to do a complete 180. What about Martha? I've only ever met her when she graciously administers my treatment, but she seldom communicates with me. His voice dimmed to a low whisper. Honestly, I'm kinda scared of her. Now, that doesn't surprise me at all. Don't take it personally. That's just how she is. Mother prefers to take a more reserved approach to life, even back home, she hardly leaves the private forest she conjured for herself unless something that piques her personal interest arises. Oh. He scratched his cheek, probably unsure what to make of my explanation. An awkward silence descended between us once more, and we were both struggling to make this conversation a smooth experience. You two are surprisingly secular. What's the matter? Are the accommodations not to your liking? A stern, feminine voice called out to us from the veranda's entrance. However, I remained unsettled thanks to my keen forced perception. I turned around, finding myself met with the figure of a young, bob-cut sporting, bespectacled woman who appeared to be around my age. She wore an elegant, light blue ribbon dress that had a sapphire oval embedded in the middle of the chest area, and she wore a horizontal yellow hair clip. Oh shoot. I've been spotted by the birthday girl. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Sona Citri. I quickly got into my noble character, putting one hand on my chest and performing a courteous bow. I assure you that I take Northwest issue with your estate. Actually, I was planning to approach you sooner, but I happened to get caught up in a little family reunion of sorts. Family? She raised a brow, glancing at Ladora expectantly. You're from House Buné. Haha, I understand it's a little hard to match our faces. I continued, noticing that Ladora was having trouble responding to Sona for some reason. Don't tell me, does he have anxiety around women? I watched as a bead of sweat ran down his face. Yeah, he definitely does. Good grief, you're from the House of the Dragon, for crying out loud. Show some backbone. Hold on a second, she adjusted her dark purple-framed glasses. You're not Alduin Buné, are you? She inquired in disbelief. I almost forgot, I'm an urban myth around these parts. For better or for worse, I am in fact a living entity. A spark of recollection hit me, causing me to raise the briefcase I was holding. Oh, and by the way, happy birthday. Ah. Thank you, the sentiment is much appreciated. From her tone of voice alone, I could decipher that she wasn't a big fan of excessive formalities either. I suppose we're kindred spirits in that aspect. A chess set. She opened up the metallic case, and little enthusiasm was visible on her face once she did so. Which, funnily enough, was the exact reaction I was expecting. Fret not. I'm not so thoughtless as to give you such a bleak present. I chuckled, faint flickers of intrigue now palpable. Try imbuing some of your demonic power into it. For the sake of creativity, I decided to add a homemade touch to your gift. One I think, or at least I hope you'll like. Very well. Clack. 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 All of a sudden, a wooden, rhythmic clicking noise started to emanate from the case, roots sprawling out from the base of the pieces, all of which were designed in the image of medieval, humanoid troops, replacing the traditional chess piece design. Without any further input, the pieces organized themselves onto both sides of the board, hopping across the squares in an organized fashion. A result of Thora's handiwork and teachings, which had helped me learn how to use earth magic in order to wire the pieces without any technological assistance. It was a rather fascinating process, really, the fact that you could magnetize and command the pieces to do as you pleased without the use of even a single circuit. Of course, the pieces first needed to be reconstructed with mywood manipulation to make them commendable in the first place, but it still warranted my genuine inquisitiveness nonetheless. Magic is fun. That's quite ingenuitive. Don't be silly. It can do a lot more than that. I wagged my finger, trying my utmost not to appear overly prideful. Try capturing one of the pieces. She did as I requested, and what unfolded before seemed to finally catch her wholehearted enamoration. The pawn that she had positioned to capture a bishop created a short sword out of thin air, much like I would with my wood manipulation, and began to grow even more animate alongside the opposing piece. Dueling with one another until the pawn's short sword thrust itself through the bishop's midsection, causing it to dramatically topple over and briefly leave a white, commemorative flower in its place. There's a few other features I added. For example, if you promote a pawn, it'll actually spawn little buttons you can control with your demonic power, and utilize to select which piece you'd like it to transform into without needing to replace it the orthodox way. Still, I think you get the gist of what I attempted to create already. Yeah, I think I do. She beamed, satisfaction welling up inside me as I watched her express genuine appreciation for myself and Thora's creation. This is truly quite thoughtful of you, Alduin, thank you. I aim to please, Lady Citri. I performed a playful, maidenly bow. Just Sona is fine. I know the setting for the event has been organized in quite an extravagant manner, but I'd rather not let it suffocate the room if possible. I certainly have no qualms with that. Formalities are the carbon dioxide of our society's atmosphere, if you ask me. If you'd like, we could play a round too. Oh my, isn't this quite the sight for sore eyes? An obnoxious, deep, nasally voice that I really wasn't keen on hearing brazenly decided to cut Sona off. The lizard is coiling his tongue around the little Leviathan's waist, and the latter seems to be enjoying his grotesque advance. How unseemly. It's been a while, Rooster. I retorted, staring at the blonde, blazer-wearing man before me down with fierce indignation. I see you haven't grown much stronger since our last interaction. How unsurprising. Sorry, Thora, but if you don't get here quickly, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold up my end of the bargain. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 19, Riser Phoenix. Chapter 19, Riser Phoenix. It didn't take long for all heads in the room to turn towards me and the rooster, whom I was staring down with a mix of enmity and reluctance. There's no questioning the deep-rooted disdain I bear for him. However, I also promised myself that I wouldn't waste any more effort on furthering the petty grudge that exists between us. Especially not when I've committed myself to focusing on matters that'll require my absolute undivided attention. I rarely find myself on the same wavelength as Martha, but I do agree that our shared bitterness has long overstayed its welcome. What's with that look on your face? Was merely one glass of champagne enough to sweep you off your balance? Ha! Who would have thought you were such a lightweight? He snickered. I breathed an exasperated sigh, listening to the sound of light footsteps of an individual I had seen impaired with far too often inching closer. Lord Riser. Is something the matter? A feminine voice questioned him. She was a voluptuous, mature, buxom woman with long violet-colored hair covering her right eye and cascading down to her beguiling hips. Her scantily clad royal tunic revealed much of her bountiful cleavage, creating a body sight that most in the room couldn't help but leer at. No, not at all. I just happened to run into a familiar face that we haven't seen in over a year now. It's always nice to reconnect, don't you think? Yubaluna. Especially the rooster himself, who couldn't help but give in to urges that he should have long since outgrown, leading him to start molesting her breasts out in the open in the presence of a considerable gathering of high-ranking nobles. Idiot, have you forgotten that the Citri clan outranks your family by quite a margin? Making a scene amid their heiress's birthday isn't an offense you're just going to walk out of. Yes. MMMPH. Lord Riser. She let out an erotic whine. Her face flustered as the rooster continued to behave like the degenerate he was. The woman who was supposed to be Riser's queen, Yubaluna, made it apparent that she was not more than an outlet for his lust when all was said and done. Her reputation as the bomb queen be damned. Good grief, to think I wasted time squabbling with a man of such low character. For shame, Alduin, for shame. At least he used to be able to match me to a certain degree with his usage of immortality, hellfire, and wind manipulation. However, I can tell clearly as day that he stagnated in the past year. I'm not sure whether that's a product of lackluster effort or some plateau, and honestly, I can't bring myself to care. Brother. That's enough. You're causing a ruckus. A much higher-pitched voice brimming with second-hand embarrassment cut its way through the crowd, belonging to the only tolerable presence among Riser's entourage. She was a beautiful young girl with a petite stature, blonde hair a similar shade to the rooster, and deep blue, oceanic eyes that were flush with keen intellect. Her attire consisted of a frilly, light purple dress that one would expect to see on a doll. Hello, Ravel. Have you been well? I greeted her with a calm, soft smile. She was Ravel Phoenix, the youngest of the Phoenix siblings and the only daughter in the household. Someone whom I had once borne a prejudice against merely for being related to the rooster. But in due time, I understood that I had been foolish to do so. It only took one proper interaction with her for me to understand that she didn't share her brother's insufferable attitude in the slightest. Instead, she proved to be a sharp mind with a promising future in the underworld awaiting her. Which is why I couldn't understand for the life of me why her family allowed her to become the rooster's bishop. It's a colossal waste of talent deserving of jail time if you ask me. They could be pouring their resources into cultivating another rival, but instead chose to focus on a hormone-driven degenerate. My only assumption is that the decision was tied to some traditionalist gender bias. I honestly can't help but feel sorry for the poor girl. Lord Alduin, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance once more. She scurried to perform the usual formalities despite my repeated insistence that they were unnecessary around me. I deeply apologize for my brother's behavior on his behalf to both you and Lady Citri. Your apologies aren't required. Sona stepped forward, glaring at Riser with her arms crossed. I don't plan on holding his conduct against your family, only against him, as is proper. It's reassuring to know that she's the reasonable type. Conduct. Consider me bewildered. I was only calling things as I saw them. Or do you plan on denying that the lizard's advances were working on you? From my perspective, you seem quite enamored by his little show of affection. And she scoffed. Only a lust-brained fool such as yourself would interpret that as courtship. Unlike you, Alduin managed to conjure up a gift with a respectable amount of thought put into its creation. Even that musclehead Serorg managed to procure something worth keeping, an endeavor you failed at worse than the procurement of your peerage. She winked at Ravel. Ironically enough, the only component member you have was selected for you by your parents. But I suppose it's only natural that a bird brain like you would need your mother and father to handhold you for each and every micro-decision. She's got you there. I couldn't help but chuckle, pleasantly surprised by Sona's ability to verbally berate him. It seems the rumors about her intelligence weren't just empty claims after all. It's a genuine pity that there are so many people in my generation with whom I feel I would have gotten along well if it weren't for Martha and Sebastian's enforced solitary mandate. Humph. I don't see what you're acting so smug about. You should be ashamed of yourself, sitting back while your woman does all of the talking for you. He seemed content with immersing himself in his delusion. Not that I'd expect anything less. Excuse me. Her eyes narrowed with fierce ire. Demonic power started to swirl around her figure, causing the majority of onlookers to step back in apprehension. Riser. I demand that you retract that statement. No offense, Alduin. She coughed nervously. None taken. I smiled, partially interested to see how she'd fare in a bout against the rooster. Lord Riser, I believe that's enough. The sound of Thora clapping her hands together caught my immediate attention. As Martha claimed, Thora was going to uphold her duty in handling any predicaments regarding the rooster. I doubt any of us wish to ruin the momentous occasion that is Lady Citri's name day, so I think it best for you to cease all hostilities immediately. Would you look at that? The lizard's personal whore finally decided to show herself. Thud. Before he could finish his sentence, she poked his forehead with 2 fingers, causing him to faint within a matter of seconds. Whoa, what did she do there? I know it's possible to do that with senjutsu, but I didn't detect so much as a trace of ki just then. Besides, I'm certain Thora isn't a sage arts practitioner. I might not have Martha's mastery, but I'm definitely at a level where she wouldn't be able to hide that from me. Suspicious. But well-deserved. So I'm not going to question it. I did warn him. She sighed before redirecting her attention to the bystanders, all of them flinching upon being exposed to Thora's authoritative gaze. As you can see, the situation has been defused. You may all return to your festivities. They didn't hesitate to scurry away, uninterested in being her next victim. Your maid is quite remarkable, Sona remarked in admiration, adjusting her spectacles. Of course, Thora is the pride and joy of House Buné. I proclaimed triumphantly. For your clarification, I'm House Buné's head maid. She added with a playful smirk, stepping over the rooster's collapsed body. Furthermore, you should save such boastings for yourself, young lord. She tried to mask it, but I could tell that my praise had a positive effect on her. An easy feat to accomplish since I meant every word of acclaim I gave her, and planned to shower her in a lot more of it from now on. Why you bitch? Yubaluna's face turned red with impassioned wrath. How dare you defile Lord Riser's figure? I'll have you incinerated for this. Yubaluna, I spoke, my voice dropping to a low, Sebastian-esque growl. You forget your place. You don't possess the rooster's fortuitous immortality. We both know for a fact that snuffing you out would be as easy as breathing for me. You. She hesitated, her eyes darting back and forth as she mulled over my words of caution. Tisk. Wisely, she chose to relent and picked up the unconscious rooster, dragging him elsewhere. Well, that was fun. Thora shook her head disapprovingly. Young lord, handing her a death threat was a tad bit excessive if you ask me. No, I think Lord Alduin made the correct decision. Ravel chimed in, clearly satisfied with the consequences the rooster had faced. Common sense wouldn't get through Yubaluna's thick skull. Violence is the only way to make her feeble mind understand anything. Besides, you looked extra cool when you one-tapped my brother onto the floor. Damn right she did. I nodded my agreement, exchanging a thumbs up with the youngest phoenix. Now, if you'll excuse me, I apparently have a meeting with the lord of the house. Father summoned you? Sona inquired. Yeah, not that I was given a reason, mind you. But seeing as I'm on your family's soil, I figured it'd be pretty rude of me to turn him down. I shrugged helplessly, taking my leave and preparing to head up to the third floor of the manor. Young lord, Thora called out to me, causing me to come to an immediate halt. You showed ample restraint today in front of Lord Riser. I want you to know that I'm proud of the effort you put into maintaining your composure. I felt a warm blush overwhelm me, her compliment striking a soft spot in my chest. Fuck, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm grateful that the rooster decided to test me today. Like I told Sona, I aim to please. I performed a playful closing bow while exiting the ballroom. That was quite the spectacle. Upon Alduin's walkout, a figure who had been curiously observing the debacle from afar decided to approach the circle that had just been involved in Riser's usual show of arrogance and a lack of intuition. She was a woman around Sona's age, blessed with a stunning, curvaceous figure that could easily leave even the noblest of men breathless. Her lengthy hair that had been tied into a ponytail a deep, bleeding crimson, and her eyes a fair bluish hue. She wore a finely tailored dress that was shaded to complement the color of her hair perfectly, and it was coupled with a bright gold, lavish necklace that quietly rested upon her collarbone. Indeed, it was, Sona affirmed, breathing a bemused exhale. A pleasant sight for you, I imagine. I'd even go as far as to say you managed to score a little birthday gift of your own today. I won't argue with you there. Part of me even regrets not recording the whole extravaganza. She was none other than the woman dubbed the Underworld's crimson-haired ruin princess, and Sona's closest friend, Rias Gremory. The younger sister of the current Satan Lucifer and the Gremory clan's future matriarch. And more relevantly, someone who had been bestowed with the cruel fate of being labeled Riser Phoenix's fiancée. An arrangement that had been decided by her father, Zeoticus Gremory, without her prior knowledge. One that neither she nor her older brother was all too pleased about. It didn't take a genius to figure out why that was. I feel like I recognize that boy's face, but I can't seem to put a name to it. Rhea stroked her chin, trying to jolt her memory. She could have sworn that she had seen the ash-haired figure at some point in time, but the neurons weren't connecting. That was Alduin Buné, House Buné's new heir after Ladora became a part of Serorg's peerage. Sona clarified, causing Rhea's eyes to widen in disbelief. Alduin. I thought that was just a fairy tale. So did I, Sona admitted while taking a sip from her champagne. Yet lo and behold, he's here in the flesh. He also gave me quite the creative present, not a bad first impression if you ask me. I'm grateful that you found the young lord's gift satisfactory. Thora offered her an appreciative bow. I'm grateful that he gave it to me in the first place. Where's he now? Rheas inquired further. I was planning on giving him my heartfelt appreciation, but it seems I was a moment too late. For some reason, Father called him upstairs for a discussion. Ah. What are you talking about? Rias pointed to the elevated center stage, positioned at the forefront of the ballroom. Your father's right there. Lo and behold, Lord Citri was, in fact, in the process of overthinking the commemorative speech he was going to give to celebrate his daughter's occasion. Visible to everyone in the room who was enjoying the services before the formalities of the event came into play. Sona blinked repeatedly in a mix of disbelief and doubt. If Lord Citri was down here, then who exactly had called Alduin upstairs? WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 20, A Satanical Offer, I. Chapter 20, A Satanical Offer, I. I approached the Citri Manor's spiraling staircase, the same maid responsible for handling the celebration's reception patiently awaiting my arrival, for Lilith knows how long. Frankly, I found it a little creepy. Lord Alduin, have you finished paying your respects to Lady Citri? I don't know whether you were watching or not, but I did a lot more than just hand Sona my gift over there. I couldn't help but smirk upon recalling the rooster's fitting dissolution at the hands of Thora. House Buné wouldn't be the same without her. It isn't my duty to spectate the proceedings that take place in the main hall, merely to execute my lord's wishes. In return, I was given a curt, dry response, the humor in my voice completely whizzing over her head. Apparently, being a servant means that expressing anything other than a poker face is a felony. She gestured towards the staircase. Lord Alduin. If you'd please follow me, the Lord eagerly awaits your presence upstairs. Lead the way, I nodded. Sheesh. I found it increasingly difficult not to stare at the firm outline of the maid's buttocks bursting through her uniform as I followed behind her. I might be imagining it, but I'm reasonably sure the Citri clan's maid uniform is a lot shorter than the ones at our manor. Calm thoughts, Alduin, calm thoughts. I'm not sure whether to call Lord Citri a man of culture or a perv, maybe somewhere in between. Lord Alduin. As we were ascending, the maid gave me a harsh, judgmental side-eye. I suggest you retain your utmost focus for the meeting you're about to undertake. You'll need it. Gah. I've been caught red-handed. I was quick to clear my throat to recompose myself. I'm always focused. I hope that's the case, for your sake. We arrived at the uppermost section of the estate, greeted with the sight of a broad, elongated hallway. The flooring featured a carpet in a combination of dark blue and royal purple. The ceiling was lined with evenly spaced gilded chandeliers, and the walls were adorned with meticulously curated portraits of individuals I presumed were other members of the Citri clan, past and present. Whether most of them were still alive or not was anyone's guess, given the limited information I had access to. Step by step, she continued to lead me down the confines of the hallway, presumably until we reached Lord Citri's office. They await you inside, Lord Alduin. The maid stopped in front of one of the doors, my expression contorting in response to her offbeat choice of words. They. I thought I was just meeting Lord Citri. I'll admit, I'm starting to get a little spooked here. Mainly because I'm unable to sense whoever's supposed to be on the opposite side of the door. The only people who've managed to conceal their presence from me in my lifetime successfully are Thora, Sebastian, and Martha. I'm not sure how powerful Lord Citri actually is, but as far as I know, physical might isn't among his reputable accolades. What are you waiting for out there? There's no need to get cold feet, I promise we won't bite. Come on in. A bright, cheery voice called out to me from within. A voice that I could have sworn I heard on television once or twice before. Great, now we've spooked him. A more composed, regal voice joined in. This is why I said we should have just approached him outright. Mao. I would have done that if his maid wasn't sticking to him like superglue all the time. We wouldn't be able to have a proper conversation with Seb and the bitch, cough. Cough. I mean, Martha's ears looming around. The maid didn't utter a word, simply opening the door and waiting for me to enter. Yeah, an arrangement like this totally isn't suspicious as hell. That said, I don't feel any particular hostile intent coming my way, so maybe this situation isn't as perilous as I think. Also, I'm pretty sure someone was just about to call Martha a bitch. With weighted steps, I cautiously made my way inside, greeted with a spacious, lavishly decorated office covered in antique furniture that suggested its owner was quite the old head. I could smell the aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafting through the atmosphere, alongside that of baked goods that my body definitely wasn't capable of consuming. And once I drew closer enough, I was met with the sight of two cerulean-colored couches facing opposite each other in the center of the room. Each with a different figure sitting on them, both of which I had never seen before. At least not in person. Yeah, hello. Al-chan. A short, womanly figure leaped up from the couch. Running up to me while waving with cartoonishly exaggerated movements. Bounce bounce. And by the looks of things, one area of her body is definitely moving around a lot more than the rest. She had raven hair tied into twintails by a pair of bright pink ribbons, and deep azure irises that reminded me of ravels. At first glance, I'd describe her stature as petite, but upon getting a look at her sensuous, full breasts swaying in the air, I'd be delusional to say I wasn't second-guessing myself. Clearly, getting that part of my composure down wasn't going to take some work. Her attire looked particularly fitting for a noblewoman, consisting of a turquoise button coat, a black skirt, and a matching pair of heels. Plain, but dignified at the same time. Also, did she refer to me as Al-chan? Can't say I've heard that one before. More importantly, I definitely feel as if I'm supposed to recognize her appearance. But I can't seem to put my finger on it. Seraphal, try to tone down your usual rowdiness a bit. You're overwhelming our guest. The crimson-haired man, still seated, chided her behavior. Wait. Did he just call her Seraphal? As in Seraphal Leviathan. One of the 4 great Satans. Oh fuck. That's why I recognized her appearance, because of her magical girl show on television. Not that I watch that kind of stuff. Ahem, since I'm obviously not the target audience for such material. Your Majesty. I proceeded to do what any rational person in my position would, and dropped down to one knee. I deeply apologize for not recognizing you sooner. I was informed that I'd be meeting Lord Citri instead. I nervously looked up at her, hoping she'd clear the air for me. But instead, all I got was a stark, evident frown. Shit, don't tell me I was already too late in paying my respects. First of all, I don't require such needless pleasantries. Especially when they're done solely out of forceful compulsion. The pitch of her voice deepened, losing its humor. She proceeded to latch onto my shoulders and effortlessly stand me up, proving that her short frame did little to reduce her might as a Satan. Second of all, you needn't refer to me as Your Majesty. Levitan will suffice. That's some serious code-switching ability if you ask me. And third of all, the crimson-haired man stood up, his heavy-duty, kingly armor giving off quite the presence. Lord Citri is currently downstairs preparing Sona's commemorative speech. We called you here under false pretenses to avoid attracting too much attention. I hope you understand that we didn't mean any offense. As if I'd be suicidal enough to claim that the Surzex Lucifer, the Satan Lucifer, had offended me, whose face I had seen more than enough times both in newspapers and on televised news to notice with a single glance. Still, to think that the Satan Leviathan and Satan Lucifer both summoned me at the same time. Just what exactly am I supposed to make of that? I can't even begin to fathom what such figures would want from someone of my comparatively inferior caliber. I assure you, there's absolutely no reason for you to feel apprehensive. He spoke in a gentle, almost fatherly tone, opening his palm towards a spot on the couch beside him. Please, take a seat. There's much we'd like to discuss with you, and you have my word that none of it is of adverse nature. I see. I walked over to him at an unhurried pace, my mind still plagued with boiling uncertainty. Of course not. I'd never wish anything ruinous upon Al-chan. Especially since he managed to get Sotan a gift that she liked. Seraphal beamed, marching over and sitting next to me. Sandwiching me between Lucifer and Leviathan. Supposedly, I'm not supposed to be bothered by the fact that they watched everything that happened down there while I was left blissfully unaware. Hold on, doesn't that mean they saw the little incident that went down with the rooster as well? That can't be good. I admit, it was quite the refreshing sight to see Riser get a taste of his own medicine. Surzek smiled, causing my head to spin in utter confusion. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I just got praised for beefing with him. This is seriously turning out to be one hell of a day. My little sister should return home with a fond memory, thanks to you. You have my heartfelt appreciation, and probably that of Rias as well. You know what? At this point, I might as well go with the flow. If the Satan Lucifer wants to praise me, then I'm not going to try to shoot his compliments down. See? I told you he'd be a great fit, didn't I? He hasn't even started yet, but he's already made a good impression on our babies. She huffed triumphantly, discussing something presumably private between them. Seraphal, we only had 2 options in the first place. And for the record, I was also in favor of him. He exhaled in exasperation. I don't know what's going on, but from the sound of things, I think they're talking favorably about me. Or at least I hope that's the case. Excuses. You just don't want to acknowledge my impeccable recruiting talent. She pouted, crossing her arms together. It's a real shame though. Her eyes drifted over towards me, an eerie chill crawling down my spine as her voice grew professional once more. A voice which I assume is her true one. If they had let you outside more often instead of keeping you caged, I don't doubt that you would have left a more lasting impression on my little sister. Such a cruel family you've been cursed with, I pity you, Alduin, truly. What did she just say? I narrowed my eyes at her, debating how I was going to respond to her statement just then. This conversation hasn't shown any signs of growing inhospitable thus far, and I'd prefer it remain that way. Still, I'm not a fan of her bringing up that. Satan or not. Oh. That's quite the steely glare you have there, reminds me of your mother's. I couldn't say for sure, but her tone felt as if it were mixed with both intrigue and mild satisfaction. Do I really have the same glare as her? Surely that can't be true. Can it? I think you're overstepping a little, Seraphal. Sirzex admonished her for the umpteenth time, motioning at me apologetically. Still, I don't think she's completely out of line considering the circumstances. I flicked my eyebrows, reclining into the couch and folding one leg over the other. I'm afraid you'll have to be a bit more blunt with me, Lord Lucifer. No, I'll take the wheel from here. Seraphal insisted, causing me to redirect my attention to her. Alduin, you're nearly 18, and in all the time you've been alive, you've been reported at events taking place outside of the Buné territory a grand total of 25 times. TCH, of course she had to bring out the statistics. 25. That's all, hardly more than once a year. She repeated, driving her point home. I imagine, more than half of those instances were just you and Riser going at each other. Those don't even count as proper outings if you ask me. My fist clenched ever so slightly, but I quickly put aside any flickers of hostility that were about to swell within me. It's essential that I remember what kind of existences I'm sharing a room with. Undeniable powerhouses, both of which could snap me out of existence at a moment's notice. I think I know where this is going, I said, doing my utmost to sound tranquil. You're about to offer me something in exchange for freedom from my parents' ruling on my limitations. If there's anyone capable of standing up to both Sebastian and Martha, it'd be a Satan. Two of them for good measure it seems. Oh my, that was quite the fluctuation in your tone when you mentioned your freedom. Is there something that Sirzex and I happen to overlook? Something you'd feel inclined to share with us perchance? She lifted her eyebrows, eagerly awaiting a response. Interesting, contrary to belief, I might have some negotiating power here. I don't wish to push my boundaries, Lady Leviathan, Lord Lucifer. However, I think it only proper in this situation for you to introduce your offer first, since you are the ones who made the initial approach. I swallowed a nervous gulp, hoping my assessment of their character wasn't off the mark. If it were, then I just attempted to leverage two Satans at the same time, and I'll probably be going home in a body bag as a result. They exchanged a glance, nodding to each other shortly afterwards. Seraphal folded her hands atop her lap, her expression inquisitive and formal. Very well. Alduin, how would you feel about becoming a part of the Department of Foreign Affairs? WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 21, A Satanical Offer, 2. Chapter 21, A Satanical Offer, 2. Slowly, Sirzex slid a clear glass over, filling it with a bottle of sanguine red wine. You might want to have a drink while you mull this over, he suggested. Don't mind if I do, Lord Lucifer. Candidly, I couldn't agree more with the kind gesture. Seraphal had just finished laying out the proposal she had cooked up alongside him, and it definitely wasn't one I was expecting to receive today, or ever, to be honest. Then again, this was a meeting between a mere high-class devil such as myself and the Satans Lucifer and Leviathan. I should have expected an extraordinary revelation from an extraordinary circumstance. I languidly raised the glass to my mouth, indifferent to the possibility of my judgment becoming impaired by virtue of alcohol consumption. After what these two had just disclosed to me, my mind's far too awake to succumb to inebriation. Put simply, I've been offered the role of a guardian. Specifically for Sona Citri and Rias Gremory, the little sisters of the Satan sat on either side of me. Sebastian's hunch about sending Rias to the human world turned out to be right after all. It's an effort to delay the wedding arrangement between her and the rooster. Orchestrated by none other than the Satan Lucifer himself, with the help of his mother, a woman by the name of Venelana Gremory. Somehow, Rias' father, Dryadicus Gremory, had the intrepidity to organize such a betrothal without the prior knowledge of his family. Now, had it been any other family, the patriarch would be free to make such a decision regardless of what those around him wished. However, Dryadicus is no Sebastian. When you aren't the strongest in your active bloodline, you ought to think twice about making choices on behalf of someone they deeply care for. To think the Baal clan of all families would marry a daughter of theirs to such a blithering fool, consider me thoroughly appalled. I understand why Sebastian thinks so little of him, as much as I hate to be on the same wavelength as the old fogey. The plan is to enforce a term stating that Rias Gremory doesn't need to make good on the wedding until she's graduated from Human University, but both myself and Sirzex are confident that the Phoenix clan won't just sit by and allow the marriage to be put off. They will try to accelerate the marriage, probably within a few months' time, perhaps even less, depending on how eager they are to solidify a relationship with the Gremory clan. Once that happens, Sirzex plans to enforce a clause preventing the marriage from going forward, unless the rooster can defeat her in an unofficial rating game. That's where I come in. It's no secret that I've brawled the rooster more times than anyone else in the Underworld. Furthermore, I may or may not have amassed some information on his peerage, beyond the general knowledge of its flagrant, perverted nature. Surzex wishes for me to use that knowledge to train Rias and her peerage, in order to give them the best shot at beating him. Honestly, I'm not sure how feasible that is for several reasons. Firstly, there's the question of time. Neither of us knows precisely how long the Phoenix clan will wait before making their move, which will make it exceedingly difficult to plan a regiment for her without an accurate time period to plan said regiment around. Secondly, I might know how to use my abilities to beat the rooster. But I can't say the same for Rias, who uses the power of destruction, and much less her peerage, whose names I don't even know. There's no guarantee that the training I provide will be as practical as he hopes. Thirdly, the fact that Surzex isn't already confident in Rias' ability to win is quite concerning. She's supposed to be the sister of the Satan Lucifer. The fact that he believes the rooster of all people can trouble her is beyond distressing. I know it's none of my concern, but are they sure they raised her properly? The rooster's nothing like the shining star that is his eldest brother, Ruvel Phoenix. A clan trait that's said to annihilate matter itself should make quick work of him. Even if he can last a little longer with his immortality, wiping out his peerage should be as easy as a flick of the wrist for someone with such a revered power. Sigh. Perhaps I'm being overly inconsiderate. Surzex and Rias both share the same blood, but applying the same logic that I do for the difference between the rooster and Ruvel. It's highly possible that the same blood doesn't equate to equal talent for them. At the very least, I hope the mentality difference isn't the same. I'm also quite privileged, since I possess 2 clan traits in one body. And in all fairness, I haven't even met the girl yet. I should wise up a little and tone down the judgmental side of me. A side that I probably inherited from Martha. Then there's Sona Citri. She has no special arrangements that require assistance, so fortunately, I won't be managing 2 fronts at once. All I'd need to do is keep her safe from any external threats residing up above, for example, exorcists sent by the church. Or possible fallen angel activity, which Seraphol informed me has been on an upward rise in recent history. Something about sacred gears. Fancy weapons given to humans by the biblical God, which I'll research at another time. The whole basis for this offer was to grant me freedom from the imprisoning nature of my family. The foreign affairs thing is just a cover to grant me political immunity from any of their attempts to keep me in the underworld. After all, not even they have the power to resist the backing of 2 Satans at the same time. I'll admit, being able to move around without chains entrapping me around the clock would be beneficial to my goal, which Seraphol and Surzex appear to have misinterpreted as a desire to sever ties with my house completely. However, I don't feel compelled to disclose anything to them unless they try to pressure me into doing so. Gotta keep my cards close to my chest and all. Still, I'm not too sure about accepting this deal. The reward they're giving me is just too convenient in their favor. Truth be told, it feels like I'm being made to work for free here. I respect their strength, but I'm not about to allow myself to be taken advantage of, especially by people who could never comprehend my perspective on the matter. Besides, I don't even fully understand this deal in the first place. Why me? There are plenty of devils who are much, much stronger than I that you could approach in your position. I don't see why you'd rather entrust a secluded youngster such as myself with the protection of your siblings, who you seem to care a great deal about. That's the whole point, you're a youngster. Seraphol began. If we bring anyone outside of your generation into the fold, then isolating the situation within the bubble we wish for it to be contained in will prove impossible. We might be Satans, but there are lines that even we cannot cross without facing repercussions. Surzex nodded his shared concern. Furthermore, involving the older generation would give Sebastian and Martha a foothold to counter our political backing. I doubt that's something either of us wishes for. No, I suppose it isn't, I affirmed while scratching my chin. It seems they've really thought this through. Rias Gremory. Sona Citri. You're quite blessed to have such caring older siblings. I hope you're appreciating them as much as you should be. Family is important above all else. Then allow me to rephrase my question. Within my generation, why me specifically? Aside from your knowledge of Riser Phoenix and his peerage. Surzex lifted a brow, to which I nodded affirmatively. It's simple, it's because of your strength. Among your generation, only you and Serord Bale have begun to break through to the realm of ultimate class. With Riser Phoenix as a semi-close third. Heh, and I wonder who's responsible for the rooster's progress. Oh wait, it's this guy. That's quite the compliment, I replied in a plain, noticeably uninterested tone. Ultimate class didn't mean anything to me. Even once I reach that stage, the monsters I call parents will still be out of reach for me. If I ever want to catch up, I'll need to go beyond even that threshold. The best compliments are often grounded in truth, Seraphol smiled warmly. Serord Bale might be powerful, but adding him to the equation also means we'll need to deal with this deeply bothersome ancestor. My father told me much about Zekrom Bale. Most of his words were that of caution. Sebastian was wise to do so, Surzex remarked approvingly, part of me feeling as if he was familiar with the men to a greater degree than I presumed. But that's a story for another time. Forthwith, I'd like to hear about your thoughts on the offer. I clasped my hands together, my look pensive. I have a few questions. Please, ask away. When exactly are they departing for the human world? I've still got my awakening ceremony and the possible obtainment of my evil pieces if all goes well, awaiting me. I can't afford to let that go. A month from now. Of course. Oh my, how convenient. That's precisely when my ceremony's happening. I said, my voice flat as a board. They were meticulous about every detail of this plan. Really? What a coincidence. Seraphal covered her mouth, her eyes widening. I guess this means you'll be able to plan around the arrangement without alerting your parents beforehand. How fortunate. Seraphal. Some professionalism, please. Surzek shook his head in chagrin. What's the big deal? Alchan isn't as stuck up as his mama. Isn't that right? I sighed, deciding that I needed to vent a little bit of my frustration. Lord Lucifer. Lady Leviathan. I understand that you probably have a well-founded intelligence network, but please don't pretend actually to understand the kind of people my parents are. Even if one of them has divulged from their old self. I boldly proclaimed, resting my palm against my temple and exhaling. Evidently, they were taken aback by the boldness it took someone of my meager standing to scold the likes of them. Nonetheless, there are just some things I'd rather people keep to themselves around me. As for my second question, what exactly am I getting in return here? I hope you don't truly believe that I'll accept my freedom as my sole reward. If that's the case, then I'm afraid you're sorely mistaken. TSK. TSK. Tisk. Seraphal rhythmically wagged her index finger from side to side. Fret not, Alchan. Levitan would never try to swindle a cutie such as yourself. What Seraphal is trying to say is that we've prepared ample rewards in exchange for your services. He pulled out a sealed envelope with the emblem of a tree described on the marker. I presume you're aware of how the familiar forest rotation operates. My eyes lit up in immediate understanding. I am. The familiar forest, as the name implies, is a region where devils go to find their helpful little companions. Capable of serving a wide array of functions, whether it's offense, defense, healing, or reconnaissance. The list of species went on and on. However, access to the forest is regulated by a rotation. Noble families are given specific periods throughout the year for when they are allowed to enter, doing so without abiding by that regulation results in heavy punishments, none of which they're willing to pay for. Furthermore, illegally obtained familiars are confiscated without question. In this envelope is a talisman, tearing it will grant you immediate authorized entry into the forest. Regardless of when you choose to do so. He handed the envelope to me, which I carefully stored in my coat. I'd recommend you use it wisely. I will. Is that all? Martha once taught me that a negotiation isn't over until it's over. I shouldn't express any satisfaction until I've extracted everything I can. It's ironic, I'm using her teachings in a manner that involves me opposing her wishes. My goodness, Alchan. You're so demanding. She playfully cupped the sides of her face, feigning an expression of bewilderment. Granted, there is one more reward we have prepared for you. Or more accurately, one that I prepared, it'll make Surzek's reward look like candy in comparison. I looked at him with a questioning gaze, shocked to receive a face that conveyed admittance in return. Seraphal proceeded to pull out a vial. Ba-dump. It was filled 3/4 of the way with a viscous, luminescent dark blue sludge. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. I could feel my pupils dilate as I looked upon it, the pace of my heartbeat quickening second by second. Saliva started to build up in my mouth as if I were turning into a hungry beast. Ba-dump. 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 And even though it was still sealed by a cap, I could somehow smell its pungent odor shifting through my nostrils. A smell that was nothing short of intoxicating. Like a 5-star Michelin meal had been laid out before me. I didn't know what it was. But I know I just had to have it. I needed to consume it. I desired it. I yearned for it more than anything I ever had before. That's about the reaction I'd expect from a Buné. Seraphal giggled. This is Tiamat's blood. Tiamat. The Tiamat. The Chaos Karma Dragon. The strongest among all 5 dragon kings. That Tiamat. Impossible. We understand that your family has a covenant with Tannin in exchange for his blood. While he is by no stretch of the imagination a weakling, his strength doesn't compare to Tiamat's. Besides, his blood became diluted when he turned into a devil. The concentration doesn't even begin to hold up in comparison. Of course I know that. You don't need to tell me. Shit. Now she's brought up such a resource, the situation has undergone a drastic change. If I could consume Tiamat's blood instead of Tannin's, then climbing up to Sebastian's level might become more attainable than I thought. I'm not just being offered breathing room anymore, I'm being provided that and a monumental strength boost. Selvera would probably roll in his grave if I denied such a boon. Naturally, the familiar forest trip is a nice cherry on top. This could be it. The solution I've been looking for. Delivered unto me in satanic wrapping. Well. She held the vial out towards me, my desire burning up even further. Don't be rash, Alduin, think this through. Use that emotional control Sebastian kept trying to hammer into you. Hold on to it for the time being. If I can sense it, then Sebastian will too. It took every ounce of strength within me to stop myself from attempting to snatch the vial and gulp down its contents in one swift motion. Smart boy. You're already showing promise. She sheathed the tube. Should I interpret your words as acceptance of our offer? I honestly don't even feel like it's a choice anymore. Yes, I'll become Sona Citri and Rias Gremory's guardian, as well as the latter's mentor for her eventual battle with the rooster. Their faces lit up with delightful satisfaction. Excellent. She pulled out a strange-looking badge, handing it towards me. What's this? Identification that you're a representative on behalf of the Underworld's Foreign Affairs Department. When you're ready to leave, imbue some of your demonic power into the badge. I'll come to pick you up and bring you up above. I see, I replied. Conflict brewing up within me once I recalled something vital that I had foolishly overlooked until this point. Is something wrong? She tilted her head, observing me intently. Actually, there's someone I'd like to bring alongside me to the human world. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 22, The Lady in Crimson. Chapter 22, The Lady in Crimson. Seraphol and Surzex both fell silent after Alduin took his leave, their minds tracing over the entire interaction they had just shared with the young Buné. Extracting the pieces of information regarding their sibling's future caretaker, they found to be of particular interest. What do you think? Surzex asked, his fingers rhythmically drumming against the coffee table in front of him. Seraphol exhaled, reclining into the comforting piece of furniture and listlessly peering at the ceiling. There are definitely hints of his mother's influence within him. As unfortunate as that may be. She folded her arms, recalling the look she had seen in Alduin's gleaming, verdant irises. The same one she had seen Martha Buné adorn when she had the displeasure of meeting the woman. No matter how much time without an episode occurring went by, she could never shake the gut feeling that her father had invited a snake into the garden as a consequence of facilitating the trade deal with House Buné's lady. Even if it was an irrational feeling, Seraphol's responsibilities as the Underworld's head of foreign affairs had exposed her to a plentiful amount of politicking, both pleasant and unpleasant. Her instincts weren't grounded in mere superstition, but rather centuries upon centuries of experience. I'll never trust that vile woman. Well, if that's all there was. You wouldn't hesitate to cancel the deal with Alduin, so you might as well finish disclosing your train of thought to me. He grew pensive, eagerly awaiting his colleague's response. His familial environment hasn't caused his personality to become as warped as I thought it'd be. Even though Martha's venom is clearly coursing through him, Seb's warmth is also there. Our Seb's warmth. She turned to face Surzex, her face brimming with flickers of hope. You felt it as well, didn't you? Especially when he made his last request. He met her with a supportive smile. I did. Alduin's final request was to have permission to bring House Buné's head maid, and his personal attendant, Thora, alongside him to the human world. Naturally, Surzex and Seraphol expressed their concern that Sebastian or Mata might use her as a tool to spy on and possibly manipulate the activities that took place there. After all, it was a foregone conclusion that his parents weren't going to be particularly ecstatic once the deal Alduin just made came to light. Moreover, Alduin himself was well aware that Thora's primary loyalties lay with the Buné clan's patriarch above anyone else. Yet, he still insisted that Thora come with him. Boldly proclaiming that she had been more like family to him than anyone else under the Buné Manor's roof. Even though Tiamat's blood was on the line, he was happy to throw it all away if they couldn't approve of her being stationed at his side. And that wasn't all. What if our sisters end up being harmed in any way, shape, or form because of Thora's presence? What'll you do then? Of course, I'll take full responsibility. Even if we choose to take your head as recompense. Yes, even if you choose to take my head. I understand Thora's position makes her hard for you to trust, but I firmly believe that she isn't the type to needlessly endanger children, or any innocent person for that matter. Even if my father were to demand it. She is not the blindly obedient drone most perceive her as, of this I am certain. She's a woman of deep compassion and morale, and I'll gladly stake my life on that belief. After hearing that, Seraphol and Surzex felt as if they had all the evidence they needed. Such a mentality couldn't possibly be imparted to Alduin from someone like Martha, nor the current Sebastian. His daring proclamation proved loyalty, and loyalty was a crucial characteristic for a guardian to have. Besides, there was also a logical argument to be made for keeping Thora with him. If she were to remain in the underworld while Alduin departed, it was possible that his family would turn her into a liability. Taking advantage of the closeness between herself and Alduin, and threatening Thora's livelihood if he refused to return home. Deep down, Serafal hoped Sebastian hadn't reached a point where he'd stoop so low. But truthfully, she had no way to be sure anymore. As for Martha, she had no questions about that woman taking such extreme measures. It was practically a guarantee from her perspective. Therefore, Alduin's request was accepted. Thora would be granted diplomatic protection by both Serafal and Surzex alongside him, and reside in the human world as Alduin's personal aide, like she had done ever since he had been born. In hindsight, that maid's care is probably what's responsible for Alduin's compassionate side, despite the circumstances in which he was raised. If it weren't for her support, I doubt we would have met with the same Alduin Buné we just saw. I'm still fairly shocked though. Surzex stroked his chin, recalling a distinctive moment of their interaction with Alduin that stood out to him. We assumed he'd want nothing more than to get away from what I can only imagine is the most claustrophobic household in the Underworld, rivaled only by the Bale Mansion. But that wasn't the case. Serafal nodded, sharing his interest. He's a curious little one, isn't he? He knows the way his family operates isn't right, yet he's chosen to stick by them nonetheless. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. House Buné appears to have raised an anomaly, in more ways than one. I just hope it's the good kind of anomaly, for Rias and Sona's sake. The Satan stood up, a teleportation circle bearing his crest manifesting beneath him. I'll go ahead and take my leave now. Let me know if anything comes up. Sure. She nodded, left alone with her thoughts as he returned to Lilith's central spire. The towering piles of paperwork on the head of domestic affairs desk had probably tripled in the brief amount of time he had spent in the Citri Manor. You're fortunate, Seb. You failed as a parent in almost every conceivable way, but somehow, that burning will of compassion you nurtured us with has still persisted within him. She reached for the vial containing Tiamat's blood, staring at it in deep reverie. Maybe if we nurture him properly just as you did for us, we'll be able to wake you up from your disillusioned stupor. That venomous harlot needs to be dealt with as well, Seb. Of all the women you could have turned to, why choose a serpent like her? Were you really that desperate to combine your traits? Or is something else at play? Well, that conversation went a whole lot better than I thought it would. Straightforwardly speaking, I didn't think it would be possible to leverage the position of someone such as myself against two of the Underworld's head honchos. Nevertheless, it all worked out in the end. I secured authorization to Familiar Forest, the acquisition of Tiamat's blood, and permission to bring Thora with me when I assumed office. Sometimes life just works itself out, I suppose. I descended back to the second floor of the Citri Manor, both pleased and mildly nervy to find Thora patiently awaiting my presence. Young lord, I see you've completed your meeting. I have, I replied with a stiff nod. Everything went swimmingly. She narrowed her eyes, her nod of affirmation contradicting the suspicion written all over her face. Forgive me, but I find that rather hard to believe. She returned her attention to the ballroom, the sound of a dignified voice speaking words of praise for Sona reaching my ears. You were informed that Lord Citri was expecting you, but as it so happens, he's in the process of performing his daughter's commemorative speech. Oh. Yeah. I suppose that's a bit of a dead giveaway, isn't it? Seriously. He was there this whole time. In my defense, I don't get out of the house all that often. So, my not recognizing his face sounds about par for the course. Then, might I ask who it was that you met up there? Of course, if you wish or feel the need to keep it to yourself, I'll abide by your inclination. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Even if I didn't have any foul intent, I sort of made the decision to accompany me to the human world for Thora without consulting her beforehand. In all fairness, I was caught in the heat of the moment. I was in a meeting with two Satans for crying out loud, telling them to sit and patiently wait for me to speak with her beforehand didn't exactly cross my mind. Nonetheless, I'm still going to need to work out a way to deliver the news to her. This isn't something I can procrastinate on until the last minute, lest I want Thora to grant me an early meeting with Hades. No, I'll disclose everything in due time. It's just that this place doesn't have the necessary privacy for such a conversation. There are far too many eyes here, and Martha, the craftiest woman I know, has connections to this place. Discussing the fact that I had flat out betrayed her and Sebastian's ruling aloud would be like offering my head up on a platter. She paused, examining whether or not I was being truthful. Very well, young lord, would you like to enjoy the rest of the festivities? Or shall we make an early departure? I'll go with the former. I doubt Sona would receive me ditching her birthday early all that well. Besides, it'd be a bad look for House Buné. The more time I spend away from home, the better. I really need the breathing room to organize my thoughts as much as possible. As you wish, she followed me back into the ballroom, where I just about managed to catch Lord Citri's closing statement. With that said, I hope you'll all join me in a round of applause for my beloved daughter's 18th name day. May she continue to experience a life of prosperity, and one that holds up to her stature as an heiress I couldn't be more proud of. I joined in on the applause, my fingers twitching ever so slightly as I detected someone approaching me from behind. However, I elected to feign ignorance so as not to startle them since I didn't sense any hostile intent. Alduin Buné. A soft, noticeably apprehensive womanly voice called out to me. That's me, I replied. Turning around and finding myself met with a stunning, crimson-haired figure adorned in a tasteful red dress, holding a champagne glass as she examined me up and down. It was pretty easy for me to discern who this was, since I had just met with the elder. Their appearances matched to the point where the sole discernible difference between them was gender. Lady Gremory. I presume. I lifted an eyebrow. I wasn't necessarily expecting us to meet so soon, but considering the circumstances, I'm glad I have an opportunity to gauge her before we have an official relationship. Yes, but you needn't refer to me by title. Rias will do just fine. She adjusted herself, growing noticeably more composed. I was hoping to meet with you before you took off, but I understand you had a meeting with someone upstairs. My eyes widened, picking up on the implication of her tone. Sona must have told her, they're said to be close friends after all. Yeah, it wasn't anything of particular concern. Just a formality between houses. My mother has a close relationship with them and just needed me to mediate a small matter. I could feel Thora's eyes burning a hole through the back of my head as I lied through my teeth. Don't worry. I won't do the same to you, I promise. I tried to convey my sentiment with a brief, side-eyed glance. I see. She hummed, seemingly buying my words for the most part. Anyhow, I happened to notice you had a little altercation with the lecher, with Riser a short while ago. She plastered on a mischievous smile, earning a light-hearted chuckle from me in return. At least she's got spirit, that's good to know. She's most certainly going to need it. Yes, as most people are aware. Me and the rooster, Riser and I aren't exactly on good terms with one another. I responded to her in kind, which seemed to alleviate the tense atmosphere I could feel looming over her. I might as well make a good first impression on her if I'm going to become her guardian in a month's time. At the same time, I can't help but feel a little disappointed upon meeting her in person. Her presence is underwhelming, and that's not even me comparing her to the behemoth that is the Satan Lucifer, whose strength seems practically bottomless to my senses. Even put side by side with our generation, she's not as imposing as I thought someone with the moniker of the crimson-haired ruined princess would be. Now it's clear to me why Lord Lucifer wants someone to offer her extra support in her motion to nullify her arrangement with the rooster. I understand that Lord Lucifer's duties make it exceedingly hard for him to find time to tutor his little sister, but can the same excuse apply to the rest of her family? I'm not so sure. Sebastian, I'm starting to understand more and more why you aren't a fan of Zeoticus Gremory. He's on the opposite end of your spectrum, he's too lax. Even though we devils have an exceptionally lengthy lifespan, like humans, we learn and absorb knowledge more effectively when we're in our formative years. But if this is all the strength she has at present, then those years have been wasted. Training her may prove more challenging than I thought. Forget her clan trait, the foundation of her demonic power might need to be reconstructed in its entirety. Oh, believe me, I can relate to you there. She replied knowingly. Truth be told, we didn't even know you truly existed until now. She admitted apologetically, but I didn't see the need to take any offense. Riser ranted about you on multiple occasions where I was given the displeasure of meeting with him, but I thought he was just fabricating you to make himself sound big. I exhaled in exasperation. I can only imagine the long list of tales he probably told you about me. Part of me is tempted to just straight up submerge the Phoenix limousine underground with my earth manipulation. Fortunately for him, I'm trying to prove to Thora that I've matured. So I'll refrain. For now. That's putting it lightly, I'm afraid. She confessed somewhat nervously. But don't worry, I know better than to believe a single word that comes out of such a repulsive man's mouth. Especially now that I'm seeing you in person, I can tell that there isn't so much as a lick of truth to them. Thank goodness, I sighed in relief. If the rooster's words were taken at face value, being on good terms with her would be naught but a pipe dream. By the way, I noticed that you gave Sona quite the remarkable gift. Her upper eyelids dropped suggestively, her gloved palm covering her mouth. Might House Buné be trying to deepen their existing relationship with House Citri? If so, I wouldn't mind playing wingwoman as a reward for the spectacle I was fortunate enough to observe. I think you're misunderstanding something here. Arias. Just what do you think you're doing? A panicked voice intervened, belonging to Sona, who had started to approach us from the center stage as soon as she noticed us talking. Her face red as a tomato. It looks like she caught wind of Rias' rather evocative statement thanks to her unfortunate timing. Although I must say, I'm surprised someone with an aura as dignified as hers would be caught off guard by such a thing. It's good to know that she lets loose every now and then. Forcing yourself to remain courtly all the time can get tiresome. Oh my, there's no need to be so smitten, Sona. She giggled, her foxy smile widening. I was just acting the dutiful matchmaker on your behalf since you're still lacking a suitor and all. Isn't that what best friends do for one another? Good grief, You'd have to be blind not to see that she's having fun teasing her. Oh well, it's good to know that they're on favorable terms with one another. It'll make dealing with them later on a smooth experience. I assure you I'm more than capable of finding a spouse on my own. She huffed, bashfully crossing her arms and averting her gaze. Oh, don't be like that. Rias pouted, affectionately putting an arm around Sona's shoulder. He even went through the effort to get you a gift you'd actually use instead of tossing with the rest. Don't you think that deserves at least a little bit of consideration on your part? Rias. That's enough. She chided her, brushing her arm away. Besides, that wasn't Alduin's intention. Isn't that right? She looked at me for confirmation. Indeed, although I am delighted that you found my present acceptable. I assure you that I bore no romantic intent, Lady Citri. I affirmed, keeping my tone respectful and poised. Well, you didn't have to word it like that. She adopted a sullen look, her voice quieting a little as she fidgeted with her hair. Mao. Alduin no baka. Thwack. Out of nowhere, I was given a swift chop to the head by courtesy of Rias. Eh? Did I do something wrong? I asked with a puzzled look while massaging my scalp. Young lord, your tact could use some work. Thora shook her head in second-hand embarrassment. Guh. Not you too. Women are confusing. Hours went by until the festivities officially came to an end as each of the attendees, including myself and Thora, departed from the manor and returned to the vehicles we had arrived in. Once I was comfortably sitting down in the back seat alongside her, I raised my index finger, using wind manipulation to create a sound-trapping barrier around us, conjuring a verbal blockade between us and the chauffeur. Young lord. Naturally, a mage of Thora's caliber picked up on the exerted demonic power. We need to talk, and it's something we can never talk about again once we're home. This is the only chance I'm going to have to speak freely to Thora about what me, Lord Lucifer, and Lady Leviathan just arranged for quite some time. I'd better make sure I'm as clear-cut as possible before Sebastian and Martha are hounding me once more. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 23, The Ceremony's Initiation. Chapter 23, The Ceremony's Initiation. How tedious. Sebastian murmured under his breath while sitting within the confines of his own, dimly lit office. His eyes shifted towards the insistently ticking clock on the wall every so often as it continued to tick towards midnight, indicating that Alduin was set to return home from the Citri Manor any minute now. Lamentably, the pile of paperwork on his desk still demanded a few more hours of care, meaning his duties would have to bleed into the night lest he wanted his workload to worsen even further. I'll never understand how Martha's able to cut through paperwork at the speed she does. It's probably just another bloodline trait. Damn Salos genetics, doing everything for their wielder like a doting parent. He griped, leaning back into his chair and rubbing his hand down his face in exasperation. Knock. 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 Enter, he instructed. Already well aware of who was on the opposite side of the room's door, the act of matching a person to the signature of their demonic power was as easy as breathing to someone of his caliber. The knob twisted, revealing the frame of an elderly-looking man with a soft, welcoming facial structure, like the kind one would expect to see on their grandparents. He wore a dark, officer-styled cap with House Buné's emblem embedded into the center, a black long coat coupled with a dress shirt and tie, a pair of pristine white gloves, and a set of rounded glasses calmly resting atop his nose bridge. My lord, he greeted the household's patriarch, putting one hand on his chest and performing a courtly bow chock full of earned reverence. They've returned. He was none other than the chauffeur responsible for bringing Alduin both to and from Sona Citri's birthday. And Sebastian folded his hands under his chin, his expression hauntingly desolate as ever. You wouldn't have the audacity to come here if you didn't have something worthwhile to report. So hurry up and spit it out already, I'm not in the mood to have my time wasted. Even without exerting his presence, the mere act of Sebastian's pressuring, frosty draconic eyes falling upon the chauffeur was enough to make the latter feel as if he were naught but a frightened little child once more. Nonetheless, he forced himself to muster up his courage and swallow his fear, adjusting his marginally wetted collar and gulping nervously. Stammering in front of Sebastian would undoubtedly end badly for him. Before the young lord entered the Citri Manor, I caught wind of a conversation occurring between him and the receiving attendant. His composure gradually steadied with each word he spoke. As it would seem, Lord Citri invited him for a discussion of sorts, in private. I see, is that all? The lord's response was quicker than he had anticipated. Sebastian spent little to no time contemplating what he had just heard, either because it was of no consequence, or it was something he already anticipated. The chauffeur couldn't even begin to guess which it was, but it wasn't as if he had any interest in trying to pry into the patriarch's train of thought. He wasn't suicidal. Yes, that's all. He replied somewhat apologetically. He wasn't a man with any real magical prowess, and Sebastian had kept it that way on purpose. Sending someone strong enough to infiltrate the Citri clan's residence to spy on Alduin and Thora, whose loyalties he believed to be questionable as of late, didn't seem feasible to him. The chances of them being exposed were simply far too high. After all, one of the targets would be a senjutsu practitioner trained by the greatest wielder of the art in the history of the Underworld, and the other a mage talented enough to master the scarcely seen technique that was quadcasting. A figure with the prowess to dupe both of them at the same time wasn't someone Sebastian could call upon at a moment's notice. Nor did he have any interest in doing so. He was wholeheartedly confident in his ability to keep things under control, no matter what antics his fractious fool of a son tried to pull on him. Then what are you still doing here? Leave. His chilling tone crawled down the chauffeur's spine, scaring him shitless as he scurried away with abandon, forgetting even to pronounce his departure out of sheer dread. Fortunately for him, Sebastian wasn't a stickler for formalities in the first place. How odd, he inquisitively stroked his stubble. He got up from his chair and opened the drapes covering the window frame behind him, allowing him to get a good look at the Underworld's scenic night sky. Sigrid doesn't have the necessary mettle to oppose me. However, it's not unthinkable that he'd do such a thing with Martha's support. Still, it didn't all quite add up. What incentive could Lord Citri possibly have to get involved with Alduin? What was there to gain? What objective was Martha working towards here? Assuming she had indeed orchestrated something, or at least attempted to behind Sebastian's back. Of course, taking the words of a mere chauffeur of all people at face value would be blatant foolishness on his part. There was a chance the information itself was flawed, coupled with the fact that he wasn't capable of getting any intricate details with his meager capabilities. TCH. It's all her fault. There's no question that she's the one responsible for teaching him how to sink his fangs into Thora. Does she honestly expect me to believe that a child hardly capable of memorizing even a dozen pages would be able to convert someone as deeply ingrained as her on his lonesome? Don't make me laugh. Deep down, he knew that the head maid he had cultivated for nearly a century had begun to question her duties. He couldn't bring himself to believe it at first, but as time went on, and as he continued to observe how the attendant and master interacted with one another, living in denial proved more and more futile. She was wavering. To think I rescued her from that miserable fate all those years ago, just for her to turn tail over the feelings of a brat, hardly even a tenth of her age. He held his head in embarrassment. Ridiculous. How truly ridiculous. He took a deep breath. No matter, strength always prevails above all, and I'm the strongest one here. Which is why I'll succeed regardless of the petty little obstacles they choose to throw at my feet. Despite the firmness of his words, his face appeared to be plagued with uncertainty. He didn't want to admit it out of fear of jinxing himself, but in his bones, he felt as if something had gone awry in that household. Sebastian turned around, his own contorted face, filled with indignation, reflected right back at him across the surface of a whiskey bottle. This is precisely why I kept him at arm's length. He picked the carafe up, throwing it across the space of his office and letting it shatter against the wall. The light brown alcoholic liquid was staining the coat of paint and filling the room with its pungent odor. He proceeded to clasp his hands over his nape, biting down on his lower lip in chagrin. Sebastian couldn't help but inwardly scorn his current wife. If it weren't for her meddling, then Alduin would never have needed to attend Sona Citri's name day in the first place. A month had gone by since that fateful day at the Citri Manor, making me officially 18 years of age. I still remember the deal I made with the Satan Leviathan and Satan Lucifer like it was yesterday, a deal on the cusp of making its presence known. And when that happened, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that chaos would follow. Chaos that'll be composed by none other than my parents. Speaking of which, now's not the time to be distracted. I shouldn't need to remind you of that. My father's admonishing voice reached my ears for the umpteenth time. Yeah. I rolled my eyes out of tedium. Doesn't he ever get tired of his insistent nagging? Just give it a break already, old man. We wouldn't want your blood pressure spiking now, would we? Hee hee. Sarcasm. It's just the two of us today, no Thora, and no Martha either. He even made sure I woke up considerably earlier so I wouldn't have a chance to let them wish me luck beforehand. Not that I'm worried, I plan on passing my ceremony with flying colors. I have to. Otherwise, everything I've worked up until now will have been in vain. The ceremony itself is going to take place in a location I wasn't even aware of beforehand, a place called Mount Selvero, aptly named after our founding ancestor. The region is where every member of House Buné is sent to perform their awakening ceremony, including Sebastian and Ladora. In essence, it's our family's sacred grounds. Located at the northernmost section of our territory, in the complete opposite direction of Dragon Mountain's border. Guarded by dozens upon dozens of highly trained guardsmen I didn't know we had, all of whom exist for the sole purpose of keeping outsiders away from the territory. Anyone unfortunate enough to be caught trespassing is met with swift execution. Hey, isn't it about time you told me why I'm dressed like this? Strangely enough, Sebastian had me wear an ensemble unlike anything I had ever adorned before. I was clad in a loose-fitting, baggy, drab robe with cerise accents lining down my sleeves, and of course, House Buné's emblem stitched into the back just like every other piece of clothing in my wardrobe. The outfit was coupled with a grassy scarf draped around my neck, the color of which reminded me of Martha's hair, and honestly, it was pretty damn comfortable. A word that I imagine is rarely ever associated with Sebastian, if ever. Part of me kinda wants to make it a permanent addition to my arsenal of attire, even though it's something I got from the grumpy old bastard of all people. I feel snug as a bug in a rug. It's tradition. Yeah, that spells everything out for me. Care to elaborate? I crossed my arms, unimpressed with the constant mask of indifference he loved to adorn. No. Great talk, I sighed, shaking my head. Ever since I got back from Sona's birthday, the old man's been even grumpier than usual, which is saying a lot. It's almost as if he's going through an emo phase despite his advanced age. I know for a fact Thora didn't spill the beans to him, because if she did, I'd already have been executed by now. Either that, or Sebastian would be in the midst of a battle with either Lady Leviathan or Lord Lucifer out of a fit of rage. I'm glad I made the right decision by placing my trust in her, and I'm equally delighted that she did the same for me. It took some convincing, but she eventually shared my perspective. This household's future isn't as bleak as most people would think. Call it naive, but I'm still confident things can be improved. Sure, I might not be able to breathe life into a complete rehaul. However, as long as I can make it even just a little bit better, I think it's worth a try. I plan on reaching for everything I desire without so much as a morsel of restraint in this second existence of mine. Isn't that what it means to live a life you won't regret? We're here. Sebastian came to an abrupt halt as we trudged through the dense marshland, the soles of our feet utterly caked in mud. I don't understand why we don't just fly over there, marching like this is such a hassle. There's also a myriad of insectoid demonic beasts residing within the area, and I can't help but feel my stomach churn each time I catch a glimpse of them darting away out of the corner of my eye. Insects are creepy. I walked forward, my eyes widening as I peered over Sebastian's shoulder. Faced with a row of figures shrouded in mystery, all of them neatly arranged in ranks with one another and garbed head to toe in dark, imposing knightly armor. These bastards are all at least high-class level. Why on earth would such an impressive gathering of people be relegated to mere guard duty? It doesn't make any sense. I couldn't see so much as a square inch of their faces, nonetheless, I could feel their eyes all fixed on me like circling hawks. Sweat started to build up on the back of my neck as I grew increasingly fidgety with each passing second. I didn't know how to explain it, but there's something off with these people. Even now, I can already sense roughly 20 of them gathered around our position. I can't begin to fathom why our house has such a force just sitting around here all day, gathering dust. Don't bother trying to converse with them, Sebastian cautioned me. My instincts were warning me to take his words at face value. This creepy bunch was here long before I was ever born. They're supposed to be our family's royal guard, but I hardly know a thing about them. Not that it matters, they never leave the mountain, no matter what happens around them anyway. Even during the Civil War, all they did was sit on their assess all day. Shit, if even Sebastian's calling them creepy, then I might want to tread lightly. Although, I doubt he has anything to worry about. They're certainly a threat to me with their combined numbers, but they shouldn't stand a chance against him. Or so I hope. Sebastian, I take it thou art yet unacquainted with the essence of respect. A bold, womanly voice hollowed by the interior of a steel-plated mask spoke up. Her armor was the same as the others for the most part, save for the presence of gilded laurels encrusted atop her helm, and a long, flowing cape draped in royal purple. Alas, thou art the most illustrious scion to grace our lineage since the demise of our forebear. Yet, thou art ever unable to ascend to the heights of his resplendence. What's with the fancy talk? I can hardly understand a thing coming out of this woman's mouth. I really couldn't care less about you and your cult-like doctrines, he yawned, nudging me forward with a firm palm to the back. He's 18 now, and you already know the drill. So, can we please get this thing started already? Because if you make me listen to your monotonous drivel for a third time, I'm seriously going to incinerate you. How vexatious thine impatience doth appear, she sighed before turning to me. Verily, let us advance forthwith. At long last. It's time. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 24, Mount Silvero. Chapter 24, Mount Silvero. Step by step, we stomped through the dense marsh. Small droplets of apprehensive sweat perspired from my skin as I glanced from side to side, observing the escort circle of royal guards that had formed around me and Sebastian, with the lady of the bunch leading at the front of the formation. Ma'am. I addressed her, hoping that she wouldn't be too standoffish with me. Yes. She cocked her helm. Your friends here seem to be staring at me quite intently, I said as we walked. I could feel the shielded eyes of the guards all fixating on me. As if Sebastian's presence was non-existent to them, or mine was just that much more fascinating. It's a little creepy to be honest. They're not outwardly expressing any outright hostility, but there's still this passive, almost lingering pressure radiating off them. It's giving me shivers. Verily, 'tis but the way of fate, for thou art the foremost, after all. Ugh, if only I could understand that infuriatingly cryptic manner of speaking. I get that they've secluded themselves here all this time, but would it kill them to at least learn a little bit of modern lingo? If there's ever a day when House Buné's patriarch can't comprehend them, I can only imagine the laughable disaster of miscommunication that would follow. Old man, mind translating that for me? I had no other choice but to turn to Sebastian for help. It's because of your clan trait, that's all. They've never seen a Buné with more than one, so they're expressing their curiosity by staring at you like a bunch of chimpanzees seeing fire for the first time. Ah, so it's because I'm part Salos. That makes a lot more sense. I beseech thee, Sebastian, to refrain from likening mine esteemed subordinates to mere simians. She shot him a harsh, reprimanding glare. However, it was clear she understood that she held absolutely no physical leverage against him. Which was probably for the best. I'm not interested in witnessing a massacre prior to my ceremony. It's the last thing my stomach needs right now. I call things like I see them, he shrugged. His voice was laced with distinct pretension. Besides, isn't it about time you stop referring to me as Sebastian? Last I checked, I'm still House Buné's patriarch, and you're still a servant of said house. Thou dost jest not, for I know well the emptiness of thy formalities, which bear no weight in thine heart. She breathed a long, exasperated exhale. Did I just see the old bastard smile? No, I must have imagined it. The pressure's probably causing my mind to lose a bit of its sharpness. Focus, Alduin. Focus. Yet of greater import, her pace slowed ever so slightly. I find myself compelled to ponder thy choice to consort with her, of all wretches. I might not fully understand what she's saying, but I know for a fact she just mentioned Martha in some manner. Oh. Not a Salos fan are we? He chuckled, notably bemused by her inquiry. I could feel something within her tense, her pace quickening once more. Nay, 'tis not the surname that doth ignite my concern. In that moment, I detected a chink in her armor of absolute composure, allowing me to get a read on her emotions for a split second. She's afraid. You wouldn't be the first, Sebastian replied indifferently, as if he had heard the statement thousands upon thousands of times before. And if anything, you should be grateful to me. Adding her blood to the mix has practically saved our lineage. Such truths doth yet linger in the shadows of fate. Her pitch dropped, her tone turning grave. Though thy choice may bear fruit most bounteous, thou art a simpleton if thou thinkest it shall not demand a toll most grave. Eventually, glistening rays of sunlight began to pierce through the thick canopy looming above our heads, indicating that we were approaching the mouth of the Everglades. My eyes only needed a moment to adjust to the change in brightness. Holy shit. And there it was, standing before me in all its esteemed glory. A mountain. With lush greenness adorning its surface, the likes of which I had never seen, even when I visited the Citri clan's territory. Clouds and opaque fog rolled around the formation's summit, accompanied by flocks of bird-like demonic beasts hovering in search of their next meal. Everything about it screamed perfection. Except for one part. The mountain had no peak. Or rather, its peak had been cleaved off. Replaced by a gargantuan claw mark that filled me with both dread and infatuation. Dost thou not perceive the exquisite allure of this realm? She began, her mood taking a turn for the better as she gazed upon the sight, just like I was. Dost thou dare to ponder whence springs the origin of yon claw mark? No clue, I shook my head. Inwardly hoping that I had understood her question correctly. It's Albions. Sebastian clarified. A bit of disappointment brewed within her as he spoke. I think she wanted to be the one to say it herself. Tactless old bastard. Albion and Selvero fought here during the Great War. Selvero lost. The end. His voice radiated with impatience. Now, can we please move on? I'm not in the mood for story time. She let out a pained sigh. Thou hast yet to comprehend the reverence due to the illustrious deeds of our venerable forebear, the very one who hath fashioned the foundation of all thine possessions this day. Humph, dead men tell no tales. Unlike that snake in the Baal clan, he failed to preserve himself. Therefore, he deserves to be forgotten. There's nothing more to it. He insisted, advancing past her, seemingly knowing the way forward to wherever it was we're supposed to go. Thy sire's demeanor dost crave much refinement, she addressed me. I don't get it, but I think she said something bad about the old man. Can't argue with you there, I idly patted her pauldron. You should see my mom, they're like two sides of the same coin. I possess not a whit of desire to cast myself upon the mercy of a most venomous serpent. She said with disdain. Fair enough. I proceeded to follow Sebastian. Instead of progressing upwards to the mountain's summit, we continued to delve further into its base. Arriving at a narrow, slit-like opening embedded into the side. Leading inwards into some sort of cave system. The royal guards all halted in unison, including the lady who was their supposed leader. "We shall pursue thee no longer, may fortune favor thee in thy trial henceforth." Alduin Salos Buné. "Yeah, thanks." I smiled in return, giving her a light nod. There wasn't any form of natural or artificial light within the cavern, but it didn't matter, devils are nocturnal creatures by nature. Our eyes can adapt to the darkness with ease. "So, who exactly are those royal guards? Are they also members of our bloodline?" "No," he replied curtly. "They're pathetic, artificial existences created by Selvero to accomplish absolutely nothing. There's nothing royal about them. Trying to converse with them is a blatant waste of time." I blinked repeatedly, my eyes widening in consternation. Selvero created people. That's one hell of a feat. He snickered crudely. "How so?" "If the creation is flawed, then so is the creator. The archives state that he attempted to create artificial members of the Buné clan out of concern for our future population. Yet, those lowly guardsmen never became dragons. Only a flimsy imitation." "Imitation?" I scratched my temple. "They're wyverns. Pathetic existences compared to the draconic blood of a true Buné. If you pass your ceremony, you'll immediately be capable of defeating every last one of them on your lonesome, with ease, despite their millennia worth of experience." Seriously? I probably shouldn't debate him when it comes to fighting knowledge. However, there is one part of his statement with which I can't agree. Those royal guards definitely serve a purpose. I refuse to believe they exist just for the sake of existing. There's more to them. I can feel it in my bones. Selvero had to have placed them here for a reason. As to what that reason was, well, that's a research topic for another time. We continued our stroll, finding ourselves within the confines of what I could describe as a shrine of sorts. Laced with all kinds of millennia-old furniture, papers, and instruments, I couldn't even begin to discern. And blood. A lot of blood, all of it dried and sprawled across the rigid, stone walls of the place. "They're all failed awakenings," he clarified. "That means Ladora's blood is somewhere up there as well." There was also a statue, carved entirely out of some sort of marble-like material. It depicted a man with a powerful face, more imposing than any I had ever seen. Like mine, his hair was as spiky as a porcupine's behind, and its length reached all the way down to his waist, his shoulder-length bangs covering the side of his face. His expression was placid, much like Sebastian's, his arms folded across his chest as if he were deep in contemplation. His horns were pretty much the same shape, save for being a touch longer. And attire-wise, he wore some kind of plated armor guarding his chest, waist, shoulder, and thighs. This must be Selvero. It's a shame we couldn't meet, but I'll try to at least live up to your memory. Starting here, with the ceremony. Enough gawking. My thoughts were disturbed by Sebastian's usual chiding. "Sit here," he pointed to a stone slab, elevated by a flight of stairs carved out of rock. I did as he asked, and he handed me a reddish, flat cup, almost like one intended for sake. Ba-dump. And then he pulled out a vial, one teeming with a bright purple, luminescent, viscous sludge-like liquid. "That must be Tannen's blood." "Oh." He lifted an eyebrow, impressed for some reason currently unbeknownst to me. "You're a lot more composed than I thought. I was half expecting you to reach out and try to snag it from me. Not that you'd have any chance of succeeding." "Shit." I internally panicked a little. "You're the one who kept pounding the concept of emotional control into my skull, you shouldn't be surprised that it's showing results." I hurried to muster up a response, desperate to ensure that he didn't catch on to anything being awry. Seraphal was right. Tannen's blood doesn't even begin to compare to Tiamat's. I definitely experienced somewhat of a reaction just now, but the intensity wasn't even 1,000th of what it was when I met with them. "Me teaching you is one thing, you actually listening is another," he said, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. I swear I've heard those words before. Oh well, I'm not one to complain about pleasant surprises. He uncorked the vial, the vigorous scent of draconic blood wafting through my nostrils, causing my pupils to constrict. Alright, now that he's uncapped it I'm starting to feel the effect. Still, I can't help but wonder, and almost fear, what'll happen to me once I'm fully exposed to Tiamat's sanguine juice. I can only hope I'll be better prepared once that time comes. I watched as he emptied the vial into the cup, my hands adjusting to the minor increase in weight. "Drink up," he instructed plainly. As if this wasn't one of, if not the most pivotal moments of my life. "Any last-minute tips you might want to throw my way?" I chuckled nervously. "Not really," he stroked his chin, briefly falling into thought. "I suppose, it'd do you good not to lose sight of what you desire most. That's about all the help I can give you, besides the years of training I've done to prepare you for this moment, that is." "Fair enough," I flicked my brow. "Just make sure you pass, if you end up deviating, then I'll be the one to put you down myself." Gee, real supportive. At least the suspicion from his voice has dissipated. Welp, here goes nothing. I raised the rim of the rose-colored cup to my lips, delicately pouring the liquid down my mouth, careful to waste not even a drop of the blaze meteor dragon's blood. Instantly, I could feel my throat start to scald, the searing sensation millions of times worse than what I felt upon consuming the wine Sebastian adored back home. The same one he imported from the Phoenix clan. But that was only the beginning. The real pain was yet to come. Coo. I clasped my hands around my throat, feeling my windpipe close up entirely out of the blue. Ba-dump. 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 My BPM flared to life like a racing engine. My veins bulged out of my skin, centrally around my throat. It felt like someone had dissected them out of my body and replaced them with molten lava. In that instant, all the pain I had endured at the hands of Sebastian and Martha felt like nothing in comparison. Relax, it may feel like you're dying, but you aren't. You'll pass out soon enough, and that's when your trial will really begin. I keeled over, Sebastian's words barely even registering to me as my side hit the hard flooring. My mind was convinced that I was on the verge of a spasm. However, his statement soon proved to be true. Pain was replaced with weakness, and the light around me was swallowed whole by darkness. My consciousness is fading out, and leaving me in a slumber. A slumber that hardly lasted a second. I mean, that's what all sleep feels like, but I digress. When I came to, the scenery around me had morphed. The area around me didn't even resemble the shrine I was just in. The ground beneath me was littered with dead leaves, mushrooms, and all sorts of decomposers that you'd usually find at the bottommost layer of a rainforest. Which also meant, there were insects. Gross. Isn't this place supposed to be some kind of mindscape? Couldn't I do without the bugs? Damn my own brain. Yo. Startled by the sudden, grainy voice, I turned around. Finding myself met with a sight that rivaled even that of Mount Selvero in all of its historic glory. Sweet mother of Lilith. There stood a tree. A tree so large it seemed to stretch upwards all the way to heaven itself. Each root was thicker than a mammoth's trunk, and each individual leaf broader than a dragon's wing. It was a sight so grand that I hardly even felt worthy of standing in its presence, despite the underlying fact that this was my own mindscape. And at the base of it all, remained a humble chair that had been crafted entirely out of roots. With a figure, presumably the origin of the voice I had just heard, sitting atop its composition. A figure that looked like me, but also didn't at the same time. For starters, he was taller, pretty much level with Sebastian's height, who was probably around the 6 feet 2 inches range. His physique was noticeably more muscular, and faint green light, patterned like veins crawling beneath his skin, was visible. On top of his head rested a surprising 4, long, slightly curved draconic horns, 2 on each side. The front pairs faced forwards, and the back pairs faced backwards. How strange. But it's also kind of cool looking at the same time. His irises were the exact same verdant shade as mine, only draconic in nature, which spelled out exactly who he was in bright neon letters. So, you're my dragon. I was face to face with the one who would test me. Yeah, that's me. He clasped his hands behind his back, staring at me inquisitively. You're here because you want to be a dragon, isn't that right? Obviously, I scoffed. What kind of nonsensical question is that? I see, he hummed, nodding to himself. I think that's a foolish wish. Pardon. Instead of offering me an immediate response, he stomped his foot against the ground. Roots rising from the earth and forming into the shape of a spear, the exact same technique I used in my training sessions with Martha. He plucked it from its foundation, twirling it around seamlessly before pointing its tip at me. Tell me, Alduin Buné, what does it matter if you become a dragon? That band of mortality will always be around your head. Great, more cryptic nonsense. Just what I needed. I rolled my eyes. Even if you make it out of here successfully. Even if you reach Thora. Even if you reach Martha and Sebastian. Even if you go higher than that, aspiring to the likes of Selvero himself. You can keep going as far as you like. It won't change a thing. You'll always be shackled. You'll always be caged. You'll always be mortal. Mind putting it in terms I can actually understand? I asked while flippantly picking my ear. I'm asking you for a reason to let you become a dragon. Because the way I see it, there's no point in doing so. He unfolded his palm, idly creating a few flowers as if my presence was of no consequence to him. If anything, I feel like I'd be doing you a service by preventing you from stepping on that path. I'm afraid I'll have to disagree with you there. I mimicked him, creating a spear of my own and adopting a challenging posture. I must become a dragon, it's not up for debate. You're clearly here to stand in the way of that, which is why I'm going to destroy you just as Sebastian did. He sighed, shaking his head disapprovingly. Very well then, he replicated my battle stance. Come forth, child of the moon. Let us begin this feudal ceremony with a foregone conclusion. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 25, The Trial. Chapter 25, The Trial. Very well then, he replicated my battle stance. Come forth, child of the moon. Let us begin this feudal ceremony with a foregone conclusion. I flaunted all that bravado, but I'm not actually sure how I'm supposed to beat him. As brief as our initial interaction was, I think it's safe to assume that this guy can do everything I can, especially after witnessing him use my wood manipulation. That alone is relatively problematic, but that's not where the actual issue lies. On top of all that, he's also got the force of a dragon coursing through him. The same one Sebastian and all my predecessors possessed. The odds are stacked in his favor, overwhelmingly so. I can't help but wonder, is beating him the actual test I need to conquer? Because I'm not so sure that's feasible. He's basically a superior me. What did Sebastian say again? Don't lose sight of what I desire most, was it? I can more or less tell what's going through that mortal little mind of yours, he snickered, his stance overflowing with unyielding confidence. You've realized it, haven't you? I'm much too strong for you to handle. Which is why I'm giving you another chance to give up before we begin. Ha! I scoffed. Just who did this guy think he was fooling? You say that like I'm not just going to deviate after. You won't deviate, he interrupted. I promise you. As long as you give up now, I'll seal your Buné blood indefinitely. You'll be able to continue your life as normal, and you'll be able to focus on honing your Alduin clan trait as much as you want. Safe and sound. The thought of deviation won't even cross your mind. How odd, somehow I feel as if he's being genuine, however, that only makes this whole situation more confusing. Why does he want me to give up so badly? It doesn't even feel like he's trying to make me fail the trial, but rather prevent it from happening in the first place. Your purpose is to test if a Buné is worthy to possess Dragonification, isn't that right? I narrowed my eyes, flush with suspicion. It is, but I don't feel the need to test you. I know for a fact you're unworthy, which is why I'm giving you this opportunity to leave as a show of mercy. It's for your own good, Alduin, this path isn't for you. This bastard. I clenched my fist, his words frustrated me to no end. It wasn't the words alone that bothered me, but the intent with which they were being conveyed. The emotion each syllable carried. He's genuinely worried for me. Don't patronize me, it's insulting. I gripped my spear tightly, recalling each and every grueling training session I had been put through. I have faith in my own abilities, sure, he's got the power of a dragon, and I don't. However, that's my power he's wielding. That power is my rightful property and a necessity. It's far too vital for me to give up on. I see, he closed his eyes. The same mortality that makes you unworthy is also the driving force behind your will to conquer this trial. He inhaled sharply, looking up at the sky with a sentiment I couldn't even begin to comprehend, even though this was my own mind we were in. Mortality, you keep mentioning that. Could it be you're referring to your life before this one? He confirmed my hypothesis. A thought process belonging to someone far too simple-minded and naive to embrace an existence like mine. Yet, it would appear that no matter how hard I try to convince you, you'll never understand that this path will only bring you. He trailed off, neglecting to finish his own sentence. Sigh, never mind. I'm not surprised he knows about my past life. Sebastian already made it clear that our dragon is something created from our being. There's no question that he possesses all of my memories, start to finish. Knowing that, I'm pretty appalled that he tried to make me give up. He should be well aware that taking even a single step back is no longer an option for me. This, right here, is my future. The only one. Does it really matter if I'm worthy or not? I followed his gaze, joining him in admiring the imaginary sky above. Earlier, you said you needed a reason to let me become a dragon. But, you should already know that I already have one. It's the whole reason I'm here in the first place. He readjusted his gaze back towards me. Do you honestly expect me to accept stepping on this path for the sake of another as a valid reason? Dragons are selfish, prideful, absorbent creatures by nature. We both know that's not an absolute truth. This time, it was my turn to interrupt him. Take Tannen, for example, a bona fide dragon king who cast all his pride away for the sake of his people. If that's not a testament to a dragon's ability to care for another, then I'm not sure what is. He sneered, mockingly looking down at me. Be that as it may, you're no Tannen. Yes, of course I'm not. I snickered, a faint smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. I'm me, and so are you. We exist to merge with one another, not to repel each other. The majority does not define the entirety. Together, we'll become our own dragon. One with our own goals, motivations, and aspirations. We are Alduin, Alduin, and Buné. He paused, his face pensive as he seemingly began to mull over my words. I wonder, is this a trial that can be conquered with words alone? There's so much you don't understand. All of a sudden, I felt my muscles reflexively tense. A wisp of hostility reached me from an abrupt shift in his demeanor. A cold, disapproving feeling that conveyed a level of frustration that eclipsed mine at least tenfold. Fuck, I think I just jinxed myself. If I'm incapable of saving you by extending an olive branch of mercy, then I have no other choice but to put you down with the same rationale. I'm sorry, Alduin, but you need to perish here. For your own sake. Whoosh. I felt my blood run cold. At a speed my eyes were utterly incapable of keeping up with, he flickered out of sight, causing me to frantically throw my vision around the room, desperate to find out where he had gone. Bam. And before I knew it, my sight was reduced to a dizzy, spinning haze. The sensation of wood crashing against my skull, hitting me in full force like a freight train, my body being ragdolled across the floor in a way it hadn't been in many, many years. Reminding me of when Sebastian first began training me. Cough cough, damn, that hurt like hell. But I wouldn't relent, pain was just pain, I had experienced it so many times before that it was no longer of any consequence to me. I already knew that this path would be as rocky as they come, and I'm going to prove to my dragon that I belong on it one way or another. This is only the beginning. His voice had grown noticeably hollow, as if he were trying to suppress something. Step after step, I could hear him inch closer and closer towards me. You don't have what it takes to become a dragon. There's nothing you can do to change that. I planted my palms against the leafy floor, forcing myself upright with one forceful thrust. An idea blinked to life inside of me as I did so, deciphering a possible route to defeating my dragon. It might be foolish, but considering the circumstances, I think it's worth a shot. Heh, I'm starting to wonder who it is you're truly trying to convince. Elated, I watched as his lip quivered, even if only for a moment. It proved that my idea of trying to beat him with words wasn't entirely baseless, it was only part of the puzzle. His emotions toward this trial are strong, there's no questioning that. Which is why I'll take advantage of them. I'll make him waver. I'll make him deliberate. I'll make him hesitate. And once I find an opening, I'll strike. Silence. This trial is already over. You failed. He spun his spear, aiming for a vertical strike at my torso. Instead of trying to match a clearly superior version of myself in armed combat, I blanketed my hands in ki. I prepared to catch the spear in between my palms and attempt to disarm him. You insulted my mortality, but that same mortality is the reason you tried to give me a way out, isn't it? You had absolutely no reason to extend any mercy to me, but you did so anyway. Dragon. You're just as naive as I. Though I did manage to react in time, I wasn't prepared for the amount of raw physical might he was capable of exuding. No matter how hard I pulled or tugged, I couldn't pry the spear from his hands. Instead, my feet were dragged through the soil as he effortlessly pushed me back all the way to the base of the tree, slamming my back against the roots and pushing the air right out of my lungs. Don't give up. He's going to hesitate. I know he will. No matter what you try to do, I'll always do it better. He continued to drive the spear further into my abdomen, forcing me to watch as blood gushed out of the gradually widening wound, coating his spear red as weakness assaulted my body. Face it, Alduin, you're fundamentally incapable of becoming a dragon. If that's the case. Cough. Cough. How do you explain your own existence? Even as the blood left my body, the confidence that I would succeed persisted. What? If Alduin Buné can never become a dragon, then you shouldn't exist. Your appearance, your memories, your techniques, they all belong to Alduin Buné, don't they? If I'm fundamentally incapable of becoming a dragon, you have no reason to even be here in the first place. His eyes widened, and his pupils constricted. Both of them brimming with raw conflict, as my statement appeared to shake him right down to his very core. Now's my chance. I tightened my fist to the point where my nails drew blood from my palm, strengthening the code of ki to its absolute limit. Bam. And without restraint, I drilled my knuckles into his forehead as hard as I physically could. A grotesque cracking noise resounded from the impact, and his body shot across the terrain, gathering a good amount of air time before helplessly crashing onto the leaf-littered soil back first. You were born from my mind, not the other way around. If I can never become a dragon, the one that ought to disappear isn't me, it's you. The most effective words are usually ones spoken in truth, and I think this is the most honest I've ever been. I have no intention of wasting this life, therefore, I have no reason to let go of it either. If he's so determined to face ruin, then he can do it on his own, but I'll make him leave the draconic energy with me before his curtain call. That power is mine. It always has been, and it always will be. Mine. Not Sebastian's. Not Martha's. Only mine. You, have no idea what you're doing. He said weakly, his physical strength gradually beginning to return by virtue of his draconic composition, but his mental state clearly not as resolute as it was before. That's my line, I chuckled darkly. I proceeded to pressure my stomach wound with my hand to prevent further blood loss and channel my Dryadic blessing to seal the wound. I can feel it. Draconic pride has already begun to infect you. Someone as empathetic as you shouldn't touch such a power, all it'll do is corrupt you. I reeled back, noticing that his tone had undergone a drastic shift. Before, all he had done was talk about my mortality and naivety. However, now he was talking about empathy. Alduin. He hauled himself to his feet, also using our Dryadic blessing to heal the damage I had dealt to his skull. Do you think it's worth becoming a dragon, if you have to lose sight of the current you in return? If you have to give up the mindset you cherish so much? In that instant, a flash of realization struck me. He was comparing me to Sebastian. That won't happen. You can't promise me that. I can, and that's exactly what I'm doing. He snickered ominously. On what basis? Where's your proof? And in return, I met him with a soft, welcoming smile. It's right in front of me. Slowly, I raised my index finger, pointing straight at him. You're my dragonified self, who claims that I can't become you without losing who I am. And because of that, you're a hypocrite. A hypocrite. Remind me, when I arrived here, what was the first thing you did? My smile widened as I observed his mouth drop agape. I know he knows what my next words are going to be. That's right, you showed empathy. Compassion. Mercy. You are living proof that what you believe to be an impossibility is, in fact, possible. With shaky breath, he started to examine himself. It was clear that I had struck a chord deep inside him. At last, the purpose of this trial had finally become clear to me. I didn't need to be taught by the dragon, I was the one who needed to do the teaching. I had to teach it, no, I had to teach us not to be afraid of what we are. I had to extinguish a fear that had lingered in the back of my mind ever since I arrived in this wondrous world. The fear that upon passing my awakening ceremony, I'd become like Sebastian. That my own will would be overwritten by my blood. But that's not the case. It's not power itself that changes a person, but what they decide to do with that power. You understand that, don't you? Dragon, we don't need to be afraid of taking the first step. Not even a little. I took a deep, sharp breath in order to hone my concentration and adopted one of the numerous hand-to-hand battle stances that Sebastian had ingrained into me. The tension evaporated from my mind, replaced with a firm, knowing sense of assurance. Assurance that I knew precisely what I was doing. Let's continue, I proposed, motioning at him in a taunting fashion. Continue. He repeated, taken aback. Why? Because some things can only be conveyed with one's fists. We share the same memories, don't we? It should be abundantly clear to you that words have never properly gotten through to me, only actions have. Hee hee. I'm a thick-headed fool after all, and so are you. Ha. He groaned, sheepishly scratching his nape. Yes, I suppose you are right. It was short-sighted of me to even attempt to get through to you with words in the first place. He tossed his spear aside, replicating my stance. Yeah, this is more like it. Indeed, it was. Within the shrine, Sebastian leaned against the cold, hard stone wall with his arms folded. Observing his son's limp body from afar, which lay sideways against the rigid floor. The patriarch's brows were knitted together, and his expression exceedingly pensive. His thoughts uncontrollably darted all over the place, incapable of maintaining a steady train. It had already been more than half an hour since Alduin had begun his trial. At this point, Buné should have long since revealed whether they had passed or failed their initial test. However, Alduin remained in his state of slumber. Wisps of bright green, draconic energy flared around his body like swarming fireflies. Just what in Lucifer's name is going on inside that head of his? Is it because of his dual bloodline? Is it messing with the trial somehow? He folded his arms, his fingers tightly gripping his biceps as he eagerly awaited a conclusion. Desperate to know if Alduin had succeeded, or if all the years he and Martha had invested in training him were in vain. Honestly, I'd rather not have to bed Martha again. For fuck's sake, brat, don't disappoint me. For better or for worse, he and Martha hadn't wrestled in the sheets ever since Alduin was born. Sebastian bore no affection for her in the first place, and wed her merely out of a sense of necessity. Once he had obtained what, or rather, who he wanted from her. Their sex life came to a hasty conclusion. After all, there was only one woman Sebastian's heart desired. And to him, Martha could never be that person. She couldn't even come close. Are you watching? He turned to face the statue of House Buné's progenitor. Not that I care, you failed to fix this accursed bloodline. So sit back and watch as I succeed where you pathetically failed. Selvero. He redirected his attention to Alduin's sleeping figure, a distinct memory entering his mind each time he did so. The memory of when Ladora was the one in his position, undergoing an awakening ceremony of his own. He recalled having Gilda right beside him, both of them offering Ladora their unwavering support. Confident that he'd follow in his father's footsteps and successfully obtain his horns. But that moment never came. Instead, Ladora fell to a pathetic, hollow shell of the blistering potential Sebastian believed he possessed, requiring constant treatment from the woman he despised most to remain among the living. And as if fate relished in his suffering, Gilda would soon follow their child into a similar fire, falling into a deep sleep that threatened to snuff out the last remains of her life force, just as Ladora's draconic deviation was doing to him. Nonetheless, he refused to let his story end that way. He would get them back. He had to. Ba-dump. Out of the blue, Sebastian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes gravitated towards Alduin. A change had occurred. The wisps of draconic energy around him transformed from flickering bursts to a group of roaring currents, rushing around Alduin as they slowly began to morph his body. A gruesome, squelching and cracking sound could be heard as his muscles began to bulge, their mass doubling alongside his height, which soon began to increase, continuing until it matched Sebastian. The robe that had once looked unequivocally baggy on him now fit Alduin like a glove. The signature, spiky, ash-gray hair of the Buné clan that rested atop his head started to lengthen, going from his shoulders all the way down towards his midsection. Immediately, Sebastian understood what the metamorphosis unfolding before him signified. It was the polar opposite of what Ladora had experienced when his ceremony came to an end. He succeeded. The skin on his upper back started to bulge, protruding through his robes and ripping apart, making way for a pair of jet-black, horn-tipped, draconic wings that much resembled Sebastian's save for the color, which was a shade darker. Few devils in the underworld have wings that differ from the traditional bat-like appearance most possess, for example, those of the Phoenix clan, which are composed entirely from their hellfire. The Buné clan also fell into this category, however, a Buné wouldn't get their true wings until they completed their awakening ceremony. Sebastian continued to watch with bated breath as the final, and most prized part of a Buné's appearance showed up on Alduin's changing form. The horns. 4 of them, to be exact. Drab in color, slightly curved in shape, and 2 on either side of his head. 1 front pair facing forwards, and 1 back pair facing backwards. At long last, the Dragon Prince's appearance matched his title. Gasp. Alduin's eyes shot wide open, his pupils transforming from circular dots to vertical slits, like a cold-blooded reptile. Slowly, the 5th Buné in the lineage's history to properly awaken rose to his feet. Taking in his surroundings in a considerably dizzy state of mind, it was evident that his body needed some time to adjust to the drastic changes it had just experienced. Finding his balance when his height, muscle mass, and biology had experienced such a drastic shift was going to take time. Whoa. Everything's spinning. He spoke almost drunkenly, rocking from side to side like he was standing on a moving boat, until he managed to stagger his way to one of the walls, allowing him to plant his palm against it in order to support himself. Ah, there we go. Much better. Alduin. Sebastian called out to him, causing Alduin to squint in the direction of his voice. His vision was still relatively blurry, of course, but once he had time to acclimatize himself, it would be thousands of times sharper than before. Old man. Check it out. I passed. I'm all dragony and stuff now. Ha ha ha. He unleashed a bout of hearty laughter, his open mouth revealing his now pointy, elongated tongue, alongside his drastically sharpened canines. Quick. Hand me a mirror. Why would I have a mirror on me? Go use your phone or something, Sebastian huffed. Albeit, he recalled his initial reaction not being all that different from Alduin's when he did his ceremony. Not that he'd ever admit that to him. How the hell was I supposed to bring my phone? This robe doesn't have any damn pockets. He whined, flailing his arms. Too bad, Sebastian shrugged. You'll just have to wait until we get home then. I don't wanna. I wanna see it now. Now. Sigh, I almost forgot that we experience a temporary shift in attitude once we awaken. Oh well, I'll only have to deal with this for a day. How hard could it be? Sebastian rolled his eyes, facepalming in second-hand embarrassment as he started to make his departure. Oi. Old man. I'm talking to you. Don't ignore me. He. I can't wait to show Thora my horns. Oh. And I'm also going to get to try out Dragonification for the first time. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 26, Movement from Martha. Chapter 26, Movement from Martha. And, after all the action with Alduin's awakening ceremony, I thought it'd be nice to have a chapter that gives you all a breather, but also contains an interesting drop of character interaction. You can think of this as a semi-interlude if you like. Next chapter is 3.2k words though, so enjoy the break while you can wahaha. As head maid, it was Thora's responsibility to supervise the servants of House Buné under her watchful, vigilant eye while they worked. At least when her primary responsibility, Alduin, was away. While she was observing her subordinates go about their cleaning duties, the household's young lord was currently in the process of undergoing his awakening ceremony in the company of Lord Buné himself. And as a result, Thora physically couldn't be more distressed. She knew for a fact that there were only two possible outcomes. Alduin would either come back to her with a pair of draconic horns proudly resting atop his head, or he wouldn't come back at all, and the only person she'd see step through the manor's front door would be Sebastian, who was the reason she didn't even get to wish Alduin good luck before he departed at the crack of dawn. Just thinking about the possibility of losing him was enough to make it feel as if an anchor had attached itself to her heart. She'd looked after Alduin ever since he left the womb, after all. Moreover, she'd be delusional not to admit that the distance in their relationship had closed a great deal as of late. And it was set to grow even closer, especially after Alduin disclosed the deal he had made with Serafal and Surzex to her. The fact that she couldn't even be there to support him on what could be his last day infuriated her in ways she couldn't even begin to describe. She understood that only Bunes were allowed to enter the clan's sacred grounds, but when it came to Alduin, she couldn't bring herself to sit still and be content with such a ruling even if it was handed to her by her employer. No, I have to have faith. The young lord won't lose to such a thing. He's not the type to be defeated that easily. She reminded herself, her lips quivering in anxiety as she folded her hands in front of her apron, clenching them fiercely. Almost as if she were trying to use the pain to distract herself. Only to fail, miserably. No amount of physical stimulus was capable of derailing her train of thought, not when it bothered her this deeply. Even the maids and butlers around her, who were all tending to the residence's furniture with mops and dusters in hand, could see cracks in her usually impeccable stone-cold expression. Of course, none of them dared to voice that observation. Lest they wanted to end up with their own cleaning utensil shoved down their windpipe. Flap. 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 Thora's ears began to twitch, the sound of a familiar pair of wings beating against the air inching closer. With a rhythm she recognized all too well. Promptly, she clapped her hands, demanding the attention of all the attending servants. The Lord is making his arrival. I shouldn't need to tell you what to do. Like cats that had been sprayed with water, their postures stiffened, each of them scurrying towards the front door of the manor and lining up in neatly arranged, parallel rows on either side of the entrance. While Thora herself took to the center, in preparation to offer Sebastian a verbal welcome. She felt her heart skip a beat. The moment of truth she had been waiting for since she opened her eyes this morning was only seconds away. Her palms were considerably clammy, the sight concealed only by their purposeful positioning. Young lord. Please tell me you're safe. Preceded by a simple click, the doorknob twisted open. Welcome back, Lord Buné. Like she had done countless times before, Thora performed her typical, courtly bow. Greeting Sebastian for the umpteenth time. He replied with his usual, plain hum of acknowledgement. Expressing an apparent lack of interest in any of his servants, Thora included. Yet, she remained unbothered. In fact, her mood had improved significantly, a smile tugged at her lips, which she hid by facing the floor as she bowed. Wah wah. Put me down. Put me down. I'll burn you. Stinky geezer. Squirming around on Sebastian's shoulders was a young man who shared his likeness to a frightening, almost uncanny degree. Though his appearance had undergone a drastic change, Thora recognized him as clear as day. As expected of the young lord. It was Alduin. New, dragonified, and improved. And also a little power-drunk, from the colossal surge of draconic energy that entered his bloodstream following his successful ceremony. Brat, isn't it about time you gave up? Sebastian breathed a deep, exasperated groan. It was evident that this had been ongoing for quite some time. Ha! Never. Alduin puffed his chest, his cheeks inflating like a squirrel. Whoosh! To the shock of all, the young lord unleashed a torrent of scorching, bright orange flames that spewed from his mouth straight onto his father's face. The heat of which was enough to cause each of the servants to retreat in fear of being charred, even if the flames weren't directed at them. Although Thora remained undeterred, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in awe. Instantaneously recognizing the ability Alduin had just used, one that was leagues above mere flame manipulation. It was draconic breath, a power unique to the apex species revered by all. The flames began to dissipate, leaving behind the ashy face of Sebastian, who clearly hadn't taken any damage whatsoever, despite taking the attack at point-blank range. Slowly, he rubbed his palm across his face, wiping off the accumulated soot and flicking it onto the floor. A vein was throbbing out of his forehead as his lips trembled in frustration. Ha 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 ha. How do you like that? Shitty geezer. Alduin pointed at him, laughing childishly in a way that reminded Thora of his early days. As proud as she was that he was putting in the effort to mature, part of her couldn't help but miss those times in a strange way. All right, that's it. Sebastian grabbed him by the scruff, reeling his arm back and flexing his bicep. If you want me to let you go so badly, then I'll grant your wish. With all his might, Sebastian proceeded to hurl Alduin across the room like a pitcher that had just thrown his best fastball. Putting his son on a hasty collision course with the walls of the estate. Wah-wah-wah. Thora. Help me. Sorry young lord, but there's absolutely no way I can react to that kind of speed. Besides, I think you might be a little bit too heavy for me to carry now. Before the freshly awakened Buné could make impact, a branch crept up behind him from the corner of the hallway, a soft bed of leaves bursting from its tip, cushioning Alduin before his back could slam against the wall. Oh, that didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Alduin scratched his cheek, his drunken trance convincing him that his back had, in fact, collided against the wall. Bwahahaha. Old man. You throw like a girl. Young lord. Thora sighed in trepidation. You may wish to look beneath you. Huh. He did as she suggested, shocked to find himself comfortably situated on a canopy that had appeared seemingly out of thin air. Whoa. When did that get there? I don't recall using my wood manipulation. Of course you don't, foolish child of mine. Heralded by the sound of light, graceful footsteps echoing through the hallway, the lady of the house made her presence known. The only person within the Buné territory with the necessary level of casting speed to react to Sebastian's throw. Mother. What are you doing outside your garden? Hush now, your voice isn't needed today. Martha put her index finger to her lips, and within a matter of seconds, Alduin's eyelids shut, sending the young lord into an immediate slumber. By courtesy of some kind of hypnotic, sage arts technique. Though he didn't want to admit it, Sebastian was thankful for her assistance. Dealing with Alduin while he was still drunk on draconic energy was going to be a chore like no other. It was best to keep him asleep until tomorrow, when his body and mind had a chance to acclimate to the changes fully. Granted, he shared Alduin's curiosity. Martha never left her private reserve unless something warranted her personal intrigue, thus, her presence suggested she had an agenda of some sort. To what do I owe the pleasure? Secluded wife of mine. Sebastian crossed his arms, eagerly awaiting her response. She blinked, widening her eyes and wearing an expression of plain confusion. Or to a more trained eye, a rehearsed one. My cherished son successfully passed his awakening ceremony. As his mother, isn't it only natural that I come to congratulate him? This is a big step towards a prosperous future for our house after all. Cherished son my ass. Thora fought the urge to scowl. Like any rational person, she too felt a deep sense of gut-wrenching unease and dread whenever she was in Martha's presence. Each word that left the woman's mouth made her stomach churn, and each movement she performed, no matter how subtle, caused another bead of nervous sweat to drip down her skin. Deep down, she couldn't be more glad that Martha chose to spend most of her time outside of the household. She wasn't sure her mind could handle being exposed to the woman around the clock. The young lord truly is special, to have spent every morning of his life with her and still remain so headstrong. It's almost supernatural in a way. Out of all the people in the underworld, I feel as if he's the only one who can keep up with her. Whatever that means. Sure, Sebastian was her husband first and foremost. But ever since Alduin had been born, he had hardly spent 1/100th of the time Alduin had spent around Martha. Yeah. And how do you plan on congratulating him while he's asleep? She chuckled lightly. What use is there in my offering him anything while he's in this state? I doubt he'd even remember my words. Which is why I'll save them for when he's of sound mind. In the meantime, I'll look after him in my reserve. You're worried that there might be some complications because of his mixed bloodline, aren't you? You can count on me to take care of them should they arise. Sebastian breathed a deep hum, his brows knitting together as he contemplated whether or not to challenge his wife's decision. All things considered, Martha did have a point. He couldn't say for sure that Alduin's Salos and Buné blood wouldn't collide even post-awakening. There was still a torrent of draconic energy running rampant throughout Alduin's body, and until it had fully settled down, Sebastian refused to let his vigilance slip. He's scheduled to visit the Mosshead's territory tomorrow to get his evil pieces. I'm well aware, you needn't worry, I'll take him there myself first thing in the morning. Both Thora and Sebastian did a double take, wondering if they needed to have their hearing checked. You're going outside? He stammered, his tone packed full of bewilderment. He could hardly even remember the last time Martha exited the Buné territory. Yes, is there a problem with that? She asked calmly, despite knowing precisely why her husband was so taken aback. No, it's just surprising. That's all. I see. She flicked her wrist, causing the branches carrying her son to animate and follow her as she returned towards her garden. But, not before shooting one last, parting glance at the head maid, causing Thora's body to freeze up as if she had been encased in the Satan Leviathan's ice. With a simple action, Martha invoked a fear so primal in the maid that she could feel the life start to drain out of her legs, nearly causing her to fall flat on her rear. Martha smirked at her, and simply continued to make her departure shortly afterwards. What was that? Thora shuddered, internally panicking like never before. Naturally, Sebastian picked up on her state of inner turmoil. Thora, since you apparently won't be accompanying him tomorrow, you can go ahead and discuss with the head chef to reorganize Alduin's dietary arrangement. From now on, he'll need to consume at least double the amount of food he usually eats. You understood, my lord. She bowed and left to go handle her assigned duties with more haste than usual. Don't tell me, has the lady figured something out? No. That can't be, she hasn't interacted with me even once since Sona Citri's birthday, and as the young lord instructed, I haven't said a word about it ever since we returned, not even in the absence of company. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she needed to be exceptionally cautious of Martha. This was the first time she had ever seen House Buné's lady become so active, and she'd be a fool to think the woman was doing so merely for her own amusement. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 27, Pillow Talk. Chapter 27, Pillow Talk. Slowly, I could feel my eyelids begin to part, my mind deciding that it was time to abandon its state of slumber. How strange, upon waking up, I quickly noticed several peculiarities. First of all, I feel a lot more energized than I usually am in the morning. As if I had slept in late or something, which I highly doubt, since Thora would be splashing me with a bucket of cold water right about now if that were the case. My memories of yesterday are foggy to say the least. I remember going to Mount Silvera with Sebastian for my ceremony, and I definitely passed said ceremony, there's no questioning that. But everything after that, it's all a hazy blur to me. Don't tell me I got drunk somehow. Did we host some sort of a celebration when I got home? Nah, who am I kidding? This is House Bune. Fun is illegal. Second of all, this mattress clearly isn't mine. I mean that in a positive way though, seeing as it's easily hundreds of times more comfortable than the one in my room, which I like to think is relatively high quality even by noble standards. Could this be Sebastian's room? No, he sleeps on the 4th floor, and there aren't any windows here, like at all. I can't even tell what time it is outside, and my phone's still in my room. Even the design of this room is somewhat bizarre in comparison to what I usually see in our manor. For starters, the lighting isn't even electrical. Vines are crawling across the walls, riddled with small, oval-shaped plants, all of which emit a faint, hazel light that illuminates the room in a relatively comfortable, organic aesthetic. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having a few of them at my bedside. As a nocturnal species, dim lighting is always preferable. Come to think of it, I might have seen them in Martha's greenhouse once or twice before, but I can't say for sure. Every time I enter the place, I swear she adds another dozen new undiscovered plant species. Probably to toy with me and gloat about her botanical expertise. Wait a minute. Why do I hear breathing? I adjusted my posture, shifting my body sideways in the direction of the noise. What the fuck? Once I uncovered the origin of the sound, it didn't take long for my pupils to constrict in utter, sheer stupefaction. My breathing quickened and turned shallow, my thoughts racing at 1,000 miles an hour in an attempt to figure out what in Lucifer's name had happened the day prior. A woman was lying beside me. She was sound asleep with her ample chest, peacefully rising up and down in conjunction with the rhythm of her every breath. Unkempt, luscious, verdant hair cascaded down her gorgeous figure and spilled onto the mattress, some of it pooling over my arm, allowing me to feel the softness of its texture in all its glory. This has to be a dream, right? Please tell me I'm dreaming. Thankfully, she was still clothed, wrapped in a pristine white nightdress that was a tad bit too transparent for my liking. Especially once I noticed her stark lack of undergarments. Usually, I'd be positively exultant as a man to find myself in such a situation. However, there's just one teeny tiny problem that's bugging me at present. Even though her beauty is the textbook definition of exquisite, I want to do nothing more than avert my gaze. Why? Because the woman sleeping at my side is my mother. I have so many questions right now, I don't even know where to begin. Why am I in this situation? When did this happen? And most importantly, how did it happen? Deep breaths, Alduin, deep breaths. First and foremost, I need to calm down and think. Fortunately, I still appear to be fully clothed in the same robes I had adorned for my ceremony, scarf and all. Hence, the possibility of my having committed incest is astronomically low. Wait, is that even illegal in the Underworld? No. I shouldn't even be thinking about that. I slapped my cheeks in an effort to recompose myself, which was only marginally helpful. Perhaps this is related to the changes my body underwent after the ceremony. I don't remember anything concrete, however, I do recall a torrent of piping hot draconic energy entering my bloodstream at the exact moment of the trial's conclusion. If everything went well, I should look exactly like my dragon did when we fought. Although, I suppose there's a possibility that I still experienced some complications afterwards. If that's the case, then Martha would definitely be the one to fix me up, since she's our house's leading expert on medical stuff and all. Yeah, that conclusion seems far more logical than the comparatively disturbing alternative. My body feels perfectly fine now, assuming it wasn't earlier, so it's probably for the best that I leave now while she's still asleep. However, strangely enough, I couldn't help but spare one last glance at her face before deciding to hop out of bed. I rarely ever pay attention to her appearance since I'm usually overwhelmed by her not-so-pleasant personality most of the time. Still, while she's asleep like this, she looks so tranquil. Who knew she was capable of having such a presence? Not that I plan on putting myself in a situation like this again. Truthfully, this is a memory I'd much rather forget. Clench. Unfortunately, before I could take my leave, I felt a hand grab onto the back end of my robe. Fiddlesticks, I muttered under my breath. I probably shouldn't have tried to escape from a sensor of her level, but it was at least worth a shot. Foolish child, since when did you get so brazen as to try leaving without my permission? The somewhat drowsy, half-asleep voice of my mother called out to me. I was just going to take a leak, haha. You know I'd never try to pull a fast one on you of all people. Oh, esteemed mother of mine. I tried to speak with assured confidence, but all that came out was a shaky, insecure voice that was positively quivering in its boots. And as I turned around, I was met with an unamused face that wasn't buying a single word I said. Oh well, can't blame a guy for trying. With a single, swift yank, she pulled me right back onto the mattress back first, both of her slender arms coiling around my torso like serpents, and positioning me much closer to her than I was before, to the point where my horns were almost poking her chin. I could have tried to resist with my newfound physical prowess, but I didn't want to risk being hit with a tree burial. Still. Did you have to pull me that close? Calm down. No weird thoughts. She's your biological mother. You're her biological son. There's absolutely nothing suggestive about this situation, nor will anything suggestive occur. Meow. I am now calm. For your sake, I'll pretend to believe you. Phew, it looks like she's offering me a sliver of mercy for once. Lucky me. You know. You don't have to hold me this close. I won't try to run away again if that's what you're concerned about. Cough, not that I was attempting to run in the first place. I can't bring myself to point it out aloud, but the shoulder straps of her nightgown are slipping a little and giving a view of an uncomfortable amount of her cleavage. It's awfully distracting in a situation where I need to be more focused than ever. I'm your mother, I can hold you however I please. She spoke with unflinching authority, sliding her index finger up my throat and towards my chin, lifting my head and forcing our eyes to lock. Do you have a problem with that? No, of course not, I replied hesitantly. This is one awkward-ass situation, maybe I should try to steer the conversation. Just out of curiosity, where exactly are we? I don't recall us having a place like this in the manor. The basement level of my greenhouse, she proceeded to breathe a low, inquisitive hum. Don't tell me you thought I slept in the actual forest itself. Part of me feels like I should be shocked that this place has been down here all along, but the other part can't find the energy to be surprised. Martha's always been a woman of countless secrets, and I doubt that's going to change anytime soon. I mean, I assumed you were only out here during the daytime, and at night you were with Sebastian. I sheepishly scratched my cheek, unsure if I had discovered something about my parents' love life I wasn't supposed to. Don't get me wrong, I knew he and Martha's relationship was by no stretch of the imagination ideal. However, I didn't think it had reached a point where they were practically divorced in all aspects but on paper. Good grief, Sebastian, isn't it about time you get your shit together? I'm the one who has to deal with your wife's frustration every morning. Useless geezer. Wait, that came out wrong. Alduin, I believe I've already made it clear that you're not to comment on what happens between me and him, haven't I? Eerily, her upper eyelids dropped to the point where they were cutting the top of her pupils. Shoot. A frightening chill worked its way down my spine as I realized that I had stepped on one of her many landmines. I didn't mean to. Forget it, I'm not interested in escalating such a bothersome conversation. She sighed, her posture softening and her grip on my body loosening. It's a shame, really. I was planning on congratulating you this morning, but you've gone ahead and brought down the mood before I had the chance. Sigh, how regrettable. You were. I looked at her as if she were the one who had just grown horns. Martha and the concept of positive affirmation don't exist in the same universe. Even as a toddler, I was able to figure that much out. Yet, it doesn't feel like she's being insincere, and that only makes things more confusing to me. Maybe we actually did get drunk last night, and she's still experiencing some last-minute inebriation. Yeah, that must be it. Either that, or someone's replaced by mother while I wasn't looking. Oh my, I find that confounded look on your face quite hurtful. I'm your mother, why wouldn't I want to congratulate you? You're now one of the very few boons to have passed the awakening ceremony. I could feel her voice steadily return to its chilling self, the more she spoke. Confirming that the Martha in front of me was still the same one I had known all my life. I'm proud of you, Alduin. My expression remained unchanged, not so much as a spark of joy appearing on my face despite her kind words of praise. After all, I was now sure that my ceremony didn't interest her in the slightest. I could see it in her eyes, her attention was definitely directed elsewhere. I think we've had enough of our usual back and forth. She wants something, and beating around the bush won't reveal what that something is to me. Mother, why am I here? I decided to take a straightforward approach. If I try to challenge her verbally, I'll end up getting toyed with like a puppet on strings. Goodness, for you of all people to pick up on my subtle intent. Those eyes of yours must have gotten quite the upgrade. Congratulations. She chuckled in amusement, but I simply replicated Sebastian's poker face, uninterested in humoring her. The thing is, I really do wish to congratulate you. However, it's not because of your ceremony. Then. She smirked, planting her forehead against mine, the sensation of her breath hitching against my skin causing my skin to crawl. It's about Thora. In that instant, I felt my blood run cold. What? Oh, sweetie, there's no need to play dumb with me. I know exactly what you've been up to with her this last month, and as your mother, I couldn't be more proud. Before I could respond, her arms shot forth, wrapping themselves around my neck and pulling me even closer, to the point where our bodies were practically grinding against one another as she, affectionately rubbed her cheek against mine. An adverb I can't believe I'm using to describe her. Might I ask, what exactly it is you believe I've been doing? The worst thing I could do here is reveal information she doesn't have. As concerning as her words are, I still need to maintain my composure, or at least make an effort to. I already said there was no need to feign ignorance, didn't I? Please don't test my patience while I'm in a good mood. Her pitch dropped briefly, before lightening up once more. Well, if you insist I spell it out, I suppose I can permit you a little bit of lenience on my part. I'm talking about your conversion. Conversion. I lifted an eyebrow, elated that she hadn't mentioned anything about Lady Leviathan or Lord Lucifer. Granted, I still have a feeling whatever's going to happen from this point onwards won't be in my favor. This is Martha we're talking about, after all. This whole time, I believed you were predestined to end up as not more than a musclehead, but to my surprise, you were just a late bloomer. Bit by bit, I watched as you continued to pull Thora towards your heart. Her smile widened as she squeezed me so tightly I could feel even my new and improved muscles begin to ache. Or should I say, how you trapped her under it. She was, spying on me. This whole time. I felt a pit form in my stomach in response to the harrowing realization. I was convinced she had absolutely no interest in what was going on at home, much less in Thora, whom she probably deemed to be beneath her. Honestly, I didn't think you had it in you. Sebastian's absolute authority has been deeply ingrained into Thora ever since she was a child. From my perspective, someone like you had absolutely no chance of flipping her. The space between my breaths grew shorter and shorter, my mind contemplating just how much she knew about what I had done. Yet, you managed to find the one weak spot you could leverage. She started to shuffle around, exposing me to all kinds of vivid sensations as she positioned her mouth right up to my ear. Reducing her voice to a low, almost sultry whisper. You grabbed hold of her heart and took advantage of her affection for you to snatch her away from your father's side. You twisted Thora's parental bond to you, and warped it into a personal obligation to stand by you even when you plotted against me and Sebastian. Don't tell me. I know what you hid in your room, Alduin. You used your wood manipulation to bury an envelope with the familiar master seal, as well as a badge belonging to the Department of Foreign Affairs. You even washed your scent off it to make sure Sebastian wouldn't find anything. It wasn't a bad effort. But you've still got a long way to go before you conceal anything from me. Shit. 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 Fret not, I didn't open the envelope, and I didn't disclose anything to him, nor do I plan to. She ran her fingers through my hair, caressing my scalp almost as if she were trying to comfort me. Which, once again, is an exceedingly complex concept for me to wrap my head around when it's applied to someone like her. You're not mad? I asked, hardly able to believe her words. No matter how genuine she made them sound. Right now, it feels like my brain's being tossed around my cranium like a ping-pong ball. I can't even begin to make heads or tails of this situation, it's all way too convoluted. Touchwood, while she does seem to know about everything that went down between me and Thora at home, she doesn't seem to know the exact contents of the deal I made, which means spying on two Satans is fortunately above even her skill set. Granted, the fact that I possess a foreign affairs badge is rather telling, implying that she may already have figured out what I'm planning to do, and to make matters worse, I no longer know her stance on the rules that constrain me. Would she care even if she knew for a fact that I was leaving the Underworld? I honestly can't tell. Why aren't you mad that I went behind your back? I don't understand. Aren't you supposed to be on Sebastian's side when it comes to stuff like this? Mother, just what exactly is your angle here? Of course not, you're finally starting to show some promise. Why would I ever want to dissuade such progress? In fact, I even have a reward planned for you that I imagine you'll be quite fond of, but it'll have to wait for later. We have important business to attend to today. We do. Have you forgotten? He made a deal that you'd only get your evil pieces once you passed your awakening ceremony. Naturally, we have an appointment at the Egghead's territory today. Oh snap. I can't believe I forgot about that. Also, did she just call Lord Beelzebub an egghead? I'm pretty sure you can get executed for that, or at least receive some kind of capital punishment. Groan, I should probably just let it be. My mind's a complete mess at the moment, and I seriously need some time to get my thoughts in order. On another note, something she said while she was talking about me converting Thora bothered me, or more accurately, it's the way she spoke of her that downright disgusted me to my very core. She made it seem as if I had manipulated her, as if I viewed her as some convenient tool I could take advantage of to oppose her and Sebastian. She didn't even hint at the possibility that I wholeheartedly appreciated the genuine care she offered me throughout my upbringing, as if it were all meaningless to me. That couldn't be farther from the truth. In fact, it's so detached from reality that it might as well be written in a fantasy book. At the same time, that delusion of hers could also prove to my benefit. If she genuinely believes that I feel nothing towards her, then I should allow her to maintain that perspective. It practically nullifies the chance of her trying to exploit my feelings for Thora to get anything out of me, something which Sebastian wouldn't hesitate to do if it suited him. I've managed to navigate my way around Sebastian quite well up till now, of course, with the help of Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer. However, I'm starting to think I might be able to do the same with Martha, assuming I play my cards correctly. But now isn't the time for that. She hasn't expressed any open hostility to me thus far, thus, it would be most unwise of me to try provoking her while she's in a good mood. I need to take this one step at a time, and as it would seem, that starts with me getting my evil pieces. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 28, Evil Pieces. Chapter 28, Evil Pieces. I can't believe I'm only thinking about this now, but this is the first time I've ever seen Martha leave our territory. Let alone our estate. I understand the acquisition of my evil pieces is a fairly momentous occasion, but one important enough to make her, of all people, leave the comfort of her own forest. I doubt it. If anything, I expected Thora to be the one to accompany me. Speaking of which, it's a little uneasy not having her with me. But I'll manage. I can't have her babying me all the time after all. Instead of heading towards our front gate, where I expected a chauffeur to be awaiting our arrival, Martha took me down into an underground parking garage I didn't even know we had. Filled to the brim with all sorts of top-shelf cars that easily cost a combined fortune. I know we're a Marquis 8 and all, but I didn't know we were this loaded. Range Rovers, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Bentleys, and all sorts of luxury vehicles stretched as far as the eye could see. All of which were adroitly positioned atop slow-rotating, lit-up discs covered in marble, allowing me to marvel at them in all their majesty. Did we import all of these from the human world? We must have. Even though the makes in the Underworld are pretty similar, there are always a few key, standout differences that I pick up on. But the ones here seem like the genuine articles to me. These are all mine for the record, and I haven't told your father about them, so I'd rather you keep it that way. She revealed with a smug, proud grin plastered on her face. I reeled back. Seriously? How were you able to spend this much without him noticing? It's simple, the money didn't come from our treasury. It came from my personal wallet. She reached into the puffy, white fur coat she had put on and pulled out a set of keys, twirling them around her finger. You mean to tell me you afforded all of this out of pocket? I knew she was rich, mainly because of all the trade deals she had been involved in. But this isn't just rich. This is rich, the kind of richness that gives you a supervillain laugh. Maybe this is why she has the personality she does. I shook my head, discarding the thought. There's definitely a lot more to the story than just that, and it'll probably take quite a bit of time and effort from my part before I uncover it all. Beep. Beep. My head turned in the direction of the car that had just been unlocked, and once I got a look at what it was, my eyes widened to the point where they nearly popped right out of their sockets. I was faced with a supercar adorned with a sleek, highly aerodynamic chassis, featuring a low, wide stance, sharply angled headlights, and a prominent rear wing that appeared capable of self-adjustment. Unholy shit. My mother owns a McLaren P1. She has a bona fide widowmaker. I suppose it is kind of fitting considering her ominous moniker as the Underworld's Black Widow. So about that reward, do you think it's possible I could get one? No. Please. No. Pretty please. If you ask me one more time, you'll ride in the trunk. Humph. Stingy old hag. With a miff pout on my face, I hopped into the passenger seat, enjoying the sensation of the vehicle's top-of-the-line air conditioning system as Martha reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a pair of shades, tossing them over her face and putting the car into drive. It feels like I'm seeing a completely alien side of her. I've never seen Martha act so carefree. Here, she handed me another pair, causing me to let out an amused chuckle as I put them on. I know this whole easygoing facade is just an act she's put on. After all, Martha's still Martha at the end of the day. However, that shouldn't stop me from enjoying this while it lasts. It's inevitable that we'll be back at odds with one another soon enough, so I ought to savor times like these where I get a chance to truly let my hair down and breathe. My crosshair is still on Sebastian. I'll point it at her another time. The wise choice is to avoid a battle on two fronts, and that's the choice I plan on making. I might have a chance at beating one monster at a time with the help of the Satans, but both simultaneously. Forget it. Ready? She asked, revving the engine and allowing me to listen to its beautiful, mechanical symphony. As I'll ever be. The room was dark, illuminated only by a sparse number of scattered wax candles across the wooden, rustic floorboard, all of which did very little to lessen the eerie, almost haunted atmosphere that hovered around the space. There was hardly any furniture present, save for about a dozen panes composed entirely from bamboo, each of them masking the silhouette of an individual sitting cross-legged behind them. Some of whom were middle-aged in appearance, and others still brimming with youth, all sat down cross-legged behind their respective pane. If one paid close attention, it had become evident that the panes were purposefully arranged at different levels as a visual show of hierarchy. Kriawayawak. A door that was clearly in dire need of maintenance slowly pried open, briefly introducing a beam of light into the gloomy area as a cloaked figure stepped inside. Well? A grizzled voice near the top of the room asked. I confirmed that there was contact between the lady and Sebastian Buné some time yesterday, the gazes of all those present fixated on the shadowy figure, their eyes demanding a hasty continuation. His son passed the awakening ceremony, and they're going forward with the marriage as planned. Well, that's certainly not ideal. A voice at the apex of the room spoke, one which none below dared to interrupt. Bidis has already abdicated his family name, unlike the lady. If the betrothal goes through, we'll no longer have any backing to resist the current government's administration. We'll be desolate, void of support. Elder, he was addressed by the figure directly below him. It sounds like you have some kind of plan in mind. It didn't make sense for the elder's voice to remain so composed in spite of the circumstances. Of course, do you honestly believe I'd leave the fate of this clan all up to probability? No, absolutely not. He breathed a deep sigh of relief, his actions contradicting his words. How should we proceed? The elder's face twisted into a malicious, warped grin. The lady's far too busy to leave the estate at the moment, even for a matter such as this. Therefore, the little Buné will have to travel through our border to get here, won't he? His suggestive inclination ignited a wave of understanding across his peers. I know what you're suggesting, the hooded figure began. But I wouldn't be too hasty if I were you. This is Sebastian Buné's offspring we're talking about, and one who properly awakened his clan trait, unlike his predecessor. I doubt what you're implying will be as easy to achieve as you seem to believe. Indeed, it's likely that he'll prove to be quite the talented individual. The elder nodded, inquisitively stroking his chin. But so what? He's still young, inexperienced, and hasn't had enough time to fully mature. He can resist all he wants. His demise was etched in stone the moment Sebastian decided to poke his nose in matters he shouldn't have. Yeah, and when you get a vengeful Sebastian Buné at your doorstep after you slaughter his heir. What then? The elder snickered. The actions of one Belphegor represent those of the house. If Sebastian decides to attack, the lady will have no choice but to defend her home. Do these cronies have nothing but empty space in their heads? The lady's grown strong, but she's not ready to take on that monstrous dragon. He's the one who trained the damn emperor himself, for crying out loud. Besides, instead of standing there debating me, shouldn't you start making preparations? I doubt I need to remind you that the clock's ticking down to the moment of truth as we speak. Right. I guess I'll start working on that then. He scratched his nape and made his departure. Kakik. It's a good thing I'm not on their side. Even if he were, he'd abandon ship in a heartbeat. Attempting to assassinate Sebastian Buné's heir? Ha! They might as well have him go shit on Zikram Bale's front porch. His chances of survival would probably be higher. At the speed we were going, it hardly even took us half an hour to go from our territory to Lord Beelzebub's. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed that I couldn't enjoy the experience of Martha's P1 a little longer, but the fact that I'm about to receive my evil pieces more than makes up for that letdown. The sight of the head of the technology department's estate was also a reward in itself. The architecture was utterly remarkable, and that's putting it lightly. This place is supposed to be the personal residence of one man, but its grandeur is more than enough to cast a shadow over the entire Buné manor. Save for Martha's forest, of course, that's a priceless work of art to me, something I can appreciate wholeheartedly regardless of my opinion on her character. The residency was a towering, charcoal bastion that reached all the way up towards the clouds, with bright blue lines running across its exterior as if it were the structure's veins. I could only presume they were composed from agar's crystals, the same wondrous material used to create the evil pieces I was about to obtain. The fortress reminded me of the luster of Lilith's central tower to an extent. However, Lord Beelzebub's residence had a much more technical and ingenious vibe to it, whereas the central tower conveyed a monarch-like aura. It's a shame really, House Astaroth hasn't managed to replicate the Egghead's genius for quite some time now. Martha sighed, shaking her head in censure. They're either too muscle-headed, too politically inclined, or too technologically obsessed. They can't seem to strike any sense of balance. I mean, this is a Satan we're talking about, aren't we? I doubt it's that easy to just replicate that level of ability. If the other houses weren't lazier than beached seals when it came to training their young, then I might be inclined to agree with you. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Her voice had returned to its usual, unapologetically judgmental self. There's a reason only you and that defective Baal child are showing any promise amongst your generation. Granted, at least he didn't need to be babied in order to achieve his prowess. Unlike a certain someone. Oh, shut it, I rolled my eyes and scoffed. Still, I find it interesting that she referred to Serorg as defective, but still speaks of him in high regard, at least by her standards. Getting her to say anything even remotely positive is a feat worthy of being sung about for millennia. I wonder, is the gap between us and the rest of our peers really that big? Lady Buné, Lord Alduin. Your presence has been expected. A kind, gentlemanly figure adorned in a butler's outfit approached us once we neared the front gate. I'm afraid the Lord could not be present today, as he has a great many matters that require his attention. Therefore, I'll be presiding over your monument registry in his stead. Sure, just make it quick. I've also got work to do, and I'd rather not dawdle here. Martha snapped at him, but the butler wisely chose to maintain his poise. Performing a slight, calm nod and led us inside the residence. Must you provoke every life form that comes your way? She huffed, raising her head proudly. I'll do as I please, my actions don't require your input. Of course not. Eventually, I found myself face to face with what I could only describe as the stone statue of a gargoyle. Fitted with demonic wings, claws, ogre-like teeth, and horns, the whole package. Not that its horns could compare to mine, hee, I have 4 of them after all, and mine are far more elegant in design. Hold on a minute, since when did I have a complex about having superior horns? Lord Alduin, the butler handed me a medium-sized, antique box with House Buné's emblem etched onto the lid. These are your evil pieces. Once you touch the monument and inject a sliver of your demonic power into it, you'll be registered as a king in the evil piece system, and your pieces will all activate. Sounds easy enough. I put my hand on the statue, doing as he instructed, and in that moment, I felt something reach out towards me from within the gargoyle's harrowing frame. The sound of rattling kicked up from inside the box I had been given, causing me to open it up and watch as all 15 chess pieces started to vibrate, turning bright red and nestling into my demonic power pathways. Save for 2. Oh my. The butler gasped. 1 bishop, and 1 knight started to turn a shade darker, their exterior gyrating as 4 miniature draconic horns appeared on top of them, adopting my likeness. Did something go wrong? I scratched my temple. His instructions were relatively straightforward, I doubt I misinterpreted them. No, not at all. As a matter of fact. That's enough, Martha intervened, closing the lid of the box. You've got your pieces, and I'd rather not spend any more time out here than necessary. Wait. Your son just managed to awaken mutated. I said, we're leaving. She glared at the poor butler, causing him to freeze up like he had been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Yes ma'am. Just give it up, man, it's not worth the trouble. Come on, we still have important business to attend to. She grabbed me by the back of my collar, dragging me outside as I examined the morphed pieces in my hand, drawn to their bizarre presence. Welp, this trip was short-lived. At least I've still got whatever reward she has planned awaiting me. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 29, Friend Acquired. Chapter 29, Friend Acquired. So, I began, sitting down in the passenger seat of Martha's P1 as we raced back home. Any plans on telling me about what this is? You cut the butler guy off before he could finish back there. I reached into the antique box containing my evil pieces. Holding out the bishop and knight that had undergone noteworthy physical change while they were binding themselves to me. She glanced at the pieces, allowing me to pick up on a subtle spark of interest kindling within her eyes. They're called mutation pieces, it's technically a bug in the evil piece system, but the egghead decided to keep it in because he found it amusing. All it does is give the piece more value than it would usually have, for example, that bishop and knight you have could be worth twice their traditional value or more. It varies from person to person. Looking past her lack of interest, haven't I obtained something rather extraordinary? From the sound of it, I've been given the ability to create a peerage with higher value than the norm. That said, there's still the issue of actually finding a knight and bishop worthy of a mutation piece, so I suppose I shouldn't celebrate early. Pieces usually only mutate once someone's been reincarnated with it and experienced a change powerful enough to serve as a catalyst for the mutation. However, it seems your circumstances are special. Off the top of my head, I can only recall the Little Phoenix and Belial Child Awakening mutation pieces from the get-go. Little Phoenix. Well, I know for a fact she isn't talking about Riser, his peerage might have a bit of experience under their belt, but their total value hardly equates to that of my hand. The left one, to be precise. She must be talking about Ruvel. That doesn't surprise me, he's in the top 10 after all. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if all of the Underworld's rankers had mutation pieces. As for the Belial child, that one's more than obvious. It's the Emperor himself, Sebastian's former student, Dihauser Belial. Hold on a second, I stroked my chin, contemplating the realization that I had replicated a feat of 2 of the Underworld's strongest rating games participants. Doesn't that make me a genius? Ha! She scoffed, covering her mouth and diverting her gaze temporarily. You're many things, sweetie, but if I were you, I'd save myself the embarrassment and wipe that word from my dictionary. In the most condescending manner possible, she patted me on the head. Humph. You're just acting smug because you know it's true. I pouted, crossing my arms and slouching into the carbon fiber seat. Sure. Soon enough, we were back inside the glassy shell that was her greenhouse. My eyes immediately picked up on the addition of a dozen plant species which I had yet to lay eyes upon before, again. At this point, I'm pretty sure most of the plants she tends to are unknown even to the Citri clan. Am I finally going to get this reward you've been talking about? I asked, my voice teeming with impatience. Part of me even deliberated whether or not she had been leading me by the nose for the sake of her own amusement. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. What are you talking about? I've already given you your reward, it's not my fault your senses are too lacking to notice it. She insisted, pointing at my torso for some reason. With a questioning gaze, I proceeded to track her gaze. Hisses. And upon doing so, I felt my face burst into a nervous sweat. SSN. What's wrong? Don't you like your mother's gift? A malicious grin pulled at the corners of her mouth. Coiling around my waist was a 10-foot-long, absolute specimen of a king cobra. Coated in pristine white scales, and adorning 2 beady, frightening crimson pupils. Like that of an albino. Its forked tongue flicked back and forth out of its orifice as it tasted the air around me, with its head facing directly towards mine, and its emotions completely unreadable even to my senjutsu. Snake. I recoiled, stepping back in panic and nearly tripping on my behind, almost startling the creature which may or may not have resulted in its fangs sinking themselves into my skin. Fortunately, a dragon's sense of balance isn't so easily broken. That's a Ryuichi snake to be particular. I own quite a few of them thanks to a contract I have with their birthplace, but that's none of your concern. With my attention completely fixated on the slithering serpent, registering her words was proving to be quite the challenge. If there's anyone watching over me from above or below, please don't let me get bit. They're an exceptional species when it comes to reconnaissance, and the one wrapped around you is the most sought-after breed. It was a challenge even for me to obtain it, so you should be thankful that I did so for your sake. It continued to move upwards, tightening its length around my chest and raising its head right up to mine. Flicking its tongue directly against my face. And that instant, for some reason entirely alien to me, my perception of the creature started to change. I suddenly started to find it cute. I can't really explain the feeling, but I somehow feel as if I'm compatible with it, like a feeling of kinship. I mean, snakes and dragons are often associated with one another. There might be some symbolic meaning at play. Hello. I attempted to communicate with it, but was met with complete silence, along with some indiscernible tongue movements. Not much of a talker, I take it. It won't communicate with you until you contract it, and by the way, it's been attached to you since morning. You don't have to worry about it attacking you or anything, it's become considerably familiar with your scent at this point. If it didn't like you, you'd already be writhing on the ground in an unimaginable amount of searing pain. Its venom isn't something to be taken lightly. I swallowed a nervous gulp, taking what little reassurance I could. Wait a minute, I did a double take, retracing what she had just told me. Since morning. That can't be. I found it hard to come to terms with the fact that this thing bypassed both my physical sense of touch and my senjutsu. It was a significant blow to my pride. Putting aside the fact that your baggy robes made for a convenient hiding space, its scales secrete a specialized numbing agent, which is why you didn't feel a thing. They're a species born to stealth, hence why they make such excellent recon units. And what about my senjutsu? Its home, Ryuichi Cave, is an esteemed sage region that countless senjutsu practitioners have visited in an attempt to learn its secrets, though only a handful have succeeded, myself included. She said with a proud grin. Ryuichi snakes are a species with sage arts running through their blood. The one around you might only be a baby, but its senjutsu talent eclipses yours at least 100-fold. You could learn a thing or two by studying it. Hold on a second, I raised my hand. I'm pretty sure she just tried to gloss over a major problem there. Did you just say he's a baby? I'm not much of a herpetologist, but from eyeballing it, I'd say this thing should almost be fully grown. First of all, she's a girl. Female Ryuichi snakes are always stronger in both size, strength, and technical ability. There's no point in acquiring the males unless you want to breed them. Second of all, yes, she's still a newborn. Do you really think I'd trust someone of your lackluster intelligence with one that was already grown? You'd be dead within milliseconds. Ah, I suppose she has a point there. Still, if it's already this big as a newborn, what kind of behemoth will I end up carrying with me once it's fully grown? Besides, it's better to contract them when they're young. It helps solidify the bond between you and the snake if they're with you while they're still in their formative years. It's already proven to be formidable with its speciality, and considering my intentions and future responsibilities, having a scout as reliable as this would be a huge boon. All in all, this is actually a pretty solid reward, even if Martha's intentions for rewarding me are questionable. What a strange feeling. You keep mentioning this contract, would it be safe to assume that it functions like a familiar? I know I still have the envelope from the familiar master, but if I get a familiar now, I'll be able to save that exclusive trip for when I have some peerage members under my wing. Additionally, there's no law stating that someone can't have more than one familiar. I could always use the trip as an opportunity to acquire something with a different specialty if needed. You're free to think of it that way, all you have to do is hold out your finger, she'll do the rest. Like this. I did as Martha instructed, my eyes fixated on the snake as her head drew closer to my index finger. My nerves were wavering a little as I inspected the appendage intently. Prick. Gah. It bit me. I started to panic, wondering if I was about to drop dead any second now. Calm that deficient head of yours, it was a dry bite. You weren't envenomated. Her words caused me to release a deep, hearty sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'm far too young, handsome, and talented to die a second time. It's just going to take some of your blood, establishing the contract between you. The snake did precisely as Martha said she would, scooping up a droplet of my blood and swallowing it in one gulp. Thump. It didn't take long for the feeling to kick in, my heart skipping a beat as I felt an increasing sense of familiarity build up between me and the creature. Like our very souls were tied to one another by a fine thread. I'll check on your progress with her regularly. If you do a good enough job of raising her, I'll consider taking you to Dryadic Cave itself. There are special techniques there that you may or may not be capable of learning, but if you do end up proving capable, it'll be a huge boost to your strength. Hee, don't you worry, by the time I'm done with her, she'll make a leviathan look about as threatening as a hamster in comparison. I smiled, my expression overflowing with confidence. Oh, please, with you at the helm, I'd be thoroughly stunned if it ended up stronger than a corgi. No, I have full faith in my master's competence. A hoarse, serene yet mildly intimidating feminine voice echoed out of the snake's maw. She talked. I yelped in surprise, staring at my newfound familiar with widened eyes. Didn't I just say she would once you contracted her? Martha sighed in exasperation, gripping her head. She's now connected to your demonic power, giving her access to our translation ability. Oh, right, I forgot about that handy little passive trait. Indeed, my scaly little companion confirmed. It's a pleasure to be contracted, you master, I look forward to being of service. Honestly, that speech mannerism is fucking adorable. At least to me. Likewise, how should I refer to you? Whatever the master finds most suitable is fine with me. I mean, I'd rather not refer to you as you all the time. Do you have a name or something I could use? Surely you jest, only those who gain the sage recognition are granted an official name. However, if you wish to give me one as a placeholder, I won't complain. The sage. I looked at Martha, hoping for some elaboration. She's talking about the white snake sage. I'm not sure whether I'm imagining it or not, but I swear I'm detecting a note of camaraderie in her voice. She's the only good conversation partner I've found in all my years of living, and she's also the leader of Dryadic Cave. Much of my current senjutsu prowess is thanks to her, but someone like you has no chance of meeting her. Not unless you can gain the recognition of her daughters first. Whoa. I can't believe it. Martha actually has someone she considers a friend. But if that's the case, then I probably don't want to be anywhere near such a person, despite my curiosity about a figure capable of befriending someone with my mother's character. Lady Martha makes a good point, she began. Also, Lady Martha. I'm not sure how a newborn knows about my mother, but that's probably a story for another day. Master, your senjutsu isn't terrible. However, you still have a long way to go before you're ready to tread my homeland. Isn't terrible, huh? Well, that's coming from a creature that literally stuck to my body for hours on end without me noticing. So I'll take what little praise I can get. That's fine with me. I don't need the help of that sage or those princesses, after all, I've got you here to teach me, isn't that right? I smiled at her, and even though her serpentine face wasn't capable of expressing much emotion, I could tell that her sentiment had shifted by virtue of our established connection. While I find your vote of confidence misplaced on one as inexperienced as I shall do my best to match your expectations of me. Don't worry, you'll do just fine, Sylvie. I smiled, honestly, that was about the best I could come up with. I'm not very good with naming, but at least it's somewhat fitting. Sylvie the snake, or something. Alright, that's enough with the chick flick moment you two have going on. Martha breathed a disgusted groan, interrupting our little starting contest. Hey, she's probably just jealous. Your father wants to see you in his office, apparently, it's something of great importance. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I chuckled knowingly. Of course, I was well aware about the subject of I and Sebastian's upcoming conversation. How? Thora told me, or more accurately, she didn't have a choice. After I disclosed the contents of the deal between me, Lady Leviathan, and Lord Lucifer. She felt obligated to disclose something to me in return, since it was bound to interfere with the deal. Roy Gunn Belphegor. My fiancé. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 30, Marriage Disclosure. Chapter 30, Marriage Disclosure. Young lord, as I was on my way to Sebastian's office, a voice that was always pleasant to hear called out to me. Yo, Thora. I smiled, turning to face House Buné's one and only head maid as she went about her cleaning duties. I don't know what transpired yesterday, but whatever was wrong with me, I'm all better now, or at least I hope. I'm glad you're feeling better, young lord. She nodded contentedly. And while this might be a little late, congratulations on passing your awakening ceremony. You now bear the resemblance of a true Bune. She complimented while eyeing me up and down. Careful now, if you keep staring at me so intently, I might get the wrong idea. I let out a wry chuckle. As much as I don't want to credit the old man, I do have to admit that these draconic genes are quite the boon. They've upped my handsome factor like crazy. Sigh, it's only been a day since you awakened your clan trait, and you've already let it get to your head. She exhaled while pinching her nose bridge. I suppose it's reassuring to know that your personality hasn't changed. Mesiter, might I ask who this person is? From within my scarf, Sylvie's long, serpentine figure crawled out, poking her head out in Thora's direction. I can sense a great deal of affection for her coming from your end. Since these two are going to be by my side around the clock, I should probably introduce them to one another. That's Thora, my maid, and the reason this house hasn't been reduced to a pile of rubble yet. I motioned to her. Thora, this is Sylvie. Mother gifted her to me as a familiar, as you can see, she's a snake. A Ryuichi snake, Sylvie clarified. Yes, a Ryuichi snake. I didn't think she'd have a complex about that, cute. Lady Bune, gifted her to you. Thora repeated, her expression overflowing with warranted surprise. I know, I could hardly believe it myself. But she's here now, and you two will be around each other quite often from now on, so I hope you'll be able to get along. Master, I fail to understand the need for me to get along with someone whom I can't even detect a sliver of ki from. Are you sure there's value in keeping such a person beside you? Thora's eyes were quick to narrow, her lower lip trembling in indignation. I see she's got quite the tongue for a familiar, especially considering that she hasn't served the young lord for even a fraction of the time I have. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but I could have sworn I saw sparks flying between them for a second there. Senjutsu isn't everything, little one. Is that so? That just sounds like a coping mechanism to me, seeing as you're the only one between us who can't see it. Why, you little. All right. That's enough. I glared at Sylvie admonishingly. You and she are colleagues from now on, so I'd appreciate it if you'd at least make an effort to cooperate. Good grief, it looks like she has a massive Senjutsu superiority complex as well. Very well, master, if that's what you wish. She agreed, slithering back into my robe. Sorry about that, I literally just got her a few minutes ago, so there's still some kinks I'll need to iron out. I gestured apologetically. Anyhow, I've got a meeting with the old man I need to tend to. Assuming he doesn't eat me alive, I'll talk to you later. A meeting? Do you think it's about that? She inquired, her posture a little fidgety. Yeah, it definitely is, but don't worry, I've already devised a plan. One that'll either cause an incident between a rancor and Satan, or result in everything going swimmingly. That's not very reassuring. I know, but that's just how life is sometimes. I shrugged, waving her off and proceeding upwards to the second floor, where the geezer's office was situated. Knock. 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 Come in, his grainy voice instructed. Not before taking a sharp breath, I opened the door and stepped inside, met with the sight of Sebastian's attention fixated on a stack of papers resting atop his desk, the same monotonous activity that endlessly ate away at his days both during morning and night. Honestly, I couldn't envy the position of patriarch any less. From my perspective, it's a role that forces you to become a glorified pencil pusher. Hopefully, the Underworld invents a more streamlined method to deal with paperwork before it's my turn to bear the mantle of clan head. Mother said you wanted to see me, I remarked while closing the door behind me, approaching him with a noticeable amount of caution. He didn't reply, simply pointing at the chair opposite him. Let's hope this ends well. I sat down, patiently awaiting his opening words as I watched him set aside the documents he had been working through and fold one hand over the other. I'm not sure if you recall, but some time ago, I had a conversation with you at dinner. He began, his gaze fixated on me with its usual, overbearing sharpness and intensity. I said that once you had passed your awakening ceremony, you'd be allotted certain responsibilities befitting your position. I remember, I nodded affirmatively. How could I forget that eventful evening? It was the first glimpse I got of the ongoing discourse between him and my mother. Let me guess, you called me here to hand me one of those responsibilities. Indeed, his posture tightened. I trust you're familiar with the name Roygun Belphegor. Bingo. How could I not be? You had Thora constantly lecture me on that family. I did, but you being told something is one matter, you actually listening is another. I should start a counter for the number of times I've heard that exact phrase since reincarnating. But if you really did pay attention, then I imagine you're aware of her position. Obviously, she's the matriarch of the Belphegor clan and one of the top 10 rankers. Even if I wasn't tutored, I was bound to find out about her eventually. That's debatable, especially coming from you. He chuckled dryly. Back on the subject of responsibilities, as House Buné's heir, I'm sure you understand the importance of having a spouse. I offered him an equally bleak chuckle in return, leaning closer towards him. Ha. Old man, you could have at least tried to be subtle about it. What would be the point of that? It'd only make this conversation take longer than it needs to. Besides, you don't appear to be nearly as shocked or bitter as I expected you to be. He narrowed his eyes, his reptilian pupils brimming with suspicion. I had considered feigning shock, but I quickly realized that Sebastian would see right through it, and it'd only cause even more problems for me. Which is why I'm going to use a handy little trick I learned from Martha, the power of half-truths. You say that as if you did a good job of concealing that arrangement, I snickered. Not only did you add the subject of an extra demon clan to my curriculum, completely out of the blue might I add, there was also that jab mother took at you during the dinner you just mentioned. Jab? He repeated questioningly. Don't recall. Then allow me to jolt your memory. I cleared my throat, preparing my best Martha impression. Maybe unlike some people, Lord Phoenix knew that trying to marry people with such a staggering age difference, even by our society's standards, would only lead to disaster. Does that happen to ring a bell? I watched in delight as his eyelids lifted, his face conveying genuine astonishment. He's probably flabbergasted that his spacey child managed to not only remember that, but connect the dots by adding Thora's lessons into the equation. Looking past your disturbingly good impression of your mother's voice, he began. I didn't think you'd actually remember something like that, much less put two and two together. Consider me thoroughly impressed, Alduin. Called it, this really is the beginning of my genius era after all. Count your days, Lord Beelzebub, I'll be coming for your title as the Underworld's greatest mind soon enough. Well, if you've already figured that out, why don't you go ahead and give me thoughts on the matter? Or maybe even throw a tantrum about me deciding a fiancé for you without your prior knowledge. I hear that's quite popular with the youth nowadays. I couldn't help but scoff. Knowing you, you've probably already had the papers drawn up. I doubt complaining would amount to much at this point. His lack of response sufficed as an answer. However, I do have a few questions if you're open to answering them, esteemed father of mine, I said the last part mockingly. He let out an inquisitive hum, reclining back in his office chair. Go on then. First of all, why an extra demon? I understand the need for procreation thanks to the dwindling pureblood population within the 72 pillars, but Roygun isn't a pillar. Politically speaking, I don't understand how this arrangement could possibly benefit our house. He performed a slight nod. Typically, that logic would be sound, however, Roygun isn't content with her house remaining an extra demon clan. For quite some time now, she's been trying to bring them into the fold of the current government, but failed to do so thanks to the opposition of the older generation within the clan. My mind flashed with realization. But once she became a ranker, the difference in influence between them changed. Precisely, she's now in a position to oppose them properly. All she's missing is the last part of the equation, you. I stroked my chin, carefully putting the pieces of the mental puzzle I had formed in my head together. I see, if she, as the clan head, marries an heir from the 72 pillars, it'll make it exceptionally easy for our side to assist her motion to bring the Belphegor clan under the government. She's using the marriage as a foundation for that ambition. Would you look at that? After 18 years, the neurons in my son's brain are finally firing. I ought to celebrate. He made an effort to sound disinterested as per usual, but I was sure that he was starting to reconsider how he would approach me from now on. After all, the Alduin he's used to has about the same intelligence as a goldfish. He's never seen the need to maneuver around me strategically. Until now. The chance might be slim, but it's possible he'll start rethinking how he moves from now on, and that'll cause him to hesitate. The more he hesitates, the more time and breathing room I have. That's what I need more than anything, time. The deal I've made with Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer is just the first step. I need to build a foundation that's created solely by my own two hands. If I'm serious about fixing this house, I need to be the one to do it. I can't rely on the labor of others to make it work. That'll just result in a half-assed job, a short-term solution at best. Still, won't having a clan head and heir married to one another cause problems in the future? For instance, how would our children be allocated? They can't succeed both the Buné and Belphegor clan at the same time, and that's assuming there's more than one. If there's only one child between us, then there's bound to be conflict, and don't even get me started on the possibility of clan trait issues. A child could only have crack, only have dragonification, maybe have both, or perhaps neither of them by virtue of a birth defect. And there's also my Salos bloodline to consider. Honestly, this seems like a disaster waiting to happen. I can't fathom how I'd go about managing 3 bloodlines in one house. There will definitely be a great deal of issues you'll have to work through. But that's not my problem, you'll already be patriarch by then, so it'll be up to you to handle them. Good luck. He grinned, somehow not even mildly perturbed by the notion of his own house going to shit. Which I'm equal parts surprised and unsurprised by, considering how poorly he's managed it thus far. To my knowledge, the majority of the prosperity we're experiencing now is because of Martha's handiwork. Not Sebastian's. Old man. I scowled, and my mood took a hasty turn for the worse. Even for you, don't you think this is a bit much? No clue, he shrugged, his tone chock full of indifference. In the first place, I'm not the one who asked for this arrangement to take place. She's the one who sent the initial marriage proposal. What? That most certainly wasn't within my expectations. Not good, I was counting on her reluctance to have to marry someone significantly weaker and far younger than her, but this revelation forces me to rethink my entire strategy. I need her to be content with me basically ditching the wedding altogether, since I'm going out of the Underworld before that happens. After all, a marriage ceremony would put a huge wrench in the mobility Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer granted me. I'm willing to go the distance, but ditching my wife right after I get married to her. That's not my style. Nor do I plan on just running away without talking to her, that wouldn't sit right with me either. Shit, why the hell would she willingly want this? We've never even met before, and there are plenty of other options if she's looking to gain more support from the 72 pillars, I think. I mean, Saror doesn't have a wife if I remember correctly, and he's from the Baal clan for crying out loud. The highest ranking pillar there is. Then again, this is the Baal clan we're talking about. I shouldn't judge someone for not wanting to get involved with them. Don't look at me, I don't know why she chose you out of all people, nor did I ask. If it makes you feel any better, you'll have all the time in the world to question her when the two of you meet tomorrow. He got up from his seat, stretching his arms as they let out a satisfying crunching noise. Now, if you'll excuse me, I haven't had a chance to eat since morning. So I'm going to go ahead and fetch myself some grub. Roygun Belphegor, it appears handling her will prove to be more challenging than I thought it would. Let's hope she's someone I can reason with, otherwise, the possibility of me needing to count on either Lady Leviathan or Lord Lucifer to personally intervene might end up coming true. Which I'd much rather avoid, no matter how improbable. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 31, Border Incident. Chapter 31, Border Incident. Faster than I would have liked, the following morning came. I stood at the manor's front gate, watching as an all-black SUV with dark, tinted windows pulled up beside me, the ride that would be taking me across the extra-demon border to the Belphegor residence. Naturally, that border wasn't anything like the militarized zone between us and the Fallen Angel territory, so I doubt there's anything for me to be worried about, but one can never be too sure. Young lord, you seem tense, Thora observed. As my personal attendant, she'll be accompanying me as well. Which is for the best, since I don't plan on returning home once I've settled my affairs with Roygun. I've kept Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer waiting long enough, it's time for me to venture towards the surface and hold up my end of the bargain. Rias and Sona should already be settling in right about now, the place was called Kuo Town, if I remember correctly. That's because I breathed a sigh of resignation. Father let me in on some rather vexing information yesterday, and now I'm starting to doubt that everything will go to plan. She blinked. Information. Long story short, there's a chance Roygun won't be as open-minded as I thought she'd be. I rubbed my palm down my face in exasperation. Ever since I began this little mission of mine, my mental fatigue has been piling up like crazy. You don't think you'll be able to convince her? Possibly. Young lord, if you can't reason with Lady Belphegor, won't that force you to call upon Lady Leviathan or Lord Lucifer's direct assistance? Like me, she understood the importance of avoiding such a scenario. It's as Lady Leviathan said, we can't let a rancor or anyone from the older generation get involved in this. It'll create a door for Sebastian to put his foot in. Possibly, I repeated, this time with an austere chuckle. The chauffeur stepped out of the vehicle, the same one that had brought us to the Citri estate during Sona's birthday. As per usual, he performed a courtly bow. Lord Alduin, are you ready to depart? Yeah, we should probably make haste, wouldn't want to keep my fiancée waiting. The better her mood is, the better my chances are. It took us roughly 2 hours on an expedited route to go from the Buné territory to the extra demon border, and once we had arrived, one key aspect between our regions became clear as day to me. Infrastructure. Specifically, the difference in technological advancement between us. Everything over here seems antique, the design of the commercial sectors here all feel like they're at least a century behind us, and it's abundantly clear to me why that is. Since extra demons aren't affiliated with the current government, they aren't supported by our technology department. And more importantly, they don't have the aid of their chief advisor, Ajuka Beelzebub. Without a mind like his, they stand no chance of matching our technological prowess. I doubt they're even capable of amassing the necessary funding for such a crucial department. Why? Because their economy is limited, there are 9 extra demon clans in total. 2 of these clans are no longer active, as House Lucifuge was disbanded after the Civil War, and House Nibiros is excommunicated. The extra demons can't replicate the same level of trade that occurs between the 72 pillars, for example, things like the Blaze Meteor Covenant between my house and Tannen, or the trade agreement between Martha and the Citri clan, could never happen amongst them. They don't have the resources. I'm quickly starting to understand why Roygun wishes to switch sides. No matter how high she climbs in the rating games, her clan won't be able to benefit from it the same way Diehauser's did. Not unless she can gain the proper support of the pillars. The thing is, I don't need the marriage between us to be annulled. I just need it to be put on indefinite hiatus, which won't make persuading her much easier, since I have no clue how long it'll be before I'll be back in the Underworld. As Lord Lucifer said, the timeline is going to be unpredictable. Oh. While the car glided along the questionably maintained asphalt, my senses detected a disturbance. Master, and so did Sylvie. I know, I tapped on the chauffeur's seat. Stop the car. Lord Alduin. Now, my pitch deepened, and the chauffeur didn't hesitate to slam on the brakes. Sweat building up on the surface of his back. Young lord. Thora's posture stiffened, her expression telling me she was ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Stay here, keep the chauffeur safe. Young lord, if there's trouble lurking, then it's my responsibility to help. I'm sorry, Thora, but that wasn't a request. It was an order. I felt a pang of guilt strike my chest as her posture deflated despondently, but now wasn't the time for deliberation. Alduin stepped out of the passenger seat, both feet landing on the road of the mountain pass they were navigating through. The sight of trees, greenery, and all sorts of foliage separated by the guardrail brought a faint smile to his face. How convenient, these guys have no idea what they're doing. Not that I blame them, getting information from a family like mine is a pretty tall task. He tapped on the chauffeur's window, motioning for him to drive the car backwards to give him space for whatever was about to transpire. Naturally, the elderly servant didn't think twice about abiding by the young lord's order. Come on then, Alduin spread his arms, addressing the supposedly empty air around him. You dared to interrupt my ride, you might as well go ahead and introduce yourselves. His words were met with silence. Cowards, Sylvie spat. Alduin sighed, dipping his head. Can't argue with you there. Oh well, if they don't want to show themselves, I'll have to make them. The surrounding trees all started to bend, twist, and turn unnaturally. Folding outwards and eliminating the lack of surrounding visibility in a matter of seconds, revealing what, or rather, who lurked within the vegetation for all to see. There we are, much better. He clapped in satisfaction. 14 shadowy, hooded silhouettes were spread evenly on either side of the roadside. Their auras flickering with instability and uncertainty as a result of Alduin waving their cover out of existence, their overflowing confidence shaken with a single, offhand motion. The young Buné observed their unsteady postures with growing curiosity, his reptilian pupils examining them as they exchanged glances with one another, presumably deliberating their next move. Adorable, he snickered inwardly. Still not interested in talking to me. That's a shame, he stroked his chin, pondering. Let's see here, it wasn't my mother or father who sent you, since they'd just approach me themselves if they had something planned. Your positioning makes it obvious you knew I'd be coming here, although it's debatable whether or not you know why that is, since you could just be hired guns. But I digress, judging from the way you're dressed and the hostile intent I'm detecting from you, I'm willing to bet that you're all assassins. Once more, they remained nonverbal. Fortunately, one of the perks of being a Senjutsu practitioner was that you didn't need your target to speak to answer your question. The slightest change in their posture, composure, or aura was more than enough to decipher what you were looking for. Kia. I can't believe this. This is the first time someone's ever tried to assassinate me. Looks like I'll be able to cross that off my fantasy world bucket list, Alduin cheered, leaving his soon-to-be aggressors positively dumbfounded. Granted, I'm a little disappointed at how weak you all feel. I was hoping this be a prime opportunity to field test Dragonification, but it looks like I'll have to save it for another time. That's enough, one of them spoke up. Their voice was deep and hollow, as if they were wearing some kind of a mask. Alduin Buné, for the sake of the Belphegor clan's sovereignty, you need to perish here. A rattling noise resounded from the figure's sleeve, the product of a weaponized chain falling out from within his cloak. Oh. The Belphegor clan orchestrated this fun little attempt, did they? Alduin's tone turned grave, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. I find that rather hard to believe, since your matriarch was the one who called for this wedding in the first place. Not that I blame her, I'm just so gosh darn irresistible. In that moment, he recalled something his father had revealed to him during their conversation yesterday. Her decision was being opposed, wasn't it? By the older generation of Belphegors. I see. Alduin slammed his fist against his palm in realization. This is yet another case of old fogies being a pain in the behinds of youth. Ah, how I pity my poor fiancée, even she can't escape the meddling of grumpy grandpas and grandmas. While they wouldn't let it deter them, the assassins couldn't help but flinch, shocked that he had arrived at the correct conclusion so quickly. You can speculate all you like, it won't change the outcome. The only vocal one among the bunch insisted, convinced that the outcome was already decided, mainly because of their numerical advantage. Is that so? Alduin spread his stance, leaving his guard wide open. Then why not go ahead and give it a shot? I'm curious to see how devil assassins do battle. You see, the only people I've fought are kaijus pretending to be devils, and a rooster, but that's a story for another time. Point is, I need a little variety. The assassin simply scoffed, taking a step back with complete disregard for Alduin's invitation. Welp, it was worth a shot. They all acted in unison, reaching into their cloaks and pulling out a light blue talisman with strange, runic inscriptions arranged all over its surface. Wisely choosing to slap them onto the asphalt instead of the foliage, which they had witnessed Alduin pry apart effortlessly. In perfect harmony, they each began to channel their demonic power, joining their index and middle fingers together and pointing them upwards, performing a hand sign. Alduin hummed, attentively watching a dense, ethereal fog start to roll in at their altitude, enshrouding the assassins in a thick smog that not even his enhanced draconic vision could pierce through. It appears to be a concealment barrier technique. I've seen Martha perform a few, but she doesn't need talismans to activate them. And while his lack of vision didn't surprise him, the fact that his senjutsu was struggling to counter the barrier's masking ability most certainly caught him off guard, which meant he could only rely on his enhanced sense of smell and hearing to locate them. It seems I've been proven wrong, it turns out they did, in fact, come somewhat prepared. At least, that's all he could do. Sylvie, mind lending a hand? Fortunately, he just so happened to have someone with senjutsu superior to him on his side. Certainly, ignore the footsteps you're hearing in front of and beside you, they're distractions. There are two approaching your rear, they're the Onis who intend to attack. Got it, he nodded. While still facing forwards, Alduin puffed his chest up, purposefully allowing his demonic power to flare up, convincing those in front that they were his target. Encouraging the two assassins flanking him to hasten their movements, both of them convinced that they were about to get a clean, swift opening to finish their mission early. Idiots. But at the last minute, he turned around, causing both assassins to hesitate out of fear for a moment, although brief, as they watched Alduin's cheeks start to puff up, the temperature around him rising as his draconic pupils locked onto them. Swoosh. Swoosh. Out of sheer reflex, they reached into their sleeves, throwing a handful of daggers straight at their target, hoping they'd connect before Alduin had a chance to unleash the frightening amount of demonic power he was gathering at them. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. Whoosh. Flames that seemed to burn the very air itself spewed out of Alduin's mouth like a tidal wave, blitzing towards them and engulfing their bodies whole, forcing them to experience the harrowing pain that was having one's body incinerated whole before they inevitably perished. Ga away. My face. Help me. He watched as they squirmed and writhed in pain, throwing their garments aside in hopes that it would save them from their fate, but a dragon's flames weren't so easily dealt with, the fire hopped from their clothes onto their skin too quickly for them to react to. Screams turned to silence. And what had once been figures composed of bone and flesh were reduced to melted puddles of tissue and piles of ash. The pungent odor of smoke wafted through Alduin's nostrils as he continued to observe, not a word coming out of his mouth. I just took a life. For the first time in both lifetimes, he had killed someone. I killed someone. He had taken living, breathing people and extinguished them. I killed them. Yet. He hadn't even thought about it before the flames had left his windpipe. His brain simply interpreted people coming at him with the intent to kill, and responded in kind, like it was the natural thing to do. Yes, they were out to do the same, but this was his first proper life-or-death battle. Alduin expected to feel a plethora of emotions, but not this, whatever this was, it felt odd. I can't bring myself to feel a thing. No matter how hard I try to force a sense of remorse or guilt. He looked down, his hand steady as ever, and his nerves not even mildly perturbed. I don't understand. Is this the product of some conditioning they did? Or... Master. Now's not the time to space out. Sylvie cautioned him, causing Alduin to snap out of his trance. From all sides, chains shot forth towards him. All of which were inscribed with strange runes, just like the talismans they used to create the fog barrier. However, these were designed to bind, not mask. What a strange feeling this is. He brought his hip down to the floor, leaping upwards with all his might and choosing to make use of the only space the assassins weren't covering. Of course, they weren't going to sit back and idle while he gained airtime. Swiftly, they redirected the trajectory of their chains, tossing them at Alduin's airborne figure. It's not just indifference I'm feeling. No, it's more than that. But before they could connect, they were intercepted by a legion of roots that had branched out from the surrounding vegetation. Even though it wasn't visible to Alduin anymore thanks to the fog, the barrier appeared to be only capable of concealing. It couldn't sever his connection to the plant life. Could it be enjoyment? Is that what I'm feeling from an act I should utterly deplore? He flicked his hands, unleashing a flurry of piercing wind carves aimed at the throats of his aggressors. All of which nailed them square in the throat, by virtue of the rigorous training Thora had put him through to hone his accuracy. The sound of bloodied gargles followed suit as their bodies collapsed onto the asphalt, limp. That can't be. That shouldn't be. I'm only doing this because it's necessary. They're the ones who tried to kill me first. I'm justified in my self-defense. As they perished, Alduin caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the cold steel of one of the falling chains. He was smiling. Wider than he ever had before. Fuck. He landed on the ground, immediately reassuming his stance. 6 had fallen, 8 remained. Is this riffraff all you have to offer? He called out to the rest of the assassins who had yet to make their move. Aren't you supposed to be defending the sovereignty of the Belphegor clan, as you so aptly put it? Come on. Put up some resistance already. Apologies, but I don't think those guys are capable of satiating that bloodlust of yours. As those words were spoken, Alduin felt his blood run cold. Someone had crept up on him. On him. A 15th individual he hadn't sensed among the assassins earlier. My deepest apologies, Master. I'm not sure how, but I failed to pick up on his presence. Slowly, he turned around. Finding himself face to face with a figure that was cloaked like the rest, but significantly taller, and with an eerie presence that was completely unreadable to Alduin, even though they were right in front of him. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare ya. The figure sheepishly rubbed his nape. I'm actually on your side, or more specifically, I'm on the lady's side. Though they don't know that, since they believed I was one of them this whole time. Kakeek. I'm quite the shinobi, ain't I? Screams echoed through the atmosphere, causing Alduin's attention to snap towards the remaining assassins. His eyes widened in alarm as he found a kunai impaled into each of their chests, despite not seeing a single movement from the imposing figure standing behind him. When did he? I hope ya don't mind me taking the liberty of killing the rest of em for ya. The lady's been quite impatient recently, and if I don't bring ya home soon I'm worried I might get a fist pummeled into ma little ol' head. He chuckled lightly, completely disregarding the existence of the now fallen assassins. Just, who exactly are you? Alduin almost hesitated to ask, only able to muster up the courage to speak thanks to the lack of hostility radiating off the man. Oh, I probably ought to introduce myself. He pulled down his hood and tossed his cloak away, revealing his considerably jarring appearance. An appearance that didn't belong to a devil, at least not any that Alduin had ever heard of. He was an anthropomorphic wolf, with strikingly long dark fur, clad in a disheveled black kimono riddled with worn-down purple accents. His eyes were narrowed to the point where they not more than 2 horizontal slits, and he was biting down on a golden Kizura pipe with his teeth, blowing out small puffs of smoke from it now and then. The name's Halibel, shinobi extraordinaire, and the lady's one and only knight. He reached out to shake Alduin's hand. 'Tis a pleasure to meet you, fiancé Kuin. Likewise. Alduin returned the gesture somewhat anxiously. By the lady, I'm assuming you mean Roygun. It wasn't hard to connect the dots after Halibel referred to him as fiancé Kuin. Yup. Now I'm sure ya have an ocean of questions you want to shoot my way, but I'm afraid you'll need to wait until we're back at the estate. The lady's patience is starting to run thin, and I'd rather not push my limits. I'm sure ya understand. Halibel casually patted him on the shoulder. Yeah, of course. Alduin wasn't sure what to make of Halibel's eccentric demeanor, but he didn't seem to carry any malice, thus he didn't see a reason to refuse him. Great. You can go ahead and call that loss of yours over here. I'll teleport us right over to the estate. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 32, Roygun Belphegor. Chapter 32, Roygun Belphegor. Apparently, my previous hypothesis was right on the money. The assassins were on the payroll of the Belphegor clan's elders and were ordered to eliminate me to prevent the marriage between me and Roygun from going through. Unlike her, they have absolutely no interest in joining the 72 pillars. But that's not what I'm particularly interested in, they were all feeble at best anyway. In hindsight, their mission failed the second it was assigned to them. Clearly, they expected my strength to be high class at best. Unfortunately for them, after completing my awakening ceremony, I took my first official step into the realm of ultimate class. Although, as much as I hate to admit it, I'd be remiss not to say that Martha and Sebastian's constrictive treatment kinda came in clutch here. It prevented them from getting any information on me and my exact strength level beforehand. Sure, they could research the abilities of the Buné and Sallo's clan if they wanted to, and while that might seem beneficial on paper, in practice, fighting those clan traits is an entirely different story. But I digress, what I'm really interested in is Roygun's involvement in all this. Halibel's presence makes it abundantly clear that she knew what they were plotting in advance, and I'd like to know what's going to happen from this point onwards. Halibel, would it be safe to assume that you were watching the whole time? I asked the Wolfman as we strolled through the hallways of the Belphegor estate. As expected, the architecture was quite rustic and antique in nature. It was still a residence that most certainly belonged to a noble, but it wasn't of the same caliber as the one that a pillar would own. Much less a pillar that managed to climb its way into the Underworld's top 10. There was only one aspect of the estate that managed to catch my attention. The trees. Composed of a smooth, dark bark, with small raised pores all over its surface. The flowers varied from different shades of pink to a pristine white color, most of which contained 5 petals per flower, save for some that had experienced a double bloom and grown to 10 or even 20. They were cherry blossom trees. A species I didn't think even existed down here. One truly worth marveling at. I'm even considering negotiating with Roygun to see if we can bring a few over to our estate. I'd be more than willing to trade for them. Although I probably should focus on the more pressing matters at hand. Yeah, I was watching ya, he confirmed offhandedly. I lifted an eyebrow. And you didn't think to intervene until I had already killed 6 of them. Hey, don't get snappy at me for that. I was simply following the lady's orders. He shrugged, taking an extended drag from his pipe. She wanted me to get a read on your skills while the opportunity was there, but once I realized that those goons weren't going to be able to test much, I decided to end things early. She let it continue on purpose. My eyes narrowed. I'm not sure how I feel about that. What's the harm? They clearly weren't capable of really threatening you in the first place. Even if they were, your good pal Halibel over here would have dealt with them lickety-split. He pointed at himself, chuckling. He's not wrong. My life probably wasn't in danger there, especially with Sylvie aiding me. Also, with that freak speed of his, there's no doubt he'd be able to intervene before anything actually managed to catch me by surprise, even if there was only a second to react. So, what's going to happen now? The elders have made their move, I imagine it's Roygun's turn to make hers. She already did. What? Once I confirmed that the assassins attacked ya, the lady took a trip over to the elders' side of the estate and, he swiped a claw across his throat. You know, dealt with their opposition for good. Be that as it may, Thora chimed in, who was pacing right behind me. It was awfully inconsiderate of her to knowingly expose her fiancé to an assassination attempt before even meeting with him for the first time. Well, I won't say you're not entitled to your opinion. Halibel opened one eye, revealing an enchanting, bright gold iris. But if you want to bring up that opinion with the lady, you'll have to do so yourself. Thora swallowed a nervous gulp. I couldn't blame her for hesitating, this is a Satan-class existence we're talking about at the end of the day. Don't worry, Thora, I'm sure we'll talk everything out. I offered her a warm, reassuring smile, even though I wasn't entirely confident myself. Honestly, I merely want the 2 of us to make it out of the underworld in one piece. I'd rather neither of us become Belphegor sashimi before we're up above. Kakik, you 2 seem to have quite the relationship, eh? Halibel snickered, his gaze shifting between the 2 of us suggestively. How daring, especially considering circumstances. Thora's face flushed bright red in embarrassment. We're not. Relax, I won't needlessly snitch. I'm not that kind of guy. He reassured her, motioning with his hands. Great, he thinks she and I have that kind of a relationship. I mean, not that I'm opposed to the idea. On the contrary, I've been actively trying to create that exact type of relationship. We're just not there yet, I don't have any plans to do anything rash, at least not while I'm still in the underworld. Once I'm in the human world, it's fair game. Just a word of advice for you, try not to be too open with you and your young lord's shared affection. His voice deepened, emphasizing the gravity of his words. Especially around lady, trust me, she won't take kindly to that kind of behavior. Gulp. I nodded stiffly. I'll be sure to heed your advice. He hummed approvingly. Soon enough, we arrived at the lone door situated on the uppermost floor of the estate. with the Belphegor clan's horned emblem encrusted into the frame with regal, gilded accents. The ladies waiting inside, and obviously, only fiancé Kuin is allowed to enter. He turned to Thora. In the meantime, how about I give the lass a tour of the place? If she's your personal attendant, she'll be coming round here quite often. It'd be good for her to know the lay of the land. Thora glanced at me, probably seeking my approval. I don't see why not. I motioned for her to go ahead. Despite my misgivings, Halibel was clearly just following orders like he was supposed to. He doesn't strike me as someone with his own agenda. And if anyone's going to look after Thora around here while I'm busy, I'd rather it be someone like him. His strength definitely checks all the boxes. Very well, young lord, if anything arises, please don't hesitate to call on me. She bowed, taking her leave with Halibel in tow. Exhale, now then, time to meet my fiancé. Hesitantly, I put my hand on the doorknob, slowly pushing the door inwards and stepping inside Roygun's bedroom. Quite the location for a first meeting, if you ask me. To my surprise, the woman in question was nowhere to be seen, allowing me to take some time to gander at the design of her room. If one thing is for sure, it's that she really has a thing for pink, if that wasn't already obvious by the myriad of cherry blossom trees I had seen outside. Her bed sheets. Pink. Her drapes. Pink. The semi-translucent curtains framing either side of her bed. Pink. Her wardrobe. Pink. Her walls. Pink and white, how daring. Her floor. Pink wooden planks. I'm a Salos, and even I have no clue what kind of tree produces pink timber. Pink, pink, and more pink, no matter where I look. Honestly, it's hurting my eyes. She also has some trophies framed across a hanging shelf. They all appear to be ones awarded by top-rated game companies. There are 3 of them here so far, one for beating the number 10, one for beating the number 9, and another for beating the number 8. Fucking hell, it's only been a month since I heard about her entering the top 10, and she's already snatched 2 more positions in that time. Is that kind of progress even natural? I continued to aimlessly meander around the space, probably touching stuff that I wasn't supposed to, but can you blame me? It's not my fault that my fiancée doesn't want to show herself. I hope I'm not kept waiting for too long. The tension's seriously starting to get to me. Wait, what's that sound? My ears started to twitch, my attention shifting towards another door within the room that I hadn't noticed earlier. The sound of running water crashing against marble flooring resounded from within, alongside a faint, metallic smell akin to blood being washed away, that wafted through the doorframe and into my nostrils. Oh shit. It didn't take me long to connect the dots. She was taking a shower. Halibel. You bastard. You definitely knew, yet you still told me to go inside. I take back everything good I said about him. Kakik, Halibel, for no apparent reason, started to snicker to himself while he was showing Thora around. Is something amusing? Thora asked, cautiously side-eyeing him. No, not at all. I'm just praising myself for being such a good matchmaker. I snapped to my feet, quickly marching towards the door while counting my blessings, deeply thankful that I hadn't walked in at a different time. Even if she's my fiancée, the last thing I need right now is for my first impression on her to be that I'm a peeping Tom. Stay, but before I could do so, I was stopped dead in my tracks by a charming, soft-spoken, mature womanly voice. I'll be out shortly. Sit on the bed while you wait. Her voice made it clear that it wasn't a suggestion, but an order. Woman. I was trying to give you some privacy. Anxiously, I robotically walked back over to the bed. Planting my behind on the soft mattress as agitated beads of sweat formed on the surface of my skin. This situation isn't developing how I wanted it to. Not even close. But I can't let myself get distracted. Focus, Alduin, you have a goal to accomplish here, remember. Don't lose sight of that. Click. I tried to steady myself, but the sound of the bathroom door unlocking caused my confidence to waver a little further. My eyes were still fixated on the flooring beneath me, my mind unsure whether or not it was a good idea to look at the door. I don't see what's so interesting about the floor. I'm over here, Alduin. Don't you think it's a bit rude to avert your gaze from your fiancé? That same, alluring voice addressed me, leaving me with no choice but to muster up my courage and face its origin. Much better. There she was. Stood in the doorframe, staring at me with a faint, unreadable smile. A ravishing, young-looking woman with freshly wetted cherry blossom locks cascading down her shoulders, the same shade of pink as the trees I had marveled at outside. 2 upwards curving horns protruded out of the sides of her head like laurels, though they obviously couldn't compare to the majesty of mine. Damn it. There I go again with that weird complex. Strangely enough, her pupils weren't all that dissimilar from mine, at least in shape. They were also vertical slits, but just a little thicker than I and Sebastian's pupils. There was also this odd, almost eerie ring that circled her irises, which only made her unblinking, fixated stare even more frightening. Then there was her slim, slender, hourglass figure blessed with broad, childbearing hips and her wonderfully endowed breasts that would make for a pair of heavenly pillows, all of which was covered solely by the fluffy white bathrobe she adorned. Shit, she's smoking hot. Oh my, you're even cuter in person than in the pictures your father sent me, she said playfully, patting her soggy hair down with a towel. The horns are definitely a nice addition, full points. Ah, thank you, I replied, somewhat muddled. You're most welcome. She started to approach, her hips gracefully swaying from side to side as she strode towards me, an effort that almost seemed purposeful. I know your father kept it a secret from you, but I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time. Longer than I would have liked, to be frank. I noticed her calm and collected demeanor falter for a second. She sat down right beside me, slowly folding one leg over her supple thigh, causing me to inhale the sweet, aromatic scent that lingered around her body, and catch a glimpse of her cleavage sandwiched in between the puffy fabric of her robe. She's got fucking mountains. But you're here now, and for that I'm glad. She simpered, supposedly waiting for me to pick up the conversation. All right, Alduin, you can't afford to flounder here. No, the pleasure's all mine, Lady Belpheg. Don't call me lady, I hear that title enough times on a day-to-day basis to drive me mad. She frowned, pushing a nervous gulp down my throat. I'm referring to you by name, it's only proper that you do the same. She drew her face closer to mine, wearing a distinct, fairly adorable pout on her face. Sorry. Roygun. Again. I blinked. Pardon. Say it again. Roygun. Again. Roygun. One more time. Roygun. Her posture softened, her smile brightening as her mood underwent a drastic improvement, her expression happy as a clam. I don't understand what just happened, but it seems to have worked out in my favor. The better her mood is, the smoother this conversation will go, specifically the part about me shelving our wedding for an unknown amount of time. I like hearing you say my name. Make sure you keep using it from now on, all right? She cocked her head, catching me off guard as she affectionately stroked my cheek. Her eyes sparkled with a distinct warmth that caused my chest to tighten, making it harder to deliver the news I needed to convey. Get it together. All right, I cleared my throat, nodding my agreement. I'm glad that her mood has been uplifted, but the atmosphere is a bit too casual for my liking. I need it to become more formal for this particular conversation. You're probably already aware, but before I arrived here, I ran into a incident of sorts. Yes, I'm well aware. She rested her chin on her hand. You were attacked by assassins sent by my clan's elders. Halibel told me everything. But you needn't worry any longer, I've dealt with the issue. Her tone told me all that I needed to know. The blood she had just washed off was, in fact, that of the perpetrators, just as Halibel told me. Humph, good riddance. I see, about Halibel. What about him? She interrupted me, scooting closer as our shoulders and thighs brushed against one another. Halibel's done his job. Now you're with me, this is an opportunity for us to get to know each other as future husband and wife. Don't you want to know more about your fiancé? Go on, you can ask me anything. That wasn't the kind of reaction I was expecting. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but for a second there she sounded unstable. Believe me, I've got plenty of personal questions I'd like to ask you, but there's also a myriad of formal ones I have on my mind. Would it be all right if I asked those first? I did my utmost to sound as affable as possible. This is the first time we're meeting face to face, so I'm trying my best to form a profile of her personality as we converse. The more I understand her, the easier it'll be for me to reason with her. She narrowed her eyes, exhaling with reluctance. Fine. Thank you, I gestured appreciatively. For starters, Halibel told me that you used the assassins to gauge my strength, is that true? Alduin, she crossed her arms. I'm not sure I like how you've worded that, it almost sounds like you're trying to vilify me. I assure you, I didn't mean anything of the sort, I spoke with steadfast insistence, leaving no room for confusion. If you bore any malice, you wouldn't have gone ahead and dealt with the elders. I'm just curious as to why you felt the need to test me, that's all. She paused momentarily, presumably determining whether I was being truthful or not. In that case, the answer's simple. I needed to make sure you weren't a weakling, such a person would have no business standing beside me as my betrothed after all. I hummed, slowly nodding to myself. And? What's the verdict? You passed, with flying colors. Tenderly, she ran her fingers through my hair, causing a faint flush to appear across my face. Though you're young, you've already achieved the threshold of ultimate class. I have no doubt that you'll be able to achieve my level of strength in the future, although, in hindsight, I probably should have expected as much. You are Sebastian's child after all. I hear your mother's quite the powerhouse as well. Unfortunately, my requests to meet with her went unanswered. I put my hand on her shoulder. Believe me, you're better off not meeting her. If you say so, but I'll have to talk with her at some point in the future, she's going to be my mother-in-law after all. Roygun shrugged, blissfully unaware of Martha's character. For your sake, I'll make sure the two of you are never in a room together. I suppose time will tell. Moving on, my father told me that you were the one who initially proposed this marriage. Is that true as well? It's true. Might I ask, why? I've heard the old man's side of things, and now I'd like to hear hers as well. I'm not so short-sighted as to take his words at face value. I know it's a little redundant at this point, but there's quite a staggering age difference between us, not to mention that we've never met before. I don't really understand why you chose me of all people, even taking into account your desire to make your house a part of the 72 pillars. A bright smile returned to her face. Is that really a formal question? That sounds quite personal to me. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure I feel like answering that. You shouldn't ask a woman such a question so brazenly, Alduin. You ought to learn some tact. Funny, Thora told me the exact same thing. Roygun, please take this seriously. She tapped her lower lip, a mischievous smile crawling up her face. Well, I might be willing to answer you, on one condition. Go on. I don't have a good feeling about this. She flopped onto the mattress back first, rotating herself sideways and spreading her arms out in my direction. Clearly expecting something. Cuddle me. I blinked repeatedly, taking a moment to process her words. I beg your finest pardon. You hurt me. You can either come over here and cuddle with me, or this conversation's over. Your choice. Usually, I'd shrug something like this off as a joke, but from the way she's talking, I can't help but feel like she's being genuine, for better or for worse. Roygun, I'm fairly certain I just asked you to take this seriously. I am being serious. Now hurry up and make a decision. Of course, if you're feeling shy, I could come over there, push you down, and straddle you. You'll be pleased to find that I'm a fairly understanding woman. Once more, her words felt disturbingly truthful. Good grief, the fact that the last person I cuddled was my literal mother isn't helping my confidence here. But sometimes a man's gotta do what he's gotta do, not that I'm all that fussy about cuddling someone as stunning as her. After a bit of hesitation, I shuffled over towards her lying figure, and once I was within arm's reach, she didn't waste a second grabbing hold of me and pulling me into her ironclad embrace. Smushing my head against the hefty pillows attached to her chest. So soft, not good. I could actually fall asleep like this. Alduin, cuddling isn't a one-man job. You need to return your partner's embrace. She chided me, a shiver crawling down my spine as her hands shifted around my body, sliding from my waist up to my back, her fingers clenching like a koala grabbing hold of a log. If you wait for me to move your hands for you, they might end up somewhere you're not ready to touch, just saying. All right. I stammered, folding my hands around her waist, exposing myself to the tantalizing sensation of touching her sensational figure, diminished only by a bathrobe that was far thinner than I had presumed. I'm really struggling to focus here. Alduin, this is my answer. She spoke into my scalp, her alarmingly steamy breath hitching against my hair, indicating that I wasn't the only one feeling stimulated. I'm not sure I follow. While it's true that our marriage is a necessity for me to make my house a part of the 72 pillars, it's not the only reason I want you. Those last 3 words had quite the effect on me, that's for sure. All my life, I've only been surrounded by 3 things in this estate of mine. Servants, subordinates, and obnoxious elders who looked to oppose my vision for this house every step of the way. Fortunately, I went ahead and eliminated one of those today. Something I probably should have done a long time ago. Better late than never, I chuckled. If there's one thing I can get behind, it's geezer pest extermination. Ha. Yes, I suppose you're right, she returned, a chuckle of her own, her mood swiftly turning stern once more. The point is, I've always been missing one kind of relationship in this residence, family. I lifted my brow. What about your mom and dad? They were pathetic excuses for parents. They sided with the elders who wished to suppress me, sticking to stubborn traditions that had no other merit than needless pride. Even though I couldn't see her face, since my face was sandwiched between her shoulder boulders and all, I could feel her mood darken. I killed them alongside the rest of the old fogies, they were only parents in name anyway. I didn't feel a thing for them, never have, never will. Oh. Talk about having a bomb dropped on your head, I'm not sure how to even begin formulating a response to that. Does it disgust you? That I'd do such a thing to them without a hint of remorse? I felt her squeeze me a little tighter. Honestly, no, not at all. My indifferent answer seemed to catch her by surprise. The truth is, if you hadn't killed them yourself. I was planning on doing it myself, even though it isn't really my place to waltz in here and execute the elders of your clan. They did try to assassinate me and all, as you can imagine, I'm not exactly fond of them. But I know, that's not what you're asking. I exhaled calmly, tilting my head upwards and making direct eye contact. Roygun, your actions don't disgust me, not even remotely. They were your parents, you're the one who experienced life with them, not me. I don't feel like I have the right to decide how you should and shouldn't feel about them. If there was nothing more to be done, then that's that. End of story. You truly aren't repulsed by what I did. Not even a little. Not even a nanoangstrom, my dear fiancé. I placed both hands on the sides of her face, rubbing my thumbs across her smooth, glossy skin, hoping to soothe her. Alduin. Yes. I think you might be a little crazy. She laughed dryly, continuing to move her arms upwards and coiling them around my collar. Crazy, huh? My mind went back to the fight with the assassins. Yeah, you might be onto something there. If that's the case, then I assure you it's genetic. Really now? Maternal or paternal? Both. Is that so? I can't speak to your mother, but your father seemed quite level-headed to me when we talked. Then you clearly didn't talk with him long enough, we both giggled. Although I honestly did mean every word I said, any remnants of lunacy dwelling within me are by courtesy of my blood. It's a shame, if you had waited a little longer, then maybe the two of us could have slaughtered your elders together. It'd make for a memorable first date, don't you think? Yeah, it would've. She breathed a deeply relieved exhale, evidently much more relaxed than before. Now then, do you have any more questions for me? I feel bad that I'm going to have to bring the mood down again, however, I can no longer afford to ignore the matter at hand. The earlier I rip this bandage off, the better it'll be for both of us. I do, and while I won't ask you not to get mad, I would appreciate it if you could bring yourself to avoid killing me, or putting me in the hospital for an extended amount of time. Alduin. Understandably, that question derailed her peace of mind. It's about our marriage. She paused, taking a deep breath. I see. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 33, The Wits of Older Women. Chapter 33, The Wits of Older Women. Slowly, I started to disclose everything me, Lady Leviathan, and Lord Lucifer had discussed, I mean, not everything. Me obtaining a free ride to familiar forest and Tiamat's blood is my personal business. Point being, I made it clear why the marriage couldn't happen, at least not for now. I couldn't allow myself to be bound to the underworld, especially not by a marriage that would swamp me with countless responsibilities I'd need to handle. Like the shitty old man said, having a clan head and heir married to one another wasn't going to be an easy marriage to work out when it came to sorting all of the formalities. It's not as if I could just put a ring on and bolt into the human world the following day, that'd leave Roygun with a truckload of work to handle on her own while she's in the midst of pushing through the top 10 ranks. As you'd imagine, that's not an endeavor you can pursue while multitasking. Furthermore, I'm not the patriarch yet. From the groom's side, this marriage is still being overseen by Sebastian. Similar to Ria's situation with the rooster, I'm not the one in control here, and I doubt he'll be in high spirits if he finds out what I'm planning before I'm actually out of the underworld. However, unlike my future student, I'm not looking to have this marriage annulled. I have no personal grudge with Roygun, nor do I take issue with being married to her. She's powerful, exceedingly beautiful, and even though we haven't talked much, her personality seems quite compatible with mine. That's just how marriages are in Devil Society. You don't need to be head over heels for your fiancé/fiancée from the get-go. Love can come later. What's important is that the two of you can get along with each other to a point where your house doesn't end up like, well, mine. Cough, cough, Martha and Sebastian. Roygun. Since I spilled the beans, my fiancé's been eerily silent. Are you, all right? She's staring at me with even more intensity than before, her pupils darting from side to side. It's almost like she's trying to read my mind. She remained mute, shuffling over to the other side of the mattress and reaching into a drawer below her nightstand, pulling out a claret bottle of wine, the brand unrecognizable to me, and in one swift motion, she flicked the cork off with her thumb, and took an alarmingly long sip. Uh-oh. Alduin. Why yes. I flinched, noticing her tone grow noticeably more threatening. I'm going to ask you something, and I expect you to answer with complete and utter honesty. Otherwise, I'm not so sure I'll be able to abide by your previous request. Right, I asked her not to eviscerate me on the spot. Of course. Tell me, she set the bottle aside, staring me dead in the eyes. Are you planning to detach yourself from your house? Because the way I see it, you're giving your father every reason to disown you. I shook my head. No, I'm not. I understand why you might think that, but I assure you that I have absolutely no intention of relinquishing my last name. You may find this hard to believe, however. I'm actually doing this for my house's sake. That is hard to believe. She nodded, crossing her arms. Even if I were to assume you're being truthful, it doesn't eliminate the risk of your father dropping you, and if that were to happen, moving our marriage forward would prove to be quite challenging. That won't happen. Oh. Roygun, for a Buné clansman, do you have any idea how rare an existence like mine is? I began, my confidence in my ability to convince Roygun rising. Not only did my father purposefully get with my mother to have me possess her clan trait, but I'm also one amongst a handful of boons to even successfully awaken my paternal clan trait in the first place. Throughout the Underworld, there's a grand total of one pureblood devil who possesses 2 clan traits at the same time. Me. You're saying you're too valuable for him to give up? Is that it? Yes, that's precisely what I'm saying. Besides, I don't think making another heir is an option for him anymore. He and Martha definitely aren't on sleeping terms, and she doesn't strike me as the kind of woman to permit a mistress. Him having a successor without her blood would diminish her standing after all. She hummed, her posture softening slightly, which made me think she was starting to become a little more agreeable. You do realize that you aren't only betting your future on that claim, but mine as well. Her eyes narrowed, her demeanor pressing the gravity of the situation down on me. I know, if I'm not heir, you won't be able to turn your house into one of the 72 pillars. But I'm not making this claim lightly. Putting aside the support I already have, I won't let you lose out on. Is that all you think I care about? She frowned, glaring at me with fierce disapproval. If my sole desire was a status change, there are other ways for me to achieve that goal. If you honestly think that's the only thing I'm after, then I'm afraid you've sorely misjudged me. Roygun, I wasn't trying to call you shallow if that's what you thought. Quiet, I'm not done talking. She crawled over towards me, planting her hands on my shoulders and effortlessly pushing me down onto the mattress, looming over me with a firm, fixated gaze. I told you, didn't I? I have no family within these walls, just subordinates and servants. I'm nearly 4 centuries old, and in all that time, my bedside has remained cold. I felt my eyes start to widen, slowly coming to a realization regarding Roygun's true intent. Ah, I'm a fool, aren't I? I was so tunnel-visioned on the political aspect of all this that I overlooked the person in question. Alduin, I want a family. I don't want to be alone anymore. I'm tired of it. Day in and day out, I train, give orders, handle paperwork, and then go right back to sleep just to repeat the same monotonous routine the next morning. I felt a knot form in my throat as her lower lip trembled, filling me with all kinds of complex emotions. I'm just so fed up with it all. I hesitated before speaking, grasping just how decisive my words from this point onward would be. But, why me? I couldn't help but ask. Most of the Underworld was, and probably still is, convinced that I don't even exist. Knowing my mother and father, there's no way you would have known anything about me beforehand. So why? Why did you choose me of all people? I don't know. Her voice quietened to a low whisper overflowing with uncertainty. What? I said I don't know. She buried her head into my chest, completely catching me off guard as her nails dug into my shoulders, causing me to suck my teeth in pain. Still, the sensation of pain was nowhere near to that of the confusion coursing through my mind. You don't. I whispered back. I didn't like any of the other options I examined. I even considered relinquishing my search for a fiancé altogether, but I was desperate, so very desperate. I heard rumors about House Buné's urban myth, and I thought. What the hell? If I end up not liking him, assuming he's real, I'll just cancel the engagement. Honestly, I'm not sure if I was even sober or not at the time I sent your father the letter. She nuzzled further into me, my face burning up to the point where it felt as if it had been doused in a vat full of lava. But now that you're here and I've had a chance to get to know you, even if only slightly, my mind's made up. She lifted her head, drawing her face so close to mine that even the slightest shift would bring our lips together, her wine-scented breath hitching against my skin. I've decided that you're the one I want. I know that you and I will only grow more and more compatible as we get to know each other. There's nothing you can do to shake that belief, nothing at all. Roygun. I didn't know where to begin. How was I supposed to find the right words to respond to such a confession? You understand, don't you? Why it's hard for me to accept that our marriage has to be delayed, especially when you yourself don't even know how long it'll be. I've waited a lot longer than a month for this, Alduin. I may as well have been waiting my whole life. Reflexively, I reached out, tenderly stroking her cherry blossom locks. Yeah, I understand. I made an effort to sound comforting, but I've never been in a situation like this, so honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm sorry, but I know, you made that deal before you knew about me. I'm not holding that against you. I lifted a brow, wearing a playful smile. All right, maybe a little. She chuckled dryly. You said you were doing this for the sake of your house. Care to elaborate? For your fiancé's sake. I nodded, taking a deep breath. From the outside, House Buné looked stronger than ever to the Underworld. Notably because of our somewhat recent promotion to Marquis, which was mainly my mother's handiwork. And now that I've passed my awakening ceremony, I'm sure that image has only gotten stronger. Are you implying that isn't the case? It couldn't be farther from it. House Buné is a castle of glass. I spoke steadily, my tone firm with resolve. My father's pulling on one end of the rope, my mother's pulling on the other, and soon enough, it's going to tear. Of this, I am certain. I need to find a solution before that happens, and I can't do that while I'm being constrained by them. You believe putting yourself under the leash of two Satans is a better option? Oh. For someone so keen on becoming a pillar, she doesn't seem to fancy them very much. You can call it that if you like, I shrugged. From my perspective, though, it's an awfully thin leash. If even one at all. Honestly, I found their deal fairly reasonable. What I was asking for wasn't a small matter, and they even threw in some hefty rewards on top of it. Rewards that are bound to help me both in the short and long run. Such as. Clearly, she was full of doubt. Oh well, if it helps get her on board, I might as well tell her. I've already disclosed all the super important bits anyway. I smirked. Tiamat's blood. The strongest dragon king. She bellowed, positively flabbergasted. The very one, I affirmed. For a Buné, such a thing is a top-shelf resource among top-shelf resources. After being offered that, how could I refuse? And before you ask, I already confirmed that they do, in fact, possess it, so I'm not worried about it being a scam. I see, she stroked her chin, seemingly content with my rationale. You said that once you activate the Foreign Affairs badge, Seraphal will come to pick you up, right? MHM. She refers to Lady Leviathan by name, interesting. She hummed. Do it. I want to talk to her. You heard me. But. Now. I gulped nervously. Yes, ma'am. I reached into my robe, pulling out the badge I had brought alongside me. Let's hope this doesn't end badly. Hesitantly, I allowed my demonic power to trickle into it, causing the badge to emanate a soft, ice-blue glow as it registered itself to me. Marking me as an official member of the Department of Foreign Affairs, or as Lady Leviathan put it, a representative. Seconds later, a deep blue teleportation circle bearing Lady Leviathan's crest appeared on her bedroom floor, signaling the Satan's imminent arrival, and as it formed, I noticed something off about the current situation. Roygun. Yes. Don't you think our positioning is a little improper for Lady Leviathan's reception? I doubt summoning her while I'm being straddled is going to leave a positive impression on her. No, this is perfect. Seraphal may have made a deal with you, but she ought to understand who you truly belong to. My adorable fiancé. She pressed down onto me, squishing her chest against mine and resting her head in the crook of my neck. Someone's feeling a little possessive. I was forced to exert an impossible level of self-control to prevent my sword from unsheathing itself, made doable only by the emotional control training Sebastian had hammered into me all my life. Soon enough, a pair of flamboyant, raven twintails manifested into existence. Coupled with the same turquoise formal dress and dark striped skirt I had seen back at the Citri Manor. Alchan. It's about time you called. Me and Sir Zexjon thought you had gone back on your word for a second. In the midst of her theatrics, stopping and staring at the suggestive sight unfolding before her. Alduin, just what exactly have you summoned me to? It's a long story. Hush darling, I'll handle the conversation from here on out. Roygun put her finger to my lip. Hold on, where did it darling come from? It's been a while, hasn't it? Seraphal. I take it you're still a bachelorette, isn't about time you find someone. You're not getting any younger after all. It won't be long before you're deemed expired goods. Roygun. What the hell are you doing here? The Satan's presence quickly grew hostile, causing me to inhale a sharp, fearful breath as the temperature around us plummeted. Even just a sliver of her demonic power was enough to scare me out of my wits. Do these two have some kind of grudge? How rude. I'll have you know you're standing in my bedroom. You should be grateful that I'm humoring your presence at all. If it weren't for your meddling, I wouldn't even consider burdening myself with the displeasure of seeing your face. Meddling. The fuck that's supposed to mean? More importantly. What do you think you're doing molesting my employee like that? Get off him right this instant. She stomped, the floorboard letting out a pained creak as I felt my body break into a nervous sweat. Why should I? He's my betrothed. I'm free to touch him however I please. Unlike you, since your relationship is merely that of employee and employer, you'd get sued for workplace harassment. Roygun smirked at her, shamelessly getting a rise out of Seraphal for the sake of her own enjoyment. Maybe I was wrong. She and Martha might get along with one another after all. Alduin. Is this true? She glared at me, her eyes widened in shock. Why yeah, pretty much. I scratched my nape, not sure how else to respond. Technically we got engaged a month ago, but I only became aware of it after our meeting, you know how my father can be. I purposefully left out exactly when I learnt about our engagement. I don't think she'd appreciate it if she knew Thora told me everything literally minutes after I left the manor. Notifying her and Lord Lucifer kinda slipped my mind. Tee-hee, I'm such a klutz. Thanks to your interference, we won't be able to officialize that engagement for an unknown amount of time. Roygun scowled at her. Humph, some Satan you are, getting in the way of true love just because you're incapable of obtaining it. How unseemly of you. Whoa, harsh. Roygun, don't you think that's a little what? Crude? It's the truth. The truth tends to hurt. She continued to stare Lady Leviathan down. Now then, regarding this bothersome little stipulation you've put on my darling, I want to discuss visitation. Ha. Why would I bother discussing that with you? Wench. All you'll do if I let you up there is continue your starved prowl for younger men, just like you're doing now. Lady Leviathan crossed her arms, her left eye twitching with indignation. Oh please, I've got everything I need right here. She scoffed, squishing me as if I were not but a sentient body pillow. Ah, but you obviously can't relate, can you? Knowing how touch-starved you are, you're probably willing to strip for the first man desperate enough to come within 100 meters of your meager figure. Twitch. You really like pushing your luck, don't you? Roygun. Deciding that she'd had enough, her demonic power started to flare to life, this time on purpose, as she revealed a haunting, toothy grin. Need I offer you a physical reminder as to who it is you're talking to? Girl. You've both lived for centuries, should age even matter between you anymore? Roygun breathed a stifled, vindictive giggle. Look, darling. The pent-up hag's finally revealing her true colors. To think she'd flaunt her presence so openly with no regard whatsoever for her employee, how shameful. This is why you shouldn't get involved with these kinds of people. If these two are going to argue with each other, couldn't they at least spare me from the crossfire? I genuinely feel like I'm going to collapse from the pressure. It's a miracle I haven't done so already. You're one to talk, clinging to your fiancé instead of getting up and facing me like an adult. I could hear the sound of Lady Leviathan's knuckles cracking as she flexed her hands. I presume you forgot your big girl pants alongside the rest of your clothes. Roygun narrowed her eyes, finally deciding to release me from her deeply evocative clasp as she started to approach Lady Leviathan. Have it your way then. She replicated the Satan's boast of might, the aura of demonic power radiating around her making it seem like she could tear space itself in two. Yeah, I think I'd best leave before I'm torn apart by whatever catastrophe's about to unfold before me. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 34, The MILF Whisperer. Chapter 34, The MILF Whisperer. At present, I'm sitting down in the Belphegor Manor's dining room. Sandwiched in between my fiancée who's on the chair to my left, clenching my arm while I'm using my Dryadic blessing to tend to her extensive wounds, and Lady Leviathan, my new boss, who sat on the chair to my right, who I'm tending to just the same. Why aren't we in Roygun's bedroom anymore, you ask? Well, it's because that room no longer exists. As a matter of fact, the manor is missing the entirety of its top floor, which has now been reduced to frozen chunks of concrete, brick, and all sorts of raw materials because of Lady Leviathan's ice manipulation, which were first turned into rubble thanks to Roygun's crack ability. The only reason they even stopped at all was out of consideration for us mere mortals below them who would have perished in the crossfire had they allowed their altercation to escalate. Satan-class devils truly are a force to be reckoned with. I've never been more glad that the bad blood between Sebastian and Martha never turned into anything physical. Thora and Halibel are also here, for some reason, sitting on the complete opposite end of the dining table with fear written all over their faces, probably because of the passive hostility that's leaking off these two monstrous women. Humph, what are they getting all jittery for? I'm the one who's positioned smack dab in the middle of their animosity. They're supposedly here to talk about visitation terms, or something of the sort and have decided to use me as their Switzerland to prevent them from attacking each other while they talk. How the hell do they expect me to fulfill that role? A mild twitch from either of them would cause my arm to snap like a twig. I hesitated, my gaze flicking back and forth between the two. Aren't you guys going to say anything? The terms aren't going to negotiate themselves, ladies. Why should I? Roygun scowled, continuing to stare Lady Leviathan down with immense scorn. All she has to do is nod and the conversation will be over. You're my fiancé, it's only natural that I'm allowed to visit your territory whenever I please. Even if it's in the human world. First of all, the Satan glared right back. Kuo Town doesn't belong to Alduin. It belongs to my little sister and Surzex. He's stationed there as their protector on my behalf since he's my employee as a representative in my Department of Foreign Affairs. Petty semantics, Roygun muttered under her breath. Second of all, you're not even a part of our government yet. You should be grateful that I'm even taking this into consideration at all. By law, I could arrest you for trespassing if you were to even breathe on Koa's soil without my direct permission. Oh my, I'm terrified. Whatever will I do in the wake of the 5-century-year-old virgin? Roygun replied dryly, her upper eyelids cutting her pupils. Crack! The wooden surface of the dining table split right open as Lady Leviathan's twin tails started to rise upward, her body enveloping itself in a dark, ghastly aura that made me think she was about to run it for a second time. You're lucky your fiancé's shielding that cowardly shell of yours, Roygun. But to my immense delight, she ultimately chose to relent and cast aside her animosity, at least for the time being. Thank Lucifer. Sure, whatever you say, Femsel. Once I have the chance, I'll definitely ask them what the root of all this contempt is. Also, where the hell did Roygun learn what a Femsel is? Devinet doesn't exist in extra demon territory, that's for sure. A result of paranoia about our government spying on them. Would you stop with that already? I'm willing to bet the two of you haven't done it yet. She slammed her palms against the table, causing it to shudder and splinter even further. If believing that makes you feel better, then be my guest. Goodness me, my fiancé's proving to be quite the provocateur, isn't she? Now hurry up and tell me what your frivolous conditions are. Me and my fiancé have important business to attend to, of course. It's all stuff you wouldn't understand, so I won't bore a spinster like you with the details. Spinster. Lady Leviathan clenched her fists, her face turning beet red like a tomato. I have no idea what that word means, but clearly, it was enough to render her positively outraged. Good grief. I'm going to have to find a way to keep these two separated from now on, aren't I? Sigh, just another addition to the endlessly increasing pile of tasks I need to handle. Spinster. I don't recall saying such a thing. You must have imagined it. Roygun insisted, showcasing some of her gaslighting abilities as well. Hurry up and tell me what your conditions are already. Like I said, I've got work to do. Why you? Ugh. Please hold it in, Lady Leviathan. The rest of us non-Satan class devils here would like to continue living if possible. Fine. Firstly, you can't enter Kuo Town without notifying me beforehand and getting my explicit approval for you to enter the area. Roygun furrowed her brow. Why should I inform you? My fiancé's the one guarding the territory on your behalf, isn't he? But Lady Leviathan scoffed in return. Don't make me laugh. If I put him in charge of clearing you, you just pressure him into accepting every time you made a request, regardless of the circumstances. Her eyes narrowed. Similar to how you were pressuring him back in your bedroom. Humph, I've never pressured my darling into doing anything. As a matter of fact, he enjoyed what we had going on back there, isn't that right, darling? Roygun's arms snaked around my neck as she leaned in close, staring at me with an expectant gaze that dared me to give her an answer she didn't like. Aren't you literally pressuring me right now? You But at the same time, I was getting a similar look from Lady Leviathan. I think this is what they call being stuck between a rock and a hard place. I said, isn't that right, darling? She repeated, sending beads of sweat dripping down my face. Ah, fuck it, Thora and Halibel obviously can't do anything about these behemoths, so I might as well use what I've learned from Sebastian's mistakes. Happy wife, happy life. I cleared my throat. Why yes, that's right. Sorry, Lady Leviathan, but I've got my priorities. It's not like I'm even lying, cuddling her was quite the experience if I do say so myself. See. Roygun beamed, squishing her face against mine. Now that that's established, you can go ahead and continue with your trifling little list of demands. Secondly. Honestly, the fact that Lady Leviathan hasn't burst into a fit of rage yet is deserving of my utmost respect. You can only visit Kuo on your own. No peerage members, servants, or acquaintances can accompany you. You're only there for visitation purposes, nothing more. That's fine with me, she shrugged. I'm the only face he needs to see. Anyone else would be needless baggage. Isn't that a little harsh? Your knight's sitting right there. Oh well, it's not my place to get in between her and her peerage. Thirdly, while you're there, you're required to respect the authority of our little sisters. They're the overseers of Kuo, which means whatever they say goes, regardless of your ranking as an ultimate class devil. Understood. Lady Leviathan seemed particularly adamant about that stipulation. That's not surprising. She clearly cares deeply for Sona. Yeah, understood, Roygun replied offhandedly while checking her nails, clearly not paying much attention. Is that all? No, there's one more condition. The Satan's gaze steeled, stressing how important the final term was. Under no circumstances are you to engage in combat with anyone in the human world, especially non-devils. I'm sure you understand how disastrous the ripple effect would be if a Satan-class devil were to start a conflict up there. I know. Roygun met her with an equally hardened stare. However, what if I'm attacked first? And possibly by a Satan-class existence? Would you have me sit there and take it? As satisfying as that'd be, she snickered. No, if such a disaster were to occur, your priority would be to take everyone stationed there and help them flee back to the Underworld, where they'll be safe. That's our responsibility as the older generation, isn't it? To protect the future. Roygun huffed. I don't need you to tell me that. Lady Leviathan nodded approvingly. Of course, if retreat isn't an option, then you can go ahead and fight, assuming it's truly the only option available. However, I expect you to prioritize my precious Sotan's safety above all. I imagine Surzex will presume the same for Rias. And what about my darling? He's strong, but he's not Satan class, she proceeded to smile warmly at me, yet. That's quite the expectation, but I appreciate the vote of confidence. Then again, I did promise myself I'd climb my way up to Martha and Sebastian's seemingly out-of-reach prowess, didn't I? It might sound a little arrogant, but for what it's worth, I'm the first among my generation to become an ultimate class existence, even if I'm currently at the bottom of the barrel within that echelon. If anyone has a shot at breaking through the infinitely taller wall that is the barrier between ultimate class and Satan class, I think it might be me. Granted, I'd be remiss to forget that lion, the only one who can match my foolishness. What was the saying again? Hard work is a talent in itself. Like me, he decided to set a goal for himself that gives him no other option but to reach that realm, or perhaps even one that lies even further beyond. Alduin's there is Rias and Sona's guardian, she turned to me. You understand what that means, don't you? Her gaze was firmer than steel, and I met her fixated stare in kind. Roygun, Lady Leviathan's right, I assured her, my demeanor unwavering. I promise to be their guardian in the presence of both her and Lord Lucifer, not just as a flimsy title, but a responsibility. One I intend to fulfill. If worse comes to pass, then it's obvious what needs to be done. Everyone already knew what I was talking about, so I decided it was best not to state such a thing aloud. Immediately, I sensed Roygun's stark disapproval. That may be, but you have another responsibility to fulfill, to me. Her posture grew heavy. You're my fiancé. Your life doesn't solely belong to you anymore. Half of it's mine. If you fail to preserve yourself, then you'll have killed half of me. Is that what you want? No, not in a million years. I leaned against her, hoping to offer her some comfort. I may have a duty to adhere to, but us boons don't go down that easily. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the last time one of us went down in combat, it was by the hand of a heavenly dragon. Oh. Comparing yourself to your ancestor. How bold. Oh, she does know. I guess I'm not the only one who researched my eventual partner. Whatever the case, dying is unacceptable. If you do, I'll drop down to Hades' land of the dead and drag you out of there myself, and you'll spend the rest of your existence tied up in my basement as punishment. Got it. Gee, got it. I've gone ahead and gotten myself quite the scary fiancé, haven't I? Ugh, how cheesy. Lady Leviathan visibly cringed. Now, do you accept my conditions or not? I want to hurry this up and take Alduin to Kuo already. The sooner he's properly introduced to Sona, the better. Oi, aren't you forgetting my other protectee? Yes, I accept. I noticed Roygun's tone shift, a distinct pout appearing across her face. Ah, I see what's wrong. Lady Leviathan. Seraphal, she insisted. You're my employee now. You'll either refer to me by name or as Levitan. Anything else will be met with harsh punishment, K. Right, I forgot she wanted me to call her that, force of habit. Sorry, Seraphal. This might sound a little presumptuous of me, but I'd like to request something of you. I dipped my head out of respect. Oh. She folded her arms. Go on. If possible, I'd like to spend the rest of the day here before I assume my duties in the human world. Pardon. Her displeasure was immediate, and I couldn't blame her. It kinda sounds like I'm trying to ditch my part of the agreement here just to frolic with my fiancé, which isn't entirely untrue. But it's for the right reasons. I swear. I'll head to the human world first thing in the morning. You have my absolute word on that. It's just, there's still quite a bit that me and Roygun need to discuss, and it could be a while until we have an opportunity to do so. I'm not sure it's a good idea for me to begin working if my mind's preoccupied. Yeah, because that's totally all you're thinking about. Shit, did I just dig my own grave? Sigh, very well. She sighed. Rias and Sona are still in the process of getting settled down. I suppose waiting another day wouldn't hurt anyone. But remember, first thing tomorrow, no exceptions or further delays. Otherwise, I'll freeze you and drag you up there myself. Phew. Thank you, Seraphal. I bowed, expressing my appreciation. Mem, she hummed her acknowledgement. I've got some business to handle at present. I'll be back first thing in the morning. Enveloped in the light of a teleportation circle once more, she took her leave. Alduin, Roygun spoke, the slight shake in her tone worrying me. Yes. Look at me. What's Ro? The second my face was pointed in the direction of hers, she made her move. MMMPPHH. Her lips crashed into mine with abandon, exposing me to the immense softness and warmth of her pink cherry lips with no prior warning whatsoever. Her hands latched onto my face as she pressed the kiss deeper, giving me no chance to speak as her tongue slid its way in between my lips and into my mouth, pushing it in with a kind of ferocity I hadn't expected even from her, especially not out of the blue. I'm sorry, Thora, I can't even imagine how awkward this must be for you. Ha. Roygun, that was a little sudden, don't you think? I muttered as she finally decided to give me a breather, pulling away and leaving nothing but a trail of saliva that connected the tips of our tongues. Talk about erotic, I'm obviously not going to say it aloud in the presence of Thora and Halibel, but I enjoyed the fuck out of that. I'd just rather have it happen in a more private setting. I'm sorry, Alduin, but you brought that on yourself. I couldn't help it. At least her mood's doing better, a lot better, evidently. Would you look at that? Your young lord's already managed to charm Ta Lady on his first day here. Quite impressive, don't cha think? Halibel spoke to Thora, audibly enough for both me and Roygun to hear, which I'm willing to bet was done purposefully. It's not my place to comment on such matters. The number of times I've seen Thora break character can be counted on one hand, but watching our kiss seems to be enough to add another count to the tally. Sorry, haha. I wasn't sure what else to do but apologize and chuckle nervously. I can't believe I'm only realizing this now, but getting closer to Thora from now on is going to be far more difficult than I imagined, isn't it? WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 35, Dragonification. Chapter 35, Dragonification. Kakik. Yeah, sure about this. Fiancé Kuan. Halibel bellowed, taking a drag from his pipe as he stood in the estate's courtyard, his posture easygoing as ever. I'm not one to pull my punches, honestly, I ain't even sure if I know how to do that in the first place. Never been in a situation where I needed to before, you know. I'm an all-or-nothing kinda guy. At Alduin's request, Halibel had decided to humor the young Buné with a spar that the former intended to use to test out his newly awakened clan trait, the very one responsible for his father's immense physical prowess, Dragonification. A power that could either propel one to the heights of the supernatural world's supreme species, or drown them in its overwhelming luster. Since Alduin hadn't had the chance to do so against the feeble operatives the elders had sent at him, he believed now was a good time to remedy that missed opportunity. At least to help him get a little bit of experience with it before heading to Kuo Town, it'd be pretty embarrassing if it were to backfire if a situation arose when he needed to use it after all. Don't sweat it, he chuckled in return, a sliver of nervousness leaking out of his tone. I don't really know what's going to happen either. Dragonification's supposed to be quite the unstable power in the hands of a rookie like me. I doubt I'll have much control over it, especially on my first attempt. Halibel stroked his chin, examining Alduin's expression. Oh. Fiancé Kuan's genuinely scared of his own power, interesting. I ain't ever had the chance to witness his old men in action, assuming we'll end up at odds with Ta Geezer, this could be a good taster. Well, I am Ta Lady's humble servant, and she wants you, strong. Halibel shrugged. I'll do my utmost to give you a good run for your money. You can go ahead and let her rip, Fiancé Kuan. Thanks, he smiled appreciatively. Alduin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his concentration. Unlike with his Dryad abilities, he didn't need to be taught how to activate Dragonification. It had been implanted into his mind after he completed his awakening ceremony, it was instinctual, all he needed to do was will it, and the draconic energy coursing through his blood would respond to him. It had been there ever since he left Mount Selvero, he was simply hesitant to activate it. Unfortunately, getting Sebastian to hand him some tips and tricks wasn't an option. He didn't have enough time left before he needed to head to the human world, where he'd basically be entirely on his own when it came to mastering his Dragonification. Then again, he was no stranger to challenging himself. Crack. Halibel breathed a bemused chortle, observing as radiant, verdant wisps of draconic energy flared to life around Alduin's being. The knight's senses as a wolfman, a rare species of yokai capable of using Jiu-Jitsu, kicked into overdrive. His canine nose twitched intensely as he felt the changes occurring in Alduin's body. Fascinating, it seems his body's altering the balance between his devil and draconic blood. In his passive state, I'd say it's around 80% in favor of his devil side, but now that's starting to reverse during the activation process. He let out an inquisitive hum, his curiosity in Alduin's paternal bloodline rising by the second. But there's something else mixed in there, could it be? Though Alduin himself didn't seem to realize it, at least not immediately since he was fully immersed in transforming himself, the grass, foliage, and all sorts of vegetation, including that of the cherry blossom trees Roygun had implanted in the courtyard began to undergo a shift. So that's what your old man had in mind. Natural energy was being sucked out of the greenery around Alduin, and being absorbed straight into his body despite him making no active effort to do so. At least that was as much as a lesser Senjutsu practitioner could decipher. Halibel, on the other hand, could see a step further. He could see precisely where the ki was flowing within him. It's headed straight towards his noggin. That's Ta, most dangerous area a Senjutsu practitioner can direct their ki to, since it's the most delicate. Even the smallest misstep can lead Ta permanent brain damage, but not only is he pulling it off, he's doing so subconsciously. Halabel chuckled again, only this time he seemed more shaky. The key inside Alduin's brain was targeting his amygdala and prefrontal cortex, the components responsible for regulating one's temper. In other words, the key was working to suppress Alduin's anger and keep him as calm as possible while he called upon his Dragonification. Halabel's eyes lit up in realization. So that's what it is. It's his Salos bloodline acting up with some type of self-preservation protocol. It's suppressing Ta, supposed infectious wrath his Buné bloodline comes with. His old man must have planned this. There's no other explanation for why he'd marry someone like Ta, Black Widow. Bit by bit, Alduin's skin began to harden, taking a drastic shift from its usual pale tone to one that was pitch black, riddled with draconic scales that started to cover him whole, starting from his chest area and spreading to the rest of his body like an infection. The wisps of draconic energy swarming around him like fireflies started to merge, combining into one unified explosive aura that shot upwards from Alduin's feet as a pillar of searing, verdant light, covering his figure from Halabel's field of view as his height grew tenfold, and his mass by an even greater amount. Violent tremors spread through the soil, and to Halabel, it felt like he was standing smack dab in the epicenter of a magnitude 10 earthquake. Fortunately for him, being a shinobi meant that his sense of balance was in a league of its own. All he had to do was exert a slight amount of effort to rediscover his balance. Heh, this is going to be fun. Slowly, the radiant pillar began to fade out, unveiling Alduin's new form that was concealed within. Kakik. You're looking pretty fierce there. Fiancé Kuin. Halabel couldn't help but grin. Before him stood a regal, towering western dragon, at least 10 meters tall, clad entirely in pitch-black scales from head to toe, standing on all fours with its head proudly held high. 4 dark draconic horns rested atop its skull in pairs of 2 on either side, one pair facing forwards, and the other backwards. Each of them was sharp enough to pierce through even the toughest of metals the Underworld had to offer. A set of broad draconic wings rested on its back. They were both spread as far as they could, which cast an extensive shadow on the ground beneath. Its underbelly was a shade lighter than the rest of its body, with bright green markings spread around its chest area like veins, each of them pulsating with draconic energy as if they were outlining the dragon's heart. This was Alduin's proper draconic form, one that made his achievement as one of the very few boons to successfully awaken his clan trait clear to all. He opened his eyes, the sclera of which had turned completely black and were complemented by the now even brighter, haunting green glow of his irises. So this is Dragonification. He turned, meeting Halabel's deeply intrigued stare. How strange, it's supposed to be exceedingly hard to control. Yet, I don't feel anything of the sort, not even remotely. He looked down, taking a moment to examine his beastly figure, moving his claws up and down, and allowing his tail to sway from side to side. He had expected going from a human body to that of a towering creature of legend to be no different from learning how to walk all over again, but that wasn't the case. If anything, it felt natural, like he had been living in this body his whole life. No discomfort. No sense of alien disorientation. Nothing. He could move just fine. If you're wondering why you're feeling better than you should, I think it's got something to do with your mama's blood. My Salos bloodline. Alduin replied, his pitch considerably deeper than before, coupled with a hollow tone. It looks like you didn't notice when you were transforming just then. Your mind absorbed a truckload of ki without any input from you. It's keeping you all calm and composed right now, even though I'm guessing you should be rampaging around like a dragon that just had their treasure stolen. Even though Alduin's current, scaly face wasn't capable of expressing much, Halabel could tell he was taken aback. You mean to tell me my body did it completely on its own? Is that even possible? He queried, realizing that his father's decision to unite Buné and Salos blood had been right all along. That seems to be the case. You'll probably have to ask your mama about the specifics. Since it's her cells that are doing all the work. Halabel shrugged. But that's a problem for another time. You want to test your might against me, don't ya? The wolfman grinned, his golden irises glimmering with excitement. Yeah, he breathed a low cackle. I do. Alduin's wings flapped downwards, propelling him against the ground and up into the air where he could look down on the wolfman from above. Halabel narrowed his eyes, noticing Alduin's demonic power start to converge around his throat. The dragon's chest puffed, and his cheeks started to inflate. Kakik. Is it just me, or is it getting a little hotter round here? Hee, you're imagining it. Whoosh. Bright green flames came crashing down from Alduin's maw onto the ground below him, the intensity at least 5 times as strong in comparison to when he used his draconic breath against the assassins, and naturally, the coverage was greater, far greater, enough to engulf the entire courtyard in a sea of fire. Yet strangely enough, the trajectory of his masterfully controlled draconic breath seemed to avoid all of the cherry blossom trees below him. Those are some good survival instincts ya got there fiancé Kuan, the lady would slaughter ya if you burned those. Halabel could see the confusion in Alduin's eyes as the flames remained only seconds away from scorching him whole. After all, the wolfman had made no apparent attempt to defend himself. The current strength of Alduin's draconic breath was enough to threaten even more experienced ultimate-class devils, especially one like Halabel that didn't specialize in defense. So why wasn't he making any attempt to raise his guard? The searing flames washed over the grassy expanse, entirely and utterly eviscerating every little piece of vegetation unfortunate enough to have been swallowed by them. Something's off. Immediately, Alduin's suspicion was aroused. I was tracking his key signature carefully, but I still didn't sense anything even at the moment of impact. His eyes continued to survey the battlefield, centered around where Halabel had been standing. Lookin' for little ol' me. Halabel spoke from a position Alduin couldn't even begin to fathom. He was standing on his back. How? Nothing much, just a simple cloning trick, that's all. Halabel snickered while spinning his kizaru between his claws. Cloning my ass. The key signature coming from you and your clone down there was the exact same. It's almost like it was. Just as strong as me. Halabel cut in. Yeah, that's because it was. What? Alduin was no stranger to cloning techniques, his mother had taught him how to create wood clones after all. However, techniques in that category usually came at a cost, forcing the caster to split their power to create versions of themselves that were actually capable of physical interaction with the world. For the clone on the ground to have the same amount of power as Halabel was unthinkable. Sure, illusionary clones also existed, which didn't require a power slip at the cost of not being capable of any physical interaction, hence why they were illusionary, but Alduin was more than capable of discerning the difference between them. Yeah, see, my folks are kinda special even among yokai. I usually specialize in curses by infusing fur into weapons and such, but they also taught me some other fancy tricks when I was a youngster. For example, we can use our fur to create hollow and physical clones, though most of them can only make one. I, on the other hand, can make two. Kakik, quite impressive ain't I? Alduin was left speechless. Sure, merely 2 clones sounded underwhelming on paper, but these were actual clones. The technique Halabel just described had nothing to do with splitting one's strength, on the contrary, the wolfman was straight up increasing it. If you're interested in learning it, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint ya. Our cloning is more of a bloodline trick, it's not something I can teach so say. I see why Roygun chose you as her knight. He had yet to meet the rest of her peerage, but if they were anything like Halabel, her blitzkrieg-like advancement through the Underworld's top 10 was significantly more understandable. I'm guessing your piece has mutated if you've been serving her all this time with a power as ridiculous as that. Halabel frowned. Ridiculous? Yeah, got some nerve saying that after transforming into a fucking dragon. Also, I think you mean pieces, not peace. Granted, only one of them mutated, I'm still trying to figure out how to get the other to do so. It ain't an easy endeavor, you know. Sometimes, a single evil piece isn't enough to reincarnate someone, requiring the use of multiple to compensate for the target's higher value. However, only multiple of the same piece can be used, and in Halabel's case, Roygun had used both of her knight pieces to reincarnate him. The strongest wolfman to exist in the history of his species. Anyhow, are we going to continue our spar or not? You're not going to learn much just hovering there and yapping with me. Halabel folded his arms, patiently waiting for Alduin to make his move. It was hard to tell because of his stone-cold, reptilian features, but Halabel could have sworn Alduin just smirked at him. I already have. Oh. Halabel lifted an eyebrow. Roots had started to crawl their way across Alduin's back, covering every part of his broad figure save for his wings, which he needed to keep light and unconstrained. One after the other, they shot towards Halabel, determined either to bind him or outright pierce through his fur. So this is your mama's wood manipulation, neat. Halabel popped his kizaru back into his mouth and unsheathed the katana hanging by his hip. Confident in the speed and precision of his swordplay to deal with the roots without the need to evade. Do you honestly think I'd make it that easy? Swoosh. But before Halabel could get to slicing and dicing, Alduin's speed picked up, immensely so. To the point where Halabel had no choice but to crouch down and latch onto Alduin's scales, feeling the air jettison through his fur as the Buné performed all sorts of aerobatic tricks in the air. The hell? How's he able to move this fast with such a bulky body? His weight should be holding him down. Halabel glanced at Alduin's wings, his eyes quickly widening in realization. So that's how it is. He's enveloped them in wind magic to boost his momentum. All the while, the roots continue to move towards him, their speed and trajectory unchanged. Kakik. That's some serious control ya got there fiancé Kuan. Not bad. Not bad at all. To Alduin's shock, Halabel didn't hesitate to jump right off. Leaving himself exposed and full of openings while he was airborne, set on a collision course with the ground beneath him, neglecting even to use the wings he had obtained upon being reincarnated as a devil. The roots shot towards him, approaching him from each side and leaving him with no room to escape. However, Halibel, being the person he was, had already planned everything out. He ripped into his fur, taking a chunk out and tossing it into the air. Creating another version of himself out of thin air, a physical clone. Yo, it looks like you got yourself in quite the pickle, huh? The clone cackled, folding its arms behind its neck and free-falling without so much as a lick of concern. Yup, mind lending me a hand here? I might be able to cut a fair amount of those roots, but I doubt I'll be able to keep up long enough while I'm up in the air like this, not on my lonesome at least. Sure, the clone smirked. That's what I'm here for, isn't it? Though we gotta hand it to fiancé Kuin, he's pretty good at putting the pressure onto us, ain't he? Yeah, no kiddin'. Both Halibels put their feet together, crouching and pushing off against one another to evade most of the roots, and using their kunai to deal with the remaining ones that altered their course to track their repositioning. You move well, Alduin complimented him. However, the dragon's voice was still filled with confidence despite having his attack thwarted. Hey, the clone began. You sense that, don't ya? I do, Halibel sighed, gracefully landing back on the courtyard's grassy surface. The blades of grass around them all grew animate, rising and intertwining with one another to form about a dozen humanoid-shaped figures. All of which were wielding an assortment of weapons composed of wood, and strangely enough, had a pair of horns on their head, shaped exactly like Alduin's. He was using the grass puppets that his mother had once used against him, or more accurately, bullied him with, as per usual. Oi, original me. The clone narrowed its eyes. These golems, they're all imbued with draconic energy, aren't they? That would appear to be the case. Mama and Papa Buné clearly trained him well. Having this level of mastery over his bloodlines is one thing, but knowing how to combine them as a unified force is another. Halibel let out a thoughtful hum. Honestly, I don't think it'd be a stretch to say he could compete with some of the top 10 pawns in a genuine battle. You could be right, the clone nodded, though only half convinced. Though I'd argue he's still lacking a bit of experience, those guys can be quite tricky when it comes to their tactics. True dat, Halibel affirmed. You know I can hear you too, right? Alduin landed beside them, standing only a few feet behind his summons. Yeah, I know, Halibel replied. I was just taking a little breather. He rolled his shoulders, a satisfying pop resounding from his joints. Now, are we gonna continue? Or are you just going to pose there all menacingly and whatnot? Hey, I was just showing some manners by not going too hard on you, old man. Wouldn't want to bruise your ego too much. Since you're about to learn I'm capable of a lot more than challenging a top pawn, Knight-san. Oh. Halibel pulled out another chunk of fur, summoning his second physical clone. Bring it on then. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 36, His First Lover Spat, R18. Chapter 36, His First Lover Spat. Young lord, how many times must I advise you not to overdo it before you learn? Thora breathed a frustrated sigh, tending to the extensive bruising, blemishes, and open wounds covering my skin for the umpteenth time. A result of getting a little bit too excited during my spar with Halibel and burning through my demonic power reserves, also for the umpteenth time. Maybe a few thousand more. I chuckled lightly. I couldn't help it. It's the first time I've had a sparring partner that doesn't pummel me into the ground within a few milliseconds, cough cough, my parents. I didn't want to waste the opportunity. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I doubt anyone I'll be responsible for in Kuo will be able to keep up with my Dragonification. You're hopeless, she groaned. Don't I know it? I smiled in return. Every inch of my body hurts like hell, but I get to hog even more of Thora's attention than usual in return. Seems like a fair trade to me, all things considered. Young lord. Yes. I hope you know that you can talk to me when something's bothering you, she said, completely out of the blue. You've done so before, haven't you? After a moment of stunned silence, I let out a half-surprised, half-relieved exhale. She saw right through me, as per usual. I'm shocked, not even Roygun noticed anything amiss with me. We did share quite an intimate moment with one another, yet somehow, I still managed to mask the emotions that had been plaguing me upon arriving here. I don't mean to slander Lady Roygun, but she's only known you for a day. I've known you your whole life. Is it so hard to believe that I picked up on something she didn't? She smoldered, probably insulted that I even felt the need to ask. No, I suppose it isn't. I nodded my agreement. The day after my awakening ceremony, Mother said something to me, and for some reason, it's only really starting to bother me now, of all times, right as we're about to leave for Kuo. I propped my hand up against my chin. As the words left my mouth, I could feel Sylvie start to shuffle around beneath my robes. She didn't say anything because she simply didn't need to. She had been there the whole time I was with Martha that morning, after all, the woman herself told me. Already, I could feel Thora's mind start to build with discomfort. Just mentioning Martha alone was enough to throw her off balance. Of course, I don't blame her. That's the reaction everyone seems to have when it comes to that dismal mother of mine. What did she tell you? She almost hesitated to ask. She said I manipulated you, I spoke bluntly, leaning closer towards Thora. She said that I twisted your emotions to make you help me as I went against my father's wishes. I folded one leg over the other. Thora's immediate unease was apparent to me, but I needed to get this off my chest. Is it true? Did I manipulate you? My gaze was fixed on her with hawk-like intensity. With every word that left my mouth, I felt weirder, yet part of me demanded that this conversation continue nonetheless. Damn that woman, even when she's nowhere to be seen, she's still able to vex me. Master, before Thora could speak, Sylvie decided to make her presence known. Slithering through my robe and poking her head out of my collar. The lady's words were not intended to be insulting. If I remember correctly, she was commending you. And that's supposed to be a good thing. I scoffed, causing Sylvie to reel back a little. Sorry. I didn't mean to get mad at you, I sighed, rubbing my face. I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed, that's all. I stood up, ultimately deciding that even though this conversation held importance, it could wait for another time. Make sure you get some rest, Thora, tomorrow's our big day. Young lord, I still haven't answered. I know, I cut her off. Sleep on it, we'll have all the time in the world to discuss when we reach the surface. I've definitely got some thinking of my own I need to do, that's for sure. I stepped out of the medical room we were in, planning to find somewhere to take a quick nap. It's bad manners to eavesdrop, however, someone was waiting for me next to the front door, their arms crossed with a suspicious look on their face. Even if I'm your fiancé, it was none other than Roygun. If I weren't exhausted, I probably would have picked up on her presence no problem. It wasn't intentional, I was just wondering where you went after your spar with Halibel. Speaking of which, that battle was quite the spectacle if I do say so myself. You seemed quite comfortable with using Dragonification even though it was your first time. I just got lucky with the genetic lottery, and there's still plenty of room for improvement, I replied dryly, making it clear that I wasn't happy about her listening in on I and Thora's discussion. I'm guessing you were looking for me. Pretty much, I would have come to see you immediately after your spar concluded, but these construction works are proving to be a serious pain in the ass, pestering me for each and every little thing. She clicked her tongue. It's like they expect me to be their foreman or something. I mean, your demolition work was Satan class. I think that earns them a bit of leniency, I chuckled, honestly, I'll be surprised if they're capable of repairing the damage she and Lady Leviathan caused at all. A bit, she scowled. Anyhow, let's go to my room, there's something important I'd like to talk to you about. She reached forward, wrapping her fingers around my wrist and dragging me along. Your room. I tilted my head. Sorry if my memory's foggy, but I'm pretty sure it's been reduced to a pile of rubble. It has, I'm using a temporary one in the meantime. She brought me into a room that was unsurprisingly, far blander than hers, but still seemed to have a passable level of comfort by noble standards. This is one of the guest rooms, not that I've really had many over in recent history. Oh, don't worry, once you're a pillar, you'll have more guests than you know what to do with. I may not be speaking from experience because of how my house operates, but I'm well aware of how much politicking goes on among the 72 pillars on a day-to-day basis. It's more than enough to drive even the most diligent of people mad. Yeah, I suppose solitude is one of the few boons of being an extra demon, for better or for worse. We stepped onto the room's balcony, upon which Roygun poured 2 glasses of juice for the both of us. No alcohol this time. I quipped. Nope, not for this conversation. She leaned against the rail, staring at me with a questioning gaze. I want to talk to you about your personal attendant, the one you've decided to bring alongside you to the human world while I, your fiancé, remain down here. I'd have to be deaf not to notice the spite in her tone. I had a feeling that's what this would be about. But just because she's my fiancé, doesn't mean I have to excuse every slight she makes, especially if it's one directed at Thora of all people. That attendant has a name, it's Thora, and I'd appreciate it if you used it. I chided her, meeting her suspicion with a scowl. She hummed inquisitively. You're awfully defensive of her. Only because you're giving me a reason to be. I took a sip from my glass, refusing to let myself be shaken. I understand why she's curious considering her position, but at the same time, there are some things I just can't excuse. Now, do you plan on continuing to take not-so-subtle jabs at her? Or will you ask me what's really on your mind right now? I don't like it when people beat around the bush too much, it reminds me of Sebastian's infuriating talking habits. If that's what you want, she turned sideways, looking me dead in the eyes. What's your real relationship with her? I thought I was imagining it at first, but to me, it seems to be a lot more profound than simply that of a master and servant. Or am I wrong? Would you believe me if I said yes? I was met with a stark, unamused glare. Thought so, I chuckled dryly. Alduin, please take this seriously. I exhaled, finishing the rest of my juice. If you insist, then yes, Thora is far more important to me than any ordinary servant. I could see a mix of emotions on my fiancé's face, gratitude that I was being honest with her, apprehension that she'd get in the way of the family she hoped to cultivate with me, and an emotion part of me wanted to pretend didn't even exist, jealousy, fierce jealousy. Her hands clenched the rail, causing its metal composition to emit a pained creak. In a romantic sense. She stepped closer towards me, maintaining her grip on the railing as if to suppress herself. No clue, I shrugged, folding my arms and leaning against the balustrade. Alduin. What? I'm telling the truth, I myself don't know what the true nature of our relationship is. I leaned back, letting out a mildly frustrated exhale. She's the only real family I had at home, when my father and mother did nothing but give me the cold shoulder and bone-breaking training sessions as their only form of parental interaction. She stepped up and actually put in the effort to raise me like a living person. So forgive me if I'm a little more partial to her. I finished sarcastically. A little more. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? Her frustration continued to rise, but this time, I remained steadfast, showing no intention of wavering. Alduin, I want you to answer me clearly, are you in love with her? Yes or no? I need a straight answer, I'm not letting you go anywhere without one. Is that so? I doubt Seraphal and Lord Lucifer would take kindly to that, I sneered. She's delusional if she thinks she can get in the way of both of them. Of course, I'm well aware that she's quite emotional at the moment. I doubt she'd try to oppose them so openly. Speaking of Seraphal, I've been wondering, what exactly do you have against her? There's a good chunk of bad blood between you two. I'm the one asking the questions here, she insisted. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Is that a promise? I nodded. Yeah, that's a promise. Fine, she took a deep breath, calming herself. It's because I don't acknowledge the crap she and her peers spout about equality in the underworld or whatever. Sure, they're strong, immensely so. I'm not delusional enough to deny that. However, they aren't fit to lead, I mean just look at them, all that power and they can't even manage a wrinkly old man cooped up within his castle. Wrinkly old man. Ah, she's referring to Zikram Baal. They say they want to improve the situation of low-class devils struggling under our society's traditionalist system, but they don't know the first thing about struggle. Her voice was packed with venom, each syllable conveying her deep-rooted disdain for them. How could they? They were all born at the top of the world with their convenient little mutations, perfect houses, and silver spoons crammed into their spoiled mouths. Humph, equality this, equality that. They've had more than 5 centuries, and fucking nothing to show for it. Yet, somehow, they've deluded themselves into believing what they're doing is leadership. It's revolting. I hummed, mulling over her words momentarily. I do have some mixed opinions about what she just said, however, a debate's not what I'm currently interested in. You say that, but you're still trying to become a part of the government they're in charge of. Why's that? I tilted my head, genuinely interested in her response. She huffed. I'm the matriarch for a reason. I don't have to like someone to work with them. Even if I disagree with their governing style, the benefits of becoming a pillar drastically outweigh any qualms I have with them. Her gaze steeled. Now then, it's your turn to answer. I inhaled sharply, readying my answer. One that I doubt she's going to like, but one that needs to be said nonetheless. Yes, I love her. Snap. The tension building up within Roygun reached an all-time high, her strength caused the railing she was holding onto to break right off. Oh boy, I sighed inwardly, watching as she bit down on her lower lip out of frustration, with enough force to draw blood and cause a line of it to trickle down her chin, her expression darkening to an alarming degree. Alright, I guess it's time to find out whether I have what it takes to be with a possessive, somewhat clingy, significantly stronger, older woman. Oh Lord Kakio and above, grant me strin, OW headache. I forgot we're not supposed to pray. I know it might sound a bit callous coming from me, but you should try to calm down. I placed my hand on her cheek, putting my thumb right up to the tooth mark on her lip and mending it with my Dryadic blessing. Calm down. She grabbed my wrist before I could retract my hand, her nails digging into my skin with abandon. However, I made no attempt to heal myself, nor was the pain much of an issue since I've been through far worse, more times than I can count. I have only one goal now, and that's to make sure the jealousy she's expressing doesn't affect Thora in any way. That's my responsibility. Where do you get the nerve to ask me something like that? She dug harder, yet I maintained my still silence. You're supposed to belong to me, not her. How the hell do you expect me to remain calm after hearing that my fiancé has feelings for another woman? And a mere servant no less. Good grief, is this really how we're doing this? First of all, I suggest you start addressing Thora with more respect lest you end up not having a fiancé in the first place. Immediately, she took a step back, her eyes widening in shock upon hearing such words come from me, of all people. I mean, I have been pretty lax with her thus far, but boundaries need to be set. Second of all, she's been with me my whole life, I haven't even known you for a full day. What right do you have to deny what I feel for her? I say that, but technically speaking, she has every right, even in a polygamy-supporting society like ours. While it's true that noble pure-blooded devils can take more than one spouse for the sake of improving our declining population. However, therein lies the problem. Thora has no noble background whatsoever, there's no justification for me to push Roygun to let me have her. Especially in an engagement with circumstances like ours. She's the Belphegor clan's matriarch, and a Satan-class devil who's a part of the Underworld's esteemed top 10 rankers. I don't get to just tell her what to do, not that I would want such a one-sided relationship in the first place, but my point still stands. My hope is that Roygun's no different from me in that aspect, that's the foundation of all the courage I'm mustering up to confront her so brazenly. If she genuinely wants to create a proper family with me, then she won't be the type to just throw her authority around to get what she wants out of me either. You. Her fist shook with extensive frustration, her whole body practically trembling as her aura told me just how conflicted she was feeling. I could feel my back start to perspire out of anxiety, part of me concerned that this was about to get physical. Have you done anything with her? Are you asking if we've had sex? I can't afford to allow for there to be any misunderstandings between us, everything needs to be crystal clear. I'm asking if you've done anything. If you've held hands, kissed, lain with one another. I want to know. No, I demand to know. She stomped, nearly causing the floor of the balcony to crumble under her brute strength. I scratched my cheek. I mean, I did take her on a date to Lilith one time, but as far as physical intimacy goes, nothing's really happened. She paused, attempting to read my expression before speaking. You're not lying to me, are you? It was clear to me she was taken aback by her lack of experience. No. Honestly, I'm not sure what you were expecting. I've always been trapped under my mother and father's watchful gaze. There wasn't much of an opportunity to make anything happen. It's not like I could take her out anywhere either since they preferred keeping me under lock and key. I shrugged, being completely transparent with her. All right, I suppose that's true. Her posture softened, probably because she finally realized that she had been too hasty with her anger. I think I'm feeling a little mischievous for some reason. Hey, Roygun, I spoke with a soft, almost seductive tone. Are you asking me that because you want to make sure you're my first? What? No. That's not it at all. She flushed with bright red embarrassment. Oh my, I didn't think she'd have such an adorable side to her. Unfortunately, I'm paying more attention to her aura right now than I am to her words. There's no use in her trying to hide her feelings from me. I don't mind, you know. I don't wish to be unreasonable with my feelings for Thora. Thora's always been level-headed, and in a matter as delicate as this, I'm sure she'd understand. In the first place, I'm not the type to disregard one over the other. I like to think I'm someone who knows how to strike a balance. You're my fiancé, it's natural for us to do stuff like that, isn't it? I motioned to the bed situated only a few feet away from us. Alduin. You can't be serious. She stammered. I didn't think my willingness would be that shocking to her. Strangely enough, seeing her like this only makes me want to egg her on even more. Like some kind of impulse I can't seem to suppress. Can't I? You already stole my first kiss when you had me pinned in your bedroom. Why not just go the full distance with me? Step after step, I cornered her towards the edge of the balcony, slipping my arms around her hips, causing her to experience a faint shiver. Unless, you don't want to. I tilted my head and pouted. Oh, of course I want to. But I don't want you to do it with me just because you're feeling pressured. She clenched her arm, guilt written all over her face. You're doing this because you're worried I'll do something to Thora, aren't you? I don't want that to be the basis of our first time together. No, I'm not worried about that. I smiled warmly, gently moving my hands up her back as if I were massaging her. I trust you, Roygun. I know you're not the type to do something that's selfish. I'm not explicitly interested in her well-being, I also want you to be happy. You want to create a family with me, don't you? Last I checked, children don't just create themselves. In truth, I don't know why I'm being so forward with her. Nonetheless, I can't seem to stop myself. Every fiber of my being is telling me to keep going, to take any guilt or reservations Roygun might feel about betting me so early on in our relationship, and just allow the two of us to give in to lust and forget about our worries in each other's embrace. Worries, is that why I'm feeling this way? Is this all a product of my pent-up stress? Isn't it a little early for this, though? It's like you said, we haven't even known each other for a full day. Maybe we should take this a little slower. Oh, Roygun, you say that, but I can tell you're feeling the exact same way as I. As a matter of fact, you're probably under a hell of a lot more stress than I am. You've been putting up with this house of yours for 4 centuries, I've only been putting up with mine for a little over a decade. We both need this, we need a moment where we can just forget everything and pretend like our problems don't exist. My mind feels like it's on the verge of overheating, and it's desperate to cool itself down. So fucking desperate. You're overthinking this, Roygun. Sure, this is our first, but so what? Soon enough, it'll become our second, third, fourth, fifth, and one day we'll probably stop keeping count. Sex doesn't always have to be emotionally charged, right? Sometimes we just need it as an outlet for our frustration. The words coming out of my mouth sounded like mere excuses, but necessary ones, for whatever that's worth. We have to convince ourselves not to stress over this too much, somehow, since that would be counterproductive and all. Are you sure about this? There's no going back after this, you know that, don't you? I could feel her confidence start to rise as she slithered her arms around my neck, folding her hands on my nape. Yes, I'm sure, I replied without hesitation. I want this, Roygun. Not because of obligation, pressure, or anything else. I simply want to do this with you. Of course, if you really don't want it, I'll stop. Like you, I don't want to make you feel like you don't have a choice here. That was the last chance I'd give her to back out. I don't think my rational side can hold out any longer. Alduin. Yes. Finally, she mustered up the resolve to come to a decision. I want this too. As if their thoughts were perfectly aligned, the soon-to-be husband and wife pair moved at the same time, leaning in close towards each other and allowing their lips to touch and letting their tongues freely swirl around within their conjoined orifice. The sensation of their warm, dripping saliva leaking down each other's throats caused their hearts to pound with increased fervor. Roygun, Alduin bit back a moan. The way he uttered her name with such need drained her already faltering constraint even further. Sure, she had been lusted after by plenty of men before, but this was different. This was someone she also wanted to belong to her, someone whose heart she wished to possess for the rest of time, to fill the dull bleakness the walls of her estate had plagued her heart with throughout her entire life. Why yes, my love. She rasped, her breath shaking like a reservoir on the verge of bursting with pent-up arousal. All of which would come crashing down on Alduin's figure with abandon, and her fiancé was no different. He also had a load weighing on his heart, a load he wanted to merge with hers, and give life to one they'd carry together. Come, we've kept the bed waiting long enough. With purposeful slowness, his fingers trickled down her arm and interlocked with hers. He started to pull her away from the balcony and towards the queen-sized mattress awaiting them in the guest room. As wonderful as she found the feeling of his tender, affectionate touch, she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. She was the older one between the two, and by no small margin. It was supposed to be her responsibility to take charge in a situation like this, wasn't it? Yet, Alduin had assumed that role as if it were completely natural. Alduin. Curiosity was eating away at her, she just had to know. Can I ask you something? Of course, whatever's on your mind. She hesitated upon hearing the unwavering, loving trust in his voice. Still, she decided it was a bit too late for her to pretend like nothing was on her mind, leaving him on a cliffhanger at this stage was bound to ruin the mood between them. How would she ever be able to cope with a blunder of that magnitude? Is this really your first time? He lifted his eyebrows. It is. I believe I already told you that, didn't I? I'm not trying to doubt you, it's just. You seem a lot more confident than I thought you'd be. Roygun tried to avert her gaze, disappointed in herself that she even questioned him like that in the first place. However, with her emotions running as high as they were, clear thinking was a luxury. In response, Alduin simply breathed a low, unreadable hum. One that she could discern neither displeasure nor the absence of it from. I see, you're still overthinking this. Without warning, he placed his palms atop her pillowy thighs and pushed her down so she was seated on the bedside, which startled her in a way she found both alarming and exciting. The truth is, I don't know why I'm acting so self-assured, and frankly, I don't want to think about it either. Roygun. You're the only thing I want on my mind at the moment. So would you do your fiancé a favor and save your questions for a later date? She swallowed an anxious gulp. She could feel the pressure of Alduin's intense, almost haunting verdant stare piercing through her. A stare that dared her to test him any further. Yes, sorry. Don't apologize, he didn't hesitate to admonish her once more. Granted, the sternness in his tone didn't last for very long. You don't need to say anything, our actions from here on out will more than suffice as communication. Lightly, he brushed his hand against her cheek. His mouth moved right up towards her neck, letting her savor the sensation of his breath hitching against her skin before proceeding. He stuck his tongue out, the length of which thoroughly enthralled Roygun. Sure, she had felt it on the multiple occasions she had French-kissed him thus far, but seeing it out in the open was another matter. If he wanted to, he could have suffocated her each time she was daring enough to push her lips against his. Alduin. She breathed. Her body jittered as his membrane dragged itself across her neck, starting from the base and slowly making its way up to her chin. She couldn't help herself. She reflexively threw her arms around his back and clawed into his skin. Even though he was simply teasing her a little, Roygun had gone almost 4 centuries without feeling someone's touch. No matter how small the advances he made were, they were bound to entice the unfathomable amount of backed-up sexual frustration stored within her. Frustration that she couldn't avoid expressing somewhat aggressively. "It's all right," he whispered reassuringly, unfazed by the pain. "You can be as rough as you need to be, I don't mind." Not in the slightest. There was nothing but raw, compassionate understanding to be found in his voice. He knew everything that was going through his partner's mind, and was more than happy to accept it whole. "But what if I end up hurting you?" She gritted her teeth, still trying to see if it was possible to hold back on her instincts, despite him giving her the green light to do as she pleased. He chuckled. "The only thing I find hurtful is you attempting to hold out on me," he smiled warmly. He leaned back, kneeling down in front of her and slipping his fingers into her waistband. "But I digress, I think I've teased you more than enough. You're probably in the mood for something more concrete, I imagine." What are you doing?" she asked, despite knowing full well what he was about to do. She simply didn't expect someone of Alduin's age to be so thoughtful in the bedroom. She half expected a supposedly hormonal youngster like him to pounce on her the second the opportunity arose, ravishing her with little to no regard for his partner's pleasure. Once again, she believed it her responsibility as the older one between the two to handle the more delicate aspects of lovemaking, not his. "I don't plan on being a selfish lover, Roygun. I made it clear that I want you to enjoy this as well, remember? Those weren't just empty words." He tugged at her trousers, allowing her to rest her legs atop his shoulders for support as he gently dragged her pants downwards, continuing until they were pulled at her ankles. "I know, but you don't have to do something like that, if you don't want to." "Oh." He lifted his head, staring her dead in the eyes. "I have the face of someone unwilling, do I?" "I wasn't aware." He quipped sarcastically, posing a rhetorical question. "Are you sure?" As much as she tried to downplay the situation, deep down, she knew how eager she was. After seeing the full length of his tongue hanging out in front of her, she was practically dying to know what it felt like when it was directed at her other mouth. "I'm sure." He redirected his gaze to the thin piece of black-laced underwear guarding her private area, running his tongue in between his lips in a way that forced Roygun to accept that he was doing this out of his own volition. Her face flushed beet red in a mix of inexperienced embarrassment and desperate desire for her beloved to hurry up and give her what she wanted. In a careful, deliberate fashion, he started to peel the undergarment of its wearer, watching as her lewd, sticky, bodily fluids attempted to cling to the thinly woven fabric as he did so. Only to ultimately fail as her panties ended up within his hands, unleashing the pungent, sweat-riddled aroma of her scent into his enhanced nostrils. Immediately, he could tell that her womanly side had flared to life, that all his teasing hadn't been in vain. Roygun watched as he held the soggy piece of clothing, struggling to get the words out of her mouth. "I haven't had a chance to wash yet, it's smelly, isn't it? If you're having second thoughts, that's fine." "Enough," he glared at her. His eyelids widened, and his reptilian pupils dilated to their absolute limit. Roygun shuddered. She could feel her spine crawl and shiver, as if she had just stepped on a landmine. "Berate yourself one more time, and I'll stop things right here and now." "Understood." She reeled back, unsure whether she should be glad he was getting mad for her rather than at her, or if she should be frightened by his sudden show of authority, previously nowhere to be seen. He was the last person she'd ever want to be fearful of. But, those eyes, it wasn't even their reptilian nature she found concerning. It was that ghastly verdant hue which came from the sallows within him. Somehow, it concerned her. "You understood," she stammered. A strangled, poorly restrained moan escaped her breath as he toyed with her inner thighs, soothingly caressing them up and down before moving in close, planting his face right up to her pink, fleshy opening. His balmy, enticed breaths caused it to twitch and squelch with Roygun's viscous liquids. "He's really going through with this," she braced herself internally, counting each and every second before Alduin decided to follow through with his advance. FFUCK. And then it arrived. Euphoria struck down on her like a tidal wave, teaching her that no internal mantra could prepare her for the sheer pleasure that was about to come her way. He had only flicked his tongue against her vaginal opening for a moment before delving in with such an abhorrent lack of restraint that it nearly made her fall over from the limpness that had just invaded her lower body. Her inner walls writhed and convulsed with intensity the likes of which she had never even conceived. Her lack of a partner all these years had forced her to take the liberty of pursuing self-satisfaction on her own to keep her womanly urges at bay. But after feeling his tongue claw its way into her, she never wanted to go back, ever. Every time he licked, sucked, and shoved his membrane further in, she felt the stress draining out of her body like it wasn't even there in the first place. Alduin. She purred his name. Speaking had never been so difficult for her before. Her mind was being assaulted in a way that made her heart burn up to volcanic levels, ready to burst onto the men currently servicing her at a moment's notice. I can't. It's fine, he murmured in between tongue movements. Wrap your legs around my shoulders, I'll support you. He was well aware that she was on the verge of toppling over him, but he wouldn't allow that to happen until he deemed himself finished. Thank you. She obliged, doing precisely as he instructed and crossing her heels over his nape. Using her body to pull herself even closer to him, and give his tongue the room it needed to snake closer towards her cervix. Forcing a bout of uncontrollable, steamy moans out of her throat. Instinctively, she lifted her hands off the mattress cover she had been clinging to like a lifeline. Cupping one hand over her breast and groping it, while using the other to rub her stiffened nub. Her mind growing dizzier and dizzier with each passing moment as she teetered around her imminent climax. Darling. I think I'm almost at my L limit. A fire was building up around her lower abdomen, ready to turn into an inferno of orgasmic pleasure. Go on then, he fixed his gaze onto her. Come for me. At long last, she released. Uuggh. A torrent of vaginal juices squirted out of her, pouring onto her beloved's face like a broken faucet. She clenched her thighs as tightly as she could, reeling in the unparalleled sensory pleasure she was experiencing. Had Alduin been any weaker, his head would have popped like a watermelon. But even after being doused in a pleasure like that, only one thought occupied her mind. She wanted more, she wouldn't be satisfied with just her lover's tongue alone. She wanted to feel every square inch of his body, to burn the feeling into her memory for all eternity. And she expected the exact same in return from him. Goodness, how about giving me a little warning next time? Just suggesting that there would be a next time alone was more than enough to cause Roygun's lust to spike tenfold. Darling. She cooed. Yes. Come here. She grabbed him by the folds of his robe, making full use of her brute strength to slam him down onto the mattress, and pin him by his wrists. Her eyes were filled with a carnal, almost animalistic desire to copulate with him. One that put a wry, provocative smile on Alduin's face. Someone's eager. He teased, the glint in his eyes beckoning Roygun to up her aggression, as if it was exactly what he wanted from her. This was what he had been waiting for all along, the moment when his fiancée would let go and allow their worries to be washed away amidst their shared yearning for one another. You're one to talk, she teased right back. Grinding her oozing nether region against the tent his lower body had pitched up. I wonder, is it supposed to be this big? You seem plenty eager yourself. Like he had done, she tossed away everything that was covering his crotch. My word, she gasped, smitten at the sight of his fully erect, stiff member standing below her like a proud flagpole. Well, you're not wrong. He said playfully, biting his lip in fierce anticipation. Roygun lowered her hips, allowing the outer folds of her pussy to rub against his shaft. She could feel it twitch and pulsate upon contact. The musky, aromatic smell of built-up sweat in the atmosphere called to her, instilling her with an ache that demanded she seal the deal. That she did as she had promised, and made him hers. I'm going to put it in, she raised herself ever so slightly, aiming her hole directly on top of his tip. Her body fluids dripped down onto his cock, serving as natural lube. Why yeah, do it. He nodded for her to go ahead. Squelch. Aauh. They both let out a loud, sharp grunt in unison. The bliss penetration offered them was, heavenly, no, even that was an understatement. It was something otherworldly. Like pure lightning was coursing through their point of union. Roygun's inner walls throbbed, almost violently so. Her flesh clamped down on the entirety of his length, vacuuming it in further and further into her abdomen. Refusing to let it go until all of his seed had been pumped into her. Her mind was hit with a hazy fog that felt like it was prying out the last embers of reason from her. Like it was beckoning her to once again, just let go. Darling. I'm never letting you go. Not ever. You're mine. You're my fiancé. My husband. My lover. Understood. She started to unload her feelings onto him, clawing at the sides of his face with their mouths only a finger's space away from each other. He coiled his arms around her waist, continuing to support her. If you want to make me yours, you're going to need to work for it, honey. He let out a low, seductive whisper straight into her ear. And just like that, an evening of ferocious lovemaking that had begun in the afternoon, bleed into the night, and end only once dawn had broken across the horizon had begun. Good grief, master. Sliding across the hallways of the Belphegor estate, was none other than Alduin's slithery companion, Sylvie. Would it kill you to be a little more mindful? Of course, she was smart enough to make her leave the second her master and his fiancée started flirting with each other on the balcony. She had no interest in becoming a voyeur after all. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 37, Aftermath. Chapter 37, Aftermath. Haltingly, my eyes began to open as traces of purple light pierced the blinds of our bedroom windows. waking me to the sensation of strained, aching muscles, and thick strands of hair the color of sakura flowers tickling my nose and skin that had been caked in nail and tooth markings, as if I had just survived a gruesome mauling at the hands of a wild animal. Coupled with a fair amount of hickeys here and there, mainly around my neck area. I know I said she could be rough, but I didn't think she'd be so animalistic, good grief. I smiled softly, gently brushing my fingers against the purple, bruise-like blotches covering my form. In all fairness, I am the one who kept egging on my Satan-class fiancé. I probably should have thought that through a little better. Oh well, what's done is done. It's not like I didn't enjoy myself, quite the opposite, really. I was given a first experience far more memorable than anything I could have ever expected. I imagine she feels the same way. No, I know she feels the same way. She was far too passionate for that not to be the case. And like me, I could tell that she worked off an immense amount of steam as I watched her bare figure lie soundly asleep, curled up right next to me with her arms coiled tightly around my torso and her head buried deeply within the crook of my neck. The sweat we had exerted still clung to both our bodies, polluting the bedsheet and atmosphere with our musk, and causing the surfaces of our skin to stick to one another as if a thin layer of glue had been woven between us. It's a good thing this room's temporary. I doubt even a whole week's worth of non-stop cleaning would be enough to wash the smell out, and definitely not the fluids staining the fabric. Cough, cough. Her chest rhythmically rose and sank against mine, and I could hear the sound of her heart thumping calmly at a resting pace. Her peace of mind was made clear to me by the look of absolute serenity on her sleeping face, as if nothing in the world could even remotely bother her. We had encased each other in our own little bubble, where we could pretend, even if just for a moment, that the ocean of problems revolving around us didn't exist. It was a chance for our minds to reset, and I couldn't be more thankful. My head's never felt so light. I didn't think it possible for me to ever be so relaxed. So calm. So at ease. Yet here I am, lying in bed with my wife-to-be, basking in the afterglow of our lust-fueled night together. Roygun, I whispered her name in a low, raspy morning voice. It's time to wake up. I gently traced my digits through her locks in an attempt to give her a pleasant awakening. As much as I'd rather remain here and lounge with her all day, I've already pushed Lady Leviathan's patience further than I'm comfortable with. It's about damn time I hold up my end of the bargain. She breathed a weary moan, her warm air hitching against my skin. My touch caused her to shuffle around a little, but she remained asleep nonetheless. I guess I'll have to try a little harder. Roygun, I said once more, leaning closer this time and placing my palm on her upper back. Like I was trying to give her a massage, I started to move my hand up and down while tracing her spine. Come on, wakey wakey. I continued to caress her, only stopping once I felt her breathing rhythm change, indicating that she was finally coming to. Yeawan. She gave her limbs a good stretch, using my body as a yoga mat of sorts. Is it morning already? She rubbed her eyes, cleaning out all of the accumulated eye dust before smacking her lips together. Yes, it's morning. I adjusted the unruly bedhead she had developed, making sure her hair wasn't blocking her face. Did you sleep well? Better than I ever have, she replied, offering me her soft, tender gaze that told me more than words ever could. And you? About the same, I said with a faint, yet cheery smile. Although I am feeling a little sore thanks to a certain someone. I wore a feigned pout, letting out an excessively dramatic groan as I rolled my shoulders. I should be able to mitigate the strain with some nifty key circulation, but it might take a while. Oh. Aren't you the one who said I could be as rough as I wanted to be? What happened to all that bravado? She chuckled, her eyes drifting towards the myriad of markings she had engraved into me with such lustful abandon last night. All that really happened, didn't it? Her voice turned somber. It did, I confirmed with pleasure. Having regrets? Absolutely fucking not, I'm insulted that you'd even ask me that. She scoffed, shooting me a harsh, admonishing glare. You better not be asking me that because you're feeling that way. Need I remind you that you're the one who dash? No, I don't regret a thing. I cut her off before she could continue. Sheesh, I should really watch myself with how much I push her buttons. It'd do me good to remember that she isn't the most composed person around when it comes to, well, me. I feel like I've been given a second wind because of this. It's like every fiber of my being has been refreshed, so much so that I can't even fully put it into words. My voice was practically oozing with passion. As embarrassingly corny as it sounded, it didn't make it any less accurate. Good, because I feel precisely the same way. She nodded contentedly, cupping my face and slipping a pleasant, loving kiss into my mouth, one which I didn't hesitate to respond to in kind as if it had already become natural to me. Alduin, she deliberately started to circle her index finger around my chest. Part of you now belongs to me, you understand that, don't you? She pursed her glossy, cherry-colored lips. Of course, I nodded promptly. You're my wife after all, I wouldn't have it any other way. I watched her tremble with delight in response to me referring to her as my wife. Technically, it's improper, but I honestly couldn't care less since we've already gone ahead and consummated our engagement and all. Not that I've ever been one for formalities in the first place. I'm pleased to hear that, believe me, I really am. I tilted my head, sensing a but coming. But, there's someone else you also wish to give a piece of you to, isn't there? Huh, I didn't think she'd be the one to bring that up first. Still, it's good that she did. This is a conversation I'd rather have before I leave for Kuo Town. Yes, I meant what I told you yesterday. I'm in love with Thora, and I plan on getting closer to her while I'm absent from the Underworld. I affirmed with steadfast resolve and crystal clear honesty. Anything less would be an insult to Roygun. It might be rash of me to think that I can love both of them at the same time, and maybe even a bit outlandish, but my feelings are my feelings. I have no interest in lying to myself. I see, compared to yesterday, Roygun's reaction was definitely a lot more tame. You've loved her for quite some time, haven't you? She continued. I found it mildly disturbing that I couldn't discern whether I'd get a positive or negative response from her, but I remained firm. I have. How could I not? She's the only reason I haven't turned out like Sebastian or Martha. She was the one who was always there to pick me up each time I was on the verge of crumbling under their pressure. Always. Even now, when I'm opposing them, people she has every right to be scared shitless of, she's still standing by me. To say I'm fortunate to have her would be a criminal understatement. And you truly believe she's earned your love? You hold no doubts about that whatsoever? None at all. The real question is, have I earned hers? She's done more than enough for me, and I want to make sure I return the favor 100-fold. I see, she repeated. You love her, yet you still decided to give your first time to me. It was your first as well, I clarified. Shooting down any chances for her to develop any sense of guilt, I thoroughly enjoyed last night, and I won't let her have any misunderstandings about that. It was, her tone lightened up a little. I know this is a little hypocritical of me to say, but aren't you worried that she might be unhappy with this? Assuming your feelings are mutual. Ah, so that's why she's feeling down again. Roygun, before I say anything. Are you bringing this up because I paused, taking a deep breath. Changed your mind? I thought about it right before I fell asleep. Yesterday, you decided that you wouldn't be selfish with your feelings for her, and you proved that those weren't just empty words, there's no denying that. Now I think it's my turn to do the same with what I feel for you. My eyes widened, my mind already deciphering what her following words would be. After everything you've told me, it's become abundantly clear that she's someone capable of properly caring for you, and while I'd rather not give her all the credit, I suppose she's partially responsible for you becoming the man I've fallen for. I imagine she'd be flattered, I quipped. Don't let it get to her head, she chuckled lightly. Point being, I think it was rather unfair, and frankly a little childish of me to dismiss the prospect of you two having a relationship. Which is why, yes, I've changed my mind. As your wife, I'm giving you my blessing to pursue her romantically. Roygun, thank you. I'm not finished, her voice sharpened, which caused my posture to stiffen in response. I want to make sure you understand that I'm allowing you to be with Thora, and Thora alone. If I find out that you so much as touched another woman while you're up there, without my explicit permission, I'll hurt you in ways you couldn't even imagine. Are we clear on that? Gulp. See crystal. Good, she breathed a satisfied hum. There's also one more thing you ought to remember. I know it's not something I can make happen immediately, but I will make you love me as much as you love Thora. I'll never be truly satisfied with anything less, you understand that, don't you? Yeah, I understand. I let out a soft exhale, leaning forward and planting a gentle peck on her forehead. You're already off to a great start. I doubt it'll be long before you succeed. I know, I'm irresistible after all. She huffed, earning a playful chuckle from me in return. Now then, you've got an appointment with Seraphal to adhere to, and I've got one with Surzex later in the day, so it's probably for the best that we get moving. I'm glad Lord Lucifer's the one handling the Belphegor clan's conversion into one of the 72 pillars. He and Lord Beelzebub are without a doubt the only people in the Underworld capable of making Sebastian behave, and more importantly, keep him from trying anything. As for Martha, I'm not really sure what her angle is anymore. I suppose I'll have to wait and see. I'd love it if she just continued to sit in her forest and pretend like everything around here doesn't even exist, but that'd be wishful thinking. I know for a fact she's going to do something, the problem is finding out what that something is before it's too late. Probably, I agreed. We both took a not-so-quick shower, together, of course, hoping to rid ourselves of the built-up sweat and pungent odor clinging to our bodies. I'd rather not appear before Seraphal looking like I just went 10 rounds with a demonic beast in the octagon. Obviously, my robes were no longer in any condition to be worn, not without extensive cleansing. Fortunately for me, Roygun was kind enough to hand me one of the plain white dress shirts she owns alongside a set of black slacks. Since we're around the same height, they fit me pretty well. They were just a little loose around my chest area and buttocks for obvious reasons. Alduin, you can go on ahead and find Thora. I'm in a pretty good mood today, and I'd rather not ruin it by forcing myself to look at Serafall's face. Yeah, that's understandable. Just out of curiosity, when do you plan on visiting? I asked. The first chance I get, obviously. She scoffed, as if the question itself was redundant. Don't worry, it won't be long before you see me again, and when you do, I'll be expecting a healthy serving of nighttime care to make up for our time apart, got it? She smirked. Got it, I smirked right back. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to it as well. Besides, I'm the one who promised her we'd share countless nights together. I plan on being a man of my word. I spread my key throughout the entirety of the Belphegor estate, quickly picking up on the two presences I was looking for, Thora and Sylvie, both situated in the lobby. Speaking of Sylvie, it only now occurred to me that I had completely forgotten about her while Roygun and I were getting busy. Hopefully, she had a chance to leave before we went from the balcony to the bedroom. That was a serious oversight on my part. I should really be more mindful next time. Master, you finally decided to show yourself. Naturally, Sylvie was the first to notice my presence once I arrived, thanks to our established bond. She slithered towards me and crawled up my body until she was coiled firmly around my neck like a scaly scarf. From her tone alone, it was clear to me that she wasn't in a great mood. Fair enough. Sylvie, about yesterday, I kinda got lost in the moment dash. I'd rather we not discuss it, Master. All I ask is that you promise me to give me some sort of warning in advance next time. I'd appreciate you giving me an opportunity to depart before you engage in such activities. Yeah, I promise. According to Martha, Sylvie's still a newborn, so I'd rather she not see anything graphic at her age. Especially if it's me. Wait a minute, how did she even know what Roygun and I were about to do in the first place? A child shouldn't have that kind of knowledge. Who dared to fill my baby's head with such lascivious information? I'll have them incinerated. I happened to agree with the little serpent. I flinched at the sound of Thora's voice. I was wondering where you had gone after your spar with Lady Roygun's night yesterday, only to pass by a room where interesting sounds were being made. She cleared her throat, side-eyeing me with a look that told me I heard everything. Ah, that wasn't exactly how I wanted her to find out. While I'm sure we have much to discuss, she continued. I suggest you start by informing Lady Leviathan that you're prepared to depart. You've certainly kept her waiting long enough. We'll have all the time in the world to talk once you've settled into Kuo. Right. I suppose I should. I'm a little hesitant to put a conversation as meaningful as the one we're going to have on the shelf, but it'd probably be better to have it once I've dealt with all my more immediate matters. I pulled out my Foreign Affairs badge. Apparently, now that I've been registered to it, it also serves as a direct, private communication line between me and Serafall. Completely off DeviNet's grid. All I have to do is inject my demonic power into it whenever I want to ring her. Of course, she's able to do the same. I allowed a sliver of my energy to trickle into the badge, only to be met with silence. Huh, she's not picking up. I scratched my head, wondering if it had malfunctioned somehow or if Serafall was preoccupied with something. She is a Satan after all, I probably should be a little more patient. Oh, I guess she'd rather talk face to face. I pursed my lips. Instead of picking up, Serafall chose to teleport directly towards me, illuminating the room in a dark blue hue as her magic circle appeared behind me. It's about damn time, her voice muttered as she materialized into the room, already dressed in her usual, turquoise semi-casual dress. I trust there aren't any more last-minute delays you want to throw my way, Alduin. She isn't even remotely interested in showing off her usual theatrical demeanor, which alone speaks volumes to the status of her patience. No, there aren't. I'm ready to go, I nodded firmly. Good. Briefly, her eyes started to scan our surroundings. She's probably checking for Roygun. We'll be taking my personal train to cross the border between the Underworld and the human world. The trip should take a few hours at most, and by the time we're there, it'll be around noon in Japan. I furrowed my brow. A train. I had no idea that was how devils traveled between realms. Then again, we are a rather technologically advanced supernatural race thanks to Lord Beelzebub's efforts. Maybe it's not that strange in hindsight. Young Lord, I've already educated you on the subject. Thora frowned at me, clearly displeased. It must have been a subject we tackled before I reincarnated. I wasn't much of a diligent learner back then, or much of a learner at all if I'm being completely honest. Hee, must have slipped my mind. I shot her an apologetic look. Sona and Rias are still unaware of this arrangement, so when you make your introduction, I suggest you dash. For some reason, Serafall chose to stop herself mid-sentence, her nose twitching. Wait, what's that smell? Smell. I tilted my head. Don't move, she approached me, leaning forward and sniffing my torso without hesitation. An act that left me thoroughly speechless. I was just sniffed by the Satan Leviathan. What the hell? It's as I thought. All of a sudden, I felt my muscles tense. As if someone had just thrown me into an industrial freezer while I was still in my birthday suit. You've got the scent of a woman's shampoo clinging to you. Oh. I might be screwed here. Her eyes darted towards my neck, where Sylvie was curled up. Instantly, I could feel my serpentine companion shudder under the pressure of Seraph's suspicious gaze. Tell your familiar to move. I considered arguing with her for a moment, but I'd rather not subject Sylvie to her aura any longer. Do as she says. I gave her a look of resigned approval. Damn it, Alduin. She groaned in frustration, now able to see the plethora of markings Roygun had left on me. Some of which faded thanks to my regeneration factor, and some of which hadn't. I was fine with you staying with her for a little while longer as a courtesy, but I didn't think you'd actually go ahead and sleep with the hag. Aren't you older than her, though? Not that I'd ever say that aloud. I'm not suicidal. I'm not really sure what to say. I wasn't sure what else to do but chuckle nervously. We ended up getting into a heated discussion, and you know, one thing led to another. Obviously, it wasn't that simple, but I don't think Seraph's really interested in me and Roygun's love life. Or anything positive concerning my fiancé. I don't need your excuses. She gripped her forehead, shaking her head with stark disapproval. Although, I suppose I should be more mad at her than I am at you. We've never seen eye to eye, but I didn't think she'd actually stoop so low as to force someone hardly a fraction of her age to lie with her. You've only known each other for a day, for crying out loud. I can't for the life of me begin to understand why she thought it'd be a good idea to move things along this quickly. I guess I was right about her being nothing but a horny dash. Yeah, about that, I intervened before her tangent could continue. She didn't force me to do anything. I may or may not have been the one who initiated it all. What? Both Thora and Seraph blurted out at the same time. Oi. I understand why Seraph is taken aback, but that shouldn't shock Thora. Did she really think I was the type to let myself get taken advantage of so easily? On second thought, maybe I don't want that question answered. Maybe it'd be better if I explained everything on the train. It's a long ride after all. Honestly, I don't feel obligated to share everything with Seraph. Our relationship is strictly that of employee and employer after all. However, I think that relationship would progress a lot more smoothly if she at least had a basic understanding of how Roygun and I saw one another. Just because we have a deal doesn't mean I have to cater to every whim of hers. I have a right to set specific boundaries when it comes to a subject as delicate and personal as this. Oh, you're explaining everything all right, Seraph snapped her fingers. In an instant, a teleportation circle wide enough to envelop all three of us appeared across the flooring, whisking us away in a bright flash of cerulean light before any of us had a chance to even acknowledge what had happened. Once the light faded, I found myself staring at a coach. The exterior of which sported a bold color scheme consisting of blue, white, and pink. A lot of pink, almost as much as Roygun used in her bedroom before it was razed to the ground. Images of Seraph in her signature Miracle Leviathan outfit had been painted all over its surface, which instantly made me doubt whether this train was really designed for diplomatic purposes, as Seraph had stated. Surely she wouldn't show up to a formal meeting in this, would she? What are you waiting for? Let's go, she motioned for us to follow her inside. Damn, this place is like a mobile manor, I thought to myself, entering the coach. It looks a bit gaudy from the outside, but I'd be a fool not to admit that the interior work was top-notch. The way the coloring, lighting, and furniture have been done basically screams the word comfort at you. Oh, and there's also a snack counter here as well. That's always a nice touch. It's just a shame that my body will probably reject it all. I sat down on a navy-colored couch positioned at the center of the coach, with Thora beside me and Seraph opposite me. Human world, here I come, for the second time, technically. I wonder if everything up there's the same as it was in my first life. Well. The Satan folded one leg over the other, awaiting my explanation regarding me and Roygun. Where should I begin? I muttered to myself, sighing. For starters, you should probably know that Roygun's not just interested in me for the sake of becoming a pillar. I began, deciding to focus mainly on the more professional aspects of our relationship, while only briefly touching on the emotional side. That part is for Thora's ears only. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 38, Bakua Toby. Chapter 38, Bakua Toby. So, she really didn't force you? Not even a little. Seraph narrowed her eyes, suspicion written all over her face. No, not even a little. I nodded firmly, appalled by how difficult she was finding it to believe what I had just told her. Long story short, I explained that what had happened between me and Roygun yesterday was nothing more than a simple agreement between two consenting adults. We both had needs, and since we were now engaged, there was no reason we couldn't tend to one another. It was bound to happen eventually. And in all fairness, what good would I be as a guardian if my lower half were distracting me the whole time? Of course, Seraphol wasn't immediately sold, seeing as I only just became an adult, whereas Roygun's been one for significantly longer, but therein lies the beauty of half-truths. I disclosed merely a fraction of the whole picture, but because that fraction was completely truthful, she has no reason to doubt me. Or question me any further without it appearing like a blatant intrusion of my privacy. There's no way a diplomat of her caliber doesn't understand that. After all, this is just personal curiosity on her part, stemming from her relationship with Roygun, or rather, her opinion of her. There's nothing official about this, as it has nothing to do with Rias or Sona. I don't understand, she sighed in resignation, massaging her temples. What could you possibly see in someone like her? What could you have learned about her in such a short span of time to make you want to sleep with her? I wore a faint, confident smile and leaned into the soft embrace of the pillow propped up against my back. Who's to say? Maybe it was love at first sight. I shrugged, which was my way of saying it wasn't any of her business, and judging by her knitted brows, I think she got the message. Frankly, I think we've discussed my love life enough for one morning. Isn't it about time we get to business? If you insist, she reached behind her, pulling out a dossier and sliding it towards me. Before you begin training Rias and her subordinates, Sirzex wants to make sure you aren't working in the dark. I lifted my eyebrows in intrigue, flipping to the first page of the file. Oh. Immediately, I realized what Seraphol had just handed me. I wasn't expecting to be given access to information this sensitive so early on. I'm honored Lord Lucifer has chosen to place such trust in me. If you'd like to maintain that trust, I'd advise you to make sure that information remains accessible to you, and you alone. She cautioned me, to which I responded with an understanding nod. I had been given a file on each member of Rias Gremory's peerage, containing evidently sensitive information on them that was being kept by the Domestic Affairs Department Lord Lucifer's in charge of. Let's see here. First, there's her queen, Akino Himajima, descendant of the Himajima clan, and daughter of one of Grigori's cadres, Barakil. Mixed bloodlines, huh? Interesting. Then there's Kaniko Tuju, or, according to this document, Chiron, her rook. She's a yukai, or more specifically, a nekasha, which is a rare species of Nikomata. It's a shame I'm not bringing Halibel with me. Oh well, I do happen to know a thing or two about Senjutsu myself, so it's not as if I have nothing to work with. There's also mention of some incident in the Underworld she was involved in, but I'll look into that later. Right now, I just want a bare-bones idea of what kind of people Rias has under her. Next, there's her knight, Yudo Kiba, or Isaiah, yet another member who's using an alias. Wielder of a sacred gear known as Sword Birth, and formerly a part of something called the Holy Sword Project. I guess I'll have to read into that as well. Looks like they're a pretty misfortunate bunch. However, struggle does tend to breed greatness. Maybe that'll serve to their advantage if everything goes well. Last but not least, her mutated bishop, Gaspar Vladi. A damper and former member of House Vladi, wielder of a sacred gear known as Forbidden Baylor View, a sacred gear with the power to... What the fuck? I paused, wondering if I was reading the file correctly. I happen to have an unused mutated bishop on hand. I wonder if there's a chance she'd be interested in a trade. After Risers dealt with, of course. Quite the group, aren't they? Seraphol asked knowingly. No kidding, I chuckled nervously. I thought it was strange that Lord Lucifer was worried about his sister losing to someone like Riser, of all people, but now I can't even fathom why he'd think there's even a remote chance that she could lose to him. A peerage with such an outlandish amount of talent is the kind you'd expect to see in the Underworld's top 10, I'm sure Roygun would agree. And he's worried a team like this could lose to the Rooster. Seriously? I'm speechless. There's definitely more to this. There has to be some reason why Lord Lucifer thinks the Rooster is a threat. I'll probably figure that out once I've thoroughly read through the whole thing. Seraphol, is it fine if Thora looks at this as well? She paused for a moment, deliberating. I continued. She's the one who taught me how to use my demonic power properly. I think she'd be a great help when it comes to training Rias peerage. Is that so? She hummed, glancing at Thora, receiving an affirmative look from her in return. All right then, but keep in mind, if she leaks anything, you're the one who'll be held responsible. As if such a thing would ever happen. I know, I said, holding the dossier towards her and pointing at Gaspar's section. A damper. What? I wasn't expecting her to be interested in that part over his insane ability. How strange. Not that. Over here, I redirected her attention to the part on his sacred gear. Oh. I apologize, young lord, she cleared her throat, mild embarrassment written on her face. Indeed, that is an alarmingly powerful weapon Lady Rias has on her side. Honestly, that alone should be enough to deal with Riser Phoenix from my perspective. I was thinking the same thing. I continued to read through the contents of Gaspar's file. However, he appears to have some personality issues holding him back. If he can overcome them, I'm willing to bet he'll become the deciding factor of their rating game. Well, if there's anyone capable of inspiring confidence in people, it'd be you, young lord. As per usual, that warm smile of hers always manages to fill me with motivation. Oh my, you flatter me, I replied teasingly. Ahem, Serfal intervened. You can flirt all you want when I'm not here, but I'd rather you keep things cordial while I'm still around. She huffed, crossing her arms. Humph, she's just jealous she doesn't have a Thora of her own. Not that I blame her, heh. More importantly, she continued. You might want to start thinking about how you're going to introduce yourself as their guardian once you're there. First impressions matter. Fair point, I stroked my chin, trying to come up with a good introduction. One that'd set a good tone for how our relationship would proceed. Oh, I think I've got an idea. Serafal, you wouldn't happen to have any cloaks back there I could borrow? Rias hummed while hunched over her desk in Kuo Academy's old schoolhouse, where she had established the Occult Research Club, a place that offered a much-needed sense of privacy to serve as her and her peerage's base of operations. Keeping her away from the prying eyes of ordinary students, both men and women alike, who were willing to give up an arm and a leg just for an opportunity to get closer to her. She wasn't oblivious to her own beauty, but she didn't think humans would fawn over her to such a degree. They had already gone ahead and dubbed her and her queen the Academy's two great ladies, for crying out loud, and they didn't just stop at them. Kaneko, her rook, had been handed the title of mascot, and Kiba that of the Academy's prince. She presumed the kind of over-the-top parasocial adoration only existed in the anime she watched back home, which her brother's knight gifted her DVDs of every now and then. But lo and behold, the rampant horniness she had been exposed to in the underworld existed up here all the same. She didn't even want to think about the landfill of love letters that had piled up in her locker. The only upside was, unlike her fellow devils down below, regular humans had no way of pressuring her into doing anything. It felt good to have her own autonomy as the overseer of Kuo Town. Well, co-overseer to be precise. How dull, she thought to herself. It had only been a few days since she settled into Kuo, and all those days had consisted of nothing but paperwork, and more paperwork. Whether it was about brainwashing, or rather, convincing the Academy staff to ignore strange absences, mapping out routes within the town for their familiars to distribute flyers, or reviewing ongoing and possible contracts between her peerage members and the humans in the area, she found it immensely tedious all the same. I wonder how Sona's faring. She dropped her pen and leaned back into her chair, breathing a deeply exasperated groan. Her longtime friend since childhood, Sona Citri, had also followed her into the human world and assumed the mantle of the Academy's student president, operating under the alias Sauna Shirtorai. For whatever reason. Unlike her, Sona was far more adept at handling paperwork or anything bureaucratic. A talent she envied more than anything at the moment. If it weren't for her pride, she'd probably find some way to negotiate with Sona to get her friend to do her paperwork for her. Era. You look stressed, Bucho. That's no good, you'll get wrinkles. Rias turned her head, facing the approaching figure of her queen, who had just walked out from the clubroom's kitchen. Holding a silver tray in her hand with freshly brewed cups of her signature, soothing herbal green tea. Of all the enemies I could face, I never thought a stack of paper would prove this formidable. She sighed, interlocking her hands behind her back and giving her arms a long, satisfying stretch. Then perhaps it's time you take a break, overworking yourself won't do you any good. Aquino set the tray down on her desk, putting one cup down alongside a small bowl of biscuits she had personally baked. I'd love nothing more, believe me, Ria said while massaging her forehead. But if I stop now, the load will probably double by tomorrow. She grabbed one of the biscuits, popping it into her mouth and washing it down with a sip from her cup. Delicious as ever. Her queen never disappointed. Aquino frowned, naturally displeased to see her king so stressed. In that case, at least allow me to help. Isn't it my duty as your queen to share the workload? Rias exhaled, shaking her head with a tinge of regret. Sorry, Aquino, but I can't do that, at least not this early on. I've got to figure out how to manage this on my own, otherwise what good am I as an overseer? Aquino paused for a moment. I see, she nodded. While she was concerned for Rias' well-being, her king did have a point. She'd have to learn to get used to her new responsibilities one way or another. After all, she wasn't here solely to escape her engagement with Riser, she was also here to gain experience in managing a territory, for when the day came when she would become her family's matriarch. Aquino walked over to the center of the clubroom, where Kaneko was sitting on the couch with a bowl of sweets in her lap, inhaling them like a vacuum, and Kiba was cleaning one of the many sheaths he used. Any contracts they had formed with humans in the town weren't in effect until nightfall, which left them with a decent amount of leisure time after the school's final bell had rung. Kaneko-chan, Yuto-kun. Would you two care for some tea? She offered, placing the tray on the coffee table in front of them. Of course, thank you, Aquino-senpai. Kiba was quick to indulge, you'd have to be a fool to reject an opportunity to enjoy Aquino's refreshments. Kaneko was no different, only she couldn't speak while her cheeks were stuffed with cookies. It's my pleasure, Akino smiled warmly. Since she had yet to find someone capable of contracting her in Kuo Town, her schedule had ended up being far emptier than she expected it to be. Small delights, such as catering to her king and juniors, were always the highlights of her day. Kaneko-chan. And because of that, picking up on whenever something was off with those close to her had become second nature. What's wrong? Like how the rook's attention had shifted entirely from the bowl of sweets she was holding to the window positioned right behind her. All plants held traces of natural energy within them, though they were faint. Anyone with a decent amount of senjutsu prowess could detect those traces. Kaneko was no exception. And just now, she could have sworn she felt the vines crawling all over the old schoolhouse's exterior move. I sensed something. Outside. She spoke in her usual, soft, whisper-like tone. Kaneko put her bowl aside and leaned over the couch, opening the window and poking her head through it, shifting her gaze from side to side in search of whatever had aroused her suspicion. Her attention was fixated on whatever vegetation she could fit into her field of view. Her words aroused the immediate suspicion of her peers. Kaneko's senses were by far the most acute among them. They had never taken Nekasha's intuition lightly, and they weren't about to start now. Kiba, Akino, and Rias all followed suit. Walking towards the window closest to them, peering out of it in search of anything amiss. Hey, Akino. Rias motioned with her hand for Akino to come towards her, her eyes fixated on the bushes outside. Did the school hire a new gardener? Strangely enough, they had all been freshly trimmed, to near perfection no less. Rias hadn't paid much attention to them, but she was pretty sure all of the greenery surrounding the old schoolhouse had been left unkempt for quite some time. No, not to my knowledge. Akino shook her head. Even if they did, why would the school bother to maintain an area they no longer used? Rias and her peerage were the only people inhabiting the building. If any maintenance were to be done, they'd be the ones to do so. Besides, there's no way a gardener would be able to trim every bush in the vicinity without being detected by their demonic senses. Kaneko-chan, she turned to her rook, both their guards raised. Are you certain you sensed something? Yes. It was a faint key fluctuation, but I definitely sensed it, and it was alarmingly close to the building. Close enough for it to erect the hairs on the back of her neck. Should I send my familiar out to investigate? Yes, that's probably for the dash. Rias paused, her eyes widening in horror seemingly out of the blue. Kaneko-chan. Look out. Bucho. Kaneko tilted her head, unaware that an arm had just reached through the window, shooting straight towards the petite mascot's neck. What's the matter? By the time she had noticed, it was already too late. A hand had clasped itself around her throat, crushing down on it with a vice grip and yanking her through the frame. And once her body was outside, the arm had disappeared. She looked in all directions while she was airborne, completely unable to locate her assailant. Kaneko. Kiba acted on instinct, speeding towards the window and extending his arm outward, attempting to hold onto Kaneko and drag her back inside before she fell. Unfortunately, the vines clinging to the schoolhouse's brick exterior managed to outspeed him. They shot out and wrapped around Kaneko's ankle, slamming her into the dirt ground behind the building at full force, almost shattering her spine in one go. Fortunately for her, her natural durability and the endurance of her rook piece kept her bones together. Cough cough. She winced, spitting out a chunk of saliva and planting her palms on the soil, slowly hauling herself to her feet as she hurriedly channeled her ki, attempting to repair some of the damage she had just endured before facing the surprise aggressor. Assuming they chose to show themselves. Kiba didn't hesitate to vault out of the frame, using his wings to slow his fall at the last minute as he landed right beside Kaneko's fallen figure. Hooking his hands under her shoulders and supporting her posture. Yuto-senpai. She pointed behind him, this time noticing the vines begin to shift before they made their move. The knight materialized a long sword out of thin air, using it to swiftly cleave through the vines before picking Kaneko up and leaping backwards, distancing himself from the building. I don't understand, how were they able to get that close without any of us noticing? The knight wondered, every fiber of his being on high alert as his vision frantically darted from side to side, hoping to catch at least a glimpse of whoever had mustered up the audacity to attack them. Kaneko-chan, do you know where they are yet? Kaneko shook her head, at a complete loss for words. 2 attacks had been launched, and her senses had detected absolutely nothing. It was the first time she had ever felt so inept in a long time. Sensing was supposed to be her specialty, her responsibility within the group, outside of being their shield. Getting caught off guard like this put a serious dent in her pride. Yuto-kun. Kaneko-chan. Akino flew out of the window, hovering above them and scouring the area. Unable to spot anything just like those beneath her, despite her bird's-eye view, her mind was filled with suppressed indignation, directed at whoever was suicidal enough to attack her adorable juniors. Akino-senpai. Be careful. They're using some kind of technique to keep their presence hidden, not even Kaneko's capable of detecting them. Kiba cautioned his queen. Understood, she nodded. You two stay where you are, as long as you remain out in the open, I'll be able to help you spot them. She figured having everyone be airborne or on the ground would be suboptimal in such a situation. When facing an enemy like this, keeping everyone bunched up was the worst thing they could do. They needed as much coverage as possible. Even if they couldn't be sensed, they could still be seen. Ria's call-out made that clear. There were 4 of them, and only one enemy, hopefully. If they allocated their eyes well enough, chances were they'd be able to spot them before they made their next move on one of them. Akino, Rias hopped out of the window frame, hovering beside her queen. Isn't Sona's barrier supposed to be guarding the academy grounds from intruders? Yes, Sona's barrier is definitely still active. There's no doubt about that. Akino nodded, her thoughts aligning with Rias. Somehow, the enemy had slipped past Sona's barrier, completely undetected. Granted, they had already more than proven their stealth prowess. I don't understand, Rias pondered. Are they unaware that this is protected territory? No, that can't be the case. Their attack was definitely targeted, the only question is who would be reckless enough to attack an area backed by 2 Satans. And more importantly, why? Bucho, don't you think there's something off about the enemy? Rias raised an eyebrow. How so? I mean, assuming they're trying to kill us, they had a pretty good opportunity to take Kaneko-chan out when they caught her by surprise. Yet. They didn't, Rias finished, in agreement with Akino's suggestion. It's also possible they're solely trying to take me out. I imagine they came here knowing who I am. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a Gremory-targeted attack. Enemies in noble society were as common as oxygen. It was an unavoidable part of high-class living. That could be the case, she hummed inquisitively. Still, I didn't expect them to be capable of bypassing Kaneko-chan's senjutsu. It wasn't as if they had deployed a masking barrier beforehand. If that were the case, Sona's barrier would be experiencing interference, which the Citri would undoubtedly have noticed by now. Usually, the only thing that can overcome a senjutsu practitioner's sensing ability is a superior senjutsu practitioner. You think they're a Yukai? Possibly, Akino shrugged. Continuing to survey the area below with increased tension, fighting an enemy they couldn't see exposed them to a certain pressure, an especially unnerving kind. Gah! Kiba cried out, attracting everyone's attention. A small hole had opened up beneath him, from which an arm, presumably the same one that had grabbed Kaneko, shot up and clasped the knight's ankle. Pulling him down into the ground with freakish speed and power, the likes of which Kiba was utterly incapable of reacting to in time. Leaving only his head above the soil, as if he were being set up for a game of whack-a-mole. What the hell? Kiba stammered. Whoever it was who attacked him hadn't bothered to hit him with any follow-up attack, despite having him in a prime position to do so. You're not getting away. Kaneko scowled, reeling her arm and wrapping her fist in Tuki before hammering her knuckles into the dirt. Splitting the earth wide open with her immense physical prowess, hoping to latch onto the assailant moving beneath them. TCH. Only to come up empty-handed. They gave up the opportunity again. Rias frowned, her suspicion heightening. Kaneko-chan. Yuto-kun. Stand back. Akino ordered, raising her hand towards the sky as the clouds began to darken, and sparks of lightning built up around her arm. Kaneko didn't waste a second, knowing precisely what the woman dubbed the Lightning Priestess was about to unleash. She grabbed Kiba by the shoulders, effortlessly lifting him off the ground before bolting as fast as her tiny legs could carry her. Take this. A bolt of fierce, bright yellow lightning crashed into the ground, blowing it apart with bomb-like intensity and leaving a considerable crater in its wake. The initial impact had kicked up a dust cloud that reduced their visibility significantly, but the superior hearing and sight of a devil more than made up for it. Did you get them? Rias asked, her expression tense. No, I didn't feel my lightning connect with anyone. Akino shook her head in disappointment, clenching her fist. Kaneko-chan, Yuto-kun. Do you see anything down there? Rias asked her subordinates, wondering if she should take a crack at it like her queen had. The raw power of her power of destruction far exceeded that of Akino's lightning after all. The knight and rook both shook their heads. This is seriously starting to get on my nerves. Rias bit her lower lip. That was the third attack, one that had come when all 4 of them were mobilized correctly and on full alert, yet, they still failed to catch their questionably motivated aggressor. It was humiliating. Isn't it about time you showed yourself? Or are you simply too much of a coward to? Howdy. A playful, exceedingly childish voice called out to them. Located on the schoolhouse's brick-tiled roof, right behind where Akino and Rias were hovering. Man, those clones of mine really got the jump on y'all, didn't they? Hee hee, neat trick, am I right? Standing before them was a tall, presumably male, cloaked figure wearing a plain, white wooden mask with 2 eye holes. Even now that he had made his appearance, his presence remained completely unreadable. Whether he was a human, devil, or a Yukai as Akino had hypothesized was indiscernible. That sleeve, Rias' eyes narrowed in recognition. There's no mistaking it, he's definitely the one who grabbed Kaneko-chan. Who are you? What are your intentions here? Rias was quick to begin questioning him. At present, he didn't appear to be exuding any hostile intent, but that didn't change the fact that he had just attacked them out of the blue. Answer me. Unless you'd rather I force you to. Kia. Scary. Scary. I had no idea a princess like you would be such a meanie. He swung his arms from side to side, clearly not taking the situation seriously. Hey, scary and meanie kinda rhyme, don't they? Scary, meanie, yup. They definitely rhyme. I didn't even do that on purpose, I must be a genius. Oh. Purpo se, genius. I did it again. Rias and Aquino exchanged an awkward look, equally confused by the figure's strange behavior. Did their aggressor happen to have some kind of mental disability? Rias wasn't sure what the protocol would be for such a case. Enough games, Rias groaned. You attacked us for a reason, didn't you? Did someone order you to? More importantly, do you even know who it is you just attacked in the first place? What kind of question is that? I just told you that I was a genius, didn't I? Of course, I know who you are, he huffed. Raising his index finger and pointing at Kaneko. That one's Chiron, the criminal's sister. Stunned silence followed. He then pointed at Kiba. That one's Isaiah, the failed experiment. A fierce, hateful scowl appeared on the knight's face. He looked up at Aquino. You're Aquino, a fallen angel's daughter. The queen's expression darkened, a shadow casting over her face. And last but not least, Rias shuddered, noticing a frightening, verdant glow illuminate through the holes in his mask. You're Rias Gremory, sister of a Satan you'll never match, and aunt of a child that's destined to outshine you. Hey, if he hasn't done so already, that is. What a truly pitiful woman you are. The auras of the peerage immediately began to change. At first they weren't sure whether the goofball standing in front of them was malicious or not, but now, they no longer harbored such doubts. The information he had just disclosed was supposed to be protected by the Satan Lucifer himself. For him to have acquired it, meant he had some serious backing. And here I thought this situation was negotiable. Rias let out a dry, self-depreciating chuckle. I guess that's not the case. A tremor ran through the atmosphere. Intense, raging currents of crimson and black circled around her figure like a blazing inferno. Don't blame me for being a little rough. No worries, I happen to like it that way. He replied, audibly unfazed. Come on, give it your best shot, girl. Rias spread her arms, unleashing the Baal clan's power of destruction towards him, the formidable destructive matter said to be capable of erasing absolutely anything and everything from existence. An explosion, far greater than the one Aquino had produced, occurred, obliterating the schoolhouse's roof and creating a noise that was bound to alert Sona's attention. Unless a certain someone with a considerably close relationship with Sona were to take advantage of a hypothetical trip from their homeworld to dote on her like usual, making her unable to come to Rias' aid while she was preoccupied, of course, hypothetically speaking. Did you get him? Aquino asked, waiting for the smokescreen the impact had just created to vanish. Yeah, I definitely felt it connect. Rias nodded. An attack simply connecting, and an attack succeeding aren't the same thing. His calm, collected voice pierced through the smog, sending a sharp chill down their spines. I see why he believes you're going to lose. Your brother said to be capable of controlling demonic power like it's his hands and feet. You, on the other hand, control it like you're a damn amputee. The smoke cleared, and there he remained, casually dusting himself off without sustaining so much as a lick of damage. Oh well, I think I've seen enough from you. Faster than anyone's eyes could follow, he leaped off the rooftop, dashing towards Rias and planting his palm against her face, thrusting his arms downwards and pummeling her into the ground with 5 times the force Kaneko had endured. You can go ahead and sleep, we'll talk later. Bucho. She's fine, worry about yourselves. He latched onto one of the vines, using it as a rope to swiftly descend onto the ground, confirming that Rias had been knocked out. Besides, it's your fault I was able to defeat her so easily. You all chose to hold back despite the fact I was attacking your king. He looked up at Aquino. Especially you, why aren't you using your holy lightning? Don't tell me I'll have to kill the princess for you to take this seriously. He raised his foot right above Rias' neck, daring them to keep holding out on him. Aquino clenched her fist, conflict welling up within her in a matter of seconds. Just the mention of the ability alone was enough to drive her mad. It was that man's ability after all, and there was no one she detested more than him. It was for that very reason she refused to make use of it, no matter how many times he told her to embrace her heritage. However, as strong as her disdain was, the cloaked figure made a good point. Could she really allow her king to suffer the consequences of her personal grudge? Is that the type of person she wanted to be? A woman who'd stand back and refuse to channel her strength when someone she wanted to protect needed it most. She felt paralyzed in thought. Should she do as he said? Should she try something else? Whatever the case, time was running out, and she'd need to make a decision soon. He let out a disappointed exhale, noticing Akino's hesitation. Didn't she know? Hesitation was defeat. He raised his foot higher. What a shame, I guess I'll have to dash. I won't let you hurt Bucho. To his surprise, Kaneko decided to act while her queen remained frozen. Charging directly at him with more than double the ki she had previously gathered, with a few noticeable changes to her appearance. A pair of white, fluffy cat ears had sprouted out of her head, alongside a tail that had slithered out of her skirt's waistband. Oh. I didn't think you'd be the first to show some guts, consider me surprised. He lowered his foot, assuming a hand-to-hand stance while grinning under his mask. Show me what you're made of, little one, maybe I'll even teach you a thing or two if you impress me enough. I don't need help from a coward like you, she scowled. She began by throwing light blue balls of compressed ki at him, though meek in appearance, the compressed, destructive power was enough to shatter someone's bones. Is that so? He found himself subjected to a strange sense of déjà vu. Then I'll go ahead and give you a tip anyway. Senjutsu is all about emotional control and restraint. The more focused you are, the more focused your ki will become. I can tell your emotions are running high because of what I did to the princess. Rage can be useful, but only when you're the one dominating it. Not the other way around. Kaneko almost stopped her advance right then and there. A white light had enveloped the cloaked figure's body. One she recognized better than anyone. He was using Tuki. All he had to do was gently guide his palms, and each and every projectile Kaneko threw at him ended up being deflected, effortlessly so. See? Even a coward like me can pull it off. He took a step closer, happily placing himself within Kaneko's close combat range. She clenched her teeth, swallowing her fear and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks towards him, each of which was chock full of compressed ki that dared the cloak-bearer to try match her strength. She had practiced her strikes countless times before, pouring in all of her sweat, blood, and tears into perfecting her form. There was no reason for her to let her confidence falter in a close-up confrontation. Bam. 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 Yet, somehow, he was able to completely outclass her in both agility and might. His hands went out like lightning, taking full advantage of the reach difference between them and slipping through her guard seamlessly, catching her on the chin, nose, and forehead, all in quick succession. Tearing her defense apart as if it weren't even there in the first place. I admire the attempt, but there's still a lot for you to learn. He took a step back, finishing her off with a monstrously quick roundhouse to the ribcage. Leaving the kitten in the same unconscious condition as her king. Kaneko-chan. Phew, I've almost worked up a sweat. He put his hands on his lower hip, giving his back a good stretch. Now then, it's just the blonde and Sparky left. Let's finish this up quickly, yeah. I've got a housewarming to attend. You bastard. Kiba's eyes gleamed with vengeful ferocity. Sword birth. The ground around the knight began to tremble. In an instant, dozens of swords brimming with demonic power burst out of the ground with their handles facing upwards. Kiba opted for the largest of the bunch, a gigantic, two-handed sword, that was about 2 meters in length, emanating an ominous aura. This was his destruction sword, a weapon he created with no other purpose than to rip and tear everything before him with as much destructive power as it could muster. Determined not to let the cloaked figure get away with what he had done to his underclassman and king, Kiba bolted towards him, utilizing every last drop of speed his knight piece could grant him. All the while, Akino had begun to charge up her lightning once more. Only this time, there was something different about it, something that caused the cloaked man's gut to stir. An instinctual warning. It's the same as the princess, all power and no form. They'd disown me on the spot if I ever used my power so sloppily. No, they'd probably outright execute me. Good grief. Welp, I might as well go ahead and give you my final lesson for the day. He didn't move a muscle, even right as Kiba was a literal second away from cleaving down on him with everything he had. The importance of coordination. A pocket of earth opened up beneath him, allowing him to slip down and grab Kiba by the leg, again, and yank him forwards. Causing him to trip at the very last minute. And as a result, leave him in Akino's line of fire. Yuto-kun. She panicked. The cloaked man's timing had been perfect. He had made his move at the exact moment Akino reluctantly released her father's lightning, and taking into account its speed and power, redirecting it was no longer an option. Kiba recoiled, reflexively raising his sword above his head in an attempt to block the oncoming sparks. Like the assailant, his instincts too warned him that he couldn't afford to let himself get hit by the lightning. Unfortunately for him, it was too little, too late. If he were guarding against Akino's regular power, he might have stood a chance. But against this, there was nothing he could do. The bolt tore right through the alloy of his blade, and even though the impact caused the bolt to narrowly miss his scalp, the splash damage alone from it erupting against the soil exposed him to a searing pain unlike anything he had ever experienced. Blood spurted out of his figure, and his mind was unable to remain conscious in the wake of such agony. Leaving him collapsed on the ground with faint trails of smoke rising up from his body, courtesy of being straight up electrocuted. That was what happened when a devil was exposed to the revered holy lightning, wielded only by the cadre, Barakil, and his daughter, Akino Himejima. Even if they were only nicked by it. Damn, that kinda stung. Granted, there were always exceptions. For instance, if the difference in raw power was simply too great, the effects of holy power became drastically weaker. Sometimes, it hardly even damages the target at all, depending on the circumstances. A few feet away from Kiba's lying figure, the cloaked individual crawled up from the earth. He shook his body to rid himself of the accumulated dirt and soil. He looked up, observing Akino's silent, blearily-eyed figure. What? There's no need to look so traumatized, I'll heal him right up in a minute. He made a finger gun with his right hand, pointing it at her. Bang. A bullet of compressed wind struck Akino square in the forehead, knocking her out of the sky. The fight had ended. A blatantly one-sided one. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 39, Thora's Tale. Chapter 39, Thora's Tale. I flipped my hood down and took off my mask, gazing at it pensively. I know I was trying to bring out their anger on purpose to encourage them to come at me with all their strength, but I wasn't expecting myself to get so into character there. Good grief. I definitely went a little further than I should have with the insults, especially the ones I threw at Rias. Not that they were completely infactual, cough cough, just a tad bit harsher than they needed to be. Oh well, I still achieved what I set out to do. I have a much better idea of what I'm working with, so planning how I'm going to train each of them should be a lot easier. Usually, I would have taken my time to scope out their strengths and weaknesses in a more courteous fashion, however, time is of the essence, I had no choice but to take a more streamlined approach. Come to think of it, there's still one member of the Gremory group I've yet to meet, isn't there? I might as well pay them a visit while I'm at it. Although, I should probably tend to the ones I just pummeled before I do so. I'd feel a little guilty if I just left them lying on the soil like this. I started with Isaiah, who Akino's holy lightning had grazed. I crouched down and placed my palm on his chest, allowing a soft, green glow to emanate from my hand as I mended his wounds with my Dryadic blessing. He wasn't hit with enough holy power to make it life-threatening, but I'm willing to bet it hurt like hell. I hoisted the knight over my shoulders before proceeding to pick up Chiron, Akino, and Rias alongside him. Thanks to this draconic composition of mine, they barely weigh a thing to me, making it exceedingly easy for me to hop up to the window frame of their clubroom while I was carrying them and climb right in. Gently, I set each of them down on the couch, after confirming that their conditions were all stable, of course. Sylvie, I called for my familiar. Yes, master. She poked her adorable little head through my collar. Stay here and watch over them. While I doubt it'll happen, I want you to inform me if their bodies experience any complications, and I'd also like you to let me know when they wake up. I was particularly concerned about Akino and Chiron. After all, they both used abilities they hadn't touched for quite some time now. There's a chance that could cause some kind of adverse reaction. Though I'm not sure what, it's better to be safe than sorry. Understood, I'll place a clone of myself here to watch over them. Another version of her slithered out of my cloak and curled up on top of the coffee table. Sylvie's senjutsu prowess exceeds even mine, she's the best person I have at my disposal to keep track of their conditions. Thank you, I nodded appreciatively before exiting the clubroom. I scanned the area for the supposed seal Gasper's file had mentioned. Apparently, because of his lack of control over his power, Lord Lucifer created one to seclude him and his power from everyone else to prevent him from harming other people. Which, frankly, has me disappointed in both him and Rias for going along with such an irresponsible plan. I'm aware that Gasper was given the option to roam the old schoolhouse on the condition that he remain within it, and that Gasper himself refused that suggestion. However, I find Lord Lucifer's approach itself fundamentally flawed. Having Gasper avoid his power isn't the solution here. I imagine all that's done is further his isolationist tendencies. That's no way for a child to live if you ask me. Instead, they should have supported him, taught him how to control something that'd remain a part of him whether he wanted it to or not. I'm appalled that Rias would allow such potential to stay dormant instead of capitalizing on it as much as possible. Then again, considering his power, I suppose it's highly likely she just wasn't capable of honing something that strong. Good grief, you should have thought twice before spoon-feeding your little sister a peerage that strong, Lord Lucifer. They have more potential than she's capable of managing. I guess that's precisely why I'm here. Confident that I had located the seal, I started to wander through the hallways of the schoolhouse, taking some time to gander around. It's been precisely one lifetime since I was amongst humanity after all, might as well enjoy the scenery while I can. From the looks of things, the human world seems about the same as it was in my first life, if you ignore the hidden supernatural aspects. Time-wise, we seem to be in the year 2008. Which explains a lot of the technology differences I'm spotting. The Underworld's clearly ahead in that regard, and I couldn't be more thankful for Lord Beelzebub's expertise. My spoiled modern ass would rather use a carrier pigeon before I settle for a flip phone. Bingo. I stopped in front of a wooden double door that had been barricaded with planks and covered in caution tape. I'm not sure what the point of having all this here is, as there's already a seal in place, and no one else inhabits the schoolhouse other than Rias and her subordinates. I extended my arm, feeling the demonic power coating the entrance's wooden exterior resonate with my own, causing a crimson, magical crest to illuminate in front of me as the seal attempted to prevent me from entering. Fortunately, since Gasper had no interest in breaking out, the seal was weak enough that even Rias would be able to destroy it with minimal effort. All it took was a little brute force to make the spell vanish into thin air, and without further ado, I pulled the door open, causing the hinges to let out a pained creak thanks to their lack of maintenance. Hi-ya-ya-ya. Immediately, I was met with a high-pitched, girlish scream resounding from the coffin positioned in the room's center. Sheesh, he's got some serious pipes for a child that size. I think my ears are ringing a little. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I apologized, closing the door behind me to keep the lighting down. While Gasper is perfectly capable of surviving in sunlight due to his damper physiology, apparently, he still prefers to remain in the dark. Not that we devils are all too different, the sun doesn't harm us, but sometimes it does make us feel a little sluggish. Since Gasper's got both bloodlines running through him, he's probably got it a lot harder than I do. What's going on? What happened to the seal? Where's Rias? He continued, audibly shuffling around in his coffin. Usually, I'd tell him the truth, but seeing as he's already gotten this panicky on me, maybe it's best I keep it to myself. I cleared my throat. She's asleep at the moment. So are the rest of her subordinates. Oh. I could still sense a great deal of hesitation in his voice. You who are you exactly? Why did you break the seal? As they say, first impressions are essential. My name's Alduin, I'm a devil sent here on behalf of Lady Leviathan, and Lord Lucifer to oversee Ria's training, alongside that of her subordinates. Yourself included, Gasper. I crouched down, doing my utmost to sound as welcoming as possible. Unlike with the rest, there's no need for me to test him with immediate combat. His power is exceptional, even among a peerage with such talent, thus it'll require a special approach. Lady L. Leviathan. L. Lord Lucifer. He repeated, evidently startled. I nodded. There's a lot to explain, and I think it'd be better if we talked face to face. Talking through the lid of a coffin is a little crass, don't you think? And no. I don't want to go outside. I want to stay here. The outside is scary. The corners of my lips dropped into a frown, not because I was mad at Gasper or anything of the sort, but because I was starting to notice just how poorly his isolation had affected him. There's a lot I'm willing to forgive when it comes to Rias and her management of her peerage for the sake of making this arrangement work, but there are some things I'm not so sure I can ignore. Yeah, the outside can be scary sometimes. I let out a slow exhale, realizing that I needed to be a little more convincing. However, right now your king needs your help. Gasper, Rias is in trouble, and out of everyone in her peerage, you're the one who's capable of helping her the most. Trouble. The worry in his voice made it clear that he still cared deeply for Rias, despite her evidently neglectful treatment of the timid damper. Lucky you. Yes, her freedom is at stake, and she's going to have to fight for it soon. I continued, my tone growing somber. Naturally, that means you'll fight alongside her, but as things stand, your chances of winning aren't looking good. That's why I'm here, to hopefully tip the odds in your favor. Silence followed, but I remained patient, allowing Gasper all the time he needed to let my words sink in. Slowly, the coffin's lid started to slide open. A pair of small, pale white hands gripped onto the edge of the vampiric bed, followed by a head full of platinum blonde hair, which anxiously rose from below. A few more seconds of hesitation ensued, but soon enough, my verdant reptilian eyes were fixated on two, bright, pinkish-violet ones. Hello, Gasper, I said with a warm smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Horns. He yelped, staring at me with what I presumed was fierce apprehension. Ah, my appearance is a little frightening, isn't it? I chuckled lightly, scratching my nape. Sorry about that, but I don't think there's much I can dash. It isn't scary. He intervened, causing my eyes to widen. Actually, I think they look cool. Cool. I tilted my head. I certainly wasn't expecting that response. Heh, what a pleasant surprise. Yes. He insisted, fervently nodding his head. But didn't you say you were a devil? Why do you have them? It's something that runs in my family, you can think of it as a coming-of-age feature we all get. I'm not about to burden a child by telling him how our bloodline works, the mood between us seems to be improving, and I'd rather not let it turn sour. His eyes sparkled, gleaming with curiosity. Is it all right if T touch them? He asked nervously. Sure, I leaned forward. Just be careful, they're quite sharp. Now that I think of it, I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that dragons only let their partners and children touch their horns. Does that mean I have to adopt Gasper now? Not that I'd mind. Whoa, they're like spears on your head. Goodness me, that childlike wonder of his is frighteningly adorable, it's making me want to adopt him even more. I'm glad you find them interesting, but I would like to start discussing the situation you're all in. While I was talking, a beeping sound started to emanate from my cloak. Originating from my foreign affairs badge. Could her timing be any worse? I sighed to myself, obviously, Seraphol was ringing me. Aren't you supposed to be busy smothering your little sister? Sorry, Gasper, it looks like Seraphol needs me for something. I stood up, glancing at the message flashing on the badge's screen, which was just a set of holographic letters woven from demonic power, instructing me to teleport over to her. Is it all right if we continue this conversation a little later? I promise I'll be back the second I've dealt with this. No, it's fine. If it's Lady Leviathan calling, then it must be important. He replied, seemingly content. Thank you, I gave him a light, affectionate head pat. He's surprisingly well-mannered for someone who hasn't had a whole lot of social interaction, color me impressed. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I appeared before Seraphol, taking a moment to glance around before speaking to her, finding myself in what looked to be one of Kuo Town's many residential areas, and an exceptionally effusive one, it seems. The asphalt roads were utterly spotless, with not even a hint of debris or trash to be found. The surrounding intersections and sidewalks were laden with towering palm trees, the maintenance of which was almost up to Saulo's standards, but not quite. The housing itself mostly consisted of small to medium-sized mansions, none of which could compare to the Underworld's noble infrastructure, of course. Still, for a human settlement, this is definitely a place where Japan's upper class would settle. Where are we? I asked my boss, whose mood appears to have drastically improved despite her not having said a word yet. Maybe the whole reason she's been so grumpy as of late was just because she hadn't seen her little sister for so long. After all, there are certain rumors going around about how she and Lord Lucifer are a little bit too attached to their younger siblings. However, for the sake of my livelihood, I'm not going to comment on that. You and Thora's new home while you're staying in Kuo, she pointed at a plain, white-colored modern villa positioned right beside the sidewalk we were standing on. Rias and Sona also have households set up in this neighborhood, though they're a little bigger to accommodate both them and their peerages. I'm certainly not going to complain. Sometimes, having too much space can be a disadvantage in itself. It can make the place feel hollow. As long as it provides a cozy dwelling for me and Thora, that's all that matters to me. Is that all you called me here for, though? I lifted an eyebrow. Of course not, the Satan shook her head. I've got to get back to work soon, and I'm not sure when I'll be able to visit next, so I thought I might as well hand this over to you before I forget. She reached into her coat and pulled out a vial, which earned my immediate recognition. Tiamat's blood. I felt my heart start to drum once more, but this time, I was somehow able to demonstrate even more self-control than before. How odd, I thought awakening my Buné bloodline would intensify the reaction, but that doesn't seem to be the case. If anything, it's become tamer. It must have something to do with how my Saulo cells naturally suppress draconic deviation, like Halibel mentioned. I wonder, maybe my Buné side wasn't the only part of me that got stronger when I successfully awakened. Your maid's waiting for you inside, and unless you have anything you want to tell me, I think I'll go ahead and take my leave. Seraphol rolled up her sleeve, checking her watch. No, I'm all set. Great, I'm trusting you to keep Sona safe from now on, or else, her eyes narrowed, sharpening like daggers. Well, I shouldn't need to tell you what'll happen, right? I gulped. Yeah, you can count on me. She let out a contented hum, disappearing in a flash of light and leaving me to my own devices. Phew, it's a lot of pressure being in a Satan's presence. I walked up the flight of stairs leading to the villa's already open front door and stepped inside, entering a living room that had already been freshly refurbished, with furniture that all looked to be in mint condition. Young Lord, and of course, the woman I trusted most stood in front of me. Knowing her, she's probably still not satisfied with our house's already exceptional condition. I trust your meeting with Lady Rias went well. About as well as it could, I half agreed, allowing my gaze to wander around the room idly. Seraphol hooked us up with quite the living space, didn't she? I suppose it's passable. Yeah, that's about the reaction I was expecting. Young Lord. Yes. Back at Lady Roygun's estate, you asked me a question I didn't have a chance to answer. She folded her hands in front of her apron, shooting me a calm, yet decisive stare. Do you remember? Reflexively, my posture stiffened. I do. The conversation immediately replayed through my mind. The day after my awakening ceremony, Mother said something to me, and for some reason, it's only really starting to bother me now, of all times, right as we're about to leave for Kuo. What did she tell you? She said I manipulated you. She said that I twisted your emotions to make you help me as I went against my father's wishes. Is it true? Did I manipulate you? I've had a fair amount of time to mull over that question. She paused, sitting down on the living room sofa and gesturing for me to sit beside her. Would you like to hear my answer? With a certain tension in my footsteps, I walked over to her. I would. Young lord, her dark, crimson eyes locked onto me. In a way, I think you did manipulate me. So it's true. I'm not finished. I'd appreciate it if you didn't interrupt me until I've said all I want to say. She was quick to admonish me, and in exchange, I gave her an apologetic and understanding nod. I was definitely emotionally inclined to help you, despite it being a violation of my duties as someone under your father's employ. However, I don't think that's a bad thing. I performed a set of slow, repeated blinks. I'm afraid I don't follow. Young lord, truthfully, I'm glad that you manipulated me. For a second, I was almost convinced that I had misheard her entirely. Ever since I started taking care of you, I've always despised how the lord and lady treated you with such indifference and detachment, despite you being their son. I hated the non-existent affection they forced you to live with. I hated seeing every single bruise, blemish, and wound you'd come back with after enduring one of their training sessions, if you can even call them that. I hated it all. I desperately wanted to say something right that instant, but as she requested, I decided to hold my tongue a little longer. That place was not a true home for you. It wasn't even remotely similar to the one I observed your half-brother, Ladora, grow up in. She clenched her fists to the point where they started to tremble. I've been by your side all your life, and not even I truly know what it was like for you to live with them as your parents, because I was never present when they were training you. Though I couldn't exchange any words with her just yet, I could still move, and so I went ahead and cupped my hand over hers, hoping to offer her some reassurance. Deep down, I wanted nothing more than to lash out at them. To slap them both across the face, berate them for all that they did to you. Her lips quivered as a lone teardrop rolled down her cheek. But I couldn't. I was too weak, too cowardly to stand up for you. So I just sat back like the pathetic excuse of a maid I am and allowed you to suffer, pretending that one day everything would be all right. I know I agreed to let her finish, but there's no way she can expect me to remain silent after hearing such words. What good would that have done? I was quick to refute her. If you had tried to take a stand against those monsters, chances are they'd probably have killed you, especially Mother, and if that had happened, then I'd truly be alone in that house. You call yourself pathetic, yet you are here, standing with me against two people you have every reason in the world to be positively terrified of. Yes, here I am, after 18 years of standing back and twiddling my thumbs. She breathed a dry, self-deprecating chuckle. Young lord, it was only because you pushed me that I was able to act on a desire I've had for all this time, call it manipulation, persuasion, or whatever sick title Lady Martha wishes to use. I couldn't be happier that it happened, and nothing can change that. Thora. Do you have any idea how hard you're making it for me not to pounce and kiss you right now? Good grief, and here I thought I'd be doing all the seduction. Young lord, while I'm at it, there's something I've been meaning to tell you for quite some time now. She responded to my gesture in kind, clasping our hands together. Do you mind if I tell you a story? My ears are all yours. Bucharest, Romania, 1867. Come on. Come on. Keep it moving. The king's patience isn't infinite. Bellowed a middle-aged gentleman, adorning a dark frock coat, a sleek, freshly ironed top hat, a pair of beige-colored trousers, and a set of high-quality, tailored boots cut from only the finest of leathers that coin could procure. From afar, he looked like any other well-off man one could spot roaming the streets, but up close, that couldn't be further from the truth. Each and every one of his facial features was perfect, to an unnatural degree, almost like a carefully sculpted doll. His skin was so pale that one would nearly assume he was a cadaver, and his pupils were blood-red in color, and most strikingly of all, a pair of fangs were visible in his mouth each time he opened it to take a bite of the apple he was holding. The man was, without a shadow of a doubt, a vampire. A feared, supernatural creature of the night that fed on the blood of humanity, sometimes even turning them into their unwilling servants when they sank their fangs into their necks, who'd be forced to live the rest of their miserable existence as the playthings of their pure-blooded superiors. After all, vampires were, by far, the most discriminatory supernatural race in existence. Even against their own kind, if they were anything but 100% pure-blooded. Although, there did exist one fate worse than becoming their involuntary kin, and that was being turned into undead. A rotting, animate humanoid corpse covered in decaying, green flesh. Stripped of all intelligence, and left with no other purpose than to follow their creator's every whim, and infect humans through biting them. Such was the fate of a human who had low compatibility with vampiric blood when they were bitten by a vampire. The only end one could hope for in such a situation was that someone killed the vampire responsible for turning them in the first place, thus granting all the undead under them the sweet release of death. TCH, what a useless bunch, the gentleman snorted. He watched as the horde of undead he created pulled at least a dozen carriages with metal cages placed on top of them, dragging them across a gravel road that led up to a dark, sinister castle awaiting their arrival in the distance. The castle of the third-generation King Teeps himself, ruler of the Teeps faction, the male-dominated faction of the vampire world. At present, the king was expecting a delivery of premium livestock straight to his residence. While vampires were perfectly capable of living off human blood throughout their entire lives, sometimes, they preferred to have a little variety. Especially the vampires of high standing. They liked supernatural blood. Fallen angels, yokai, devils, even stray dampiers born outside of their territory. Usually originating from servant vampires who managed to successfully escape their masters and procreate with a different race. Although such a circumstance was extraordinarily rare, it still occurred from time to time. Of course, their masters were far too prideful to sit back and allow them to escape their grasp. Anyone who tried to flee them would be hunted to the very ends of the earth. Should they be caught, they would once more reside in the territory of their superiors, only this time as mere cattle, rather than servants. The same fate their children would face if they had any. Those were precisely the kind of people being transported in the cages. Supernatural livestock, doomed to please the fangs of the Teeps faction's royal family for all eternity. Seriously, why do I have to be the one handling all the grunt work? They should go make one of my idiot cousins do this instead, at least they'd finally be good for something that way. The gentleman, a member of House Manther, one of the families under the Teeps faction, muttered to himself. Trouble in paradise, I take it. Tell me about Dash. The Manther paused mid-sentence, coming to an immediate, stunned halt. Entirely out of the blue, his body had broken into a nervous, dread-ridden, cold sweat. Why? Because besides his undead and livestock, no one else was supposed to be here. His first thought was to yell out, demanding to know the identity of whoever had been audacious enough to creep up on a proud, noble vampire such as himself. But for some reason, he couldn't. The words were clogged up in his throat, like he had swallowed an entire tube of glue. What's happening to me? Why can't I talk? He could feel his fingers begin to tremble, and his legs weaken, as if some invisible force had paralyzed him with fear. Unavoidable, deep-rooted, instinctual fear. I can't move. I can't move. I can't move. What the fuck is wrong with me? And then he saw it. Two bright blue eyes, cold as ice itself, gleaming from the dark. Fixated on nothing but him, and him alone. Weighted footsteps crunched against the surrounding grass, inching closer and closer towards one of the kerosene lamps positioned across the gravel road, providing some illumination for the figure who had been lurking beside him, for who knows how long. Yo. He was a man, seemingly in his late 20s, easily half a foot taller than the vampire, at the very least. With long, spiky, ash-colored hair tied into a ponytail. His attire consisted of nothing but a traditional, grey wool sweater, trousers, and a pair of sandals. Completely ill-fitted for a confrontation, assuming that was his intention. However, there were only two parts of his appearance that the vampire was interested in. His pupils were reptilian in nature, adopting the form of two haunting vertical slits. And atop his head, resting like a crown, were a pair of dark, backwards-facing draconic horns, the tips sharp enough to cut through a vampire's flesh like the stakes exorcists used to hunt them down. The pureblood's nose twitched, though he could hardly bring himself to move, his senses still worked just fine. Why you're... He stuttered, his expression pained as he forced his throat to push the words out of his mouth. A D-devil. He nodded calmly. Well, at this point, my blood's mixed with a whole bunch of other bloodlines I drank, but that's not important. What's important is, your kind messed up, big time. He chuckled lightly. I mean, seriously, what do you think was going to happen? That you could snatch our kin and even a few dampiers under the protection of our territories, and we'd let you get away with it scot-free. Good grief, talk about wishful thinking. Of course, the devil wasn't here by mere coincidence. They weren't the type to wander into another faction's territory without reason. At least not nowadays under the current four great Satans. Certainly not when the devil in question was a part of the Underworld's 72 noble pillars, and a patriarch no less. Specifically, the current patriarch of House Buné. Sebastian Buné, who had appeared at the request of one of his former students whom he had mentored during the Civil War. Seraphal Leviathan, one of the Underworld's four great Satans. Sheesh, where does that brat get off making an old man like me work overtime? He sighed inwardly, scratching his stubble. Granted, it is nice to have a chance to get some fresh air every now and then. Maybe I'll go ahead and sample some Romanian cuisine while I'm at it. I hear their Maisai is pretty good. Naturally, Seraphal, as head of foreign affairs, was quick to investigate the disappearances that happened at the hands of vampires' livestock procurement, and after discovering that the purebloods responsible for them were male, it was immediately apparent the Teeps faction was responsible. After all, no male-led noble houses existed under the Carmilla faction's banner. After making the discovery, Serafal had contemplated a covert retrieval of their people, but quickly realized it wouldn't amount to much. Vampires were by far the most aggressive and arrogant of the supernatural races. The concept of negotiating or engaging in diplomatic proceedings with any other race was alien to them. A covert operation wouldn't stop them from continuing to encroach on their territory. A message needed to be sent. Vampires needed to learn their place in the pecking order, which was far, far below any of the three main factions. Devils were not their livestock, they were their superiors. That was a lesson that needed to be delivered directly to King Teeps himself, and probably Queen Carmilla by proxy, just in case she was getting any bright ideas. They needed to be punished. As for why Sebastian was administering said punishment in Serafal's place. In truth, he had purposefully put himself in a position where she'd ask for his assistance. Sebastian had always known the type of person his student was. Despite her immense strength and accolades during the Civil War, she had no stomach for violence. She was the type to be haunted by every life she took, including the ones she had already taken during the war. She was someone who could never bring herself to wash the bloodstains off her hands, no matter how much it pained her. She was too soft. Too considerate. To the point where she'd rather wear a mask and bury her true feelings than tell her family how she felt deep down. Serafal knew what needed to be done, but at the same time, Sebastian understood that it'd only worsen her condition. He felt obligated to step in and prevent Serafal from enduring more built-up stress than she could handle. As a matter of fact, he regretted letting her fight at all during the Civil War itself, regardless of Seagram's insistence that she'd be among the next 4 to lead the Underworld. But just because he couldn't step in then, didn't mean he couldn't step in now. He wouldn't allow his student, even a former one, to suffer any further, not when there was something he could do to prevent it. His wife certainly wouldn't let him get away with it, and he couldn't be more thankful for her ever-present advice and wisdom. As long as she was there, he knew he'd never go astray. Anyhow, I've got a king to spank. So you can go ahead and perish. He raised his hand, preparing to snuff the pure blood out in one swift motion. Gah-wah-wah. But surprisingly enough, something else hit him before the Buné could make his move. Oh. Sebastian lowered his arm, tilting his head in curiosity. Just then, he spotted a stream of highly compressed blood, in the shape of an arrow, shot out of one of the metal cages and dug into the pure blood's abdomen. Though the damage was negligible, and the vampire's regeneration factor had already begun to kick in, Sebastian's intrigue didn't waver in the slightest. Blood manipulation. Can't say I've seen that one before. He smiled, grabbing the pure blood by the head and ripping it clean off, without even offering him the courtesy of looking him in the eyes as he did so. Clearly having completely lost interest in the vampire already. Instead, his attention was fixated on a small girl, dressed in torn, tattered rags, and shackled by her wrists and ankles, like all the other livestock. She had dull, crimson eyes that conveyed an alarming lack of expression. Her face was lusterless as if all the life had been drained straight out of it. Yet, there was still a faint spark of ferocity that only someone with Sebastian's keen senses could detect. Ferocity that had given her the strength to stand up and strike the person responsible for her current situation. Die, for what you did to Mama and Papa. She muttered under her breath, her voice low, tired, and deeply exhausted. Her eyelids constantly dropped, making it clear that she was on the brink of collapse. Let's see here, Sebastian hummed, leaning down to get a good look at the girl, smelling both the odor of a vampire and a devil clinging to her. You're clearly a damper, but I've never heard of a devil with the power to mold blood, so I'm assuming you get that from your vampiric side. It was quickly apparent that she wasn't listening to a word he said, or rather, she didn't have the energy to. Kill me. Sebastian raised his eyebrows. Why? Don't you want to live? I couldn't save Mama and Papa. I failed them. I don't deserve to live. I'm a bad daughter. Her tone was utterly lifeless, almost as if her very soul had been ripped out of her. I'm a bad daughter, useless daughter. Sebastian frowned, glancing at the pure blood he had just executed. I see, her parents must have tried to protect her while they were being abducted. I'm afraid that's not how it works, little one. Sebastian's voice grew calm as he attempted to sound consoling, a skill his wife was much better at than he was. It's a parent's duty to protect their child, not the other way around. Her knees started to wobble, and right as she was about to collapse, Sebastian split the metal bars apart with ease and caught her by the shoulders. Scooping the girl up into his arms, and using his enhanced hearing to examine her heartbeat and pulse. Since she's a damper, this should work. He opened his mouth and pricked his thumb against his teeth, allowing a bit of blood to trickle out of his skin. Drink, he held the appendage above the girl's mouth. Gasp. The second a droplet of Sebastian's draconic blood reached her orifice, she felt like new life had been ushered into her body. The rejuvenating sensation was so potent that she nearly leapt out of Sebastian's arms. Fortunately, the patriarch's grip was more than strong enough. You said you wanted to die, but I'm having a hard time believing you. Someone who had lost all hope wouldn't have mustered up the last of their strength like you just did a second ago. He smiled warmly, meeting the girl's dazed expression with a calming one of his own. You seem like a fighter to me, I respect that spirit of yours, little one. The girl remained silent, at a loss for words. What's your name? He asked. Thora. She stammered. Thora. That's a beautiful name your parents gave you. Make sure you treasure it, and wear it with pride for the rest of your days. She wasn't sure how to feel about him suggesting that there would be more days to come at all. Do you see that castle over there? Sebastian pointed to King Teep's residence, looming in the distance. Earning a stiff nod from Thora in return. Therein lies the man responsible for your parents' death. Immediately, rage coursed through the young Damper's core. Enough of it to earn the admiration of even a dragon, a creature fueled by that very emotion. Hey, she's a fighter all right. Tell me, Thora, the corners of his lips widened to reveal an ominous, toothy grin. Would you like to see me burn it to the ground? Her eyes widened as much as they possibly could, overflowing with hopeful vengeance. She nodded eagerly. Alrighty then. A pair of jet-black, draconic wings sprouted out of his back as he took to the skies, allowing Thora to claw into his arm to stabilize herself. Watch and observe the famed might of the great Sebastian Buné. That day, the Teep's castle would be drowned in an ocean of bright blue flames. And it'd be marked as the last day of the third-generation King Teeps. A day that every vampire from that day onwards would never forget. The day their kind would be trampled on like ants by the claws of the Underworld's demonic dragon. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 40, Unsealing the Maid, R18. Chapter 40, Unsealing the Maid. Sebastian fell eerily silent, his eyes carefully tracing over the letter he was holding again and again, until he had every last word written on it committed to memory. A letter he had just received from Sarah Fall, regarding an arrangement that had been made between her, Surzex, and his son, Alduin. So that's how it is, his voice had lowered to the point where it was indistinguishable from a growl. It would seem my hunch was right after all, he thought back to the day of Sona Citri's birthday. More specifically, his suspicions about the meeting his attendant had reported, allegedly between Lord Citri and Alduin. Obviously, the letter in his hand proved otherwise. Lord Citri simply didn't have the political sway to pull off the arrangement described in the document. You've gotten even bolder, Sarah Fall. He turned around, facing his office window and looking downwards, peering out at the forest where his wife preferred to spend most of her time. If it were just her, I'd deal with this in an instant, however, Surzek's involvement changes things. I imagine his support's what gave her the courage to do something this daring. Confronting Sarah Fall would be foolhardy from a political standpoint, but well within his capabilities from a physical one. Confronting Surzex on the other hand, would be suicide, plain and simple. He let out a slow exhale, making an effort to sweep away the wrath that was starting to plague his mind to allow for some much-needed clear thinking. I don't understand. Roygun was supposed to prevent something like this from happening. Did I misread that woman? Where did I misstep? What didn't I take into account? He had a feeling Alduin would try to escape his clasp at some point, it was inevitable, taking into account how he was being raised. Sebastian might have closed his heart for the sake of his goal, but not his mind. Alduin's dissatisfaction was a ticking time bomb just waiting to explode. That's where Roygun was supposed to come in. In truth, he had known more about the woman than just her ambitions at the time of receiving her letter. He knew about her need, her wanting, her longing for a relationship. He knew exactly what 4 centuries of emotional isolation had done to her, and that was supposed to work to his advantage. Roygun wasn't supposed to let go of Alduin. It wasn't supposed to be in her nature to do so. Sebastian intended for her to be his anchor, an unavoidable, Satan-class weight keeping his son right where he wanted him to be. She should have been desperate to hang onto the young Buné, viewing him as her one and only chance of having a proper relationship. And on top of that, she had a deep-rooted grudge for not only Sarah Fall but the 4 great Satans as a whole. Letting Alduin go was one thing, but letting him go with Sarah Fall and Surzex of all people. That didn't make a lick of sense to him. Logically speaking, everything he planned should have worked. Alduin had only spent a little over a day with Roygun, for crying out loud, there's no way he could have persuaded in such a short span of time. No, the fact that she had been persuaded at all didn't make any sense. His son was far too idiotic for that. She was an awfully complicated woman, and Alduin was a child whose most significant emotional relationship was a petty grudge with Riser Phoenix, another child Sebastian found equally dim-witted. It's the same thing that happened with Thora. He cursed inwardly, recalling how long it took for him to wrap his head around the fact that Thora was actually beginning to disobey him. A feat which he refused to believe Alduin accomplished on his lonesome. Once more, his gaze was fixated on the forest occupying his estate's backyard. That's right, I had a feeling she was the one behind it all. He knew full well how skilled his wife was when it came to emotional manipulation. Sebastian clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in indignation. She had to be the one responsible for all this, there was no other way. Alduin definitely didn't have the skill set to manipulate anyone the way she could, unless, of course, she taught it to him. Or perhaps even did all the dirty work for him outright. Yes, it's her doing. It has to be her. I haven't told her the full extent of my plan outright. But knowing her, there's a high chance she's already figured it out on her own. He couldn't even begin to fathom what could motivate her to do such a thing. However, he knew better than anyone that Martha was a woman who cared for nothing other than her personal interests. If her disinterest towards the plain, dull child that was her son had changed at all, that alone could be reason enough for her. There's only one way to know for certain. Before Sebastian knew it, he was standing at the entrance of Martha's forest. A torrent of emotion surged through his head as he started to piece together how he was going to confront her, and more importantly, how sure he was that she was truly behind Alduin's getaway. "What's the matter?" A voice, amplified by wind magic, called out to him from the center of the brush. "It's clear there's something you want to say to me, so why not come over here and say it? Unless you're getting cold feet." The latter half was clearly intended to be mocking. "Stay calm, Sebastian, stay calm." He shook his head, refusing to allow the comment to get to him. Letting Martha rile him up was a recipe for disaster, and for this conversation, his head needed to be cooler than ice itself. He approached the greenhouse and took a deep, reassuring breath before he stepped through the front door. As per usual, Martha was sitting down on a stool in front of yet another unknown plant species, tending to it with her careful, precise use of water magic. Ensuring that the roots absorbed nothing less than the perfect amount of nutrients for their growth, not a touch less, and not a touch more. "Well." She turned to him, lifting her eyebrows without expressing so much as a trace of unease or apprehension. "How can I help? You rarely ever talk to me nowadays, so I presume it's something of professional importance." "Don't play dumb," Sebastian replied plainly, his icy glare filled with suspicion. She could act as surprised as she wanted to for all he cared, he already knew how proficient her ability to mask her feelings was. "Pardon." She folded her hands over her lap, still unmoved. Sebastian raised the letter he was holding, allowing the vines of a nearby plant to reach out and grab the sheet of paper, and carry it over to Martha. Silently, she held the letter up to her face and carefully began reading it over line by line, her expression growing more and more animated with each word she processed, suggesting that she was genuinely taken aback. "Oh my," she remarked. "It seems our foolish son has gone ahead and done something, well, foolish." Sebastian scowled, his mood souring by the minute. "Fuck, I can't read her." "I imagine he's not the only one." "How do you mean?" Her act persisted. Slowly, Sebastian began to walk towards her. "You have something to do with this, don't you? We both know for a fact that Alduin doesn't have the necessary wit to pull this off on his own, so I can't help but wonder whether he got help from someone more politically adept." He narrowed his eyes, making it blatantly clear who the subject of his scrutiny was. "Well, that's obvious, isn't it? It was the Ice Girl and Zekram's star descendant, you shouldn't need me to spell that out for you." He held back a snort. The audacity of this bitch. Was it? He continued. To make this arrangement happen, Seraphol and Surzex would need to get in touch with him, and that couldn't have happened here. However, it could have happened at that little birthday party he had to go to, thanks to your relationship with House Citri. And she wore an appalled smirk, unflinching even once Sebastian was standing right in front of her. "Even if that were the case, this still isn't my fault. You had a whole month to intervene, and the measure you needed to take wasn't exactly a difficult one." Sebastian scrunched his brow in confusion. What nonsense is she about to spout? "I doubt you failed to notice Thora's change of heart, shall we say." Her words caused his eyes to widen in realization. All you had to do was question her, and you would have figured everything out beforehand instead of getting caught off guard like this. "Honestly, I found your inaction immensely surprising." She turned away, her attention returning to the plant she was tending to. Meanwhile, Sebastian found himself trapped in stunned silence. Martha was right. It really was that easy, no matter where Thora's loyalties lay, she'd be powerless to resist if he wanted an answer from her. She'd have no other option but to comply. He was her employer, she was his employee. He was a patriarch, and she was just a mere maid at the end of the day. Go up to her, and demand an answer as to what was going on with his son. That was literally all it would have taken to avoid his current situation. So why? Why didn't he? What possibly could have stopped him? What could have kept him from noticing such a ridiculously easy solution? "It would appear you're equally surprised," she hummed. "Maybe you ought to do a little reflection, Sebastian. You wouldn't usually make such a childish slip-up, taking your obsession with that sleeping girl of yours into account." A trickle of Sebastian's demonic power started to leak out, which was more than enough to render even an ultimate-class devil scared shitless. "Watch how you speak about my wife, Martha. Your wife's sitting right in front of you," she said dryly, looking up at him fearlessly. Or has your vision also started to fail you, alongside your foresight? Of course, Martha was no mere ultimate-class devil. Sebastian scoffed, refusing to answer. You say that as if you haven't known what this arrangement between us really was from the get-go, as if you haven't known what that child's fate would be from the second he was given life, from the second his heart started to beat. What about you? You could have intervened as well. Are you truly fine with him, of all people, pulling one over on us like this dash? Us. She interrupted, glaring at him coldly. This is your mistake, not mine. Whether Alduin's up there or down here changes nothing for me. Don't forget, I simply chose not to fight your decision to keep him secluded from the rest of the underworld. I never agreed to it. This is your mess, and your mess alone. Sebastian's lower lip started to tremble with indignation. If I remember correctly, your lack of concern back then was because you were completely disinterested in Alduin. His glare sharpened, as if he were trying to stare a hole through Martha's face. Why do I have a feeling that's changed? Or is it just all a figment of my imagination? Sebastian hadn't forgotten the day he and a not-so-sober Alduin had returned home after his successful awakening ceremony. When Martha left her forest of her own volition, all for the sake of ensuring that Alduin's body adjusted to the sudden influx of draconic energy without any complications. That wasn't something the Martha he knew would do. In the first place, the only reason she trained him at all was because he vehemently demanded she do so before he was even born. None of this makes any sense. For over 17 years, everything was moving just as Sebastian wanted it to. Yet, in the past month, all his expectations had been snatched right out of his hands, ripped to shreds, and spat on. Before he could even fully process what had happened. Martha breathed a bemused scoff. What? You think just because Alduin bested an equally foolish man such as yourself, that somehow makes him worth my attention? Goodness me, Sebastian, you've truly lost your edge. I'm not sure whether I should ridicule or pity you. Sebastian's scowl deepened. But he did warrant your attention, didn't he? He pressed further. Not only did you personally watch over him after his awakening ceremony, you even took him outside of the territory to get his evil pieces, and I know better than anyone how much you loathe leaving the comfort of this little sanctuary you've created for yourself here. Attention. It seems we have different interpretations of the word, as per usual, Martha replied with haste, proving she wasn't a woman one could easily best in verbal combat for the umpteenth time. I simply wish to see what effect the ceremony had on him, that's all. It's almost been millennia since a Buné successfully awakened, anyone in my position would be equally intrigued. Intrigue, what a convenient word. He took an extended, slow breath. Enough with the games. The fact that he managed to get Thora to switch allegiances was one thing. But Roygun. Unless the universe itself has gone mad, there's no way he could persuade her as well, not without your help, at least. It had to be her, it just had to be. Sebastian couldn't bring himself to accept that Alduin of all people had bested him. His pride wasn't capable of enduring a blow that deep. I'm not sure what else to tell you at this point, she sighed, her voice brimming with disappointment. I'm not the one who organized this for Alduin. Maybe instead of emulating one of his temper tantrums and accrediting your blunders to me, you should cast your suspicion at your former students. You know, the people who actively gave him the political backing he needed to pull off such a stunt. She spoke as if she were chiding an unruly child. Sebastian wasn't sure what to think. Usually, his instincts were on point, and those same instincts were telling him that Martha wasn't lying. His gut was cautioning him that his shrewd wife wasn't responsible for all this, as hard as his mind found that to believe. Could this really all be Serafal and Surzek's doing? Did they organize all this on their lonesome? He took a deep breath, calming himself. I need to relax, he's only just reached ultimate class. I have plenty of time before I need to act, valuable time that I can use to plan. It seems like you've made up your mind, she observed. I'll be watching closely, Martha. I suggest you keep to yourself like usual while I handle this. Sebastian cautioned before making his departure. If Martha truly didn't have any involvement with Alduin's new position, he'd rather it remain that way. Fighting a two-front battle against the two Satans, and his wife at the same time, was the last thing he needed. How pathetic, but Martha paid his words little heed. She had no real interest in this conversation from the moment it began, nor did she wish to coddle her husband as all his plans went to shit. First Thora, now Roygun. A few moments after Sebastian had departed, a slow, amused smirk started to crawl up Martha's face. Not bad at all. Honestly, she was a little grateful to Alduin for giving her the chance to see Sebastian throw a hissy fit. Though she was perfectly capable of doing so herself, having Sebastian flounder at the hands of someone he deemed so idiotic was far more satisfying. Maybe he's inherited some of my wit after all. Despite her claims, one of Sebastian's hunches were, in fact, correct. Even if only a little, Alduin had started to attract her interest. But it wouldn't hurt to make sure this isn't a mere fluke. She opened her mouth and bit down on her thumb, using the freshly drawn blood to create some kind of a circular formation on the flooring of her greenhouse. One which quickly began to resonate with her immensely robust ki, and imploded into a cloud of white smoke. "It is an honor to receive your call after all this time, my lady." The smoke cleared to reveal a woman with fair skin and dark hair fashioned into a single bun atop her head. Her attire consisted of a long, loose-fitting white and red robe, similar to what a Shinto priestess would wear. However, as beautiful as she was, there was something off about her, something sinister shimmered in the dark, abyssal orbs that were her eyes, something inhuman. "Tagitsaheim," Martha addressed one of the 3 princesses of Ryuichi Cave. "I have an assignment for you." A delighted smile appeared across Tagitsaheim's face. "Of course, my lady, all you need to do is ask." Out of all the summoners who managed to successfully form a contract with the cave, there was only one capable of enlisting the subservience of the prideful princesses themselves. Martha Sallos, the first person to ever gain the ability to refer to the White Snake Sage herself as a friend, and earn the undying admiration of each and every resident of Ryuichi Cave. Sylvie included. "I need you to go to the human world and keep watch over my son," Martha said, handing Tagitsaheim the letter Sebastian had received. "The specific locations in there." Tagitsaheim fell silent for a moment, wondering if she had misheard the woman. "Son." "Yes, that's precisely what I said." The corner of Tagitsaheim's lip quivered, her eyes widening as if the biggest bomb in the world had just been dropped on her. Since when?" "You mean to tell me there's been a young lord this whole time?" Tagitsaheim grabbed Martha by the shoulders, rocking her back and forth with her mouth agape. "This totally isn't going to be a royal pain in my ass," Martha exhaled, forgetting just how much the princesses fangirled after her, which would probably affect her son by extension. "Oh well, it'll have to do until I decide to make a personal appearance." I sat in silence, patiently listening as Thora recounted the final details of how she and Sebastian originally met. Honestly, when she talked about the old man, I wasn't sure what to think. Even though Ladora himself told me that Sebastian used to be different from the man he is today, I was still struggling to visualize the version of him Thora had just described to me. I just can't seem to match the Sebastian I've lived with all my life to the one she has, and apparently, everyone else around me who knows him, Seraphal included. To me, he's always been cold, cynical, and apathetic. But to them, he was supposedly their fucking knight in shining armor. "Young lord," she continued. "I'm not telling you this story because I expect you to suddenly change your feelings towards your father, though he was indeed a better man in the past. That doesn't excuse how he's treated you. I simply thought it was about time you knew more about me." I nodded, taking a moment to gather my thoughts before speaking. "Like how you're a damper." Now I understood why she reacted the way she did to Gasper's file back on the train. "I don't mean to judge, but you don't look the part." I don't understand. Her lack of vampiric physical traits aside, shouldn't I have sensed it at some point? About that, she turned around and pulled down the back collar of her uniform. "Some time before you were born, I had my vampiric side sealed." I watched with growing intrigue as blood-red, runic symbols appeared on her upper back. And for some reason, the energy radiating off the inscription evoked a sense of familiarity within me. "Sealed," I repeated. I had no idea it was even possible to outright seal part of someone's biology like that. The lady's the one who made it for me. Ah, that explains why it feels familiar. It was necessary for me to properly care for you around the clock. Even though we Dampiers are capable of physically living without consuming blood, mentally speaking, extended periods of abstinence can cause us to become irritated, for lack of better words. Ever since the Lord took me in, he's been feeding me a drop of his blood once a month to keep my concentration from wavering. Interesting, I should probably make a mental note of that for when I start training Gasper. She continued. Because of my prolonged consumption, I've developed a certain, instinctual yearning for draconic blood, particularly that of your father's, and since you share his. You wouldn't be able to control yourself around me, I finished, earning an affirmative nod from her in return. But isn't flat-out sealing your vampiric side a bit excessive? It's not like you'd need to consume much of my blood anyway, a few drops a month would have done just fine, wouldn't it? You know it's not that simple, she shook her head. The logistics aren't important, what matters is that you're the house's young lord, and I'm a servant and your caretaker. For me to do such a thing would be exceedingly uncouth. Right, house rules and all, I muttered idly, mulling over her words for a moment until a wry, mischievous smirk overcame my lips. But we're not home anymore, are we? She was quick to recoil, immediately picking up on what I was about to suggest. What? You said it yourself, you're supposed to be my caretaker. I scooted closer to her, my heart and mind scheming in tandem. How are you supposed to properly take care of me if you don't have access to your full strength? We're not in the Underworld, who knows what threats could be lurking about. Young lord, I leaned in, my voice reducing to a low, expectant whisper. Or am I not worth unsealing it for? My upper eyelids dropped as I feigned disappointment. How hurtful of you, Thora, and here I thought we had something special going on. I continued sarcastically. We were both aware I was just being plain stubborn, as per usual. That's not the problem, you know that. She exhaled. Then. I awaited her elaboration. For starters, this seal was curated by your mother. I certainly don't know how to undo it, and I'm not sure you do either, no offense. None taken, I waved her off. She had a point after all, undoing one of my mother's spells would be like trying to solve a 1,000-sided Rubik's Cube. Moreover, the seal's been on me for almost decades now. Even if it were to be undone, I wouldn't be able to seamlessly settle back into being a damper without any hiccups. Chances are, I'd experience a rather forceful initial reaction from the reawakening. One which I'd rather not subject you to, young lord. Why not? Don't think I can handle it. I snickered, cupping my palm over my mouth. Or is this reaction you speak of more than just a yearning for blood? Perhaps something more intimate. I licked my lips, making my intentions crystal clear by shooting a pair of bedroom eyes at Thora, a skill I may or may not have picked up from my fiancé. Why, young lord? She flushed angrily. I chuckled, thoroughly enjoying one of the rare instances where I managed to get her to drop her usual stoicism. In all seriousness, keeping your powers sealed isn't going to do you much good. We're on our own now, and we have a responsibility to keep two princesses and their peerages safe from whatever threats they may face. I folded my hands under my chin. Thora, you'll stagnate at this rate. Your blood manipulation is bound to be a potent weapon, but it needs sharpening. You can't just throw it on the shelf and let it accumulate rust. Thora's already plenty strong, don't get me wrong, but she has the potential to become stronger. And the stronger she is, the safer she'll be. Not that I won't do everything in my power to protect her, it's just that life can be unpredictable, and I don't want her to get caught off guard. Especially since there's also a good chance the old man's going to try something soon. She pursed her lips, her eyes telling me she agreed with my logic, yet, a flicker of hesitation remained. Could the reawakening process really be that bad? Thora, I may not be as strong as the old man. But I'm much stronger than before, I steeled my gaze. Trust me, I can handle whatever you think you're about to throw my way. Besides, I'm a Buné, we're leading experts when it comes to controlling powers with a temperament. She continued to deliberate, ultimately letting out a sigh of resignation. You don't even know if you're capable of breaking the seal in the first place. Well, it depends on the type of seal my mother placed on you. Truthfully, I wasn't much of an expert with the art form, or even a novice as far as I'm concerned. Martha did teach me a few binding spells that made use of our wood manipulation, but binding and sealing aren't the same thing. I have basic theory on the subject, and nothing more. I've never really put it into practice. And when it comes to a seal of this level, capable of segmenting half of Thora's lineage and suppressing it, I can't even begin to fathom how I'd go about unraveling a spell that complex. However, there's a chance I won't need to take that approach at all. The type of seal. She repeated, presumably doubtful that I was capable of breaking Martha's seal regardless of what kind it was. Not that I blame her, I'm not that confident myself. When it comes to placing a seal directly on another person, I know there's a big difference between a seal that's put on someone voluntarily and one that's done involuntarily. To forcibly seal a person requires an immense amount of effort, and a considerably powerful seal. Of course, the amount of effort varies depending on the strength disparity between the caster and their target. However, when someone willingly allows themselves to have a seal placed on them, hardly any strengthening on the seal is required, because the caster isn't facing any resistance. Martha isn't the wasteful type, and knowing her, she has absolutely no reason to go to any lengths to make sure Thora's seal is stronger than it has any need to be. Which means, there's a chance I can brute force my way through the seal by weakening it with a catalyst beforehand, and shattering it with my key right after. The catalyst being none other than my own draconic blood. Of course, I have a stronger one with Tiamat's blood, but there's an alarmingly high chance that'll hurt Thora badly. That's not a risk I want to take. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm counting on Martha's apathy for once. Mine was done voluntarily, she confirmed. I see, I nodded, reaching forward and tracing my digits across her skin, using my key to examine the seal. Phew, it's as I expected. She didn't put a whole lot of strength into it, the only question is if it's weak enough for my blood and senjutsu to overcome. Wait a minute. I don't need to use my senjutsu, do I? I happen to have someone around with ki far more potent than mine. Sylvie, I called for my serpentine companion, who proceeded to slither her way out of the back of my shirt and coil herself around my throat. How may I be of service, master? I'm going to try breaking the seal my mother placed on Thora, mind lending me a hand. Of course, what would you like me to do? I could tell that she still wasn't all too fond of Thora, but I'm not going to force her to change her mind as long as she's cooperative with me. Hopefully, they'll get along with time. It's quite simple. I'll give Thora some of my blood to try to stimulate her suppressed vampiric side, which should make the seal vulnerable. Once that happens, all I need you to do is pour your key into the seal, and try to make it shatter if possible. If Sylvie were a little more experienced, she'd probably be capable of unsealing Thora completely on her own. But she's still a newborn, right now. All she can do is rely on her innate talent since she hasn't had the opportunity to receive any professional tutoring. Note to self, find a teacher capable of giving Sylvie proper senjutsu lessons. She flicked her tongue, glancing at Thora before replying. As you wish. Hold on, Thora narrowed her eyes. What's this about your blood? I smiled without answering, strengthening my index finger with Tuki and using the nail to create a vertical cut across my palm. My blood isn't nearly as potent as Sebastian's yet, so she'll need to consume a lot more of mine to create the reaction I'm hoping for, but I still need to be careful. I can't afford to let her overdose. Drink up, I beamed, holding my bleeding hand out towards her. Young lord. Unsurprisingly, her first instinct was to try to refute me, but she knows me too well to think that there's any hope of getting me to back down when I'm wearing my signature look of unyielding stubbornness. You're incorrigible. And you love me for it. That's debatable, she sighed, clasping my hand and holding it up to her face. Just keep in mind, young lord, whatever happens from here on out, you asked for it. I know, I met her with an unbothered reply. I've caused you a great deal of trouble ever since I was placed under your care. It's only fair that you're allowed to return the favor, isn't it? She scoffed, pressing her mouth against my wound and beginning to suck the blood out, a sensation that had me immensely ticklish, but in a pleasant way, the kind that made my face redden a little, and caused my temperature to rise. As expected, the sanguine seal began to react, lighting up in response to Thora's ingestion of my blood. If my hypothesis is correct, her suppressed vampiric side should be trying its damnedest to break out of the seal now that she's consumed draconic blood once more, after years upon years of abstinence. Let's hope this works. Sylvie, you're up. Very well, she slithered across Thora's arm and made her way towards the hopefully weakening seal, taking a moment to examine it before acting. It seems Lady Martha didn't bother giving the seal any added defense, breaking its hold would be too much of a hassle. Jay, just hurry up and do it already. Thora urged as her cheeks flushed beet red, presumably an effect my blood's having on her. Fine. Sylvie bared her fangs, proceeding to sink them into Thora's flesh precisely where the seal was. Thora hardly even winced in return, but I could tell that something was beginning to build up within her, something that would release any moment now once she reawakened. And then it happened. The seal's bright luster faded from sight, and the runic letters plastered on Thora's upper back vanished into thin air. A fierce, blood-red aura exploded out of Thora's figure, radiating a starved intensity that erected the hairs on the back of my neck. I didn't hesitate to grab Sylvie and place her behind my back. I'm not sure what's about to happen, but I have a sinking feeling that Thora's about to experience quite the episode. Well, I'm the one who said I could take whatever she ended up throwing at me. Her appearance started to change, her skin growing a touch paler, and the usually dim shade of crimson held captive within her irises started to brighten, glowing the same way mine did. Her metamorphosis was finished by the extension and sharpening of her canines, making her presence as a proper vampire known. Or a proper damper, I suppose. Thora, are you all right? Even after her physical change, it was clear that she hadn't fully settled into her unearthed strength. Her face had reddened even further, and her breaths had grown long, heavy, and labored. Sweat was pouring down her face and staining parts of her uniform, causing the parts of her skin that were visible to glisten like a summer lake. Why, young lord? Slowly, her eyes shifted towards me as her fingers clenched the edge of the couch, like she was trying to restrain herself. Yes. But I chose to remain as close to her as I possibly could, intent on keeping my promise. She bit down on her lower lip, the sound of leather tearing filling the room as she raked her nails through the fabric of the sofa. Her face told me whatever restraint she was trying to muster wasn't going to last. Feed me, she growled, lunging at me and grabbing me by the shoulders. Her body weight pushed me onto my back, and her hands clawed into the folds of my shirt, which she tore into with abandon. I could see steam puff out of her mouth with every breath, and I could feel her attention laser-focused on my neck. Ah, so that's what she's after. I was beginning to wonder why my instincts didn't warn me of any danger for a moment. I guess it's my turn to prepare lunch for once, I simpered. My hand gently supported her nape as I pulled her in close, aware that part of Thora was still attempting to hold back on her vampiric instincts out of concern for me. There's no need for you to hold back, you can drink to your heart's content, I whispered into her ear, giving her lobe a faint, provocative nibble. Her sharpened canines plunged into the side of my neck and slurped up my blood like she hadn't eaten in centuries. I could feel her heart race as our torsos pressed together. In an attempt to soothe her, I ran my fingers through her cascading, sweaty raven locks. Alduin. She heaved, raising her head as blood dripped from her gaping, panting mouth. I flinched in response to hearing her call me by name. Yes, Thora. I want more. More blood. I've still got plenty to spare, you can go for seconds if you dash. No, she cut me off. I want more. I want more of you, Alduin, give yourself to me. I felt my heart skip a beat as Thora looked down on me, her eyes shimmering with blatant, carnal desire. Even though I was the one who suggested something like this might happen, I wasn't truly expecting it to come to fruition. It was supposed to be a mere jest. Yet here she was, stripped of all her usual decorum and straddling me with her palms planted firmly on my abdomen. Sweat continued to pour down her skin and rolled onto mine, creating a humid, musty aura around our bodies. One which restlessly wafted through my nostrils and caused my face to mimic the bright red blush on her face. My flight or fight response kicked into overdrive. It's clear what Thora wants from me, or at least, what her instincts desire. However, is it right to respond to them? Should I push her away and tell her she isn't thinking straight? Or should I adopt the same advice I gave Roygun? Stop thinking, and just go where my heart leads me. Actually, there's probably something I ought to do before I make that decision. I reached behind my back and gave Sylvie a light tap, giving her ample time to skedaddle. Unlike my last time with Roygun where I may or may not have gotten swept up in the moment, which in my defense, only happened because it was my first. What's wrong, Alduin? Why the silent treatment? I could feel the heat emanating off Thora's body begin to rise. You said you'd give me whatever I wanted, didn't you? You said you were going to repay me for all the trouble you've caused, didn't you? So come on, repay me. She ran her tongue between her lips, wetting them as a lustful grin crept up her face. Her expression was one I didn't think she was even physically capable of wearing, but she was doing so nonetheless. Leaving me positively stupefied. And excited. Really, fucking, excited. Thora, are you sure this is what you... Shut up, she snapped, covering my mouth with her palm. She leaned down and put her mouth right up to my ear, reducing her voice to a low, lascivious whisper like I had done to her countless times before. I've been wanting to do this to you for a while, Alduin. I am a woman after all, and like any woman, I have needs. Needs that you recklessly festered with all your flirting and lewd gazes, and then went ahead and woke up. So try to take some responsibility, all right? Welp, there goes my self-restraint. It's a good thing I got Roygun's permission for this in advance. The corners of my lips began to stretch upwards. I offered her a stiff, eager nod which seemed to get a pleased rise out of her. Good, now kiss me. She withdrew her palm, sliding her arms around my neck and pulling me into a deep, hungry exchange. Strangled moans resounded from both our throats as our tongues seamlessly rubbed against one another. Second by second, I could feel myself beginning to fall under Thora's lustful tempo. And I didn't mind it in the slightest. Pwah, she reeled back, hanging strands of saliva still connecting our orifices. That tongue of yours is quite the weapon. I guess you had plenty of time to practice with it while you were bedding Roygun. My eyes widened in response to her comment, not just because of her words alone, but because of the emotion they carried. Call me crazy, but I think I just detected a note of jealousy. I put on a shameless, smug grin. Or am I mistaken? Yes, you are both mistaken and crazy, she responded with a playful flick to my forehead. And if anyone's jealous, it'll be her by the time I'm done making you mine. She shifted her attention to the tall, proud tent I had pitched, the tip of which was rubbing against her noticeably moist groin, even through the fabric of her underwear. She slid downwards, grabbing onto the waistband of the trousers Roygun had given me, and beginning to unbutton. Her movements were, admittedly, a little clumsy, making it clear that she was a cherry girl, but she eventually got the job done. I have a feeling she'll more than make up for her inexperience with her overflowing, aroused instincts. Goodness, she took a slow, exaggerated breath. Exhaling against my pulsating shaft with a pleased look in her eye. Now I see why she was so vocal when I passed by your room. The light touch of her fingertips brushed against my cock, earning an excited, stifled groan from me as I leaned back and got comfortable. Buckling in for whatever she was about to service me with. MMN. I bit back a moan, shuddering as her wetted lips suctioned my tip into her mouth, greeting it with an undeniably pleasurable steamy warmth. Her inexperience quickly lost relevance, overshadowed by the slow, gradual bobbing of her head that exposed me to the squelching sensation of my dick grinding against her soft, pillowy tongue. She couldn't speak with her mouth full of me, but I could tell by her intense, lingering gaze that my reaction only aroused her further. Her cheeks hollowed as she took in more and more of my length, fully intent on swallowing it all the way down to the base. Though her tongue movements were sloppy, she more than compensated for it through the sheer, reckless abandon with which she gagged and slicked on my member. Fuck, Thora, I breathed, feeling my piece begin to swell and throb, signaling that it was on the verge of release. She looked up and made direct eye contact with me, the words "go ahead" written on her face. I jolted forwards, grabbing onto both sides of her head and thrusting my hips upwards and throat-fucking her with as much force as I could possibly muster. I could feel my cock reach down into her esophagus, greeting it with the sensual pressure of the inner walls of her throat clamping down on it whole. Splurt. Unable to hold on any longer, I unleashed a thick, piping hot jet stream of semen down her windpipe. A strangled croak escaped her breath as her cheeks puffed up, my fluids leaking out of the corners of her mouth as if she had tried to chug a gallon of milk in one go. Immediately, she started to rapidly tap my thigh with a mildly panicked expression. Shit, I might have been too rough. Cough. 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 She broke into a coughing fit once I had withdrawn my member from her throat, hardly able to contain the ocean of cum spewing out of her mouth. Fuck, Alduin. Did I go a little too far there? I sheepishly scratched my cheek. Why think? She pinched my ear, tugging on it with a fierce scowl. You nearly suffocated me. Ow wow wow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, all right. I pleaded for her to have mercy on my earlobe. She narrowed her eyes. Yeah. And how do you plan on doing that? I let out a confident chuckle, sticking out my tongue and allowing its full, draconic length to hang out in the open, causing Thora's eyes to widen in a mix of astonishment, awe, and eager anticipation. Why don't you lie down and find out? It's time for her to experience all the bedroom skills I honed during my night with Roygun, hee. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 41, Sensei Alduin. Chapter 41, Sensei Alduin. Hours had gone by, and I found myself lying down on a couch that'd need at least a few days' worth of washing with Thora's ravishing, nude, sound-asleep figure cuddled right up to me. Both our bodies were covered in a thin sheen of dried sweat, causing our skin to stick together like Velcro, accompanied by a musky yet pleasant aroma that lingered in the atmosphere as a result of our discharged fluids. Honestly, I'm not sure how much time I've spent lying here, watching Thora as she gets some much-needed shut-eye with a relieved smile on her face, but I'm pretty sure I could remain here forever. This is the first time I feel like she's actually allowed herself to relax. Sure, her rampaging instincts played a huge part in that, but my point still stands. If anyone's deserving of a break, it's her, and I couldn't be more glad that she finally got one, a proper one. And to top it all off, she successfully got her damper powers back, which had already been boosted by her previous consumption of the old fart's blood, and once more by mine. Speaking purely in terms of demonic power, I'm fairly confident she's on the same level as me now. As for her physical attributes, well, the sex we just shared made that improvement crystal clear. It wasn't as overwhelming as when I was with Roygun, but there were definitely a few moments where I had to reinforce my skin a little to keep her nails from tearing into my flesh. Not that I mind, after all, if it isn't rough it isn't fun. On another note, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to say to her once she wakes up. I'll obviously have to explain to her that me and Roygun already discussed this beforehand, but even then, I doubt that'll be enough to fully ease her concerns, of which I'm sure she'll have many. Thora breathed a light, groggy moan, shuffling around with slow, repeated blinks as she gradually came to her senses. Talk about timing. Welcome back to the land of the waking, I smiled as my fingers gently pushed aside the damp locks framing her face. Why, young lord? She stammered, confusion written all over her face. What happened? Don't you remember? We successfully removed the seal suppressing your damper abilities. My smile grew increasingly mischievous. But if you're wondering what happened after that, then I suggest you take a look around and see for yourself. With her thoughts still clearly in a haze, she started to look around. And within a fraction of a second, she went still with stunned silence. Taking in the sight of our bare bodies lovingly pressed against each other, the musty smell lingering above us, and the countless number of stains etched into the newly acquired sofa. She opened her mouth, presumably to yell out in panic, but found herself incapable of giving volume to any words. If you're still confused, then allow me to refresh your memory. I cleared my throat, preparing to do a dramatic imitation of Thora's voice. I want more of you, Alduin, give yourself to me. Does that happen to ring a bell? I smirked, resting my cheek against my palm. Or maybe this will. I've been wanting to do this to you for a while, Alduin. I am a woman after all, and like any woman, I have needs. Thora remained speechless, but I could see the gears starting to turn in her head. Her brain's probably rewinding through the fond memories we just made, which included a surprising amount of straddling and biting on her part. Again, not that I mind. SSHIT. She blurted out, gripping the sides of her face with an exceedingly jittery expression. Shit. 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 What have I done? I huffed. What have we done, I think you mean. And now isn't the time to be acting so casual. Fuck. How the hell am I going to explain this to Lady Roygun? She'll kill me. She buried her head in her hands, letting out a series of muffled, dread-ridden screams. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. All right, as fun as it is to see Thora act all spooked, I think it'd be a little cruel to let her continue like this. You don't need to worry about Roygun, I reassured her. She's all right with it. What makes you so sure? Because I asked her, I revealed, my tone emphasizing my truthfulness. What? Right before me and Roygun slept together, we got into a bit of a heated argument, per se, mainly about you. I began, deciding it best to explain everything from the top. She noticed that our relationship was closer than that of mere master and servant, and jumped to the conclusion that we were involved in some kind of scandalous romantic relationship. Of course, I told her that wasn't the case, but I hesitated, a small part of me still deliberating whether I should tell her what I've wanted to say for quite some time now. She raised an eyebrow. But no, there's no use in second-guessing myself like this. This is literally the best opportunity I'm going to get to tell her how I feel. I'd be an idiot to let it slip out of my fingers. I took a deep breath before speaking. I told her I'm in love with you, Thora. She did an immediate double-take, wondering if those words had really just come out of my mouth. Yes, you heard me correctly. My added confirmation rendered her even more speechless than before. Her eyes widened as much as they possibly could as utter, sheer bewilderment radiated off her. Young lord, I cut her off. I'm not finished, also, please don't call me young lord for the time being. I sighed, earning a stiff yet understanding nod from her in return. At first, she was less than ecstatic about that. However, I made it clear that I've felt this way about you for a substantial amount of time, and she, someone whom I had literally just met, had no right to interfere with that. She looked ready to intervene, but I held up my hand before she could, gesturing that I still wasn't done. I know, legally speaking, she had every right to do so. But the basis of our conversation wasn't that of legality, it was a much more emotionally charged one. I said as I recalled some of the more dicey moments involved in that discussion. After a bit, well, actually a lot of back and forth, we came to an agreement. She allowed me to be with you, on the condition that I don't let my relationship with you diminish or compromise mine with her. Lady Roygun actually agreed to that. She questioned with narrowed eyes. As expected, getting her to understand Roygun's perspective is going to take a little elbow grease. She did, I nodded affirmatively. If you really want, I could call Roygun up here if you'd rather hear it straight from her mouth. Serfal won't take kindly to that, but personally speaking, this situation warrants an exception. And no, that's not necessary. You might be reckless, but I know you wouldn't lie about something that consequential, young Alduin. Though her voice had begun to steady, I noticed a pang of guilt start to infect her expression. However, that doesn't excuse my actions. I am your caretaker, why yet I went ahead and sullied you without a second thought. Clutching her chest, Thora attempted to sit up and escape my clasp. Nonsense, I frowned, wrapping my arms around her waist and pulling her even closer than before. Alduin. Inexcusable. Sullied. Those words shouldn't even be an afterthought to you, I made my brimming dissatisfaction clear through my voice. I'm going to say this once, and only once. What just happened between us occurred because I wanted it to, not because I was forced, pressured, or any other despicable idea you've conjured up in that head of yours. If you try to degrade what I believe to be a beautiful moment we just shared again, then your actions will truly become inexcusable. Understood. After all she's endured for my sake, offering my body to her is the bare minimum I've prepared myself to do. I plan on showering her in so much love she'll feel like she's drowning. And there's absolutely nothing she can do to avoid that. Thora flinched in the presence of my overwhelming displeasure. I doubt she was expecting a scolding from me of all people. But she'd be a fool to think I'd simply sit by and allow her to adopt such an appallingly self-depreciating train of thought. Good grief, I had no idea her self-esteem could even drop like that in the first place. She gulped. You understood. Good, a warm smile returned to my face. Now then, how about an answer? Pardon. She tilted her head. I chuckled lightly. Goodness Thora, I didn't peg you for the type to be so dense. I just confessed to you, didn't I? The least you could do is give me a response. Her cheeks and ears flushed like a blossoming rose, it looks like her head's finally processed that part of my long-winded explanation. You weren't joking. I could feel her heartbeat start to hasten with each passing second. I don't want to jinx myself, but I think things are looking promising for me. I'm appalled you'd even ask me that, I huffed, mildly insulted. Of course I wasn't joking. Don't tell me you think I'm the type to just get intimate with any woman I stumble across. Good grief, Thora, how you've wounded your young lord's heart. I placed the back of my hand against my forehead, feigning an overly dramatic pained expression. I didn't mean it like that. I know you didn't, I was just messing with you. Even 1,000 years from now, I don't think I'll ever be capable of resisting the urge to tease her. It's almost like it's ingrained in my DNA at this point. Way to ruin the moment. She crossed her arms and pouted. The mood seems to have lightened up between us, that's certainly a positive. Alduin, she began, her voice carrying a distinct weight. What I said when we were intimate, about having wanted you for a while. I didn't just say that solely because of my questionable state of mind. Well, I guess none of the things I said or did were just because of that. Maybe it would be more accurate to say my reawakening brought out things in me I was keeping repressed. Is that wrong of me? Wrong. Why would it be wrong? We feel what we feel, that's just what it means to be a person. Having a duty, or a responsibility you feel strongly towards, doesn't mean you need to cut off your emotions. If that were the case, society as we know it would have collapsed a long time ago. We'd basically be living in a world full of Marthas, just without the duty stuff, and only the emotionless part. I don't even want to imagine what such a world would look like. Yes, I suppose you have a point. She took a moment to gather herself before continuing. At first, my affection towards you was simply the motherly kind. As I watched you grow up from the time you were hardly as tall as my kneecaps, to the point where you were level with me, it felt like I was raising one of my own. It instilled me with a sense of warmth and tenderness I never thought possible, which I desperately needed after the Lord's first wife, Gilda, no longer had an active presence in the house. My eyes softened as I listened to her words. I don't know what kind of state House Buné was truly in when Ladora had left, and Gilda had just fallen into a coma before me and Martha were around. But I doubt it was a pretty sight. But for some reason, which I still don't fully understand to this day, the form of my affection started to change, and my longing started to deepen. My heart found itself wanting more than just a motherly bond. I'm not even sure if it was directed at you specifically or just the person closest to me at the time, but it happened nonetheless. I wanted more, Alduin. I had spent nearly 2 centuries living as not more than a maid, content with my only true relationship being that of someone fortunate enough to be brought into the Lord's fold, but once you came into life, some part of me decided that wasn't enough anymore. You wanted love, I concluded with an understanding nod. You convinced yourself that you needed to suppress your feelings, no matter how natural they were, to be an efficient servant. However, deep down, you knew that was no way to live. You were only doing yourself more harm than good. And eventually, an instinctual part of you came to understand that truth. You're a person, like me and anyone else. Love is a natural desire, and there's nothing even remotely wrong with that. She let out a stifled giggle. You always seem to choose the strangest times to demonstrate your wisdom. What can I say? It's part of my charm. I shrugged with a smug grin plastered on my face, but still decided to retain a certain degree of solemnity. Thora's next words are going to be crucial in deciding how our relationship's going to progress from this point onwards. Judging by your words, would it be safe to assume that? Yes, Alduin. She looked at me with a soft, tender gaze, clutching her hands up to her chest. I love you. I want to be with you, not just as your attendant and caretaker, but as a woman who loves you, and will be loved by you in return. Finally, you have no idea how badly I've wanted to hear those words come from your mouth. Then that's all that matters. I leaned in for a loving, drawn-out kiss before pulling away and hauling myself to my feet. Now then, how about we take a shower? Rias and her groupies are probably going to wake up any minute now, if they haven't already, and I'd rather not reek up the room when I appear before them, again. Only this time I won't be a masked menace with a surprising affinity for insults. I think that would be for the best, she agreed. After heading upstairs and taking a nice, warm shower together, which I totally didn't stall out so I could ogle at Thora's soapy breasts for an extended period of time, she took me to my bedroom, which appeared to be styled in a modern, contemporary fashion. It adopted a dark crimson and grey color scheme, similar to the ones used for my clan, and housed a large king-sized bed in the middle with verdant pillows and blankets, which I imagine was inspired by my Salos lineage. I love being a spoiled noble, especially when my pain-in-the-ass noble parents aren't around. Thora began walking over to the wardrobe. I noticed how much you liked the robes the Lord got for you on the day of your ceremony, so I took the liberty of ordering a special set of attire while I was discussing your living arrangements with Lady Leviathan. She pulled out what looked to be a loose-fitting, light-colored kimono with a black edge and a black scarf, reminiscent of the one the old man had given me in shape, but different in coloration and design. Technically, this one's designed for women, but I noticed you preferred a baggier fit, so I went ahead and ordered it anyway. It shouldn't make much of a difference once you put it on. The only real difference between the male and female versions is the height and length. She's not wrong, the looseness of the robe Sebastian gave me made it much easier for me to move around and fight in. Especially since my combat style involves a great deal of acrobatics and sharp, swift movements. Trying to do all that in a tight set of attire would produce pretty much the same result as trying to do the splits in a pair of skinny jeans. It looks snug. I took it out of Thora's hands, gliding my hand across the fabric to get a feel for its make. It feels snug, too. Sylvie was a big fan of the robes as well. I imagine she'll enjoy this just as much, if not more. I put it on, acquiring optimal snugness once more, all thanks to Thora's foresight, of course. Good grief, what would I do with her? It looks like the Senjutsuless one has actually done something useful for once, as if the presence of the kimono alone had somehow summoned her. Sylvie entered the room, immediately slithering her way up my newly acquired ensemble and burying herself beneath my scarf. I see your familiar's attitude hasn't changed. Thora narrowed her eyes. It's not my fault a meager specimen such as yourself insists on clinging to my master like an unruly growth of weeds. Sylvie huffed, proceeding to poke my cheek to get my attention. By the way, master, my clone in the clubroom has detected the awakening of the Red One and her servants. I see, I guess that's our cue. I've had some time to think, and I believe I've established a good starting point to begin their training based on the little test fight I conducted. As the first one to be knocked out, Rias also ended up being the first one to awaken. Finding herself lying down on one of the sofas within her clubroom as a faint, throbbing pain irritably persisted throughout her face, granting her an immediate reminder of what had transpired before her vision faded to black. The cloaked figure. She jolted upright, her eyes darting across the room and observing the sight of Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba all sprawled out similarly to her. With no visible signs of injury on their bodies, much to her relief and confusion, someone had attacked them, she had no doubt about that. Yet, there hadn't been a single casualty among her peerage. The assailant had dealt with them as if they were mere ants, but hadn't claimed any of their lives for himself. Nor that of Sona's, assuming he had attacked her at all, judging by the fact that her barrier was still in effect. Surely it wasn't all just a dream. Rias went over to one of the windows, peering out at the backyard of the old schoolhouse. Yeah, it definitely wasn't. The freshly trimmed bushes she had spotted were still, in fact, freshly trimmed, and a substantial crater could be spotted smack dab in the middle of the space. Alongside a few small holes here and there, only wide enough for a single person to submerge themselves through. Before anything, I should meet with Sona to make sure everything's alright. Man, you all should stock up on some more red meat. It's no wonder you're all so scrawny, especially the kitten. A voice originating from the clubroom's kitchen interrupted Ria's train of thought. A voice which she faintly recognized, but couldn't quite put her finger on. Wearily, she began to tread over towards it, the sound of someone rummaging through her refrigerator growing louder and louder with each step. Who the hell is that? The first thing she noticed was two pairs of long, imposing, curved, drab-colored draconic horns poking above the fridge door. One front-facing pair, and another back-facing one. Excuse me. Before she could order whoever was audacious enough to sneak into her clubroom and start gorging on her supplies, the door slammed shut, revealing the figure's appearance in full. Yo, it's been a minute since we last met, Rias Gremory. He was a tall, kimono-wearing man with long, extraordinarily spiky ash-colored hair that seemed to be doing its best impression of a porcupine. His eyes were of a deep, verdant, and reptilian nature. And he also had a piece of raw steak in his mouth, which he was idly chewing on, for some reason. Last met. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about. Rias paused, squinting to get a better look at the man. Strangely enough, it wasn't just his voice she found somewhat familiar, but his appearance also itched at her memory. Which she found odd, considering one would typically remember someone with such a wild image. Slowly but surely, memories from Sona Citri's 18th birthday started to resurface in Rias' mind. Specifically, an incident that went down between a certain rooster and lizard. Her attention was more focused on the latter rather than the former. Alduin Buné. She muttered, it was a little hard to tell at first with the horns, increased muscle mass, and whatnot, but once she conjured up a mental image of the men without those attributes, there was no denying it. He swallowed the steak in one swift gulp before speaking. In the flesh. Oh, and sorry about the little trashing I gave you and your subordinates. I kinda had to do it for the sake of getting a training regimen together, hee, my bad. He scratched his nape with a sheepish, aloof expression. Trashing. Rias paused once more, giving her brain some time to connect the dots. That was you. Guilty. He quipped in the same moronic voice he had initially used. But it was all for the sake of your training, all right. So you can't get mad at little ol' me. Training. I never asked for anything of the sort. She stomped, infuriated that she and her peerage had been ambushed for such a moot reason. And besides, she highly doubted that was even the full story, since it didn't explain the insults he had thrown at her before knocking her out cold. Insults which she remembered perfectly well, word for word. And last but not least, you're Rias Gremory, sister of a Satan you'll never match, and aunt of a child that's destined to outshine you. Hey, if he hasn't done so already, that is. What a truly pitiful woman you are. Her face reddened with fury just thinking about it. I know, but your brother did, and that's precisely why I'm here. Rias shuddered at the mention of her older brother. So rejoice, princess, your long-awaited wish of being freed from the talons of Riser Phoenix's wedding arrangement shall finally come true. All thanks to your super-duper-ultra-amazing mentor Alduin-sensei. She wasn't sure how to explain it, but she was suddenly hit with the instinctual urge to slap the living daylight out of the overtly jovial devil before her. Suppressed only by the shock of her older brother making such an arrangement behind her back. I never asked for Oni-Isama's assistance, she crossed her arms, feeling a little patronized by her older brother's meddling. Alduin let out a thoughtful hum. That doesn't mean you don't need it. No offense, but you and your peerage didn't strike me as the most prepared lot for a confrontation with Riser. Not that he's all that dangerous, but still, in your current state, I have no doubt that you'd lose to him in a peerage-on-peerage battle. Battle. She raised her brow with a questioning look. He didn't tell you about that either. Good grief, Alduin sighed, gripping his forehead. Lord Lucifer's already devised a plan to help you formally cancel your marriage. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but the chances of the Phoenix clan honoring the arrangement to postpone your wedding until you've graduated from Human University are slim, if not virtually non-existent. Your value to their family's standing is simply too high to give up. The drastic widening of her eyes was more than enough to tell him that Surzex had indeed kept her in the dark about the situation. Then again, part of Alduin had expected Rias to be well-learned enough to make that deduction on her lonesome. Seriously, what's up with me? I keep judging her like Martha would in my mind. Get it together, Alduin. Listen, we don't know when they're going to make their move. It could be in a few months, a few weeks, maybe even a few days. But once they do and try to push for an early wedding, your brother's going to put forward a proposal. A proposal? Yeah, for an unofficial rating game to occur between you and Riser. If you win, the marriage will be rendered null. If he wins, it'll continue. His gaze hardened, as if trying to emphasize the gravity of the situation for Rias. If you lose, then I doubt there'll be much even someone of his standing will be able to do to help you. Which is why you and your subordinates must get stronger, a lot stronger, and sooner rather than later. She took a moment of silence to mull over his words, letting the revelation sink in before questioning him. I don't understand. Why didn't Oni-sama tell me about this in advance? And more importantly, why are you the one he sent to train, assuming what you're telling me is true? I don't recall you having a particularly close relationship with him or my family. Knowing him, he wouldn't send you unless you had a great deal of his trust. She folded her arms, glaring at him with suspicion. If Surzex had sent Grafia, or any of his other peerage members, to handle her and her peerage's training, she wouldn't question it too much. But Alduin Buné. The urban myth of a noble she had only met once before. She couldn't even begin to draw a connection between him and her brother. In the first place, isn't his family supposed to be keeping him isolated? When did he get a chance to talk with Oni-sama? Then it struck. During Sona's birthday, Rias recalled an observation she had made when Alduin had been called upstairs to meet with Lord Citri, who was in fact present on the center stage only a few feet away from them at the time, preparing a commemorative speech for his daughter. Now it was abundantly clear to her who Alduin had really met with. I may not have the kind of trust one would build through years of friendship with him, he began, his voice solemn. But we did make a deal, and I know better than to do something as idiotic as turning my back on a Satan. Especially your brother. She couldn't fault him there. Surzex, alongside Ajuka, was without a doubt the strongest the Underworld had to offer. Someone of Alduin's comparatively meager prowess wouldn't betray such a figure unless he had a death wish. Besides, Surzeka's and Serafal's diplomatic protection was of great personal importance to him. Without them, he'd be exposed to the wrath of his father, who was just as capable of stomping him with ease. Put simply, they've assigned me as you and Sona's guardian, so to speak. As well as the person responsible for getting you and your peerage in shape for your inevitable bout with Riser. Oh. She scoffed. So not only does Oni-sama believe I'm incapable of training my subordinates, he also thinks I'm too inept to protect myself in my own territory. He shrugged. Your words, not mine. The sound of the clubroom's front door opening followed, causing both Rias and Alduin to step out of the kitchen to observe whoever had just entered. Young lord, I've brought him. There stood Thora, adorned in a fresh-made uniform with a familiar, cross-dressing platinum blonde damper by her side, who clung to her skirt with blatant apprehension. He peered out at the room from behind her with an expression that made it clear he wanted nothing more than to curl up into a ball and hide away from sight, but was still doing what he could to muster up the courage to remain in the presence of the others. Gasper! Rias cried out, positively stupefied to see him out and about. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be in your seal. I broke it, Alduin admitted. When I said I was here to train you in your peerage, I meant your entire peerage. Naturally, that includes Gasper. Rias looked ready to blurt out all sorts of reprimands at him, but Alduin gestured that he wasn't finished. Relax, I'm well aware of what Gasper's power is, I've read his file. I brought him out of his seal so we can begin teaching him how to control his power, rather than letting it intimidate him into isolation for the rest of his life. I mean, it's not like you were just going to leave him alone in that room and wait for the problem to solve itself, right? You were going to confront the issue at some point, weren't you, Rias Gremory? After all, Gremories are said to be the most caring devils in the Underworld. The sharp, piercing stare he was shooting at Rias caused her heart to experience an inexplicable pang of guilt. One that rendered her incapable of meeting Alduin's deeply judgmental gaze, gluing her eyes to the floorboard with a sense of shame looming over her head. You Bibucho. Gasper stammered, tightening his clasp on Thora's uniform. I think Alduin's as someone we can trust. Thanks for the vote of confidence, my dear student. Alduin beamed, forcefully clapping his hands together to create a thunderous noise, jolting the rest of Ria's peerage awake. Now that the gang's all here, we can finally start our first lesson. WNZT 9 ASAS.